I'm just kind of the guy that just takes the gaps and just puts people on the same page. Spoit, he's our entry fighter. I mean, he's a wonder boy from Europe. Seeing him inside the server, it just takes your breath away. The shots he hits.
There is nothing that they can do. How does he keep fighting these? 5 seconds as he forces it down. Spoit to clutch.
He has like that willingness just to like get better. Gomez, another entry frag for us. We call him the boss man.
As Gomez finally gets the first kill of the round for M80. But
inside the lobby, he's like my secondary IPL too. So he helps me see things that I can't see inside the game because he knows M80's system extremely well too. He's a dog, he doesn't give up, he wants to win, and it's what we need on the team. Last but not least, Diaz. We call him the Punisher. If you're being too aggressive, you know Diaz will because he'll catch you. He's also mechanically gifted, he's nasty at the game. Some stuff he does is just like, wow, to me.
As he picks Gomez back up, quick thinking, Hoven looks for it, but Diaz says not twice.
Winning the 6th Invitational, I mean, that would be a dream, you know, I dreamed of lifting that hammer multiple times. All I do is make dreams come true, so we'll see. It's like just a perfect blend of personality and characters, you know, so what other people don't have, other people have, and other people have, some people don't have, so it's a good mix of people to be around.
Meu nome é Jaime Pereira Ramos Jr., mais conhecido como Cyber dentro do jogo Rainbow Six. Jogo pela FaZe Clan.
What is the idea for FaZe to try and mix things up? Oh, what a shot there from Cyber.
Major Suécia, eu quebrei o recorde, né, de kills que teve em campeonato de Major. No próximo campeonato que a gente jogou, que foi o Major Berlim, eu quebrei novamente meu recorde, mas não fui campeão. Meu estilo de jogo é muito agressivo, então eu sou um jogador que pensa em muitas possibilidades ao momento. Tem o Vita King, né, que é o nosso IGL. Ele é um jogador que direciona a gente onde ele precisa.
Forrest, you cannot fumble this now! Vita King! He's stolen the round away! He's stolen NA's hopes and dreams!
Essa parte, assim, ele faz muito bem, então acho que ele meio que nasceu para essa parte de fazer essa parte de IGL, assim. Tem o Souza, né, que está há muito tempo comigo, é um jogador que é muito calmo. Ele consegue pensar muito sobre o jogo também, ele consegue trazer muitos rounds importantes pra gente, que a gente está perdendo. Ele é um jogador muito habilidoso nessa parte. O KDS é uma pessoa que fica parado, não faz muita coisa assim fora do comum.
KDS is looking for him and the opening kill is for FaZe.
Acho que essa parte sim é uma parte mais forte dele, assim, de ser um jogador também que pensa bastante dentro do jogo e sabe a hora de executar alguma coisa. O Range é um jogador que é muito bom também, ele tem uma parte de skill muito boa também, acho que todo jogador do nosso time é muito bom em questão de skill.
Handy from above is able to deny, and that means there is no chance Pama can clutch this.
Ele consegue fazer bastante round que a gente está perdendo ali de uma forma drástica. Acho que o Sim Invitational, todos os jogadores querem ganhar, né? Acho que cada um quer se provar ali dentro do campeonato. E eu acho que todos os jogadores pensam assim que é o maior campeonato assim para si, né? Que é o troféu mais antigo que tem no jogo, então acho que é o que todo mundo quer ganhar. Esse é o time, entendendo ou não, que eu tenho que é mais unido dentro de jogo e fora. É um time muito agressivo quando precisa. Sabe que o nosso estilo de jogo é totalmente diferente do que eles jogam contra. Então acho que a galera assim tem um pouco de medo de jogar contra a gente nessa parte.
My in-game name is Filipox. I'm from W7M and I'm the IGL for the team. I feel amazing playing São Paulo. I think it's going to be like the biggest tournament in my life. It's a 6th invitation, it's already a big tournament. And playing São Paulo, I've never played in my country before, so I think it's going to be insane. I'm not afraid of anyone, but I think we're going to have great matches. Our first game is going to be against M80. It's always a great game against them. The last time we played, we lost. So I think we are going to get our revenge right now. We are here to win, but we are trying not to think that as much because we already got a lot of pressure because everyone's saying that we are the favorites for the tournament. So we are just doing our work as we always do. and not thinking as much in the finals. We are just going game by game. E aí, M80, vocês estão ligados que da última vez vocês fizeram sorte, né? Vocês ganharam lá na Arábia, dessa vez não vai ser dessa maneira. E o Bodega, pelo amor de Deus, né? Vocês sabem que você vai perder pra mim.
I'm Doki, and I'm the entry fragger for G2 Esports. I'm feeling confident about the team. I think we've had a little bit of a bumpy road leading up to the tournament, but I think when the tournament starts and the games start, like that's where we perform the best, and I have faith and confidence in all my teammates and in myself. So yeah, no problems. I think we're going to do good. So this year we open up the tournament against NIP. They're a really experienced team, and I think they're one of the best teams in Brazil. So yeah, it's going to be, you know, it's better kick it off with a good game than some boring game. So yeah, you guys have been here before and you've done well, you've achieved the hammer, but ever since then I haven't really seen you guys, so I think it's time to take a step back and let the real champions show you how to play Siege.
The final day of groups is upon us, and for some teams, this means do or die. Welcome to day 5 of SI 2024, live from Sao Paulo, Brazil. I'm your host, Ginny, on the desk, joined by Anne and Fox, and I think today is probably the most exciting, heartbreaking day of the group so far.
Feels like that, yeah. I think we need to go find whoever made the script and put all these like group deciding games on the very final day, because there is a lot on stakes and there is definitely going to be heartbreak.
Yeah, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I definitely may have had a hand in writing the script. I've only predicted 4 games wrong out of the 4 days of matches, so I feel pretty confident about my predictions for today too.
Weird flex, but okay. In case you forgot the matchups of yesterday, which we also may not have had the correct predictions on, who knows? Let's have a little bit of a throwback. Stream A particularly was an exciting one because we got 2-2-1s, particularly the Bliss FaZe Clan and the Low Scars game. I did not expect that.
No, it was pretty exciting to watch that, but also for the final game, I mean, one thing that I'd really like to highlight is Sonic's performance so far. They've gone flawless in groups. They haven't actually lost a single map so far, so looking really promising.
Yeah, they looked really good, especially with bringing on Ambi. Scars and Bliss too, also putting up big numbers. It's really important for them to be performing today. I really want to look at the
Bleed
stream.
M80.
Yeah, Bleed and M80. I mean, that is a game that probably doesn't sit too well with M80. I know those guys weren't feeling too happy about that loss. I mean, still being at the towards the bottom of their group.
Yeah, I think that was a matchup that a lot of individuals had certain expectations of, particularly with it being M80. We were expecting a 2-0 or a 2-1, but I think, again, this goes to highlight that the APAC region, every single time that we're seeing them, they're getting away with a little bit more, and they're slowly but surely getting better.
Yeah, but Bleed is looking really solid as well. It's very good to see for them, but then if you look at the perspective of that group, you have these 2 organizations at the bottom of that now, where I think both of them have these really big fan bases, right? Liquid have a very big fan base in Brazil, and of course M80 with a bit of Brazil and a bit of NA, and I'd rather see neither of those go home, but...
Yeah, for that live crowd, it's going to be a big part of it. But either way, that was yesterday, and we're not going to dwell on the past. Instead, we're going to be looking ahead at what we're going to be seeing today. Here on Stream A, we're going to be starting off with covering Group A, particularly with FearX against GK, followed up by Dark Zero against G2. Now, the FearX GK game, ooh, thoughts, feelings, emotions, because that's a scary one.
It's very important to get away with a win here, especially when you play against teams that may seem a little weaker in the tournament. You never want to let anyone slip away. I know GK hasn't been playing too hot. These 2 teams match up very well, and when the pressure's on the line, we'll have to see which one performs better. I mean, FearX has made a lot of majors in the past as opposed to a young GK, so.
Yep. And then on the Stream B, we have FaZe Clan against Wolves, Bliss against D plus Kia, Falcons against Scars. This is the battle as well to remain in this competition, and then Fury against Lows. I think any particularly from the B stream here, and that you're thinking, I want to tune into that one?
Well, I mean, obviously the Bliss and D plus Kia game as well is another elimination game. I think at the moment Bliss sitting at 1 point, D plus at 0 at all, so that's really also a do or die game for either of these teams.
Oof. There's a lot of things going on today, a lot of games that we need to be keeping our eyes on, but we're going to be starting out in Group A. So in terms of the points, in terms of every single one of these groups, having an overview at the ones on the top, it's going to be G2, it's going to be State Station Gaming, it's going to be W7M and Sonics. We've already highlighted Sonics and how strong they've been looking. I want to talk about W7M here, Fox, because we're looking at them, yes, they're on that #1 spot, but it hasn't been a flawless run like the likes of G2 and Sonic.
It hasn't been. I want to say there's a little bit more confidence, a little bit more swag. I mean, that word kind of feels gross coming out my mouth, but
okay.
Yeah, W7M, they have a lot more cameras on them at this event.
Yeah.
Obviously, they've won the past 2 majors. I really think there's a lot more eyes, and every one of them is putting out a lot more personality inside of the game and outside of the game, just having camera crews following them, and there's a lot more pressure to perform.
Yeah, but Group A is what we're going to be looking at first. Now, when we're looking at the standings for Group A particularly, as we've already highlighted, G2 is going to be on the top. They're currently sitting at a 3-0 in terms of their maps because they haven't actually lost a single one. And that's pretty impressive.
That is really impressive. I mean, of course, they're here to defend their title from last year. And I mean, everyone was talking about W7M, right, being that big contender. But I generally think that we have to look at the possibility of G2 going for that back-to-back hammer. And I really hope I'm not jinxing them here because I am EU stan.
It's really early, girl.
Yeah, but we're hoping we're not jinxing them here. But yeah, they have, of course, the opportunity to solidify themselves as the top 1 in their group today. And of course, they want to do that, right? It gives you that day off extra into the playoffs, but it also gives you that 1 round further into playoffs, so a bit of less of a risk of dropping out.
We highlighted Sonics being able to be at the top of their group, but G2 also being at the top of their group. If they can get that win out today, I feel like the competition in their group is a lot more dangerous. I know a lot of teams would highlight as G2 and DZ as being two powerhouse teams so far after their changes that they made. So if they can get up on top, I mean, I'd feel a lot more comfortable watching, seeing them, you know, compared to maybe Sonics.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, we're also looking at the bottom of Group A. That's the game that we're going to be starting off with because we have Fearax up against GK Esports. When we're looking at Fearax, they have absolutely not a singular point, unfortunately, yet. And then GK, they have a total of 2. But that means that if any one of these teams can actually 2-0 this game, they are guaranteed to be going to the next stage.
Yeah, 2-0 is going to be difficult, I reckon, for either of these two teams. I mean, you mentioned it, they're pretty much at the same level maybe now at the moment of competition with how much points they've got so far. And even the statistics, they're pretty close as well because most of them are leaning in the favor of GK, but the numbers aren't that different.
I like to look at the conversion rate because even though Fearax may not be getting many of these round wins, when they have that advantage, they're not letting it slip away, whereas GK, I feel like, has been getting the advantage, but the lack of team play, the lack of, I guess, experience in the scene, it causes them to, I guess, let it slip through their fingers.
Yeah, I think a lot of questions that we had when GK came into the competition was the changes that they have made and how that they are still holding on to Noodle, but again, we know that he doesn't necessarily speak Arabic, and when we're sitting here listening into the comms, we can hear some Arabic thrown around here and there, so it brings a couple of questions in terms of that communication aspect of the team, but so far Noodle has been a standout player for this roster.
Communication has been the biggest thing, absolutely, especially for Noodle. With not deciding to bring back leader from Atlanta, Noodle has been taking on that IGL burden, which is very difficult nonetheless for his role specifically. He is the entry for the team, so not only does he have to focus about the people behind him, but he has to be that first one in. He has to worry about also performing well, and so far he's been doing a great job. He's leading his team with 11 opening kills, so he's been thriving on that regard, and he hasn't been doing too bad at leading his team as well.
No.
Yeah, another player that I would like to potentially highlight in that regard is a player that's been really standing out as Hasham. I think personally he's had some rounds where he got these clutches where maybe, and you could see on his face, like maybe he wasn't even expecting to get those clutches against certain teams. But it's of course talking about experience as well, right? It's their first SI except for Noodle. So being able to perform like that, it's very good.
Absolutely. And I think as well, GK has had a lot of good points coming their way, especially the fact that they already had 2 points. It means they were able to take maps off of other teams, and that's really important because that could genuinely be the lifeline that pushes them over the edge. But I want to see maybe a little bit more dominant success from their side. I would like to see a 2-0, or I would like to see even a 2-1, but I feel like GK has not been able to do that just yet, and that's what's worrying me.
Yeah, they're getting points, they're getting rounds, and then of course the map as well. But I feel like my main concern probably lies with the pacing. Sometimes I feel like they might be a little bit too slow on their attacks, and they'll wait for teams to make mistakes, and then those teams are not making those mistakes. If they do sort out that pacing, I feel like they'll have a better chance.
I think it also is a question of just the experience. This is only their second major being involved, and I think still dealing with the battles of just the communication barrier and just trying to be on the same page. I think that's probably their hardest hurdle to overcome right now.
Yeah, and then you're looking at a team like Fearax where everybody does speak the same language, and their communication, I mean, they were riled up. I'm pretty sure everybody was able to pick up on that. But Fearax still, regardless of that, has not been able to pick up a win yet. They're currently sitting at 0 points. This is their do or die game. So the amount of pressure that is currently on their shoulders, inseparable.
Like how you mentioned everyone speaks the same language. It's true, except for their coach. He speaks a different language, and I feel like that's the pivotal part as to this team so far, because I may sound like I'm repeating myself, but I kept on saying for this team, trust the process. We talked about their coach coming in with that Brazilian influence, the sparks of really good gameplay that we're seeing so far from Fearax, some kind of attacks or takes that we're seeing are really interesting, really exciting, but then it's been not enough yet to get an actual map on the board. They keep on getting 4 rounds, 5 rounds, but in a tournament like this where maps matter because of the points, it's just not enough.
We've seen a couple of teams bring in a coach that doesn't necessarily speak the same language, and it helps with the amount of structure and preparation, but when it comes down to in-game, you critically need some timeouts, and it's very difficult to get your point across when you need to take a little more time to, I guess, figure out which words mean what, so that's difficult for them to do in the moment.
I think it's also pretty map dependent, because some maps we've seen them do really, really well and brought out really exciting things. The game they played yesterday on Skyscraper, for example, the way they had these attacks with the Asa, with the Monty, the fast facilitator plant inside, those are really exciting things. We saw good things on Border as well, and then they go and copy paste the same thing on the next round. So it's Chalet has been worse for them, so it's really going to depend on what kind of maps we're going for.
Yeah, I mean,
especially if we're looking at a context of it needing to be a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, they say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but also like if you copy paste it, then people are going to try and figure you out, and that's exactly what has happened in their game against G2. NIP, Dark Zero, again, these are teams that we were saying they're probably some of the strongest ones in the competition. So it is a little unfortunate for FearX and GK to also have gone up against them, but this is their chance to prove themselves. And we're looking at a team like FearX, a player that has been really standoutish. We were initially had our eyes on Rin, but it feels like Good Boy was the one that has stepped up to the plate for the team and really made sure that we're here to stay.
Yeah, especially looking at the entry, I think he's doing a really, really good job on towards that assault factor as well, because I think that's what makes him stand out in comparison to maybe the rest of his team, because he's been consistent more. So whereas if we look at a player like Rin, he had a really, poor start to the tournament, had a better game yesterday, but still is at the very bottom of his team in regards of stats. So maybe they need to try and make sure they balance it out a little bit, whereas the top isn't carrying as much and whereas the bottom is like carrying a little bit more.
I love how you brought that up, because even though they've been 0-2 3 times, I think Good Boy has been a pretty bad boy in the server. I mean, has cost the importance of how he is every single round. He has a 64% cost, which is just, I think, 15% above the next player on his team. So it shows that every round, even though they're not necessarily winning, he's still being a factor in the server, and he's got to be the main person to be able to, I guess, get FearX rounds.
Yeah, he's at lifeline currently for FearX, but that is also a scary situation to be in as a team, because you're going to be standing back and relying potentially on heroic plays, which at the end of the day is not always going to be the case.
That was intense.
All right, I mean, listen, we've already highlighted the stakes of the game, but I think that's just further emphasizing the fact that one of these teams is going home by the end of this game. Like, this is it. It either has to be a 2-0 from the side of FearX, or GK can get away with a 2-1, but they also need to close this out. And GK, we've already seen them had an incredible run in Atlanta, and both of these teams being able to come to these international competitions continuously. This time around, the format being a BO3, you don't get eliminated on day one. That is such a nice thing for them as well, because they get that experience under their belt. They get that opportunity to scrim against local teams, scrim against better teams, specifically considering the regions where they're coming from.
I might be really far-fetching here in this regards, but I mean, we've seen teams participating in this tournament, whereas their organization is currently already looking for new players. We know that the roster change opens up, or the roster lock opens up after this tournament as well. So some of these teams, especially in the concept of like, hey, we might be eliminated in this group, might potentially be playing for their career as well. Whereas if you're not performing right here, it's the end of the competitive year, roster changes might happen, and who knows what's going to happen.
That's a serious thing.
Just doom and gloom, guys.
Just having that thought in your brain when you're playing, just, oh, if I don't perform, I might be the next one to go. I mean, one player that stands out to me is specifically Trixid on GK's side. He is currently the lowest rated player on the event. I hate to segue what we were saying into highlighting him, but he's minus 36 right now. He is on a supportive role, but it just goes to show the difference between the strong entry of GK and the backline. There's definitely a little bit of a miscommunication. There's not a sync in between both sides.
All right, to bring this on a bit of a lighter note, I guess. I don't know if map vetoes can be considered a lighter note, but in terms of, let's look at what exactly we're going to be experiencing today. We have Border, Labs, Bank, and Chalet taken out immediately. None of these teams are comfortable touching it, but then Oregon comes through first. This is what they say, this is where good teams go to die, but we do have two of the bottom teams of the group, so I don't know if that is genuinely applicable here.
I think it would be an amazing defensive-sided battle just because it is such a defensive-sided map. So it'll be unique to see which team, I guess, tries to bring the opening picks on attack. What team? I feel like it's one of those maps where you can't really go structured. There's so many operators right now that slow down that default attack of just opening up walls, opening up hatches. So you really need to figure out which team has the better entries on getting in. And I think entry-wise, both teams match up very well.
I really like the Skyscraper pick from FearX. I mean, I talked about how they had these really exciting attacks that they had with those shields and stuff against Dark Zero. That was the only map they managed to get to overtime so far. But then, if you look at the operator bans on the side of GK, they tend to ban the Monty a lot. So I hope that that doesn't eliminate that one strong factor for FearX to make sure they win out the map. Though Consulate, that has been a really solid map for GK so far. They took down very big teams on that map. I think it was Dark Zero and NIP. So if it gets to the decider, that might be really risky for FearX.
Ooh. It is getting very excited, but we are ready to head into the first map of this game. Remember, this is do or die for both of these teams. So let's head over to Oregon.
Do or die indeed. 4 elimination matches all on the last day, Hap. But honestly, if I'm looking at that veto phase, it might be crazy. It might be outlandish to some people, but I think just maybe FearX have a shot.
They definitely do have a shot. I mean, you said earlier as well, their statistics, even though the points do not reflect it, have been very much equal to some point here. And, you know, FearX, whilst, you know, they haven't been able to take a map away yet, they've definitely gotten you know, close in the scorings in one or two of them. So there is an opportunity. If things just start connecting today, they might as well just take the series.
Oregon and Skyscraper probably very well practiced for both these teams because, as I'm about to say, GK also have a very solid record on both these maps, but FearX and some of their closest results, 8-6s, 7-5s, a 7-5 victory over Fury in Copenhagen on this very map. I might be looking for very small success, but for a team that has barely won maps internationally, FearX, it's all we have to look at. Whereas GK on the other side almost beat G2 on this map in Atlanta. Have a solid record on Oregon as well, putting up a good fight against W7M in the quarterfinals of Atlanta. It's still going to be a tall task for FearX, but both these teams need to win to go home, and the pressure will likely be the same both ways. Bans have almost concluded, and we have a Blitz ban.
Yeah, I mean, it has been quite prevalent on Oregon, especially on the basement. You often do see like a blue push coming through, and what can you really do at this point? Like barbed wire, you can put it down, but it's easily destroyed after as well. So it's some good bans to come through. Now we only have one of the Fantastic Five that has been removed. Cade, the other one, of course. Yeah, I'm going to keep on calling them the Fantastic Five.
Never heard that before. I like that.
The Cade is going to be giving away some options, of course, with opening up those hatches a bit easier, so they don't really have to worry about it as much. And you start thinking about it, especially in that ground floor. What can you really do to keep them closed? Not really anything. They will open up.
We have also neglected to mention the Buck ban, by the way, from FearX, and that leaves huge operators on Oregon like Ying, Dokkaebi, Grim, even to a certain extent. We've seen Grim bans crop up a little bit at SI24 on Oregon as well. All of those huge attacking operators will be in GK's hands to start, whereas FearX have opted to bring the Buck. Now, I mentioned yesterday, I don't remember the exact game, but Buck has definitely seen an uptick in both, maybe not pick rate, but definitely we've seen him used a lot more to use that skeleton key down below and pressure defenders from beneath either the bomb site or the floor, wherever that Buck decides to go and wherever the defenders happen to be. Given the fact that nading from below isn't a reality anymore, once FearX are defending bomb sites like dorms or even just roaming up there, having that Buck off the board will make them significantly more comfortable.
And now to just set the stakes here, a single map win is not going to be enough for GK to go through. That will put them onto 3 points. If FearX then take the whole series, they will be on 3 as well, and then the mini league will be taking place. Due to the fact it's only 2 teams here, it's a direct head-to-head that will be going through. So FearX, really good opportunity. They just need to win the series to stay alive here.
Thank you, Hap.
Yeah.
The analysis from the decision desk.
A bomb has been
What's that?
located.
Nothing. It was just American like news show reference.
Okay. Sorry, I don't watch American news show.
That's fair.
So what is? But we are attacking the basement first, and there's been quite some roamers from FearX actually that have set themselves up top, and one of them is going to be Rin. Now, I think Rin actually just rotating back towards the side. Rin is one of those players that had some amazing plays back with D+ when they were playing in Sweden, one bullet away from making it to the semis, and as Rin just opens up now, I was just going to highlight this. This is the player that needs to show up. If Rin shows up, FearX, they have a really good opportunity to take this series because Rin has not really been there so far.
No, and Good Boy really has been begging for support from his team. The only one breaching a 1.0 rating or above a 1.0 rating this tournament so far. If anybody's able to show up and give him some support, FearX's chances of taking a victory on this map, let alone this series, increase significantly. First kill goes the way of FearX, as we just saw, taking out Hashom, a very formidable young player in his own right, making a name for himself in that Atlanta tournament with, of course, huge plays, nice one-taps, and also utility-saving rounds. Ended up making many a highlight reel. But aside from that early kill onto Hashom, there's not been much action for either of these teams. GK still just sitting around the bomb site, whereas FearX waiting for them to push.
Matches have been opened up though, so there is always the opportunity to go for the 3-2-1 execute. They just need to get themselves ready for it. Scarrows are going to be used to try and get rid of the Izami barrier that's blocking the line of sight onto the big tower stairs. Of course, there's always the opportunity for Arakazi to come in and replace it, which would force more information. Not drone Rin, possibly here. Underneath the staircase, again, could be proving a huge hurdle for GK to pass.
Yeah, not clearing that Harry Potter position, especially if an attacking team is going for a backsided take, it can completely undo things. The E-Box players are caught off guard. Key could be caught off guard in this position. And if the Bees miss him as well from Twixt on the Grim, who knows what could happen? Key just falls down, but there's Rin finally with the double and the triple sitting inside. He doesn't confirm the kill on Twixt, but with seriously downed as well. It's just Noodle left, now able to pick up Twixt again. Using that adrenal surge, but with only 5 seconds and the Kiva in the way. Demic with the wraparound and Good Boy with the finisher. First defensive win, FearX's.
And it went a bit quick there in the end. The diffuser was dropped. I'm not quite sure where it went down. It wasn't in the pockets anymore, so kills were the only real option he could go for. Maybe Ruin waited a bit too long as one of the teammates just got killed there, you know, could stepped in a bit earlier. But again, that's what we talked about. Good Boy, the only person really breaking even at this point. We need someone else to start stepping up. This is, and that's by no means disrespectful, but the best of the rest at this point. Whoever wins this is going through, the other one will be going home. And that will mean scruffy fights are coming in. That will mean everything is on the line here.
Also a game where in 2 imperfect teams so far, mistakes could be what ended up deciding it. And sometimes in the heat of the moment, you misdrone something, it happens to the best of us, but in this particular series, you've had 3 up until this point. You've had 3 to iron out the mistakes to get warmed up. And not droning a spot like Harry Potter, where, I mean, it's a position quite literally built to just have someone sit cloaked inside of the darkness and hoping they don't drone you out, because otherwise you're stuck in that corner when players might be flooding down E-Box and back tower stairs, and if your pillar guy is dead, there's not much you can do to escape aside from fighting your way out. So, sure, technically not a 3K from Rin, but we can call that a 2.5K. Getting 2 kills, downing the next one. Very solid impact, but spawn peeking as Wamai to start. Rin, let's not... Never mind. A bit risky, but taking down the Hibana to start off the round, a gamble, but it pays off.
It's for sure risky. It's also Noodle out of the way. He's also one of those like heavier hitters on the side of GK, able to put up a performance and clutch out every now and then as well. So taking him out early, taking out the Hibana, more importantly, is removing a lot of the heart breach potential. Still K, of course, still around on that Maverick, has the opportunity to start opening up the walls, usually used around the Edic position to really open that one up. And as we do see, the Grim opening up inside of Armory is just going to be catching off any rotates back up the main stairs.
Only being able to rely on that Maverick now, it's going to expose Key to quite a lot of gunfights. When he's going for maybe the attic wall, maybe the bedroom wall as well, but we've seen this strategy really come into prominence in the 6th Invitational. We've seen it plenty of times before, but I feel like every time I've casted a Dorms round, it's been an aggressive hold inside of the master bedroom closet with a rotate in the wall. Twixt taken out next. It's been a very unceremonious start to GK's second attempt on the attack. You've lost the Hibana and now the Grim. A very solid operator who, as you see on a very sometimes tight map that Oregon is, small rooms, tight angles, having those bees propagate throughout the entirety of multiple different rooms can be great. Now, it's just a 3v5.
Okay, really struggling with opening himself up a rotation to start pushing into the attic here. A lot of time wasted there. I'm not quite sure if he can even fit through at this point, but there is so many players left on the side of FairX. They're definitely going to be having someone around in pit or attic watching for it, and indeed, as soon as he moves through, taking out Mephi, looking to lean into the next fight as well as Hasham is looking to make himself into games. He gets an opportunity. The second peak is going through. The smoke canister will force him off. Some amazing team play that we're seeing here from FairX, really working together on isolating these problems and forcing them back out the building, bringing it back to that 5v2 right now. This has the opportunity to become a flawless round with this angle out here again, like getting another kill for the side of FairX.
Just holding the same angle, too. No communication about it. They clearly knew that somebody was hit. They had that knowledge, but that angle, that very, very difficult position, you see Hasham creeping up to try to deal with it. But that's exactly how Twixt died at the beginning, just slowly trying to walk up, and that angle is perfect for it. Because it shields the defender behind it so heavily, they have the time to react slowly as the attacker just barely creeps into view. Seriously, heavily tagging up Good Boy through the classroom wall. Now we see FearX starting to get aggressive. He doesn't even pick up one. Sure, a 1v5 and maybe get an impactless frag, but FearX not dropping a single body in round 2. Sure, 2 primary bomb sites happen on Oregon, but they've been looking great.
They have been looking great. And I mean, the first one we can maybe, you know, point out towards the missed drone. Yes, of course, Rin, great first skill to come through, but if Rin was droning afterwards, you wouldn't have lost 2 players. You would have been able to keep up the momentum and maybe even take the site. Here, GK just weren't able to get anything done. Firax had the right angles, they were working together, they spot a problem. It's 2 people peeking, smoke canister being tossed out just to make sure that they do not even get the opportunity to start pushing through. So far, this might be the best that we've seen Firax in the tournament.
Maybe, but
it's still very young. It's still round 2.
But also, to be fair, and I actually wasn't even going to say that. I was going to underwrite them. I was going to say it might be the best they've looked in terms of these defenses, but let's not forget, while this team has faced a lot of criticism for their very poor performance this past year, they have had 2 incredibly close results so far. We've had the 8-6 bare loss to Dark Zero, a couple 7-5s as well. We've had 8-7 losses in previous events. This is a team that, even if their performance hasn't been great, there have been moments at every single tournament where they either got it close or even got a win in the case of Copenhagen. So this isn't a team that has been completely trounced every single map. I know it seems like I'm making a mountain out of a molehill, maybe, that I'm trying to hype up a performance that hasn't been great. And I won't lie to you, it hasn't been great. But this is a team that has had small, if brief, moments of success. And 2 rounds here, off the back of, again, an 8-6 loss to DZ yesterday. There's something working here, and maybe against an opponent like GK, maybe they'll give them the room to flourish.
That's it. Of course, GK, they've had their own struggles themselves as well throughout the tournament and right before the tournament. And, you know, that really allows for the better team to start shining now and really start setting themselves up above one another. Early openings to be made. Exothermic will be used on the top floor. Of course, we are in meeting and kitchen. That does mean that the dorms are an important place to take. It gives you the verticality over the kitchen, but also the attic, more importantly, the hatch, looking into the majority of the meeting hall, can allow you to get rid of some of the more sturdy defenders out there.
Harukaze anything but sturdy, just vaulting out of the window and rotating back in through green, but he's now found himself back into the bomb site itself. GK's clear the top floor, going actually pretty good so far. Noodle and Trixt have all flooded in. Hashom's been inside a big tower for, it feels like, the entirety of the round. So the areas they needed to clear, they've done so successfully.
No, they haven't droned the person! Derek is even chasing the drone and they weren't able to find him. Hashom is going to be pushing in now against the shotgun. The DMR against the shotgun, he loses that one out! The entry is out there. That's the 2nd missed drone that we've seen so far. It is not for lack of trying for Derek to try and get spotted as he goes over to the bearing 9. Will get dropped as a result. That's the yokai drones, no longer in effect though.
0-3 for Hashom though, the top-rated player for GK going into this. Again, one of the star players on this roster. And 2 times now it feels like him and the rest of the team have been led astray by a poor droning from the backline, not checking a position. And at least in Harry Potter, again, he's pulled all the way back. We see Devitt just sitting on big tower stairs. He's just
chasing the drone, even. Like he was hearing something.
And Hashom's clearly concerned, but you can see he's cautiously peeking that angle. Rin now going for the swing inside a classroom. Oh, does overpeak just a little bit, and seriously is able to find Mephi, but there's the solid trades. Now GK are pretty much entirely confined to the backside, with nobody over by a split to either provide a backstab or some relief pressure for these players moving into the main stage. Aren't any C4s, only some impact grenades from Harukaze. And the attic hatch is reinforced as well, so they're really relying on Harukaze, that very player, to flank up back tower stairs to make this a decisive execute. Good boy cloaking himself in the smoke. Key moving in for the plant. Tricks the main one on the coverage, but on low HP, he's got to be clinical. Costs almost the rest of his remaining health, but he cuts down Good boy. He gets knocking the plant down successfully. Such a well-timed flank from Harukaze, and that's got to be round 3 for Firax. As Trix putting the bomb down, Noodle's able to cover with the down under in. Noodle turns around in time. Oh, he misses the entirety of his mag, but Harukaze does not have the proper intel. Just sees him behind the bomb chassis. 3K off a huge flank from Harukaze to make it a flawless site rotation for Firax in the post plant.
Like, Rin going down there could have meant the round. And I don't know if they had the drone on him, but Rin was DB'd out. That was the one person that could basically literally swing into the default plant in the second plant spot, take him down. But instead, Harukaze having to come up from the back, able to find out the first fight on Noodle, that was huge. Because then he knew, has to be out there, has to be on that exact given spot. The tactical timeout will be called now by the side of GK. Things are going south, and they also know it's only map 1. They can afford to lose that. But after that, it starts to get problematic. So we need to
Very
get
messy.
this one back in range as quickly as possible, because if Ferax is starting to get that momentum and they don't stop anymore, you'll be booking your plane tickets home.
It's also good for Allo to get in the comms right now, because not only have the overall strategies, especially in round 2 with that Dorms attack, not looked super impressive. The basement attack, we could see the idea, but there was a missed drone. Round 3, just saw. But round 2 is really the main round where that overall strategy didn't fail.
Yep.
But it's also been individual small moments that sure might seem like minor fixes in the long run, but can be really tilting if you're under a game with this amount of pressure. The multiple missed drones in round 1 and round 3. Noodle having a moment to stop Arukaze, not on this flank because the intel was lacking, but on this flank as he goes up the stairs. He whiffs almost his entire magazine as Arukaze's bobbing and weaving on the back tower stairs. And it's not that Noodle should have hit that shot or it wasn't difficult, but missing that shot on top of all the other things, it's another small annoyance on top of what has been 3 very annoying rounds for GK so far, that if you let that problem go unchecked, team can start losing the mental a little bit.
And I also felt like he didn't really need to take that fight, because he was ducking properly. You were putting yourself up in an elevated position, basically with no real way to fall back at that point. I mean, I get it, right? Like you wanna shut down a problem before it becomes a bigger problem. However, if you would have pulled back, maybe played that in a 1v1, in a 2v1, and re-peek or play on contact scenario, you would have been able to turn it around. Again, those are like those small little individual things that, whilst usually they work out, if they do go wrong, these kind of plays get enabled. The Montaigne is being brought out by Hasham, as things not have really been going well so far. And that is, of course, going to be used to try and get barrels under control, to try and, well, shepherd these players back a little bit. Keeper Bears are going to make things a little bit more difficult, though. Not quite sure if there is some Goyo canisters on the door that would be isolating the Montaigne as soon as he does walk in. No, doesn't seem to be the case. So there's no Goyo out there. Free reign to just move in now.
It is a little surprising, but you do have Arukaze playing that elbow position. We need to see what's supporting this Monty, because you get an initial beachhead into the bunker position. Not going to complain about that. Fair enough. But around the Monty is what needs to be successful as well. Noodle now creeping up onto back tower stairs. The drone's flying in. This is where we saw that missed drone previously, but there's plenty of time not only to make mistakes, but to correct them as well. You will have to rotate off with that Hibana on the board, playing this position on the bottom, inside a pillar, outside of blue. He could find himself exposed by those X-Kairos from Key, who's already very low. But if they're able to get that angle, the position that really was the undoing for them in that previous basement attack could be a lot more manageable.
New Keeper Bears set up, and we also see Demic now being the player that's inside to deal with the Montaigne. Of course, Mephi is playing on the Shaka corner as well. He's probably going to be giving away some support now. Hey, I am being swung by that Monty. Just a little bit too late there, though. Of course, the Bees are making Mephi a little bit afraid that, you know, you cannot really go for that swing. There's just 3 people coming in from the barrels now. You need to do something at least. Whilst that smoke canister is keeping them at bay, that won't last for the rest of the round.
Indeed, it will not last. Demic only has 1 smoke canister remaining, but he's stalling the execute from GK. So all that intel that's being delivered with those Bs onto the player on the bottom of back tower stairs, it can't be used. All that utility now gone. Mephi not able to find anything, but Rin completely dominating this basement bomb site. 2 kills, the only 2 for Firax so far. A 3K now as Trixt floods into the pillar position. Only 1 player left. Key with the diffuser, watching the attack crumble around him because of 1 416, and admittedly, a little bit of action from the Vector of Good Boy as well. He will rotate around. Fidaro Kaze looking at a wall, I think. Not entirely sure what he was looking at. Worried about the elbow position. Key will now walk up and see the head of the Goyo. A tight shot to land, but barely even a bullet fired. 4 rounds in a row from Firax.
I think Arukaze is still watching at the rotation at the end elbow, because there was a very heavy push coming from that direction, and they just weren't sure if there was 3 or 4 people out there, or, you know, if they even pushed through on pillar. There was just no info. But Ferax, pretty decent so far, or even more than decent, really just showing up against GK and taking a round right after the tactical. That's always a good one to have, because you expect these tacticals to come in and the momentum should shift slightly. Not really the case. Ring gun unseen. There's even a flank drone out there.
Wow.
Able to find 1 and then swing back into meeting for a second, back down the stairs for a 3rd. Again, we mentioned it. Rin is this like player that back on Damwon against FaZe. That was in Yavla, was it? 1 bullet away from making it to the was it final?
Yep, it was the final.
Yeah, so it's like that would have been the closest a team from the region has ever been. They missed out. Ever since, there's been a bit of a downward spiral for them one, and well, D+ now going through. Rin eventually got dropped, now picked up by Fearx, and we're like, we know there is potential in the player. It's just not coming out properly. Now we're starting to see some of that.
This is the time to start heating up, and on both basement sites, every other site, Rin has been fine, you know, not costing,
Like
but not
a kill or two, you know.
Yeah, not contributing a whole lot, but that's 2 different multi-kills on the basement site. What, I think two 3Ks, maybe a 4K and a 3K?
It was a 2K and a 3K.
2K and a 3K, there you go. And honestly, if one of those 2Ks completely undoes the execute and the 3K does even more, I'm perfectly fine with that. Rin finding another one. Key just slowly dry peeking the armory window before the bees land. So in that split second before the intel is gathered, caught off guard, and on another Dorms attack, Hap. That's the hard breacher dealt with, and there's no redundancy this time. No Maverick.
Hashom just saw someone rotating out. I'm not quite sure where Mephi went from. That was a jump out of the half. Managed to go back in all the way. Might have actually trying to go for a Trilks there. You know, run out from that tower door. But not being able to be caught up by Hasham, who fired in a little bit late. That gives him the idea, okay, there's someone in meeting now. Of course, has fallen back slightly, using the Logic Bomb right now to try and help. The Keeper Barriers are wasting some time on Noodle here, making it so we cannot really confirm him. In the meantime, reinforcement came through as well from Game, so that Keeper Barrier bought enough time to get the reinforcement up and basically throw a bit of a spanner in the works, considering they've lost the ace.
I think that has to be called given to reinforce that wall. Either the man advantage, the hard breacher being lost, and that being recognized by Fearx, or both for that matter. Because once they realize, hey, they can't open up any walls, just use that pocket reinforcement, you're all good now. Now you're forcing GK to basically do what they tried to do before. Flood in through attic or through the wolf door to just get kills in a situation where Fearx just have to trade the man count down. There's only one player at this point off-site. It's Mephi all the way in green, but it's a 4v4 on the side itself. A position that Fearx can very easily win should the utility still hold.
There's a rotation coming through. The players that were just in the master bedroom have left. So all we really have is a Shum on the white stairs now, and with a player or two onto the actual big window. So it seems like it might be a big window push as we do see some kills coming through, and now the vaulting comes in as well, but the diffuser has been dropped as Good Boy was still out there. I think the second player came in and dropped. Good Boy takes it down as well, but Shum is on the other side of a Asturia laser gate now to try and clutch out the round in his 1v3. He's going to be wasting that gate, but there's someone behind the shield. He's just seen it now. That little sidestep, enough to keep him at bay. He's not going to be able to move in safely now.
No, he just has to look at that shield. Maybe if he hits some god-tier flashes, maybe he can nullify the double swing and rush with the SMG-12, but we're talking singular-digit percentages. He does indeed flood in, but only gets one. Very valiant attempt by Hashom, but another disappointing round for GK. 5 rounds, uncontested by Fearx on a defender-sided map, sure, but one that GK opted to choose.
Great play from Good Boy there, and I mean, we did have the entry here for Rin, of course, but after that it was a double kill coming in on the side of GK. They decided that they could actually run in, just forget about Good Boy being in the dorms, you know, with the bunks, playing with the Warden as well. So even if flashbangs were used, wouldn't have been an issue at all. It's been able to get a triple kill out of that round eventually. So again, very, very convincing game so far from Fearx.
Extremely convincing, and also with, again, a lot of mistakes from GK. Key peeking the armory window right before the bees have landed. It's another small detail. You're thinking to yourself, all right, I'll swing. The timing is pretty much right.
Yeah.
But then sometimes in those moments, the defense is then given an opening to get that opening pick or just to kill in general, and they're able to take it because you decided 90% surety is okay instead of waiting for that intel to be gathered. Because if Key waits until the bees have landed, once Ren starts moving, he might be able to get the kill, clear the Azami out of armory, and then that's a whole different round. You've got the hard breacher open for attic wall, for bedroom wall. It's a completely different story instead of GK just resigning themselves to flooding in through big window with not even the dorms player cleared.
No, for sure, but we also have to say, right, like, this is also the kind of aggression that you need to see in some of these defenders. You start using the beast, that means no gun up at this moment. I can take a swing. Same goes for flashbangs being tossed out or grenades to be tossed out. No gun is up at that moment. You can go for a swing. And sometimes there's a bit of a lack on there. But as they realize that they're playing alone, there's no real cover out there, especially on that window, you can take those swings, and they came out successful. 5-0. 6-0. All entry kills so far have gone to Firax. Is GK going to be able to at least find one on their attack, find a single round on their attack? Or is this going to be a very convincing Firax half?
Well, it might very well rely on whether Hashom can make this push work. Another player trying to combine with some help outside of Attic in this mirror window. Two different players to the left and the right. They destroy the mirror window, and Good Boy backs up as a result. Knows he can fall back down through that Dorm's hatch. He doesn't need to so aggressively contest, especially with Rin helping to set up a crossfire. Both now backing up, but Rin definitely in a bit more of a difficult position, whereas Good Boy might be able to retreat a little easier. Demic, with the support from below, cuts down Trixt. One part of that trifecta moving in through the Dorm's position. Now Noodle pushed further up. Hashom just waiting to see if that Attic player, that Dorm's player, rotates in front of them. Rid putting Noodle down to very low HP, but I believe that might have been Demic from below to actually down the player. Either way, it's put seriously in a very difficult position because the entirety of GK's roster is moving through this top floor, and aside from Rin on 1 HP,
no.
Do they even know? No, they don't.
They don't know. Surely you would have been aware of that Rin hiding, pretending to be dead, finding 2 kills before they drop themselves, but it leaves it in a 4v2 situation now in favor of Firax, and they still need to start dropping. They still need to start coming down, and as the staircase gets descended, it is only up to K now in a 1v4 situation.
An absolute massacre in round 6. He's slowly moving down, can't even find one. Would you believe it if I told you that Firax would not drop a single round to start on their opponent's pick? It might be defense, but Hap, that didn't look close.
It's been a ruse. They've just been throwing all these games to be underestimated, so they can now go on, win the 7-0, win the entire 6 Invitational. Calling it now. Might be a bit delulu for that one, but
that's a very, very bold prediction. I'll give you that.
I mean, they've definitely had their issues, but so far, definitely Firax showing up big when they have to, because it is do or die, and they're not crumbling under the pressure so far. Of course, they need 2 maps, but they're very close to the very first one. All they need to do is land a single attack.
And I think what we're really seeing right now as well, because we've given credit to Firax for playing aggressive and playing some solid defenses, but I think we got to start shining the spotlight on GK and saying the coordination isn't there right now. No player really sitting on the big window.
Yeah.
Hashom, the Attic player, just sort of sitting prone, waiting to see if that Dorm's player rotates. Nobody really seems to want to take the initiative to push except Noodle and maybe Trixt, but again, the setup from Firax is strong enough that if they're just pushing from one side, they have the utility and the angles to deal with such a linear take of the roam clear on Dorms. Firax are playing solid, no doubt about it, but GK are not problem solving to the same degree that they were in Atlanta. Remember to start that tournament, they didn't drop a map until they were 2-0 in Swiss and were facing G2, the current world championships. Now, they're down 0-6 to Firax, a team who before this has not won a single map since Copenhagen almost a year ago, and now have to win 6 in a row on their own pick to go to overtime.
I read somewhere that only 3 maps have been won by Korea on the international stage this year. 3 maps in total. This might be the 4th.
I was about to say, here's lucky number 4.
4 might be coming in, and, you know, that allows them to potentially win the series, get themselves out of groups. That is what we're waiting for. Rin leading the charge on the Ash. Definitely has been stepping up huge this game. We got to say it. It's the player everybody was looking out for. They had to step up to really give the opportunity here for Firax to shine, and they've been doing it so far in this map. If they continue this, if they manage to keep this up, then Firax might stand a good chance as Good Boy comes in, takes out Noodle. The other man has actually been breaking even throughout the tournament so far. The only leading charge up until this moment Firax had.
Noodle 1-7, Hashom 3-6, Key falling to a 2-piece from Good Boy. We are in free fall at the moment for GK. Making quarters in Atlanta and being baptized by one of the only 2 Korean teams to consistently make tournaments. What a terrible spot, and to recover. Where are they? Just turtled on the bomb site, Hap. On this bomb site in particular, it might be a great hold for the defense, but one downside, it's hard to get aggressive moving up those staircases. You just kind of have to hope and pray at this point.
For me, the big issue is you've lost your smokes, and you have a 2-man disadvantage. What do you really have left that you can use to hold on to? Of course, the Surya laser gates will stall some time. The magnets will be able to take out some of the utility as well. But most importantly, Hasham has the opportunity to play around with those glasses. He needs to be the leading force as the execute comes down. He needs to make sure that he's peeking into these flashbangs to shut down 1 or 2 players.
Yeah, this deployable shield on Laundry, contesting the entirety of Freezer. This position needs to work. I don't care if it's doing double duty with Laundry. It's a 3v5. It's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be fair. But you have to do it. You have to step up if you don't want to be 7-0'd by a team that has been clowned on more than many others. 3v2 now established for FearX, but it's a messy execute. A 2v1, a 7-0 for FearX on their opponent's pick. Close losses to their name, but a 7-0 before any other victory since Copenhagen. Genuinely, one of the most incredible and astounding moments of this year so far.
I'm really glad that we've seen Rin come to life in this game. Again, we've been needing to see that. We've been needing to see someone step up next to Good Boy. And the entire roster did what was required from them here at this moment. FairX, 7-0. Who would have put that on their bingo card? Definitely not fresh.
I was about to say, not on chat.
It's not on that one. But we are headed to a quick break, and whilst we do, we will be showing you the B stream, so don't go anywhere.
But it is a 2 versus 5. There is still a lot of time here. KDS, they have the ping on a player, but you generally know someone is going to be there anyway. The awkward situation is, well, he doesn't have the backup yet. That's about to come down to Brown towards the window, and he doesn't have a route out.
We're worrisome because of that. And he'll traverse Brown stairs. There's one in Whiskey. An important shot here goes a little awry, but that's A-OK. Stun in. KDS has to win this, and he's gunned down. Trying to play through the smoke up against Warden, probably not the best idea in the world.
No.
And also adding stuns, if you saw that as well. It's like, guys, he's got the glasses on.
Yeah, he's fine. He is fine. For Warden mains from ranks, you do have a gadget.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Yeah, you guys suck at that. I'm just telling you. Like, I hope you know it's not just the gun, guys.
Yeah. There's more to him.
And there's a lot of utility in Siege. I don't know if you know that. It's pretty impressive.
Now, what we have here on the opposite end as well, I mean, here's the rush that just caught out the player that was pulling back inside prep. Got that trade. Massively important. And yeah, there's the pop round and the blind. We have a huge intel game that is being driven by the side of Wolves. Currently, they are more than happy to lean into it. And you can see it very clearly here on the right-hand side. That is 3 dedicated intel driving operators alongside P4, Mowgli, and Deadshot. They are making sure they have full control of pretty much any approach that FaZe is wanting to put here, and that is such a respect paid towards FaZe's utility game. I said about it at the very, very beginning. They do it so well. Whether on defense or attack, they know how to play their drones, they know how to play their cams, they'll play the VAP, they'll play the whatever, and then they'll drive themselves with pre-placed drones and great positioning. This is Wolves going, oh yeah, we know that, and we are going to shut that game down.
Well, Deadshot's going to get 4 drones here from FaZe, but honestly, it's not the worst thing in the world, and because they had a completely different operator lineup before those drones were set into the fire. And that's going to make it to where they can actually have a better strategy coming into this round. And honestly, highly appreciative, especially with this IQ here. You got the Valk, you got the Pulse, you got the Solus as well. A lot of influence here for that gadget out of Cyber, especially if used properly. And across the board, some really, really fine prospects, especially with Souls on Ram. Really like that shout.
I think the thing about the Ram is on maps now you sort of go, it's like Maverick. It's like, oh yeah, Ram on Labs on the base push, bring it. Yeah. Oh yeah, Ram on Charlie on a bit, yeah, bring Ram. And then you sort of forget that, oh, well, maybe there's teams that have developed a way because the gadget has a little bit of wiggle room in how it can be used. Very noisy, can smash through barricades instantly, sort of like Oster's ability that's sometimes used of just like hucking it through so then they can get the breach behind it with a lot of noise. And those are the plays that I like to start to see now of how teams are going beyond the sort of, oh yeah, it makes sense here, but nowhere else, and yada yada.
Scar now for FaZe. Looking to smoke a few wolves. Nobody on the top floor, though. He's close enough. Bibu's going to be over inside of Stacks. I think they have Mowgli over inside of Cocktail, but he's all the way over on like C3/C1. Depending on what your team calls it from side to side. Don't get at me, okay?
God, why don't you know every single call that every single team uses? I like when people are like, why aren't they using like micro calls? It's like you think viewers understand. Oh, well, they understand that. See forward off of lumber or wood, depending on which you like.
We called it Stacks.
Yes,
because it's stacked up. It's stacked up. I've heard people call it drywall as well. Like that's too many syllables.
So many drywalls as well. Wood. There's some wood there. Hey, it makes sense. Lumber. There's some lumber. Okay. Someone was C4'd on the top floor in the southeast corner. And they get removed quite early on. What is it? It's the IQ. It is suddenly now more dangerous. I'm not sure if there is a Valk cam still present. We saw them place it on that top floor, watching across exactly to where the Buck is playing. And well, we actually have no more C4s in pocket. I'm not sure if all three have popped or if they just sort of dabbled and dopped. Yeah, they are all crossed off. So they got one reward from the 3 C4s they have otherwise thrown. Can P4 do this? Hey, Solace, what can you play? Ooh, maybe a bit of danger. PP does get the trade out onto Handy, but look at the timer, Sam.
15 seconds remaining, and Wolves have done a very, very good job of keeping this widespread enough where they do have an opportunity to take this, but that should be all she wrote right there. Souls has to try and force this plant down. They know exactly where he is from underneath, and well played from Wolves. Well met across the board. Love how they got in the face of FaZe there, forcing them to clear that top floor, utilizing those nitro cells to their fullest advantage as well. They tried so many times to get one of those to catch somebody, and finally that nice little lob over towards Wood was the final one that ended up getting the kill. See, that's the beauty of Siege. You can call, as long as your team knows what's happening, that's really what the comm is at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Some super funny moments if you've ever talked to any player about some of the stuff they call stuff in game. It's so funny.
If you're unaware how we do our job and how we work out what calls are, to sort of make it balanced across the whole thing, we sort of talk to teams. Obviously, we all play the game quite a lot, and we say, oh, if you don't mind, you know, what calls do you use? What sort of positions do you use for this stuff? And they'll give us their call sheet to a level. It's not like, you know, although Des says call outs aren't skill, you know, it's always the split of things. We're in a very quick rehost here as we get things in. And then from that, we just sort of bring it together and go, okay, well, they have 6 calls for this room. Let's get it down to like 2.
Yeah.
Because if we are saying they are blah, 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 they're, you know, if you're calling like Africa on border and people are like, what the heck are they talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm like, well, this is what because pros need micro calls. Pros need they need like coordinates. They need to bring in the UAV. They need to bring in the airstrike.
The orbital VSAT must be up at all times.
Yeah, they need to know the exact like longitude, latitude to drop it in on them. Viewers don't. We don't. So we try and find that middle ground here.
Let's be honest, 90% of your ranked teammates aren't even going to know the comms anyways. Like,
yeah.
And that's even at a high level. Like, IQ and champ people all the time, and I'll make some comms, they're like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Where is that? It's like, listen, man, I know that the compass says whatever it says, but that's not what we call it, okay?
On ping.
Oh, that's my fit. Stop it right now. Stop it right now. Listen, if you're gonna ask old head Stokes, you know, his opinion on that stuff, get rid of yellow ping immediately. Just make it where people have to calm again. That was such a beautiful moment.
Oh yeah, there was. Oh, we keep just like reminiscing, guys. There was a time when yellow ping wasn't in the game. Look at them holding hands.
Aww. What a love story.
This is a French romance tale for the ages.
Welcome back to the A stream, where we just saw Fearax have a dominant performance on GK's map pick. A 7-0 closeout of Oregon, and we had a lot of questions in terms of whether or not Fearax would be able to step up to the plate today. And they did, in a dominant fashion nonetheless.
Yeah, this seems like a speedrun any percent on that map for sure, especially with how dominant some of these rounds were as well. It looked really good on the side of Fearax. We keep on saying trust the process, but what you're bringing out is very nice. They're getting really aggressive on the openings. You'll have a stat on that, so I'm not trying to get onto that too much. But
it's you.
Good confidence, great utility usage with stuff on Fearax, but we'll definitely get into that more.
The confidence was the biggest highlight point. I think everybody on the team was so good, especially a player like Rin. The amount of spawn peaks that he was going out was phenomenal. The way that he was able to just peak outside the map so consistently, so often. That's not a Rin that we've seen so far in the tournament. So it's amazing that he has 100% cost for opening kills. Just to make matters worse, Fearax pretty much got every single opening kill. They had a total of 7 opening kills. 3 of them were spawn peaks. I believe the 3 spawn peaks were Rin.
Yeah.
if you're GK. It definitely hurts that you don't even have a chance to get into the building.
I think hurting is a different, like, that's an understatement, because coming into this, they felt very disjointed. It didn't feel like they were on the same page. One thing went wrong and everybody just went their own way.
Yeah, and that's what's happening here as well in these rounds that we're seeing on the attack. I mean, if you get spawn peaked, for example, when you're trying to go for a funky execute, or you have these like essential parts of your kit that you're now missing because you got spawn peaked, it's gonna make it really difficult to deal with the other issues that are coming up. And what I think that Fearx did really well is they had some really good Azami Kiba barriers, and then GK were bringing out utility to make sure that they were able to deal with them, but they just weren't always using that utility. We saw players die with 4 Yinkanilla still in the pocket, not using the Flores RC Irriteros to get rid of those Kiba barriers and to make sure that they could, well, get a push for themselves.
I agree completely. Every player on Fearx was doing really well, but the utility was what was guiding them through it. Every single round, the Azamis, I mean, we saw amazing Azami one-ways that they were peeking through little pixels, especially the one on Attic. They pretty much weren't able to get through it without using the utility. I think the first 2 rounds that GK brought everything and got spawn peak definitely hit their morale, because after that point, they weren't even using the utility that they clearly had to deal with the shields, the Azamis, and obviously you can't just brute force your way through it when Fearx just had so much information on them.
And when it seems that GK tends to be a bit dislocated sometimes with their attack and the way they've got themselves positioned, and I feel like Fearx played into that very well. Their refrag positions were really good. It was really about setting up these crossfires, making sure you're playing together with that body system. And even if it was to the situation where players ended up in a 1v3, Arakaza went crazy in that as well. And at that point, you're really also just going to hurt the mental of GK. Because if every single time you go in and you have this plan and you get spawn peaked and then someone clutches a 1v3 against you in a round that you probably should have won, then it's really going to hurt the mental.
Yeah, and I think the mental, when we were looking at GK particularly, is a very, very, very big talking point, because when you're looking at these player cams, when we're looking at them right behind us right now, it feels like they've already kind of, they're defeated. It's a 7-0 loss, and I know that's rough, and I know it's your own map pick, but it's so important here, like from a player perspective, from your side, Fox, to just try and get back into that mental space. But how do you do that after a 7-0?
It's very difficult to drag yourself out of a 7-0. But on one end of things, the map didn't even start for them. So in a way, they can look forward to the second map.
It sounds so mean.
It's chalked. You know what happened. All right, we're starting the best of 3. At the end of the day, if you win, you have to win the next 2 maps to pretty much win the best of 3. So it's essentially a 2-0 if you take out the first map.
It's that kind of safety net, I guess, for them now, that they didn't necessarily need this to be a 2-0 in order to make it through in groups. They're comfortable even if they have that 2-1. So this next map is going to tell us a lot in that regards. But then, you know, going to Skyscraper, that is going to bode very well for Fearx. So there is a bit of a worry, I guess, for GK on that side, because the times that Fearx played Skyscraper, they brought out these really exciting attacks against Dark Zero, and they were also willing to bring it out as a decider against G2. Didn't go that far, but that shows to me that they're really comfortable on this map, whereas for GK, it is one of their lower preference maps.
Yeah, Skyscraper particularly is a map that was picked by Fearx, as we've seen in the map veto phase, and that is also what brings me a lot of questions, because we were going on Oregon, that's the map that GK picked, so obviously GK was comfortable on this map, but a 7-0 highlights not just the fact that they didn't maybe feel that comfortable as we thought they would, but it also highlights that a lot of the fundamentals that we are looking for in a team were just simply not there. So I want to say, what can they translate into Skyscraper, but I'd rather flip it around and ask from Fearx's side of point, because they're on a hot streak. They're 7-0. They haven't lost a single round yet, and they're technically could be already halfway through this BO3. So in terms of their perspective, how likely are they to just hit the ground running on this map?
Very likely, especially their utility has been so strong and it's been uncontested. Everybody on the team has been playing phenomenally with their aggression.
Yeah, and with that, the game is ready, so we don't have to speculate any longer, because we are ready to head into the server. Skyscraper coming up next, and this one for GK is the only map that can keep them into the competition to push it to the decider, but Fearx, they're looking down the barrel of success.
A position that Fearx have not found themselves in for quite a long time, Hap. And I want to say, while GK are definitely likely in a very bad position, how validating does that victory have to be for Fearx? That they haven't just been banging their head against the wall, that sure, they're not playing perfect, they need to do more work to really go against some of the heavy hitters of the tournament, but that they not only can get victories, but get dominant ones against teams.
I mean, I read somewhere just now from one of these CGG editors that at this point, before the previous map, they've won 1 out of the last 20 maps they've played on the international stage.
Wait, and if you can't do that math, that's 5%.
Yes,
5% of maps played.
They've just managed to get themselves a second victory. So, and the most dominating one they've probably ever had. Like, I think it's fair to say that. So, very excited to see what this next map will bring, because if they continue playing like that, and they manage to keep up that pace and find confidence out of this match that might help them drag these closer games against the higher rated teams later in playoffs, that's something I'm living for.
Yeah, I'm really living for it as well, especially for players like Rin, who going into this match was the lowest rated player. And just for those curious, sure, Rin was tied 0.76 with Demic, but 4 and 15 on the entry, minus 11. And not only in that game does Firax get every single opening pick in the 7 rounds played, but Rin in particular gets 4 uncontested. Now, I think there is something at play there because as Fox mentioned, 3 of those, the majority were spawn peaks. And I think that's also indicative that there is a lack of coordination coming in from GK. Rin might be more punished for that in other games against teams like G2 or Dark Zero, but whereas GK are struggling to put rounds together from the early to the late game, Rin can get away with stuff like that far more often.
And this might also be a bit of a, you know you're not going to get away with it against G2, maybe once. But then after that, they should be aware of it, right? Maybe this is more of a, it seems like a weakness. We can exploit this. So Rin really hammering down on it. But also like minus 16, I believe, in overall KD, Rin. I think they went +8 during this game. So like
+9 or +8, one of the two.
+9 or +8. So they're definitely starting to get...
Oh my God.
Well, if I've ever seen the social predictions swap from, what was it, like 5%?
It was, no, it was like 80-20. GK to Firax. It is now 65-35 Firax to GK. I have never seen a swap that drastic.
That is insane.
That's brutal.
That is definitely brutal. But we're headed into Skyscraper now. After that 7-0 from Firax. Can they keep up the pace? They're starting off on the attack though, so that is the saving grace here for GK. They need to try and get themselves a couple of early rounds, as that would really enable them to build back up some confidence.
It would. But this is the other interesting thing. I mentioned earlier how Skyscraper and Oregon have had some of Firax's closest results leading up to this point. In some cases wins, in some cases OT losses. But this is the map that Firax took Dark Zero to overtime and lost 8-6. But most importantly, started that game up 3-1 on the attacking side against Dark Zero, who, sure, they've had problems. Maybe they're not the best team at the event alongside the likes of W7M or G2, but it's still an NA powerhouse with great players and a great IGL, and Firax were able to run up the score early with 3 rounds. And against GK, who are clearly underperforming from where they were in Atlanta, if they can just get that same score going into the defensive half, that is a far greater likelihood of success than it might have been in their game against DZ yesterday.
Guess we'll see Firax banning out the Cade, but also the Maverick. So Cade, of course, is always a bit more tricky to work with, considering it is an area denial electrification rather than a single wall that you managed to get. What are you confused about?
Well, no, I'm not confused about any of the bans, but it just occurred to me, Mav is banned and Tubarão is up. The main hard breach encounter to Tubarão is taken off the board, and there's no responding defensive ban. But more importantly, GK are not running Tubarão in the first round, because if you think about it, one of the huge problems, is if you can't get open that geisha wall, because one of the core points that you pressure both of the bomb sites and also can pressure anybody playing on main stairs, cut off anybody rotating back from drum, is opening up the geisha wall and taking control of that room. So that's why we sometimes see teams ban Thermite, because it makes getting that a lot more difficult and then makes this site a little bit more defender-sided. Here, sure, Thermite's not banned, but if you run Tubarão, the main counter to him is now taken off the board, and you can keep that geisha wall sealed far longer than you could otherwise. GK have opted not to bring that operator, so I'm not going to say it's a bad decision just yet, because I mean, with a zombie on this bomb site, she can make it annoying in and of itself. But I am curious to see if that ends up becoming a problem that GK opted not to give Firax.
I mean, what would you swap out? Maybe go for Noodle on the Bandit and then get Trilix on the Tubarão? Like that would be a potential change you could make there. But indeed, it's going to be a wait and see if it is going to be impactful, or if they're going to be swapping over to it later on, because not really utilizing the strong ones that are on there. Something just happened on the other stream. Not quite sure what it is, but I hear both Emmy and Sam absolutely popping off.
Emmy can obviously get excited, but I feel like she's just matching Sam's energy, and they're both just going, Aah!
It just keeps going. I don't know what's going on out there, but the entry is there this time. It's seriously to find Rin, however. So they managed to turn that around after 7 consecutive sufferings of the entry, and Rin now been shut down again.
Yeah, Rin, unfortunately, now losing on the entry game for his first entry death of the series so far. Maybe GK will be able to convert it to a round victory. Their first of the series so far. Time will only tell, as we're almost halfway into the round, and Fearx are still very much gathering intel. They haven't lost many, only lost 3 drones now, but have not gained anything for those efforts so far, except, I will say, Good Boy taking control of Barbecue down below. Now can use the skeleton key not to directly pressure that black stairs position, but as I was about to say, if that smoke decides to rotate into Karaoke, might find an early death at the hands of that C8.
It was also their own verticality that they had to stop anybody from moving up towards the black stairs there. So that was a bit more painful if you lose someone to your own utility or your own plan and verticality that you set up, as Trilix now is going to be finding himself in a crucial position as he's the one man that's holding off the push coming in from the side of the blue stairs. Black stairs, sorry, the black stairs. It's not even blue at this point. And as the claymores are being set up, the drones are coming in as well, trying to see if there's any extra utility that can be quickly sniped out. Some information that might be useful as they move through.
They found so much of this intel, but as we've seen a few times this tournament, losing a lot of drones and not gaining anything from it is a double bind. You can't gain anything further, and you've not got anything for what you've spent. Mephi starts creeping in. Remember, they've taken down that player on backstairs, so they can start moving forward. And indeed, with the cover of a smoke grenade, Arukaze's moved in just as silently as GK haven't noticed. I barely even noticed either that Arukaze had actually ended up getting the bomb down. Good Boy finds his second kill of the round. Hashom now falling. Mephi rotates out just as Trix goes for the peek, but the Monty's got the shield. He can hide behind it, play there safely. Noodle's retaken down below, but doesn't find anybody. Good Boy has vacated the premises, and GK are struggling to find ground on this retake. Demic with the first kill he's acquired. 3 now for Fearx overall. Arukaze just wasting time. That's all he needs to do as a firing squad in front of the Kiba. Matthew just fires 3 shots into him and leaves Noodle to do the work of a team. In a 1v3, he downs Arukaze, but still loses the round. 2 impactless frags, impressive as they are, will not change Time's cruel fate. It is thrust upon GK. First round on the attack goes to Fearx.
Carter, can you explain something to me?
I'll try my best.
How does the loudest operator in the game sneak into the side and start planting without anybody noting?
Well, actually, Hap, I think the boogie drones from RAM might be a little louder than...
No, but the operator themselves.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Not the gadget.
Just to be clear, you're referring to Montaigne, fully shield extended, clomping around the floor, like, metal hitting like metal, scratching the carpet. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. And while I will say Fearx were really stalling out, they ended up making the correct read, which was, we killed the smoke on backstairs, and the only guy watching is Trix, who is sprinting back and forth between Geisha and the right side watching Karaoke. He's constantly moving, and once they throw down that smoke, it seems like there is either nothing he can do or he doesn't even realize. So to answer your question, I don't know. I would have to guess Trix was over by Geisha instead of on the right side, but that also asks the question, if they still have Geisha, why isn't he holding the Karaoke side far more, considering his teammate fell in that position?
Yeah, with the amount of pressure that's coming down from the black stairs and the balcony, you would expect more than one player to potentially be watching it, let alone no player to be watching it. But okay, slight mistakes. Fearx, perfect read, that is, because again, first of all, opening from Good Boy on the ground floor upwards towards the back stairs, that's crucial. Taking out that smoke, the entire Montaigne just feels a lot more safe to just walk up because there's no toxic gas that will be hurled his way.
It also completely nullifies the first opening pick for GK in that series because they get the first pick. Seriously is able to find Rin super early on, but does it really matter when Fearx basically for free just take down the main player, stopping the push they want to go for, and then later on, the backline player is neglecting his duty? Now, ever more important with Key's death? Who knows? We'll have to see a recovery from GK, as remember, Fearx able to get 3 rounds on attack against DZ yesterday, and doing so today, even if it's potential that GK could still come back on attack, the odds after coming back from a 7-0 on top of an early round on the unfavored side on Skyscraper are not super likely.
And not just an early round, it's an early round where you have the opening, and then they just plant under your nose and nothing is known. It's like the communication is just not there right now, or not properly there on the side of GK, because again, that plant should have been covered. You know the Monty's out there. Usually that means the diffuser is with them as well.
It's usually the case. But with half the round gone, we do have that Monty, we do have that diffuser, but it's not coming from the karaoke side. This time, Furex are going for a full clear of the map, and it's been relatively quiet. Seriously's taken some damage, but the two roamers over on this part of the map rotated back at about 1:50 left in the round, and Furex will take that space promptly, but now GK are betting on holding Shrine and Drum as long as they can.
Impact and smoke canisters are being tossed out already towards Arakaze. Keeper barriers now as well to try and just stop them from walking into the door. This is also a bit of a dangerous thing. If they do manage to break the keeper barrier and the Montaigne goes through, is Good Boy somehow able to turn on Hasham. Sure there that the Valkyrie had the upper hand, considering we saw Good Boy's health go all the way down to about 20 HP before the kill came in. And with that, the opening kill will go towards the side of FairX this round.
But seriously has reached the fallback position. He's moved to the main stairs where Goodboy might be able to contest him down below, but they go for the retake instead. Trixt and Key both moving. Oh no, not Trixt, excuse me. He found a kill up above. Key and another player going for the retake down below. It doesn't seem to matter though. Furex still retain the man advantage. Rin able to cut down seriously. They haven't taken control of the bomb site yet, but it's fully on Noodle. He's able to find the headshot onto Rin, and Key's rejoined him on the top floor. Caught Mephi looking the wrong way. GK might just get their first round of the series thanks to the two anchors holding Karaoke and T respectively. Demic now wrapping around. Soft wall in front of one of these defenders, but he's running out of time to find two engagements, and he doesn't even find one. GK get their first round of the series on a retry of Karaoke T.
The aggression they were able to bring back with the rotations that we saw downstairs, that was crucial, because after they lost that very first, they needed to find a response. They found two. Of course, there was some responses coming out from FairX, but it basically turned it into like a 2v3 in favor of FairX. However, both sides were controlled by a player from GK, and you're making that noise, you're starting to push through. Probably there's some extra information that they are having as well, based on earlier movements, able to basically eliminate a lot of the angles where they would be vulnerable from and only focus on one. Catch one off guard, boom. It's two 1v1s that you're currently dealing with. And they managed to win both of them, and as a result, FairX losing that round. GK able to pick it up. This is what I mean, that I'm sorry, but there should have been a kill. That should have been the entry for GK there.
It should have, but it didn't end up happening. But to their credit, as we just seen, there are some weaknesses for FairX. You have Good Boy down below in a very strong position. It's similar to where he got that second kill of the round in round one. But there's not anybody covering him, nobody watching him. He has to, if somebody flanks him from kitchen, rely on just being able to react in time and land enough shots to counter it. And then the flank from the exact same position, just in the mid-round instead of the early game, is what kills him in the end. So there are some gaps that I think if GK become more proactive, if that calling, that communication and planning gets better, I think there are things that FairX can exploit. That being one, there seems to be a level of individualism on FairX right now that could provide openings to the defense if they're able to spot them.
Lineup on FairX is looking interesting. We see the Blitz, we see the Amaru. That usually is two operators that are associated with some speed to them, as Hasham misses the opportunity for the entry out there. It's going to be droned out, pushed away as well. He's not going to try and retake that fight with any of those members out there. As Mephi finding himself underneath. He might be looking to go up the hatch at some point and trying to go for a plan out there as soon as they've opened up the exhibition double wall.
If I'm seeing the Blitz and the Amaru combo on this bomb site, just thinking it through, I'm thinking to myself, all right, Blitz maybe is going to hop in that small little window on the top floor. You know, the one, the one that, you know, you jump in and you die half the time because you're basically stuck in like a little box. I'm thinking that one might be the case, or up the stairs. But that Amaru in combo with the Blitz, that Amaru is going up the hatch, especially if Mephi has the diffuser. He wants to fly up that hatch, either plant on it or plant right behind the desk while his team is creating chaos on the top floor. He's just going prone in the tub right now. He's not trying to reveal or telegraph this play at all.
I mean, we have Good Boy downstairs as well. He's just going to be hopefully opening up some verticality out there and really starting to cause some trouble, as we see here, the entire double wall's been left soft, so the Otero drones are going to be having a bit of a play out there, starting to open up. You see that the verticality is coming through right now. That's going to be limiting their position and ability to play in the actual site, forcing them back behind the mirror windows, and that's actually the strong point of this hold as it currently stands. So as long as K is allowed to play in his current position, he should be good. But flashbangs are starting to be tossed in, and it seems like Mephi is going in as well.
Yep, sends it up with the diffuser. He's got the SMG-11. Arukaze with the first pick, despite the pistol being his only weapon. But there's two different players who can play retake over by Drum. They're able to get some kills. Demic follows it up with another. So it's a 3v3, but that means Mephi's not able to get the bomb down. It'd be too much of a risk, and it'd put Good Boy and Demic in 2 guns on 3. Instead, he goes for the rotate, moves behind the table. As all the defenders are stationed on the northern side of the bomb site, he instead pushes up and goes for the kill. Finds one, but not the second, as Trickst is good for the trade. Hashom also down below. It means recovering this diffuser will be a very difficult feat for FearX. They've got to go for these kills, and they get the final player on the site. So to counter this Solus, they've got to hop up on the table, go for that plant, and Demic's got to watch as Hashom goes for the retake up house stairs. He's got to watch. There's only one place he can come from in short time, but now is the plant successful? 2 guns back alive, but Good Boy's caught sprinting. A bit of a lapse in judgment, and now it's Demic. The 5.56 just barely spots him. He's got hard pings as well, but there goes the first engagement. Are you good on the second? We're able to get FearX's second round in the post plant. Hashom trying to bait out the gunfight, trying to bait out the spray. It lands in a rapid fire burst from the SMG-11. GK and the Defuse get their second and take the lead for the first time this series.
And it was so necessary as well. No, I was going to call it out. Hashom playing downstairs is crucial because as soon as that plant goes in, an impact will follow, or some shots will be sent right down range. But instead, he had to go back upstairs. They found one spot where it's safe to plant, and he manages to catch them off guard. Some slight mistakes, lack of information. It didn't seem like they knew that he was still downstairs. And then it seems like they didn't know he was already moving back up. So, of course, it is a solace. It is difficult to set up flank drones that would go unspotted by the operator. It's unfortunate for the side of FearX because they did a lot right, but also left some things to be desired.
I think there's also still that level of nervousness and at least inexperience in terms of being in situations like that on the big stage, because you know the Solus is down there, and we know they know because they hopped up on the table to evade that Specchio scanner in the first place. So if you know the Solus could potentially be in master bedroom, where is the most likely place they'd go for the retake? Up house stairs, because their only other option is go up main stairs or back stairs, which are too far away. Yep. So Good Boy, I think their nerves getting the best of him, sprinting instead of maybe staying in the site or peeking house stairs as he rotates across. I think that's something, again, that will take time for FearX to kind of ring out and figure out, but still, it's an opening for GK that allows Hashom to get that first pick in the 1v2 and end up getting their second as they now move to the tertiary bomb site, barbecue and kitchen.
Also, that's a bit of leadership, right? Like, you need someone to be telling you, like, they're coming up from the stairs. That's the only way they're going to be able to go for a defuse. Don't worry as much about the verticality out there. It's just unfortunate they didn't know that beforehand. Like, it's very logical that you're having to cover there as Noodle almost went for his bomb peak. I was going to say, you really want to have the cover there for the person that's planting. It would be such a shame if just the tip of the head was sticking out for a vertical angle. You lose out the player because of that. But they needed to instantly transition afterwards towards the staircase. And again, get it. You cannot have a flank drone up there because the Solus would have found it.
It happens sometimes, though. Nerves get the best of us, and FearX lose out on what could have been a winnable round, but to be fair, it was a pretty even contest throughout the entirety of that execute, so I think it's as much GK's as it could have been FearX's. Both teams putting up a good effort. Now we'll see how GK fare on the third bomb site. Same for FearX. Hashom. Just a couple shots fired over outside of the terrace window, and down goes Arukaze with those Capital bolts. This is what we know Hashom for, those flashy plays. Maybe it's with utility, or maybe it's with one-taps. We've seen him now one-tap Arukaze and KZ. A couple different renowned players. Excellent work for Hashom, and now excellent utility work as well, pushing Rin back. This is what we need to see from GK, the confidence, the momentum to solidify their lead even further.
So much damage taken as well there by Rin from the smoke canister that just went off. Is Damic in with the Bravo drone though, with the clutch? He's going to try and see if some utility can be hacked. Now, a bulletproof on site always going to be helpful, especially when you want to get a plant down later on. Now, they do still have that man down, of course, but that is something they can work on, especially as drones are being taken out and some players are being flooded around the site from GK.
You see Demic and Mephi going for the 2-on-1. Takedown tricks that moved into Pantry. Now looking to pressure Kitchen even further. They're not going to push in yet, or at least they shouldn't. Maybe they will with those smokes. I was going to say, you have to worry about seriously on that hatch. He goes for the Kiba. He knows he might be planning. He's going for the spray. The impact grenades go out, but it doesn't matter. No, he went down in the process. The smoke canister landing at exactly the right time. Had those two things not happened simultaneously, we'd be in the post plant.
The impact there, crucial as well, as that dealt just enough damage to make sure that that smoke was going to be able to take him down. Demi goes down now as well. Only 2 members left standing on FairX.
Noodle is seriously still have top floor control as well, so Good Boy and Rin have to go for some of these kills. Oh, spots the Azami, but doesn't react in time. A lot of damage dealt to Seriously, but Rin might be caught sprinting. No, has information, but Noodle's too solid. On the drop down into kitchen, 3-1 now for GK. They are finally brushing off that 7-0 and giving FairX a fight.
That came down to milliseconds. There's no other way. This is the moment where I would love to have a timer that just pops up right now, so we see the exact moment the player gets injured at the moment that the diffuser was. Tactical timeout though for FairX. Of course, they managed to get around. Managed to do that quite some convincing fashion, but ever since it's been GK that's been kind of running over them slightly, especially, you know, when you just have the opening that Hashom had, the 1v2 that we've seen from Hashom in the game earlier. It seems like he's been stepping up on his play right now. And Rin, on the other hand, slowly starting to back down. Just a single kill in those 4 rounds so far. Basically the complete opposite from what we've seen in the previous map.
Yeah, Good Boy still remaining the only constant between maps 1 and 2. Of course, you have Mephi stepping up, but then again, pretty much everyone on FairX stepped up on the first map, so not going to give them too much flack yet. We'll see if maybe just a little nerve starting out. And I like this timeout from Dark because even though it might seem weird, we've played 4 rounds, we've only got 2 more on the attack. As Skyscraper tends to be, even before a lot of the sort of defensive-sided changes with frag grenades and tuber out, this often was a map that was 1 on the attack. If one team could get 2 rounds instead of 1, that would make it a 7-5 on a map that is typically very, very defender-sided. So if you're able to make this a 3-3, you went up 6-0 on your Oregon defenses, and Skyscraper is similarly difficult to attack. Manifest differently, but the difficulty is almost comparable. So getting these next 2 rounds is an imperative if you want to feel comfortable going into the next half.
For sure, and even just 1 round would be enough, especially with the current meta that we're in. If you manage to find yourself in a 4-2 split, that's decent for both sides. And then it really comes down to who's playing the better attack or better defense game on the second half. So that's something that probably will be told by them as well. We just need 1, 2 if possible. That's just what we're looking at. We're trying to make the best out of this half of what is currently going on. And we're headed back towards T and Karaoke. And the first time we were here, it was the smoke plant from the Montaigne that came in clutch. Back then, we also lost Rin early on. He was playing around on the gridlock, of course, making sure that there was flank watch. This time around on the Nomad. It's going to be important to not lose out that player early on so you can still try and force yourself onto the side.
The Monty's been a constant fixture for FairX on attacking this bomb site. When they wanted to go for a direct, the one that worked, they used it. When they went for the full clear, they also used it. They very much love this. There is Hashom, as we saw a little bit earlier, ratting in a corner, but I'm sure we'll see that a little bit later on, all the way down below, as at the moment, it is Geisha Wall. That is the first bit of action we see. Selma Charge already opening it up. Mephi sending in some Bs very quickly. Is there anybody to follow up on this intel? It does find that backstairs is clear, though, so I'm sure FairX will be happy to find out that bit of info.
I think that's going to be it, and Good Boy now hoping and following down underneath. He's going to try and put in some verticality. However, as you mentioned, Hasham is, of course, playing down there. He's waiting for the move to be made, and he's waiting for that skeleton key to start ripping. As soon as that goes on, that's when I'm going to try and start collapsing on him. Noodle as well, he's going to be playing downstairs around reception, so we have the downstairs presence that's necessary to challenge Good Boy. And if they do so successfully, Good Boy's not going to be able to provide the same support he did before. He's not going to be able... Okay, I was just going to say, he just died there, but Hasham able to find him. Not quite sure from what angle that was. Must have been from a quick swing through the door.
Yeah, he just popped up, swung, domed the buck, and now Rin is left hunting. Flashbang goes on in. Hasham goes for the spray, but Rin should be able to find this. Yes, he will. An even trade now, but so much time wasted on this roam by Hasham. And there's nobody taking down Key yet. FairX were able to win this last round at the pace that they did, slow as it was, because Key was the first defender to fall. So they immediately walked up backstairs. He's given up the position now, but he can still rotate. Oh, and actually not use any toxic canisters. He's actually used all of them already. I
was going to say that he used all of them already to keep the Montaigne at bay, who's now starting to move into a position where they can go for a plan. Seriously, though, we'll find Demic important, as that is going to be making the opportunity to go for the plan just a little bit less likely. However, Arakazi, of course, has the opportunity to try and get themselves inside. Why would you puts himself into a dangerous position, gets dropped, and now it seems to be all falling apart for the side of FairX.
Again, it's those nerves that are getting the best of them. They see the camera, the instincts hit, they think they need to shoot it, then they expose themselves to all these players playing inside a T. Mephi in the 1v3 only gets one, but 4-1 for GK now. They are back and, well, better than ever, at least in terms of this series. A 5-1 half on the defense. If a 4-2 was good, they got a good shot at getting even better.
For sure, and I mean, FairX, they were definitely building up something there. They had the ground floor control, and of course, that is not directly the site, but you don't have to worry about any of those explosives to come up. Of course, you're being spotted around by the Black Eye. Sure, that's the thing. And if you want to go for a plant, you're not going to be able to do that sneakily when the camera is watching you. However, the position chosen to try and take that fight with the camera, you're basically putting your entire flank to DMR, like, that was maybe a small mistake. Maybe you should have had someone covering that off instead, or have someone else shoot the camera.
And it's another case of a missed drone right there, or maybe a lack of a drone at all.
Yeah.
It might be tedious work, but we always do have to say, not being able to find those isolated defenders, it happens sometimes. We all make mistakes, but it's still a mistake, and one that cost FairX the opening pick, cost them one of the main players to pressure from below as well.
I am going to say, though, there was a Valkyrie camera that was watching Good Boy the entire round. He's been sitting there for a minute 20, and then finally someone decided to go onto the Valkyrie camera and be like, oh, there's some dude sitting there. if that was checked before, Hashom could have gotten that kill in like the first 20 seconds of the round.
Hey, listen, could have been earlier, yeah, but I'm not going to fault him for
It didn't
still
impact
getting the
him
kill.
too much, right? Because he didn't do anything. He was just sitting there. But Good Boy will get the very first now, though. That's the Azami gone. That's the regenerative ability of the Keeper barriers gone. That's going to be making things a lot easier for the attack.
And the goodest boy for FairX right now, getting one of the only opening picks for FairX this half so far, as it's at least felt like GK have been able to stake their claim in the early rounds so consistently. FairX also moving away from the Blitz and Amaru push they tried to go for on the previous office defense. But Good Boy still below. What else could we expect? He loves this position, loves going beneath with the skeleton key. And Noodle anticipates it, opening up these holes, anticipating an entrance from the house door. Trix finds Arukaze, so the dough could be cut down with the run. He even goes for the re-barricading, key prepping a C4. There's two different players out there. We're just waiting for this to go up. Is he going to time it with the Aruni gate before they reactivate it? He throws the C4 out, or is he going to not use it at all? Could be a lot of kills flying out, but it's shot by Rin. Excellent find by the Yana. FairX stave off potentially a huge loss of life.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, it is still that 4-4. You lost Arakaza, you lost the global early on. It's going to be making things a little bit more difficult. Mephi taking some damage as well from the impact that was just tossed out the front door. Good Boy opens up some verticality, though. It's going to be increasing the pressure, but he knows he's about to be pushed. You see the little bit of a read that he has there. He knows that they will be trying to look for him, so he goes for an aggressive peek, but wasn't aware that Noodle was on the staircase down below. And that's the difficult part with the staircase. There's two places they can be on at the same time. You would expect him to be higher up rather than already down. But because of that, they lose Good Boy now.
And just dry swinging the staircase. Not a good start to the late round. Hashom with the run out. Mephi, easy pickings for the defense. Rin just hops in. Try to regain the momentum. Does spot one, but can't get the kill on Key. On the re-swing, just decides to vault out and is fodder for Hashom's impact grenade. A lot of individual woes in round 6. And a 5-1 half for GK. Less dominant than FairX's half, maybe. But with only one round separating FairX's dominant Oregon defenses and GK's excellent skyscraper half, I'm not going to nitpick. GK are back in the series.
They're definitely back in the series. And of course, FairX, they're going over towards the defense now. It is statistically favored. At the start of the day, I believe that the percentages were 59.9% defense-sided, which means that, you know, that has definitely shifted after we just saw these first two house to come through. It's been definitely defense-sided so far. But we do need to see what FairX can bring here. Are they going to be able to make this a close map on their defense now? Or is this going to be a GK blowout?
It might be. You also don't have that tactical timeout going into the next half. Nice little run out from Trix there. GK are bringing back the aggression, and now it's FairX that aren't punishing it, whereas Rin was able to get away with 3 separate spawn peaks. This time GK are just going for run out after run out. Opening pick after opening pick. But now they get to the attacking side. As you just mentioned, this is a different beast entirely, and If Fearex can replicate another 6-0 defensive half like they did on Oregon, they will close this series out in regulation 7-5 and win 2-0, sending GK home. Similarly, one attack from GK will guarantee them at least overtime. And Fearex, that first attack was the one they won. So GK here, whether it's a Monty direct or a full clear from Office, if this first is successful, they've done 50% of the job.
That's it. That's what they'll be looking at, and surely they'll be refilled with confidence after that first half. Managed to get themselves in that good and right position. And there's it's something you mentioned before, the Tubera being brought out by FairX to keep those walls shut just a little bit longer, more successful, as we found ourselves with some nice snow sounds.
I was about to say, there we go. They said, oh, Tubera on the board. Don't look! Don't watch. It won't be pretty. Boogie's going out on the Office side, Hap. A lot of noise, as we mentioned earlier. I would argue that's the loudest operator in the game.
The Boogie's the loudest gadget that we have right there. You know, let's put it like that. The Boogie isn't the operator.
Listen, I'm not a developer. When they make the operator, it is intrinsically tied to their gadget. Their identity is often built around it in some cases.
I'm just saying, you know, it's I differentiate the machine and man. Oh, C4 almost caught someone off there. Good boy. Not able to connect. Pressure coming in from below. Hashom able to find Rin. The opening kill going away from them, and that means that you also lose that. What? How do you win that one out? Good boy.
Just slaps him in the face and sends him to an early grave. Half the round gone, 2 kills. 1 for each team. That does mean that Good Boy able to get that very heads-up engagement. He's now able to rotate back over. Reinforcements come out. Fearex are bunkering in for the remainder of round 7. They'll hold on to what they have. Geisha, Shrine, Drum. Though, actually, looking at it now, don't really have a lot of pressure in those 2 areas, so GK could easily fill in and start pressuring the bomb site momentarily, assuming, as Key is about to do, they open the Geisha wall. GK actually have pretty much everything they need to not complete and execute, but certainly start it. But here's those Zotos, Hap.
The Zotos are coming out, and you know, they don't really have a way to get rid of those Selmas that have been placed, but there is Mew Gem. Oh, there's actually no Mew Gemmer underneath. They're just starting to open it up, and this seriously will go down now as well. It's the Ram gone, so trying to force themselves in through Drum and hope for the best.
There's a shotgun waiting around the corner, though. They've bottlenecked and forced GK's hand, shut off the Geisha wall, forced him into the shotgun, and Good Boy whiffs his opportunity. Arukaze's got to step up, and indeed he does. He takes down Key, so these 2 Drum players are now the only ones left, and then Fearex know exactly where they're coming from. They've got intel on Arukaze, though. The bees strike true. None left for Tricks, but they've at least pushed into Geisha and the bomb site. Demic spots one, but the spray goes wide. Is now GK with the advantage. Mephi, they're funneling into his MPX, and now he runs away. He's got to bait out the plant from Noodle, and he knows what to do. 2 seconds too late. On time, Fearex take their first defense and deny match point from GK for at least 1 round.
I see them happy about it as well. That's delayed. But again, defense is leading. And the very first attack that Fearex played was also quite scrappy. They managed to win it in the end. This time around, doesn't go the other way. But this is something, if GK can keep up this pressure that they've just shown, they're bound to win a round eventually, because it got quite close. It basically came down to the last person running away for their lives, waiting for that defuse to be planted. So if the rounds are as pressured as they are, they're bound to win a round. They just need to keep... Well, it sounds silly, but just keep banging your head against the wall and you will be breaking through at some point.
Well, yeah, and assuming there's no improvements from Fearex on their defenses, which there are some that could be made, GK will find a success eventually because they'll keep retooling, they'll keep fixing things. But one of the problems that Fearex had right there, aside from, again, some missed opportunities, Good Boy not able to get a kill with that shotgun, the Geisha player swinging out, not able to get the kill either on the players, Tricks to Noodle flooding in. But the real issue there, the roam was dealt with very early on from GK. Now, to be fair, that could be okay if those Zotos land, but again, there was nobody inside a Drum and there was nobody inside a Shrine. So even though, sure, you technically put GK in a bottleneck, all they have to do is get 1 kill, and they can start breaking through. So if Fearx are going to roam, I want to see them waste a little bit more time, because you gave them some flexibility with how early you fell back, and the longer you can delay, even if it's 15, 20 more seconds, when we go back to Karaoke T, those Zotos will do even more damage.
For sure, and you know, it's a shame that we saw the good boy miss the shots with the shotgun. That could have changed the entire round.
True.
Arakaze could have played more into Geisha as well, so you wouldn't be pre-fired as soon as they walked through the hallway. You know, bringing the passiveness in those kind of situations is sometimes better than being ready to fight. Sometimes doing nothing is better than trying to be ready for something.
Yes, indeed. Noodle also 10-3 so far. A lot of good performances coming out from GK. And a very solid start to the round. Immediately, Util clear, Selma opening up the house wall. Excellent, excellent start. No Tuber out present at the moment, so there won't be any freezing of any hard breaching. Now, of course, GK need to be careful they don't lose to any runouts like that.
Yeah, for sure, and I believe that they've already opened up the double wall on Exhibition as well, unless they've used something else. Yeah, there we go. Selma has been on it, so that means that Arakaze is in a key position. Has the opportunity to go for a runner, has the Keeper Bear, but also the mirror window to directly hold the stun. But it also is going to be forcing a lot of information and basically pressure towards them, because it is such an important position. If they do manage to find that area, find that half bar, that means that they're just going to be able to flood the side after that.
It's a power position on this map. The defense and the attack are both going to concern themselves with Rin just spots one sprinting across the window. It doesn't let loose any shots. We know Noodle. We know he's an aggressive player. If he feels he needs to make a quick decision and hop in that window to break any stalemate, he will do it. Whether Fearx are watching, it's another question entirely. It's a very one-sided take for GK right now. They're struggling to find pressure on the other parts. Is it just going to be a flood-in off the back of this Grim? Noodle's waiting for it, but some shots have been fired, and Rin cuts him down. This is the exact position we saw Rin playing earlier.
Bees are out there, the phone call's going out as well, so there's plenty of information. However, no one there to really follow up on it. It is all coming down from the house side. Someone's pushing up on the house there, so Trix will be moving in, getting 2 kills for the effort out there, but it's all coming back by Fearx now, as K still outside, was under repel, not able to support, so that really leaves Trix all alone on site.
All alone on site. Key will try to join him, rotate from the house position. There's one player prone over there, but there's been this shield the entire time. We've seen it, but not talked about it. Mephi just sitting there, and Key knows the danger. Key knows the risk. He's got to clear that shield, and he just decides not to do it. Understandable, but he watches Trix get blown sky high right in front of him, shattered to pieces. Fragmented inside of Museum. He tries to push forward, but Fearx have him dead smack in the middle of a 3-way crossfire. Still down to GK, but Fearx mounting a comeback through these first 2 rounds.
And talking about these entry kills, you know, it felt like they were very heavy in favor of GK, but it's actually 4-4 so far. So it is seemingly going either way. The issue is just that Fearx wasn't able to translate 2 of those into round wins.
No. Struggling on the conversion. Both teams, I believe, if I recall, have had almost the same conversion rate, either 53, 54, 56, 53. The desk also brought up that most of those stats were almost like all low 50s and all basically the same between these 2 teams. So very much a match of equals inside of this group. And Skyscraper, the opening picks, now dead even between Fearx and GK. The execute seemed all right, sure one-sided, but they get those kills that they need. But again, because of all the attack coming from one side, Fearx weren't all sitting inside of the bomb sites. They had these players in backwards, or I guess fallback positions, or they were the rear guard. You could use a lot of different words there. But they were all still able to play retake and fire shots into the site, assuming GK cleared it out and took it. They could still apply so much pressure. Once they got the man advantage, Fearx were able to hold on. And yes, indeed, Master Bedroom. We've seen this site played 3 times, and despite, because this always goes this way, we talk about how awful this site is, how it's terrible, how it's awful, how it's a no good, rotten bomb site. So of course, it has 100% defensive win rate in its 3 plays so far. And then we always say, but that's because nobody plays it.
It's such a small sample size. Is it really worth it bringing up the statistics out here? I mean, it is.
I'm sorry. I try to do my best Jesse J. Chick impression.
I know. It's completely openable from the top floor, and that's why we're like, why does anybody want to play this? It's like you just cannot feel safe in this site. And all you have to do is just jump in a single window. You're basically in a site that can go for a plan already. So it's like, it feels like it should be an attack given win, but, you know, things change, and so do sides and metas. And suddenly, what seems to be the worst side in the game might actually be viable.
Maybe. Very, very early roam clear by GK, about a minute in. Noodles breaking open walls and firing shots downrange. Hashom back on the Monty, 9 and 6. He's decided to place himself on a safe roll in a position to apply pressure to the Firex roam on this top floor. He's faced a couple shots, but he's forced Good Boy back. Noodle as the backup for this Monty, the gun that he cannot hold. Effie and Good Boy will be their opponents.
Actually surprised Hashom took some damage there. That must have been from like the tippy toes that are sticking out when you're...
angle right above the
Yeah,
stairs.
because you can shoot right on the knee for something like that. But you know, it's nothing too crucial. Yeah, he's still very healthy out there, and there's no smoke, so nothing really has to worry about on that front. As Good Boy misses a bit of an opportunity and now sees the Montaigne moving through. It's definitely putting up some pressure on this top floor, which is very heavily held, by the way, by FairX. I believe there's 4 members out there trying to defend.
Oh, yeah.
There's plenty of ways to fall back towards the first floor if the pressure comes down, and that seems to be Trixton seriously who tried to do so.
But I have a feeling Trixton, seriously, I mean, they got to spot this soon, realize there's only 4 players on the top floor, but if the clear upstairs works, it might not matter all that much. Keys cut down Rin. That's now 3 players up top, but Demic, Good Boy, all of these people have been slowly falling back, and now they're starting to mount a comeback inside a museum. Hashom un-ADSing, bringing out the pistol, thinks he can cut off Demic with the rotation in the office, but it doesn't work out. Puts him down below 50 HP, and look at the re-aggress from Memphi, retaking the top of house. Arukaze tags on for a 3rd kill for FearX. Keys stuck out inside of Shrine, or Terrace, excuse me, on 1 HP, finds Demic just completely unresponsive. But it's the trade that works out. 3 rounds in a row now from FearX, and GK's lead has all but evaporated.
It's that you can't hit yourself with a flashbang, as in bounce it against yourself and kill yourself with it, because that is definitely possible. Like, just utility hitting against you, I believe it does like 5 damage.
It does.
So, you know, it would have been able to or if there was still a teammate, you know, just a poor bounce would have been the end of it. But a timeout gets called now by the side of GK.
You have to.
They have to. I mean, it's 3 consecutive rounds that we've had from the side of FairX now, and you know, it's starting to get closer towards the equal point. But more importantly, we're in round 1. It seemed like they were able to bring it back. It's starting to more and more go into favor of FairX and look like solid lockouts.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, we start on T and Karaoke. They look close, like you said, but they don't win. All right, that's fine. A lot of workable pieces and a lot of mistakes by FearX. We're in a good spot. Go to office and exhibition. All right, you know, we got the basics done. We opened up the 2 walls very, very quickly, by the way, extremely quickly. And then after that, we're not able to really clear out Shrine or Terrace or Drum or the back part of the map that can really make an execute work for us. So then we go from the basics and the bonuses, but a little missed gunfights here or there in round 1, to just the basics working in round 2. And then we get to round 3 for GK, and it's just complete pandemonium. They're not really able to clear the roam at all. FearX are holding them on a leash, it feels like, just slowly pulling them back. Like, come on, guys, come in. Come take the top floor. We're going to keep our side over here, but we'll slowly guide you in, lure you in, and then spring the trap when we need to. It has been a bit of course, a regression from GK, but also FearX having greater and greater mastery over their defense as these rounds have gone on.
And I have to say, and I mean, I don't like to talk negative about an operator or its use, but what we usually do see is as soon as a Montaigne gets brought out consistently, it's a bit of a crutch. It's we do not know, or we cannot really find a way to clear out the roam successfully, so we'll bring the giant shield to lead the way and force them out.
I mean, you got the, like, Monty, Ying, Blitz. Those are ops that simultaneously, if a team brings them out, they can be really good and add a little bit of spice to an execute and get a quick round. They're not inherently like that, but if you see a team bring in the Monty every round, the Blitz every round, of course, it could be an element of their strategy, but sometimes, you said, it can also be a crutch that makes up for what is without that, a very poor clear.
Just leaning into the fight here, and Hashom going aggressive right away. Smoke canister gets popped a bit early, I would say. Wasn't really in yet, so might have been able to hold it off. Or it's in a... well, they might destroy it if I don't pop it now, so either or. Second smoke canister to be used as well. That's going to be dealing at least 8 tick of damage to Hashom. But that's already a lot of early utility used.
It is a lot of earlier utility, sure, but we've seen GK in this first minute gain a lot of early ground, from opening up breaches on the office bomb site to now starting to push in and pressure this Black Stairs player. If they can take this man down early, they'll be in a very good position. There is a Solus, good boy on the roam. A barricade separates him and Noodle right now. And as the Buck goes for the clear down below, that's also the guy with the diffuser. Noodle in a bit of a risky position depending on what these roamers decide to do. The good boy will pull further back into the recesses of the bottom floor. Not striking just yet, and it's Demic alone at the moment in a very tricky position.
Yeah, but they're fully aware of the fact that the Monty's out there as well, and some horizontal is being opened up for the long angle. Flashbangs are being tossed in. Surely they should be able to take him down now as Rin is able to find the very first. Barbed wire is keeping him at bay. Second flashbang pops up. We'll be getting tricked instead. That's insane. He's not moving through. That's the kill as well. Demic should have been cleaned up so early, but instead he lives.
Not only does he live, Demic follows up with a second. Noodle now at a 2v5 has got to make this clear work, and none of it manifests. He's teabagging him. He's teabagging him, Half. That's how much GK have biffed this clear completely. The Buck down below, the Monty up above. A 4-man crossfire on the top of Black Stairs.
And one might be jumping in from the back. We don't know at this point. Hasham gives his position away, and they're just going for it. Ferrex with a flawless round after the tactical timeout from GK. 5-5. They can't believe it themselves. It's like that round went surprisingly well.
We saw Hap. We saw like the entire world around Black Stairs. We've got Grims, we've got Monties, we've got Bucks. Do you know how many bad boys, how many attackers can fit in this one staircase? The entire roster, that's who. And somehow, despite all of that pressure, despite all of that utility, not only does Demic not die, not only does he waste all of the bees, not only does he waste all of the flashbangs, he gets 1, 2, 3 kills. 3 kills in that round, Hap. What are we cooking? Is the gas even on?
Can I put one player on the complete spot here?
You may go.
Okay, so Demic playing on the Black Stairs used all his smoke canisters. The Montaigne is sitting in the corner. The bees came out. They know exactly he's on the Black Stairs. The Monty is up there. The Buck has opened up. There's no way he would have rotated out. What is Strix doing? Looking up. Why are you not looking at the staircase where they're coming from? Like, you knew he was there. You knew he couldn't have left. And instead, you're looking up. Over the balcony, putting your back towards a shotgun. How do you expect that to end well? I'm just saying, like, that is just, like, that must have been, like, miscoms to go through. I have no idea, but that is just painful to watch. And Ferrex bringing this back perfectly.
Ferrex bringing this back perfectly, but guess what? The Monty's not working.
Bring the blitz.
We gotta try the blitz. See
and
how
put
this
Noodle
goes.
on it, the man who has the most kills out of everyone on the team.
At 10-6, and they've decided to put Noodle on blitz. Smoke canisters go out, or smoke bolts go out. Noodle immediately, takes Black Stairs control, unfortunately. 1 round too late, but on this bomb site, it might very well prove impactful. Key also on the opposite side. Start securing this first floor position. This area right outside of Barbecue. Tricked also outside kitchen window. Again, you want to say, look, this could be a good spot, but Good Boy walks out, takes down Key as he's hopped into the stage. They try to vault in. Noodle's got the diffuser. He can go for this plant, but he's got to take out the goo mine first. Where's the vertical play from Ferrex to deny this? Will it even matter as bodies on GK are dropping like flies?
Oh, he's coming. He's coming. Oh, Lord, he's coming.
Covering! Seriously on the rappel, can do nothing to stop this coverage because of the attack's own smoke grenade, but also too tight of an angle to even deal with the Legion. In all likelihood, match point from Ferrex, 5 rounds in a row, and GK at risk of bombing out of the 6 Invitational.
I don't know what to say. I don't know how to break this down. They try to go for a quick peek here. It's Sony up to seriously now. He gets one. Shut down instantly afterwards. 6-5 from 1-5 behind. And surely, you've just had your tactical timeout. You take a flawless afterwards. This happens now. I don't see them coming back from this.
Look at the faces on GK. They know what's going on.
I think they feel like their tournament might be over.
Nobody's talking. Nobody's talking. Noodle trying to say something, but Key silent, Hashom silent. With 5 rounds in a row, this is more painful than a 7-0 because at least there you can say we got smacked, we got stomped. It is what it is. We can move on. As Fox said, just pretend like the game hasn't even started. But when you're up 5-1 and you give away the lead to 6-5, now 1 round win just gets overtime instead of a map. This is an infinitely more painful loss, an infinitely more painful lead erased. And that's what GK have to solve in round without attack timeout to stem the bleeding.
This is tough. Usual lineup being brought out here from GK. No shield this time. All on the guns. Twitch, Grim, Ace, Dokkaebi, Buck, soft breach potential there, hard breach there as well. Gadget denial, zone denial, and the global. So it's like you have one of everything that you really would need. But what they do need is to work together, to have someone step up right now and take the lead in their team and call out what they need to do. They need to work together. They need to talk together because Rin is going to be eyeing up to go for a run out. If they manage to get the very first kill, game's over.
Game is over indeed. Currently a scoreline I don't think any of us expected out of Firax. Not at all at the beginning of this tournament going into the 6th Invitational. Sure, maybe a victory, a close one, but a 2-0. Who knows how they'll fare going forward. This will be their second win, their first win in the best of 3. Trix gets an early entry onto the first floor. Moving to take control of the Black Stairs side. There's an office and exhibition defense for Firax at the moment. So the only roamers are pushed a bit forward inside a shrine, inside a drum, but they've got to give this up quickly, rotate back a little afterwards. Maybe Matthew will hold on with that mirror window, but even then, look, starting to fall back to the backward position.
Yeah, realizing the pressure is coming up from the Black Stairs, don't really want to be taking that fight considering the mirror window doesn't cover that off properly. But instead, it is a minute wasted, and still, you know, they have to fight themselves through it. They have to drone every single nook and cranny of the map because they cannot afford a mistake right now on the side of GK. And that's going to be taking time. And they have a shield, and you have the dragon statue. Both are annoying to work with as Damek takes down K. You know what that is? That's the heart breach. Has he used any Salmas? Doesn't seem to be the case. So what is it going to come down to, Carter? 2 doorways that they can push over.
Skyscraper's a punishing map when you just have to flood in through this part, but without even the breaches they had on that previous office defense, what are they to do? We can see some rotations, Noodle trying to rotate, but Firax have barely even moved, Hap.
They don't need to. 60 seconds counting down, 60 seconds before GK are out of the tournament, and Firax will take their spot in the playoffs. Flashbangs will come through. The phone call of the Logic Bomb will be made as well. That gives them a bit of information, a bit of an opportunity to push behind it. But there is still keeper barriers everywhere. They still need to open that up before they can even reach the side itself. And that means none of these fights are going to be made. 35 seconds, and it is a 5v4, Carter.
5v4, Trix has a close angle. They know they can pressure this house stairs. All right, that's 1 kill down. Not confirmed, but 1 player out of the action and can very well not be picked up by Firax. But Damek with his second, Arukaze the third. 5-1 for Firax, all on seriously from spreading their wings in Atlanta. GK have flown too close to the Sao Paulo sun, and the Darlings of MENA are your first team eliminated from the 6th Invitational 2024.
And Firax, everybody doubted them. Everybody expected them to be the team to be knocked out of the tournament here. But they live. They go on to playoffs. They have a day to recuperate themselves and go on afterwards. Now, it will not be an upper bracket spot. They do not have the extra life. But at least they continue. At least they take the victory and show that they are better than GK.
And, I mean, for GK. I mean, for Firax, first of all, this is proof that we can do it, that this system can work. Sure, we need to prove ourselves against teams like G2, like DZ, and maybe we'll still lose. Maybe we're still not that team yet. But this is proof, more so than Atlanta, than Copenhagen, that they can do it, that they have something workable, that even if it isn't perfect, even if it needs improvements, it's something, and that's what matters. But for GK, the first MENA team to make main stage in all of Rainbow Six at a major, the quarterfinals, they took maps off W7M, brought close scores against G2. They played world beaters at Atlanta and didn't drop a map until they were already deep into the Swiss. And then, after that performance, they're our first team to go home. Our first team eliminated. My heart goes out to them. The heights they've reached, but not today.
Of course it does. And, you might have been able to take maps home from those big teams, but you need to get the victories in the end. And this was the game they needed to win. But we are going to be tossing it over towards the desk as that concludes our game.
That does conclude our game indeed. And it's FearX who are coming out on top and with that secure maximum points when it comes to moving into the next stage of the tournament. Congratulations on your win. You guys needed this win so much. Was there a lot of pressure coming into this game on you as a coach and on the team?
Yeah, I think not. I think that a point we focus like in the opposite. I think the other teams have to be pressure because for them it's very bad lose for Korea, right? And we use that first. Because Korea now is not the best phase, so we use that first, right? To be more strong, and the other team have fear.
All right, how did you prepare for such an important game?
I think that game was the game we most prepared. Last night, everyone goes sleep very late, and we focus a lot. I think GK is a team who repeats many strats, so we use that first, right?
All right, and now that you've kind of can take a breather, you've confirmed that you're going on to that next stage. You have a day off tomorrow. Anything that you're going to be doing?
Screen. Of course, it's screen and prepare it for the next games. I think we can be better because the other games, like yesterday, we play the same map with Dark Zero and it was very close to win. And I think we have to improve some details to be better in the match.
Something that we actually noticed when we were sitting in front of you guys and watching you guys play is that the players speak a different language than you do. How difficult do you find that during tech timeouts?
Yeah, of course it's difficult, but they understand English, so I work everything in English. And Arokazi have a very good English, so when someone don't understand, they translate for me.
And also with you being a coach from a different region and they're playing in Korea, we have seen glimpses of your influence as a coach on their team and their play style. How was that process like?
In the beginning it was very slow because I think about these threats, all the Korean scene is very behind other regions. So in the beginning it was really hard. But one thing very good for us, we do 3 weeks for boot camp here in Brazil.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, so we screen with the better teams of the world, and it's time just to show this in match because in screen was very good for us with all the teams here.
Yeah, thank you so much for the interview. We appreciate it. And congratulations on your win, a very deserved and convincing one. Once again, thank you. And for those at home, if you're wondering exactly how this one went, well, it was a 2-0, and that first one was a 7-0, and then this one, for a second, I thought we were going to that third map. I thought GK was going to be able to bring it back, but unfortunately, that was not the case.
No, they still had a pretty decent start. I mean, of course, it started off a bit close still. It was a 1-1 at one point, and then you saw the clutch coming out from a Shaman, that 1v2, the post plant. I feel like that relieved a lot of stress from them. It's the confidence almost came back in that regard. It seemed like they were getting better with the reflex as well. There was more team play on the side of GK in that first half, but then on their own attacks, I felt like sometimes it was just too one-sided. They were only pushing one side of the map. They had these really slow takes, and all FearX had to do was just make sure they played passively, don't make any mistakes, don't get overzealous, and they were doing that perfectly, especially on their own defensive half. The utility once again coming in clutch. They keep on using that Azami, whereas it feels like GK don't bring out the right utility, or they don't use the utility well enough to make sure that they can deal with it, and that allows FearX to play in these very strong power positions.
Completely agree. The confidence from GK, especially in the first half, was very apparent. Everyone was playing very well. There were some nice shots from Hasham. But more specifically, I think FearX maybe didn't really adapt too heavily on their attacks. They were going for a lot of direct executes, minimal clear, going for these fast plants, fast aggressive, get it down, play the post plant positions. Those post plants weren't going in their favor, and they ended up switching it up. And then once they swapped onto the other side, the confidence from GK was just a lot of individual, again, performances. That's what they were trying to get to carry them through the rest of the match. And FearX handled that very well by just stalling them out and forcing them to go for those executes, which they weren't. There was a lot of individual plays, and every single time a player from GK would jump into the map, there would be two players from FearX just waiting for him on opposite sides of the window or the door, and they would just get a nice little isolation.
You're seeing a lot of improvement, I guess, on the side of FearX. So definitely noticing that we're, of course, commenting on it as well. There's a few things like he mentioned that they probably should still improve on, but, you know, putting things into broader perspective, to think about it, the last time that FearX, or their former team named Sandbox, made it out of a groups at an international event was in Sweden in 2021. So it's been almost 2.5 years.
Oh, we're so bad. Let's go.
It's been almost 2.5 years since they managed to make it out of a group at an international event. So a very significant performance from them, and they should very much be happy with that.
Yeah, and we also have the intel play of the game because, as we said, every single one on these teams were popping off today. But there we go.
This 1v3 was so phenomenal. I mean, coming through the basement, being able to pick up a player on the back, and then just playing on the stairs, playing that little bit of a head glitch position. Once he was put into the 1v1, I mean, Trixid was so low and in such a tough position. The whole time, his teammate was just down in kitchen the whole time, so he was giving him sound cues, information on where everybody was.
Yep.
And when he's on a head glitch position, it's a lot easier in your position because it's just so small to, I guess, fight against. So he was in a prime position to clutch that.
One thing, though, that we touched upon and that we've heard from the coach is that the communication is not necessarily an issue because he speaks English, the players understand English. But I think something that we've noticed a little bit when it comes to the communication from the GK side is like the complete opposite. We've seen players fall into the trap of getting that IGL just cut out a little by falling into their native language, which unfortunately for Noodle, he does not speak Arabic.
No, and I think even it goes back to that play that we just saw, right? The intel play of the game, whereas it's the tertiary bomb set at that point. If you're attacking, you ideally are banking on at least winning that. So especially with a map like Oregon, you can still get some rounds on the board on attack. But the way it seems so dislodged and they didn't actually get that round, that must have been a mental break. I feel like that was a really big turning point in that very first map where the mental just started to slowly deteriorate.
Yeah, we saw that a lot in the first map. The players were actually speaking Arabic behind us, and as the entry and the IGL, how are you meant to completely communicate to your team, to understand what's going on, what are the problems, what do we have to associate when you can't speak the language?
Nope. It do be like that sometimes. But we also have the schedule ready in terms of what else is coming up because FearX winning that one means that we're still going to be into that Group A focus, but this time around, it will be Dark Zero against G2 Esports. On the B stream, however, FaZe Clan and Wolves are still battling it out for that second map, so that's something you want to tune in as well. And as you can see, there is 8 BO3s happening today, and it's the last day of group, so trust me, you want to watch every single one of them. I don't know how you're gonna do that, but
just have 2 monitors. I hope at least.
Wow, you can't just assume that everybody has 2 monitors. Okay,
no, but I mean, if you have them, ideally you'd want to put both games on each monitor, and you just
and then like one eye for one monitor and the other eye for the other monitor. It's like yeah, that's not gonna help. But thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're gonna take a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back with the second matchup of today: Dark Zero against G2 in Group A.
Let's go. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I came in, I pack up the room. I spend all my time in the lab. Grind like I'm getting paid time and a half. We finally made it, I know that they hate it. We carry this right out of the bag. The timing is right now. Just watch how I move. Right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I came in, I pack up the room. Keep your eyes on the clock. You might miss on your chances to rise if you blink. Got a vision, your way to the top. The chamber alert, attracting the things you deserve. Just know I do this on a regular. The hustle keep calling me up on my cellular. 5 a.m. stuck, plotting the rest of them sleeping. That's why I'm still all the way up. I cannot be top, block, hand on the clock. Marathon running, ain't making no stops. I came from nothing, my days on the block. This wish this is what I just gotta do. Right now, just watch how I move. Right now, right now, just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, timing is right now.
Not me, not you, but I. Fear overcame my trust. We move as one, no walls won't be enough. We move as one, we stand as one, as one, as one. Now hand me the hammer.
Acho que vai ser realmente uma experiência surreal, assim, uma experiência única na minha vida.
I feel really excited to play SI in Brazil because all my family is coming for the final, so it's gonna be really, really crazy.
É algo que sempre faltou na minha carreira, poder ganhar um campeonato aqui no Brasil.
Todo brasileiro quer ganhar o campeonato aqui, até agora não aconteceu isso em nenhum jogo. E eu acho que isso vai ser muito especial se acontecer.
Eu vou ser bem honesto, eu acho que eu sempre sonhei em jogar com uma plateia grande aqui no Brasil.
O brasileiro realmente é único nessa forma de torcer, então acho que vai ser algo insano.
A torcida brasileira tem muita energia, eles gritam a cada kill, você quebra um drone, eles vão gritar, eles estão ali por tudo, vão comemorar, não importa. E é tudo que a gente quer estar naquele palco ali para escutar essa torcida.
Todo mundo tá falando muito da gente, falando que a gente é o favorito pro campeonato. Eu acho que a gente sabe disso, a gente sabe o quão a gente é bom. Realmente, o pensamento de ganhar o Six Invitational e ganhar 3 campeonatos seguidos vem um pouco à mente. E se a gente conseguir fazer isso, realmente a gente vai conseguir entrar para a história do Rainbow Six.
Então vamos para cima, o Brasil vai ganhar com certeza. E é isso, conto com vocês.
Então vamos curtir bastante, torçam aí pros seus players favoritos, que vocês acompanham há anos aí, e vai ser muito divertido.
My name is Faiz. My game tag is Jalad. I'm with Team Falcons and I play as a flex. We are really happy that we made it. It's our first time for the MENA region to qualify for the SI, and we're really excited and hopefully we do well. We had a little bit of change in our play style, of course. We learned our mistakes. We're getting better, and hopefully this SI we will prove it. The group we're in is Sonics, Cars, Lost, and Fury. They're all good, very good teams. I don't think there's a top team from them. They're all very good, and we practice for them all, and hopefully we do our best. Our first game is against Lost. We never played them. I think their play style is quite similar to ours in some way, and we're very excited to play against them.
Thanks to each and every one of you who supports, follows, and cheers us on.
みんなの応援がとても力になっていて、レインボーシックスシージコミュニティにとても感謝しています。
La connexion que nous partageons va au-delà du jeu. Peu importe d'où vous venez, que vous nous souteniez depuis des jours ou des années.
การสนับสนุนอย่างไม่หยุดหย่อนของคุณกระตุ้นให้เราทำดีที่สุดในทุกนัด
ومعا نشكل عائلة رينبو سيكس سيزون متناغمة لتصبح ذكرى في قلوبنا.
Приглашаем всех на Six Invitational 2024 и не забудьте посмотреть это прекрасное и невероятное событие вместе с нами.
항상 레인보우 식스 시즈를 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다. 여러분들의 응원이 레인보우 식스 시즈를 세계 최고의 게임으로 만들 수 있습니다.
Juntos somos a melhor comunidade do mundo.
Muito obrigado, galera.
Thank you for the support.
شكرا على دعمكم.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
Спасибо огромное.
Muito obrigado, comunidade.
Merci beaucoup.
Welcome back to the final day of the group stage here from SI 2024, live from Sao Paulo, Brazil. We're still sticking to that Group A, and this time around, we're going to be having a look at G2 up against Dark Zero. A game that a lot of people are looking forward to, and most importantly, could be the one defining whoever solidifies his first spot in their group.
Oh, both these teams are fan favorites, and the energy in here was pretty good. Both teams were playing their own different types of music. It was like a dance battle was about to break out. I mean, Alabama was playing like Slim Shady music. I mean, it's pretty fitting. He dyed his hair blonde.
I mean, you wanna show us the moves? Like, feel free. Like, it's a party. You can get on top as well.
I could get crazy on it. I could get crazy, but we'll save it for another.
Yeah.
Save it for the halftime show.
Maybe that's better indeed. Yeah.
But stay tuned for the halftime show. Okay, we're gonna see this guy get down.
I'm not sure if he's happy with that promise, but hey, anyways, I think this game, indeed, as you mentioned it, it's a game of favorites at the moment, because we talked about coming into this tournament, W7M, of course, big favorite to win it all, and then, you know, they've not had the greatest of performances so far. They've had a bit of a rocky road, and then these two teams, of course, really showing up. Everyone you ask, basically, like, hey, who's like a top contender now for this event? Like, most of them are mentioning G2, but also Dark Zero, so this game is a potential very good one. You know, maybe we'll get it later on in the stage again, but it's a very high-quality game for sure.
Since making the changes, I mean, Nafe has been doing a very good job on Dark Zero. He's the first player in the last 4 renditions of Dark Zero that has been thriving in that kind of support role for DZ. So fortunately for them, they found somebody who can be a really good, flexible backbone.
Yeah, when we're looking as well in terms of this head-to-head, the conversion or the stats in general at this point in time seem to be very heavily favoring on the side of G2, but also something to keep in mind here is that G2 generally has gone 2-0 in every single one of their matches. They look absolutely undefeated. And Easy, well, did they drop a map?
Yeah, I mean, the defense conversion rate doesn't really shock me just because of how good and amazing individually all the players on G2 are. Just being able to like roam around the map and handle as many people that go into their vicinity. They don't necessarily need too much of a team play on defense, but on attack, they do a phenomenal job with their strategy.
Yeah, when it comes to G2 as well, particularly something that we've highlighted before was the fact that every single one of the players on the roster can pop up and have a good day and carry their team over the line. That's what we've seen a lot in SI last year, but this time around it felt like a more of a cohesive unit, and we've highlighted, you know, their entry fraggers multiple times, but what about the support players, Anne?
Yeah, one player I'd really like to talk about is Uno in this regard. I think, you know, being more on the back line of this team, he really has these stand-up performances. We've seen it on Oregon before, where he just gets a clutch and then gets another clutch, and even on a match point, they'll be able to convert it into a round win simply because of his clutches there as well. Also getting active on the entry is like, you know, it's like a jack of all trades, I guess.
He can do it all.
Yeah, he can do it all, basically.
You name it, he got it. And that's great for G2, but something to keep in mind, though, is they are going to be going up against Dark Zero. And we had a lot of questions about this roster, particularly with the changes that have been made, with them showing up here at SI. What can we expect from them? What have they been hiding? What have they been cooking up? I think that's more what people were thinking about. And so far, not really disappointed what we've been seeing. They've genuinely been looking better and better as every single day goes on.
No disappointments at all. G2 have had an amazing support staff so far, but I wanted to highlight the support staff from Dark Zero, specifically NJR and Nafe. Those guys have been phenomenal for Dark Zero. NJR and Nafe are both plus 25 and plus 26. So G2 have 2 amazing support players that are obviously doing great in the team dynamics. Dark Zero has 2 support players that are practically winning the late rounds for the team.
That's impressive.
Similar to what's happening at G2, potentially, like, you know, support players that can really win the round at the end of that round. I mean, you look at the entry stats as well here, pretty impressive if I have to say it, but if you look at Dark Zero as a team, as a whole, they tend to be one of the slower teams. I think they're the 4th slower team right now, but I think it also has to do with how many times they actually plant.
Absolutely, they are the highest plant percentage team. They currently at 33%, which may not seem like a lot, but Canadian is leading the charge. He has 12 plants, which is the most in the whole event. So obviously Dark Zero has a great game plan of trying to get that case down, which will obviously allow the flexibility to the support players. They don't have to necessarily focus on getting the case down afterwards. They can play the post plants and have the other team push into them, deal with them, and they've been just hitting the shots once it gets to that position.
Sticking on the topic of Dark Zero particularly and their playstyle, a question that we had was, okay, you're bringing Nafe, that European influence, that European support onto the roster. How exactly is that going to shape it up in terms of how they approach the game? Does it feel like we've been seeing more glimpses of EU gameplay on Dark Zero? Has it just been similar Dark Zero from what we've seen in Atlanta? What's the change?
I think it's a little bit mix of both. I know Canadian probably wants to take a little bit less of the charge, especially being on a flex role, and allow Nafe to just come in and bring the brains. A lot of people in Europe say that Nafe is one of the best players that has never really got that shot on a top team.
We can ask the EU specialist.
Yeah, we could ask the EU specialist.
I'm just really happy to see him play so many different operators as well. We've seen him play supportive operators, also more operators like Grim and stuff. And he's been performing with all these operators that he's basically been put onto. So I'm just really happy to see this addition. And even if an NA team makes it really far, I can still say, there's at least one European on the team. So
there you go.
we get to have our fair share of that.
European player, right? Like it's kind of an NA tradition at this point.
Yeah, every team right now is getting a European player. I mean, we saw GK with Noodle. Unfortunately, they just got eliminated. But now DZ with Nafe on the other end, I mean, it's complete opposite spectrum. Nafe has been the highlight player on Dark Zero.
This is also a rematch from Atlanta, where we've seen G2. I mean, it was a close one. It was 8-6 for G2 in terms of going up against Dark Zero, but that was a BO1. We're now looking at a best of 3, which means there are 3 different maps that we can be going on to, and every single map can be approached as a own individual game, which obviously it will be, but you can just like mentally reset. Bans being Consulate, Labs, Oregon, and Bank. We're heading on to Chalet as first. What are we thinking?
Dark Zero is one of those teams that have in the history favored more defender-sided maps. Chalet being a pick for them is very interesting. I'm excited to see if Nafe has brought some strategy from M&M to, I guess, just handle a little more aggression from the map.
Yeah, I feel like it was a map they were very comfortable on indeed, but also for Dark Zero, Chalet is a map they're really they're happy to play. They won it against NIP in this event. It was going to be the decider against Fear X, but it didn't get that far. And then G2 coming out with the Clubhouse pick. That was a map that they played against NIP. They currently have a 3-game win streak on this map, so definitely something they're very, very comfortable on. Oregon, unfortunately, not in the play. That was the map that was played in the best of 1 in Atlanta. It was a very close game, so that even says that, hey, maybe this game is going to be just as close, because if you win it,
The trash talk's coming out.
But we have Border as the decider. Likelihoods of this going to Border, though, considering that both of these teams seem to be the most equally matched in this group, what are we thinking?
I mean, Clubhouse and Border are notoriously known to be NA favored maps, so G2 leaving them both up, obviously they're both comfortable, but I think it'll be a real big battle of adaptation. And I love the energy from Dark Zero. I've never really seen that just like screaming before. That's very uncanny as an NA fan. I mean, so that's interesting. The trash talk.
Yeah, because you guys usually can't really back it up, but this time around you're doing great.
Oh, I mean that's fair. That's fair. We are doing pretty good though so far. So
okay,
can't complain.
I'm gonna chill with the NA digs. I'm sorry, but I think something to highlight here as well. These two teams being the most closely matched. I think initially we were thinking it was going to be NIP and G2 that are going to be battling for that #1 spot, but now it seems to be Dark Zero G2. And with the map picks that we have, this could be a really interesting series. It most likely will be. I think something that you touched upon as well earlier, Anne, was the fact that when you were speaking to people and you're like, okay, who are you most likely going to see in those live? You're like Dark Zero or G2. Yeah, now we have them both.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see this matchup so early on in the tournament. But then, of course, in the perspective of the group, it makes a lot of sense as well. If you win this game, you'll be leading that group. That means you get that extra day off going into playoffs, but it also means you get that one round further into the playoffs. And then from there on, you're only 2 games away of making it to that main stage. And we know both these teams, of course, really want to get to that for it.
I really think the biggest thing we're going to look for is Dark Zero, I guess, making the giant bleed. I think G2 hasn't really looked shocked. They haven't really been tested. And I think this is probably the hardest game that they have to play through phase 1. So it'll be interesting to see if they can make them bleed and make them fight for a little bit more than just a 2-0.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at G2 as well, and historically at teams who have done well at SI. That doesn't necessarily translate into the rest of the year or the rest of the competition. So they can be setting themselves up for another moment or mark in history.
Yeah, or they could be setting themselves up for failure. Already the trash talk coming out.
Loud, yeah.
We talked about it in Atlanta when teams start to trash talk back. I mean, G2 sometimes maybe gets stressed, but I think they're definitely very confident right now.
Yeah, that's something that we touched upon very early coming into this tournament, and that was like that mental warfare aspect from G2, which you can like hear right behind us right now. They seem to be settling into it because they were pretty quiet.
Yeah, I mean, they're growing into the tournament so far, but something that I'm really happy to see from G2 is that they're able to adapt to whatever is being thrown at them. If the enemy plays really passive, they'll make sure they get everything sorted out. The enemy does not allow... If the enemy's just sitting there, they'll wait... Sorry, if the enemy's pushing them, they'll just be like, okay, well, we'll wait. We'll not give anything away. I think that discipline's been a really big thing. We talked about the fundamentals a lot on the side of G2, but yeah, I mean, if you're performing that well, then I guess you're allowed to get vocal in a certain way as well.
That's okay.
Yeah.
But like Dark Zero has been performing pretty well themselves. I haven't heard them being loud.
No,
They
they're pretty confident. I mean, right before they did their little chant, I haven't seen that yet. So to me, that is very eccentric from Dark Zero.
All right, one of the most exciting matches that we have on today, battle for first in Group A between G2 and Dark Zero. And we're ready to head on to the first map.
One major spot in this group has already been decided. Unfortunately, we bid farewell to GK. The other major spot, though, Penko, of course, is the #1 spot. And we've got the two #1 teams in this particular group.
Yeah, and honestly, when you look at this group going into it, I don't think people are too surprised about G2 and Dark Zero being the two teams fighting that first spot, but I will say how they got here has been a bit of a surprise. G2, reigning current Invitational champions, holding that hammer. Of course, they're gonna go flawless so far, right? 3-0, but Dark Zero picking up both Bolo and Nave. A lot of question marks, but you cannot really say anything but an amazing performance for them so far.
Yeah, I think both teams have been sensational. You mentioned the fact that for G2, it's been 3-0, but it's also been technically 6-0. They haven't dropped a map.
Yeah.
Whereas obviously for Dark Zero, they did drop a map back on day 1 against GK. That map actually coming on Consulate. We're not going there in this particular series, so fret not, NA fans, for Dark Zero. But still, nevertheless, in terms of what's up for stakes, first place. What do you get for first place? You get to go straight to the quarterfinals. You avoid the other first place teams as well until at least the semi-finals too. So it's certainly a position you want to be in. And for what does Dark Zero need to do? Simply win. Even winning in a 2-1 scoreline will be enough, because they would then have the tiebreaker to overcome that one map deficit.
Yeah, so all you gotta do here is win. It is that simple for both of these two teams, and things will start off in pretty similar fashion to what we're used to seeing here. Dark Zero, they love banning out the Dokkaebi every single matchup we've seen from them so far, whereas G2, a bit more specific based on the map and their opponent, a bit more flexible. They're going for Ying and the Fenrir. Pretty strong operators, of course, here on Chalet. Fenrir makes entering very difficult for the attacking side, and of course, Ying, well, if you think DC's going to utilize that operator, of course, you're going to just target ban it away.
Yeah, very standard bans here. I think Dokkaebi and Ying probably have been one of the more dominant pairings in terms of attacking bans at this particular event. When it comes to defensive bans, obviously there's a whole wide range of defensive operators you can really choose from. So the Azami, the Fenrir. I've seen some teams have been electing to bring Tuber a little bit here on Chalet, especially for basement. So I don't know if we'll see that, but it's not a prominent factor on this particular map as it is on others. We go ahead to Chalet first, of course. The map pick of Dark Zero. They'll start on the defense. In terms of the attacking win rate for this particular map, 45%, which is close to best. I think the best is about 46%, so it's not too bad, not too shabby. It does mean for Dark Zero on defense, it's not like we're expecting them to go and get 5-6 rounds here.
No. Right now, realistically, when you're on attack, that is, we're expecting you to get about 2 rounds on average based on what team you are. But of course, every team, they have different skill sets. We do see a team like G2, they like to match their opponent's energy. When they're up against GK or Fear X, they play more loose, they play more in your face, they'll play some Blackbeard, have some fun with it, right? But I think both teams on the server, they recognize this is both each other's biggest challenge so far in groups. They both want to go out in first place, and they both have high expectations from themselves and, of course, from their fans.
The other major team in this group was probably Ninjas in Pajamas, NIP, Fearax, and GK down towards the bottom too. Of course, both of these teams respectively able to deal with NIP 2-0, so this really is the big test. On the final day, 4 groups, of course, playoffs after this, so for DZ and G2, a really good warm-up as well, mind you. Something to think about going forward into the competition. This is the kind of matchup you can see really deep, basically in the arena.
I mean, I'm really happy that this is going to be like the last day of groups. Imagine DCG2 first day of group stage, right? No. Let's stall out a bit. Let's make this matter, make it exciting, and that's exactly what they did. And despite this being a very important game, I will see the pace right now pretty quick from both sides. Here getting active, Doki gets the opening kill, and G2 early on the board in the first round.
Yeah, obviously needed to try and get that trade. Doki can make the entry in towards Bathroom. This is basement site, by the way, to begin here from Dark Zero. Probably not the conventional starting position that we see teams typically on Chalet. They've trying to take a little engagement over towards the game's big window, but not coming to fruition. This is where DZ would love to have gotten 1 or 2 back and then look to stabilize. Unable to find that means that for G2, that 2-player advantage is going to be maintained.
Oh no. I mean, Nave's in a arguably good position here, but Benjamin the flank on Jacko can see the feed with the gadget and just find his location. Uno played a smart, ran away, staying alive right now because G2 they want to keep this advantage. But Nave, do you have to read on this? Oh, his feet are sticking out. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Rough start for Dark Zero, but credit to G2 dealing with this roam, doing it really well. 5 versus 2, still 90 seconds left. Bolo and NJR over towards site. Obviously, you don't count them out when it does come to basement. We've seen some tricky things happen over towards Snow Wine, but nevertheless, a lot of time for G2. They play the right way, get the drones out, get the information. Now they actually get towards the forward, and this is what good teams will do. You go back to that checklist, even though it's a 5-on-2.
Yeah, pay respects. No throwing here for G2. It's a serious gameplay right now. 5v1 now. G2 in the driver's seat.
Incredible start. It's down to just NGR. Unfortunately, not a lot he can do in stopping this flank going down from Muno. It does get at least one kill onto Benja. That's easy on the board. Not in terms of the right category, though. The category that you want to be in is the round wins, and that's where G2 are going to start well. A good start on Chalet.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the quickest, most efficient... One of the quickest, most efficient rounds I've ever seen in Chalet at this event, I think, where they're in the building in 30 seconds, they're getting 2 opening kills, and then the only person who slowed things down is Uno. And why is that? He has diffuser case, he's playing the Capital, he's needed for the bomb side if things they get... Elamau, so loud! Come on, Carl! It's the first round, man. It's early here, right? It's just, you know, just midday right now, 12:10 p.m. local. We're still waking up, right? It's been some long nights of prep work and getting ready for things, and this was Doki opening the window, Pampus was jumping out at the same time, Elamau... Okay.
Ooh,
okay.
Wow, okay.
Okay. So they get a kill on bathroom window, and they think, oh, the response from this will be for somebody to peek the mezzanine window on piano hallway.
Yep.
So he walks in, pre-fires it through the wall, and wall bangs Canadian. You can't wallbang someone and say you gotta be better. You're so bad. He couldn't even fight back.
No,
come on.
Canadian had something else to worry about, but I mean, in that instance, at least 4G2, really solid start. You can feel what that's going to mean for them. And 1-0 start on Chalet attack. They're not the best attacking team. In fact, one of the best attacking teams has been Dark Zero this tournament, rated the second highest when it does come to their attacking win rate. So on a map like Chalet, that can really open up in that second half. So even if G2 do well here in the first half, Dark Zero is not really renowned for their defense at the tournament. Only 67%, certainly on the lower end. We're seeing teams up to like 80%, Pengu. So for Dark Zero, this is not really the half that they have to probably win. I think even like a 3-3 would be fine for them. But good signs from G2 to begin. We do slow it down a little bit because we do go to bar games, a little bit more conventional compared to basement.
Also, the attack lab is the same story. Nomad, Brava, etc. This is an attack lab that wants to slow things down, hack those cameras, to set things up, and a good team will play, you know, either fast or slow, but a great team will change between that as long as they need to. So first quick round from G2, it's gonna get into the minds of Dark Zero. Second round, really slow things down, drone everything twice, set up your Nomad air jabs or flanks, etc. And now Dark Zero, they have to be on their toes. Are they gonna go fast? Are they gonna slow? They don't really know.
Yeah, and G2's been one of the fastest entry teams as well at this tournament, minute and 4 seconds. So don't be too surprised when we see that. Opening round, fast pace. Second round, Doki, nice little lurk. Has been yellow pinged out. So information note, Nave gets an opportunity and he does not miss.
It's an injure. Should be a free kill. Nave pays respects, takes the corner. Canadian also good for 1. Dark Zero now with the 2 opening kills, just like G2 in that round prior.
Yeah, and it's so far really solid and stalwart defense from Dark Zero to begin with. No trades come through from G2. Tried to kind of just lurk in, try to get some pressure. Didn't go for that more conventional either sweep across or pressure top library. Virtue now just repelling on down. So far, though, this is a bit of an issue for G2 because time's going to become a factor as well.
And it is. And you gotta say that Doki, I love to see the full commit there go straight into the side, but the issue is you're up against Valkyrie that was left open by G2. So when you're gonna go for these slow creep around placing the attack inside, if you're up against a Valkyrie or an Echo or a Maestro, those cameras might find you. We saw the yellow pings come out, Nave acted upon it, and DC, they love playing structured off intel.
Yeah, I mean, there was a live drone for Virtue in towards Piano, but didn't quite get to Nave, and as soon as he vaults in, Nave is already holding that angle anyway. So poor timing moment there, unfortunately, for G2. Alamau just goes for that lurk once again. We saw it earlier. Nave was already watching it. They're switched on here, Dark Zero. 5 versus 1. Talk about a rebound round in just the second one after a bit of a struggling start. Flawless there from Dark Zero. Any response to Alamau? No.
No. I mean, the funny thing about Troy is that you never know which version you're gonna get. Either he's gonna be screaming his lungs off, talking so much smack, or what we saw right there, just fully composed. But I think when you're in this new environment where you have Nave and Bolo on the roster, it's your first time together, first land, etc. While Nave and Bolo are experienced, it's not about Troy getting loud for their opponents right now. They gotta focus on the new system they've implemented and just make that work.
Yeah, interesting round though, because I think for Dark Zero, when you kind of look at bar games on Chalet, it can be rather conventional. Hold position, watch position. This is your job. Take care of this. But it was really just kind of Nave's position there where he was like, I'm going to make sure no one's going to be able to lurk in, push in towards bar. He catches them off guard, opens up that hallway. Really good job, I thought, from DZ to then not get too over-aggressive. Something they maybe did a little bit in round one.
Oh, Canadian. Maybe took that personal and saying you're so bad when you got a great gunfight kill there. But if you haven't seen DC play yet at this tournament, I think you are correct to say that Nave is like the pillar of this team. Not that he makes or breaks it, but he's always in the middle and being like, okay, who can I help right now? Always that arm reaching and say, okay, Troy needs a frag, like a refrag, I'll go help Troy. Bolo's in a bad spot, I'm gonna save Bolo. He's never himself he doesn't put himself in danger, but he helps people that are in danger.
Yeah, real switch up there, at least in that last round. DZ opening round, aggressive, going for vault outs, trying to get some early kills, and then this time around they were very much more in control of the map inside of the building. So 1-1, perfect start, dream start. We kind of want that from these two behemoth of these teams in terms of probably we don't really want to see a whitewash. No one wants to look at this matchup seeing it turn into a 7-2, 7-3 kind of territory. Flores being picked out here by Alamount. That's going to open up some good verts as well, of course, as we go to kitchen and dining for the third round.
Also, both teams here happen to play a bunch of different operators in the first 3 rounds, whether it's the passive stuff like Castle and Flores, or obviously more aggressive stuff like MGR playing Alibi now, 2 rounds basically. They're trying to feel each other out still, figure out what is the pace, who's gonna set it, but first round D2, next round D0, and now in round number 3, it's Doku dipping kill onto Canadian, who's in these opening engagements every single round so far.
Yeah, big operator as well to lose on the Stallers. Hello, back to back into back, and there's an early plan as well from Alamau, straight in towards site. Bolo just sitting in towards office, thinks he's got a good angle, but no, Plank goes down successfully. For the side of G2, Pampas, who tries to make the push over towards Solar, he can't make his way out of the doorway, and so far, for the 3rd round in a row, it's been rather one-sided for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane. G2 with a great read there, maybe from previous studies, saying, you know what, they have a weakness here in their defensive side on kitchen. We just go for a quick plan to do that. On the window repels with 3 members, going through trophy window, open the soft wall, and just plant in the first 45, 60 seconds of the active round, basically. Bolo 1v5, he might be great, but not that great. Another flawless back-to-back, but for different teams.
Yeah, incredible. What a start. Back-to-back, and so far both teams have had success on Chalet. It's G2 though, 2-1 up. Really quick attack. Again, goes back to that 104 kind of entry time, 60% entry success rate. I mean, they're a very efficient team when they attack. Again, it's not like the highest win rate percentage for attack, but they're probably the best when it comes to efficiency and time as well. And you could clearly see that on display in that last round.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, we can make a lot of jokes about G2, how they won Invite last year, and then they really bombed out domestically, internationally, didn't make it past quarters, didn't really go anywhere of significance, and then all of a sudden, Invite comes around again. It's like, okay, we gotta defend our hammer, we're gonna try and go back to back, and it's a new G2, a different performance than the regular season that's shown up so far, and we can argue that, okay, GK, NIP, you know, FearX,
fucking jumped out at me. What up, God?
not the toughest opponents for G2 so far, but imagine how well they're warmed up, right? They're being plowing through the competition, 2-0s, and they're feeling good. They're feeling so confident. In fact, this is their 3rd time playing Chalet. They will go up on Chalet on anybody because they're so comfortable in their own capabilities and their own strat and prep work that it doesn't matter if you're FearX, GK, or Dark Zero. And so far in the first 3 rounds, already up in a round lead.
Yeah, and it's a total flip as well for G2 when you kind of look at their map pick of Clubhouse, the map we haven't really seen from them. So it goes to that workshop territory. Hello, Nave. That's a nice little pick over towards the game's window, and that's going to be Uno falling early. So again, we continue this little roller coaster of rounds. It's G2, then it's DZ, then it's G2, now it's DZ. In terms of the opening kill here, good start for Dark Zero, especially on this basement side. Bolo down towards bot west main stairs. He's got entry over towards Boiler, and it is being watched, understanding that, again, for G2, they like these fast entry pushes. Doki in towards Boiler already does kind of probably say that they want to go fast in towards Wine.
Yeah, but Benji is there with a drone, just saying, you know, Doki, this might not be clear in your ace this time, so please don't die early. We need that heartbeat capability, and they will join out that player on West Main Staircase, force the movement. Now G2, with that loss of Uno early on, they will start to slow things down. Almost very alone here.
One-on-one, Alamau Gumai gives away the position on the vault in. Nice shots coming through. It's a 2-on-1 actually with Amberzo and Canadian both holding this top library position. 1-for-1 trades elsewhere. Doki winning that battle over towards site. In fact, he's in towards storage already. A couple of bees buzzing from the Hive launcher utilized by Benja before going down, who did lose his life on the main breach. At least they've got good pressure both sides of the map here. But Panbazoo does get the kill onto Vertu. Fall from Canadian is aggressive, but it is also successful. Alamau to fall. And as the opening 4 rounds have now gone, another one-sided affair, this time for Dark Zero, down to just Doki. Despite good positioning, despite getting a kill, all that has been for naught.
He's been on site for like 40 seconds, by the way. They have no idea. They try and plant though. You see what happens. There's Evil Eyes. They got intel now. He's not in the best position.
Too much utility that still needed to be clear. And for Dark Zero, certainly a more important round for them, considering G2 have looked really prominent to begin on their attacks of Chalet. When you think about the tournament as a whole, it does favor defense, and so you really do want to get those defensive rounds stacking up earlier rather than later. You don't want to be down 3-1 already, so a really big round for them to win basement 2-2. More importantly, now opens up bedroom and office is where we're going to be heading to for actually the first time in this particular half, but really solid round. And again, it was that fast-paced play style. Look at the clock, 2 minutes, Tengu, and they're already trying to rush in towards Wine.
I mean, this is one of those games where I would love to hear the comments from both sides, because they both seem so confident. They win the round, they lose the following, but then straight back to business again where they're so confident. We've not seen either team start slowing down or giving up map control. They're both fighting for it all the way through. And typically, one team will take control and set the pace, set the tone. That's not the case right now. They're matching each other very well here.
Feels like a chess battle.
It really does, yeah. Really back and forth, yeah.
2-2 start here for the Juggernaut matchup. Dark Zero on the defense, send us over towards office and bedroom for this 5th round. 2 more to go in the half. And so far, it's been a worthy match to watch as the way both teams have played out. And for what feels like the 5th round in a row, just like massive attacker repick as well from G2. They just keep changing it up, but bringing that Grim, really utilizing that Virtue now back on it as well. Benja gave it a go in the last round.
Let's see. The first team, I think, to change things around, kind of giving up the way that they were playing. It's like a game of chicken. And G2 so far, for this round, they're playing a lot more passive utility operators. You want the Grim alive, the Flores alive, the Lion alive, the Nomad alive. The only true entry you can really lose early on right now is arguably LML on the box. So I'm curious to see how much more time will be spent this round from G2's side before we start seeing some actual action happening. Because with the other lineup, I feel like they're gonna go slower.
Yeah, big stack on this solo side from both teams. Kind of means that Nate's a little bit on an island on that south side of the map where he's just playing that Legion, spread the goo mine. So he's got a large map control that he has to kind of watch over. And he lost his life early too as well. That's a big loss. At least Canadian from down below inside of Dining uses that vert nicely through the floorboards. A little bit more of a scrappy round. Never mind G2 come out on top. Just winning the gunfights again just through sheer speed on entry. That has just been like a go button. They are constantly spamming every single round. Benja gets the plant. We still had 2 minutes in the round. Does not matter. Canadian's by himself in the 1 versus 4. He's down below court. Benja cooking inside a kitchen. They get themselves another round win. 3 here for G2.
I don't understand. Not a single Retero drone was used from Benja Master. Only a couple of beasts went out. Only 1 Lion scanner went out. Like, well, I'm looking at this like, okay, they got so many tools. They can clear the shields. They can clear positions. They can do vertical plays. They can run clear the map. No, G2 will do 3, 2, 1 countdown and full send it into the map.
Well, clearly, this first half has all been about pace. The pacing from G2, and they are the ones also dictating the gameplay that we're seeing right now. The couple of rounds that Dark Zero have won, why have they basically won those rounds? Well, they've been able to stop those initial rushes. We saw it on Wine over in that 4th round. So clearly, right now, it's like it's G2 or bust, basically, on how they want to play this. That Knave position as well, completely full white, as you can see. He was by himself, and because he's by himself, he can't get traded. They then get piano control, a lot easier to overload the site.
Come on, Canadian, you should retire!
Bit of a frustration there from NGR. It doesn't feel good when you're getting run over like that, when you have deployable shields, utility on defense, because typically in a round of siege, defense, they have to build up like this puzzle, this big maze of obstacles for the attack inside, and you think, okay, we gotta flash this at the right time, throw a grenade, use a soft breach from floors, etc. But G2 with so much clear intel here and so much confidence in the server, they go, there's a shield, we'll just throw a flashbang, jump in the window, go for the kills, play together, and they have a really good read on the player positions from Dark Zero every single round right now, where they usually get their first opening kill in their entries and are just so explosive afterwards.
There is one side though, and it is Bar Games, and it is the last one for this half, that I think can actually work out really well for Dark Zero, because I think you can position yourself a lot better for these trades. So if there is that fast rush from G2, people are in position. That last round, Nave by himself, no one could help him out. No one could trade the kill either. And it just meant that G2 were able to go from a 5-on-5 to eventually a 5-on-1. Canadian tries to get aggressive. Obviously, when a team's going fast and you feel like maybe you need to match that pace, you want to go for these aggressive plays. Alamau's ready for it. We already saw the chirping coming into this round. That will hype him up even more, but eventually he does get traded back in a bit of a delay. Pembazu as well gets involved, and suddenly in an outside library balcony with the kit will just slow things down on the Flores.
Looks so good for G2 there, but a few gunfights going the wrong way. Elma finds himself injured in the balcony with, I was going to say no help inside, but Virtue rotating over. He's going to prioritize that. Unu, though, whilst that's going on, gets isolated because he was alone. Nave with another aggressive advancement, jumping out a window, full sending into a gunfight.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably summarized, I think, this entire first half, where when G2 have won, it's that fast-paced rush, blitzkrieg gameplay where they just go in towards the site, hit some really good shots. Darkzero winning rounds as well, when they're kind of emulating that a little bit on the defense, trying to go for these spawn pigs, vault outs, getting aggressive, trying to just halt G2 before G2 overrun them. So far, it's been a wonderful first half. Not counting this round out just yet, though, with Alabama and Virtue. The one good thing with this fast-paced gameplay is you still have time. If you get the ability to have a kind of second option here. So slow down, 60 seconds, see what you can find. Can you create a couple of 1v1s?
Of course, if you can make this a close round as well, just get into your opponent's head a little bit here. Don't make them feel like they have any space in the map. You see right there, Bolo starts walking too much forward. Virtue is there. All of a sudden, the gap is closing.
50 seconds time, not that much of a factor, not just yet at the very least. Kit still does need to be recovered, and Alamau is quite low, but flashes, along with smokes, does give them utility over towards site. For Darkzero now, no more wandering. We saw that from Bolo over towards the hallway. Everyone else just has to hold site, hold key positions. Remember, DZ have kind of also got control of Kit still as well, over towards library side.
No, they do. So now G2, they got a problem solved. Yeah, hatches, they aren't even open up for you, buddy. That is too bad. And yeah, 2 smokes, 3 flashes, but diffuses outside the building. Guman takes that out even further down that health bar, and now things are getting a bit dire because DC, as you said, just waiting in those prime positions.
Flashes go out from Virtue, has to make entry, needs to make contact. So there's another one for Virtue. Now on 2 versus 2. Drop down, Guman need to pull that out. Low on health, and the Barstock fight has been won. Nicely done from Pambazu and Nave, but talk about a little comeback there as well for G2 to salvage that round, get it towards the final stages, and for what felt like maybe the first time in the half, Pengu, we had a bit of a close affair. Every other round was like a 5-on-1.
I gotta say, that's gotta be one of the fastest Chalet first halves ever. Every round is over so quickly, action happening so swiftly.
They play really slow. They actually do play really slow, by the way. 1:26 entry time. So that's about a whopping 22 seconds slower than G2 on the attack. You want to know the good news, though, for Darkzero is, yes, they play slower, but they're effective in that 55% attacking win rate is the second highest at the event so far. So slow pace doesn't mean bad pace.
Not at all. I mean, you can argue that G2 lost them down, as you like you mentioned, because they were too fast in this case. And the big question mark for me is, what is G2's reaction going to be if they know and talk about, oh, they are a slow team, they're going to go slow? Does that mean you're going to sit up, plant deny, play echo, smoke, C4s? Does it mean disrupt their gameplay? Because you know that if DC can reach the bomb site with 4 people alive, they're so efficient at attacking the bomb site. So do you try and disrupt them, or do you let them watch for all the time? Because DC, while they do have a slow time just like injuries, etc., they also tend to plant with 20 seconds left sometimes. It's a little bit too slow in this matchup.
It also depends on the opposition. That takes into account. If you're going up against inferior opposition, you might go a little bit quicker. If you're going up against, say, a G2, yeah, you might then inadvertently slow it down a little bit. And it also depends on the lineup. You've got the Mirror, you've got the Warden. So obviously for G2, happy to play a little bit that on-site defense. They know that Darkzero aren't necessarily going to rush them. They know it's probably going to be maybe like a 30-second kind of attack late round. Ben just seeing if he can maybe get himself into an opportunity to go for a cheeky little spawn pick, or at least with that Nitrocell, but he thinks better of it for now. Repels were heard, or at least the initial one, so clearly understand a solar side hit from DZ at the moment. Drone through trophy from Canadian. And I'm very curious to see, indeed, what the pacing will be like here from Darkzero, because I wouldn't be surprised to see them also pick up the pace to maybe try and catch G2 off guard.
I was going to say, you can't give them too much space. Oh, it looked like a bad beginning there for NTR, but the Mayor is definitely in town. Finds Spenja, a huge pick that's Warden off the board here to allow DC more of a plant situation. The C4 is gone now. We know DC, the most plants in this tournament so far. Tron 8 plants single-handedly. So DC's entire win con typically is on attack to get down that diffuser.
Yeah, and no Water now. Flashes, not too many of them from NJR, and it's not like you have to deal with the Ying band down anyway, but still a good operator to take off the board. More droning, so clearly seeing a bit more of an emphasis in the droning gameplay from Darkzero compared to what we saw from G2.
Yeah, I mean, it's again that the pace 1 minute 30 seconds, the slowest round so far, only 1 death in the server, and DC, despite the yellow ping information, are still playing their cards pretty slow there. Pampa just now using those ass creatures to open up the floor, soften things up, and Nave holding angles, expecting a peek, and it is indeed happening, but he does not connect the shots.
Doki playing that library hallway on the Solus to deny information from the backside. Lovely Nitro Cell from Uno, catches out NJR on the repel. That was a large amount of pressure that you can apply from that window, now gone for the side of Dark Zero. They don't have that anymore. Does now kind of make their attack a little bit more one-dimensional from the Solar side hit without that bedroom pressure.
DC's been so slow that G2 has fully rotated all their players because we was just Benji and Master Bedroom. Now there are 2-3 players from G2, Alama, Uno, and Virtue all holding that angle, forcing DC to commit into a bad gunfight situation or rotate it across the map. But the one roamer of Doki is also there to shut down that player.
Yeah, Doki was able to get that kill and now has still got library stairs control for G2. 3 versus 3 trade did come through eventually from Dark Zero, and that slow pace round play style that we anticipated has come to fruition. Only 30 seconds remaining as Doki continues to battle. He's kept control of that position the entire round, and even until the end, start to finish from Doki towards library hallway. That's been under control for G2. Dark Zero thought they maybe had a rotate option late round, but they never cleared it out.
Canadian. Oh, he gets the kill somehow, but it's still a 1v2 with 10 seconds left, and Troy's gonna really clutch up here.
10 seconds remaining. Canadian to check closet. That's so clean with the Bailiff. Now has an opportunity to kind of get that plant down. Just didn't have information outside of maybe Doki. Doki, of course, around that position. Library side eventually slipped in towards Piano, though. A little bit closer on that bathroom side. Good reposition from Doki. Understanding at that point, he'd done his job. That rotate had been done. You know where the last threat is. Move up a little bit. Get an off-angle position and catches Canadian off guard.
What did you want me to play again? I said Solus, right? Kill the guy in the highway, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you want me to play, man? It's like, I have no idea what I'm doing here. I mean, it seemed like Dark Zero were expecting G2 to swing into their crosshairs and just holding angles. And when G2 then didn't make those really offensive plays, besides Benjamaster, who did die, they didn't gain any ground.
Yeah, and in terms of Dark Zero, though, as well, I think they played into their natural playstyle, that drone game. They clearly wanted to get a little bit of that vert, make sure no one was roaming down below. They wanted to obviously overload that Solar side. I think that, though, kind of played into what G2 were bringing defensively with the mirror, with the Warden. Yes, the Warden was dealt with early on, but still kind of the game plan, I think, for G2. I think, honestly, Dark Zero kind of played into that a little bit, and they always had Doki as a fallback option in that sort of roam game that kind of allowed G2 to have information that, hey, no one's coming from that mezzanine side.
That's important because teams will often over-rotate and have 5 people just all go to Master, then you leave up, you know, libraries free, lobbies free, etc. But Doki's sticking around, like you mentioned, very crucial. He finds 3 kills in the round because of it as well. He's 9-4 right now, putting up a stellar performance against Dark Zero, whereas the supportive cast of Uno, who spends most of the time droning on attack, playing those util global gadget operators, he's 1-4. He's only killed a C4, but that's all G2 has needed from him so far because the other players are stepping up to the plate right now. So far in this tournament, every single player from G2 is positive, with the worst player going +7. That's not a bad situation whatsoever. That's a great spot here for G2.
Over towards main garage in terms of the push here for Dark Zero. Main breach opened up in snow side for a basement side of G2. Obviously right now for Dark Zero, this is probably a really good start for them, and then I say that and cast a curse Pambasu, who dies to Virtue. It's like, oh, good start. Main breach, go second garage as well in terms of the entry point, and then someone dies. Not ideal. Didn't quite see how that happened. I don't know if that was like from a vert, because Pambasu on the buck, you ideally want them up above, opening up those floorboards. I can't imagine he would have just peeked that main breach.
No, I mean, it shouldn't have, right? It's too early in the round, be a little bit too quick, but also sometimes you want to play off pace, right? Catch opponents by surprise. Surely no one's peeking the main breach, right? But Virtue wins out that engagement. He himself had a phenomenal performance so far. The second highest rated player for G2, of course, Benji being the highest. And the thing is, Bolo, while he's roam clearing, doesn't have the full picture here, and he doesn't know that there are, in fact, 2 players instead of dining, but it doesn't matter. Doki with 10 kills now shuts down Bolo.
Juno as well gets rid of Canadian, and so far the roam clear from Dark Zero hasn't been as effective as they would have liked, and GR trying to shoot out that Nitro Cell does so effectively in the 2 versus 5. So far, G2 have just not really given up much until Uno kind of holds that angle. Good little swing from NJR, and just salvages the round a little bit now in a 2 versus 4. Understanding on a site like this as well, you can create these 1 versus 1s, but you got to probably pick up the pace now, unfortunately, with only 1 minute and 10 seconds left.
I mean, this is a defensive team that says, we do not want you in the building, we don't want you to sit up, we want you to have no space whatsoever, and they're shutting Dark Zero out entirely in this round.
Ooh, a little bit of damage from that gas babe, unnecessarily taken from NJR, further making it difficult to swing these corners when you're on such low health. Even just those elbow shots and body shots now will do so much more damage. Flash into towards Boiler, which is, of course, where Alamau is playing. One more gas babe, more time denial. Nafe with a good lurk through blue, though. Not being watched from G2. He's been able to slip in. So suddenly creates the 2 versus 3, and they know that the smoke is inside of Boiler. So that's at least information on one player. The last 2, well, they should know Virtue's on site. 1 unknown.
They could actually go for plant here. Only downside, no smokes in the NGR, no flashes either. So utility-wise, not much to work with. Help-wise for DC, not much either. In G2, they got Doki in the solos. He can see where and when the plant will go down, and he can communicate that to his teammates, and then they can try and isolate on it.
Doki also has those 2 impacts as well that might be needed here and will do a lot of damage. If they can't quite get the angle, throw the impacts in, that will do enough. Of course, with the solos, you can find the planter, calls out the information for Virtue. Nafe's going to get that down, and that's going to be it. Virtue just gets all 3 of them. Obviously, as soon as Doki just pulls out that scanner, it's like,
time.
Hey, they're planting, their time, he's ready, gun up from Virtue, gets the 3 kills in the round, and G2 take a lead here for the first time, really. I mean, they've had 1-round leads, but for the first time, a bit of separation.
Proper lead. I was going to say, this is the first time that a team has won 2 rounds in a row. It's been back and forth, 1-1, or 1-0, 1-1, you know, 1-2, 2-2, etc. And now DC, with this, they will call their tactical timeout, and I think this is a good time. You're 3-5. You just got like the side swap recently. You can talk things through and kind of figure out, okay, what are the problems here? When you pick the map, enemy picks the starting side. We all know that attack on Chalet historically is the stronger side so far, although the current meta is more defender-sided, so it really is a top-up as to where you're going to be stronger.
I think what's interesting as well is the way that G2 are playing. It's very like in-your-face defense, and so why would you want to do that against a team that maybe struggles a little bit on entries? 46% for DZ is a whopping 14% less than G2. So G2 are just kind of playing to their strengths right now. They're playing at windows, they're playing at entry points, they're making it very difficult to get into the building, which then means for DZ they don't have as much map control to do that slow-paced gameplay that they like to do.
The same there, Troy saying we gotta make, oh, that's how Bambusu died. We gotta make sure we're on the same page here. And we'll go at the same pace as well because things are falling apart. And I mean, we see it here. They're losing members to really awkward situations. Pamela getting one tap from across the map. You know, Bodo getting sworn inside our west main, completely alone, isolated. And it's not like, if you're on a room-clear kitchen dining, why not send the guy top floor master bedroom, open the hatch, open the floor if you're Buck, for example, or a Sledge, and then help your roamers clear the map from 2 separate floors. It's very, I would say, like simple style for Dark Zero, and G2 are just playing like a level above.
Interesting there at the end there from Virtue. He would have got that call out, plants going down behind the bins, but the pro players at that level, they're not just going to be like, okay, I rush over. They're like, I know there's another guy who's going to help that guy cover plant, so I'm going to try and hunt him down. I know you're coming down 5 play stairs anyway. You'll be able to deny it. Plant's a really good team play. Virtue then gets the kill in wine. At that point, there's only 1 left, the planter, and he swings over, 3 kills in the round. So really solid round from Virtue. 5-3 lead for G2. You heard it from Canadian. They need to be on the same level, same pace, and have basically the same plan enacted from all 5 members.
I would like to see Dark Zero go for maybe like a single round of like really limited or like single or angle bomb site rush basically. Like for example, basement breach, open the main wall, rush in with like a blitz, a glass, etc., and make something happen. Nafe in this round on a bar attack is showing us the blitz gameplay, but Bolo dies early. Lion's not gone from action. They're also playing Brava. They're playing double heartbeat. So while Nafe is quick on the blitz, everything else from DC is screaming a slow take, and they lose their opening player. And Bolo, who's now 1-7. Alamont drops some C's in the chat. G2 are not too impressed with the pace right now.
Yeah, and it's very easy to just look at Bolo 1-7, but in that moment, it's Doki Mudroom. He's the one that's pushing out, being aggressive, going for these little peaks, and that's the difference right now between these two teams, is G2 are happy to play the windows, play the aggressive on entry and entry denial. We saw it back in the first half as well. They were just so rapid in their attacks. What does then Doki do? He just rotates off, plays library stairs. He knows their drones are going to come through. They want to clear him. They want to try and get a bit of this information over towards Mud. He swings back. So they're constantly on the move here, G2, and it's making it so difficult for Dark Zero.
And now everyone's kind of standing still, figuring out, okay, what exactly is happening right now, because no one can feel movement from the other side. Nafe will take the shield in his back. Oh my god, no. He put the shield in his back to make less noise, but there is indeed a Frostmat and Goo Mine on the window. Doki swings for another and a third. This is prime Doki with the disrespect.
All you can do is kind of facepalm in that moment. The Voltover, though, does give Pamperzoo a look back into this round. Never over. Minute 15, 2 versus 3. At least a couple of more kills here for Dark Zero. They overload the Mud Library Stairs position, but Uno then gets the trade through Barstock, and JR finds one onto Virtue. Spray needed to probably hit there to create the 1 versus 1. Now they know. Oh, good tap from NJR. Creates said 1 versus 1, and suddenly the round is extremely winnable. Okay, NJR salvages the round for Dark Zero. That's why it's never over until the end. You never give up. Even after the calamity to start that round for DZ, they brought it back.
NTR is such a solid player. I mean, and I feel like people are sleeping on this guy. He plays like a little bit of support, a little bit of flex, but he is so strong in the entries when he just gets to shine and do his thing. In D2, they've been playing this disrespectful style of Siege throughout this entire game so far with great success. It's a good thing for them, but it's shutting down Dark Zero. But then you get this 1 versus 3, and there's no trades, there's no refrag, there's nobody playing close together, so they're all swinging 1 by 1, and if you do that against NGR, who's gonna land his shots, you might just lose the round, and they did.
Yeah, and in that sort of round here, again, Doki, okay, he was just kind of hiding in the mud. My goodness, that's so cheeky. But like in this moment as well, what does Doki do again? Reaggresses, gets the kill. It's a 5-1-3. You think, wow, this is great from G2, from Doki, gets another one, 5-1-2. But eventually they do look to overload that kind of Mud Library position. They have the numbers. NGR just obviously goes off in an individual level to get the 3 kills eventually from that kind of top fireplace stairs position. But clearly, Dark Zero, they've been trying something. We didn't quite get to see maybe what they wanted to do with that blitz. No. Well, the blitz went down, obviously, to the Frostmat and the Gumai, but nevertheless, a really good round mentally for Dark Zero, because I honestly think had they lost that round in that fashion, then they're chasing 3 match points.
Exactly.
That is a real tough pill to swallow.
If you call your timeout, you talk about what you gotta fix, you lose the round like in a really one-sided fashion, there are so many things negatively you can talk about, but if you clutch out like that, you go, guys, that round doesn't matter, we won it, whatever, go next.
Yeah, reset into the 10th
real
round.
big mental win here, like you mentioned. It's so accurate.
So Kitchen and Dining here for the 10th round, a big round. G2 still seeking that match point moment here. Again, a reminder for those maybe just tuning in, this match, this series is to see who can top the group, go straight to the quarterfinals in the playoffs. So a lot on the line. Both teams just simply have to win. Doesn't matter if it's in 3 maps or 2 maps. And now an entry for Dark Zero. And maybe don't be surprised if this does slow down a little bit, because we know that DZ do like to play a little bit of that slower paced playstyle. They've brought it back to 4-5, bit of that map-wide roam clear. And you can see already on, no early kills. No one's watching these windows. They've got to be a little bit cautious because they know G2's been aggressive.
Yeah. And G2, they play this like big intel game now with both Valkyrie and Solace, 3 C4s in pocket, Capcom and Benja Master. So a bit of a switch up here from G2. Also, they're not swinging the windows anymore the same way as previously. And this might just be, oh, what? I thought this was going to take out Nave, but no, not a single point of damage gets done to him. He stays alive. It could have been a disaster for Dark Zero, but to stay up.
Very similar setup to the last time we saw this round, though, where Doki got library control. Nice opening kill for Alamount onto Canadian. They lose the Bs for the remainder of this one. NJR, the hero as well, can't survive it anymore. Pamperzoo feeling the pump, but he got the kill back onto Virtue. Keeps it a 3v4. Look at Nave just go forward, though, playing off of the remaining hive launchers that were there from Canadian previously, and that has allowed him to push in from bedroom to closet. A little bit of Vert control here for Dark Zero. Again, remember, it's Kitchen and Dining. Uno had no idea that Nave just continued forward.
Uno was shot at earlier from Nave from the same position, but they had no idea what was happening around him. Despite the Valkyrie, despite the Soul, despite all this intel from the defensive side, they don't know that Nave pushed through.
It was a big kill on to Doki earlier as well. He was holding top library stairs. That's kind of given now Dark Zero full top level control. And so now for Benja and Alamau, it's all about, can they find positions to defend? Alamau still up above inside of Piano is 1 for Dark Zero. There's the contact onto Benja down below. So Alamau's the last line of defense now for G2, holding Hatch, maybe trying to see if he can create a couple of 1 versus 1s and then deny plant later in the round. 30 seconds left. He could be good for 1 here and should be onto Bollard. That's Kit as well. Now 2 more to go. He finds it. It's a quad so far, and now needs the ace to clutch up. Pamperzoo and Alamau both low on health.
One bullet either side, 10 seconds.
Getting that plant down. Alamau's got the button for the yellow pig as well. It's the ace for Alamau. Are there any words for Dark Zero? No, just a wry smile.
immediately into fixing the problem from Uno here. That is good old G2 at their best, where you might have won around with a clutch, but there is recognition that mistakes were made and massive gaps were had. Uno was the player on Solas who died to a backstab with no insult from G2's side. And I will say here, I've been praising Nave every single game that I've cast him so far, when I watch him in the green room as a talent member, but he massively sold the round for his team. You saw him playing that master bedroom hallway, and you heard Alamal make a noise inside of office, and he did not make the call to his team. Guys, watch out if you walk in kitchen door right here. Nave was holding the angle. He knew that Alamal was there. So he's gotta say, guys, walk into dining. It's safe in that position, or don't walk into the primary kitchen door, but the secondary. That was not communicated, and it enables, opens up that clutch for Alamal.
And in that moment as well, Kit goes down, not a great position. So you want to play behind the bomb chassis so he didn't get spotted from the hatch. You know he's got Vert up above, but then there's a Valcam on site watching yellow ping. Easy win for Alamau. 6-4 G2 have certainly had the edge here on Chalet. The map pick of Dark Zero are about to take it away. 2 more rounds for Dark Zero to send us now to overtime, and they will be kicking themselves, Pengu, because they would have felt they should have won that round. A very good comeback for G2, courtesy of an ace from Alamau. How does this one continue?
Oh boy. It's frustrating, isn't it? So many small details on both sides, you know, defining the rounds here. But individual performance from G2 cannot be underestimated. Alamau, Doki really stepping up here against DC. And on the opposition, it's more of a team effort. 7 kills in JR, 8 Panda, 5 kills in 10 in Nave. No one's really standing out here on the positive side of things. And now if you're Dark Zero, your mental, your confidence has got to be a little bit shut off those rounds not going your way. So I wouldn't be surprised if things will go a little bit slower right now. As you see, NJR holding angles, Panda holding angles. No one's really being a playmaker. DC wants like a 5v5 clean round to get closer.
I think that's the natural progression, right? Yeah. Where you kind of feel like maybe there's that pressure will slow it down. But I think for Dark Zero, I wouldn't be opposed to maybe just seeing them pick up the pace when it matters on the execute. I'd like to see maybe Pampazu try and get a good lurk position on the Nook hit site. Yes, they'll do their drone game, especially playing into the shock drones of Canadian, try and clear out some of this utility. But I think DZ have probably, one of the lapses for them has probably been their time factor, and also probably dealing with some of these roam players like Doki, who's 12 and 6. He's been a menace. He's had basically freedom to run around the map. The Canadian really solid in just waiting and watching, knowing G2 like this roam game, especially on basement. They know that Doki's been running around. Let's just hold a good angle on one of the rotate options over towards trophy side, catches him out on the Solas, advantage DZ, although Pampazu is down. Not too sure if he's in a position to get brought back up.
Yeah, it seems like this time that, okay, Doki's always a problem in the late stage of the round, so this time let's shut him down first. Again, no idea if Pamba got injured there. Might have been a C4 from Uno, I imagine, or something like that, because he doesn't have it any longer. And Benji is fishing with a second one as well. So something is up here on the library side of the map, but it doesn't really matter. Pamba is back up, 20 HP, a minute left for Dark Zero, and then focus immediately back to that backside. Kitchen, dining, big garage, but Alamau with the extension instead of boiler almost gets shut down immediately, and that's a big moment there for
He's got no more gas babes either. He's out. He's gone, yeah. So there's only 50 seconds left, sucking towards boiler. It does have the rotate available if he does want to back out of that position, but he holds even low on health, maybe anticipating that Dark Zero won't think that he'll still be there when he's got no gas babes and he's low on health. You could probably think he'll fall back to sight. He holds the close angle momentarily. 30 seconds left here for the final push here. Dark Zero needing to win this round to keep themselves alive on Chalet.
They're rotating again back and forth. DC a bit unsure. They don't know exactly what they want to do here, but they're saying, you know, okay, down the hatch we go. 20 seconds. Smoke goes Canadian first man down perhaps here to start things off for DC.
Who knows? They're thinking towards Mud. Might be a factor late during this round. Keep an eye on that one. Drop down successful. Yes, Virtue took a lot of health damage, but he is still alive. Nice little double swing push in towards Boiler. Canadian towards default opens it up. Can get this plant down successfully, but yeah, there is coming in late to deny, but being watched by NJR. Really solid team effort. Just has to deny Virtue. Can't from that angle though, on the wrong side of the field. 4 versus 1. Dark Zero with the plant, and Virtue, as good as he's been, surely not from this position with so low health. No, says NJR. We go another round here on Chalet.
Very impressive attacking round for DC, and you said it perfectly. Slow, methodical back to default, but in the execute go fast. They did 3-2-1. Old man Troy drops the hatch, opens things up, swings spoiler, gets the kill, immediate on the pun. You're thinking, oh, Uno has the perfect reader with the flank, but no, DC, they cover all their bases. Flank watch, bomb cover. They know there are no C4s there because Pemba got injured earlier from the single C4 that was in the round because Benji died before. So all of a sudden, it's picture perfect for DC, but just one small thing, if they didn't consider it, if they didn't think about it, that would have been Uno stealing the round and the map for G2.
Yeah, Uno was just kind of lurking in towards mud, and then he was going to play off of the hatch to try and deny the plant. That's basically all he had to do here, and then NJR very much, of course, aware of that scenario, that they don't have vert above the hatch in terms of control, so clearly you got to watch that. You don't know where that last play is going to come from. So really, really well worked there from Dark Zero, and like you said as well, like, I mean, that slow-paced gameplay, I think it works for Dark Zero. We already mentioned it. Yes, they're slow, low on that time of entry, but they are still a very successful attacking team, second in SI24 so far through group. So for them, it clearly works. They have to just back in what works for them, and it kind of goes back even a couple more rounds when Canadians like, we just got to be on the same pace, we got to be on the same play. If you've got one or two that are just offbeat, either too slow or too fast, then that's going to cause disruption to the overall scheme of the attack.
It really is just one big machine working together, and when everyone's working in union like we saw, it is a beautiful thing at work. So now for Dark Zero, the plan is the same, I think, and I think the most important thing is not die early to Doki. And maybe even if you really want to target him like individually, try and figure out what orbit is Doki playing, where is he roaming, and maybe try and just hunt him down, because Doki is usually the most, you know, singled out defending player, but even he in this round is closer to the side than on the roam itself. Now unleashing off the Solus, Uno take that duty instead. Maybe Doki's saying, let me try and live a bit longer and stay alive for that long, like in the late rounds instead, because he also has value in those clutch moments when it's like a 3v3.
Deploy was shield blown up over towards the library hallway, was actually facing the interesting direction of towards library stairs rather than towards piano, in the way that G2 kind of wanted to hold this with a bit of that office control, giving up on that one. The Rotero is strong. Doki still holds top library stairs. Information here from Nave with a good drone on the mezzanine chimney, watching in towards Doki with a little bit of sightlines as well towards library. DZ's drone gameplay has been really solid so far in getting information. It's all just about now the execution.
Yeah, I think it comes down to this first opening engagement. If DC can find a kill or just not die themselves, that is the first step towards success for them. And G2, they opted to reinforce the Henshaw library. C4 goes out again, baiting DC in, thinking this is safe, right? No, it's not. A good strike back from Virtue.
That was Canadian that goes down, who had the kit as well on the Hibana. Hatch is still closed, but they do have the secondary hard bridge through Nave, so they can still get library hatch opened up if that's something they feel is a requirement. Oh, bench up misses the initial shot. The Pampersu will punish that. Trade comes through west main stairs from Uno. Really apt timing, but Pampersu probably should not have been able to walk away with a kill there, so at least something for Dark Zero. 3 versus 3, 60 seconds left.
It's a good trade and even numbers here. 3-on-3. Hatch gets opened up by Nave for that secondary hard breach. Thankfully for Dark Zero, they brought back up in case Canadian would fall like he did. And now it comes down to where is the gap going to be? Dark Zero, limited tools, no smokes to deny lines of sight, just 6 flashbangs, but there is a warden from the side of Virtue. Note, G2, no true plant deny, no smokes, no C4s. It comes down to gunplay. They have 4 impacts, but that won't get them much in this round with these current player positions.
Still 30 seconds. Would like to see maybe Bolo get a Rotero towards that big window inside against, clear all of that utility. The barbed wire, the frost mat, they haven't done that, especially if they do want to go for the bolt later in the round as an option. NJR from the mezzanine has yellow ping information, but what an acute angle to try and bind this shot. You've only got 15 seconds. You can't just sit here holding this angle for too long towards Barstock. Yellow ping's up above. Good information, at least for G2, and they are ready for that drop. They are ready for that push from Dark Zero. The drop down's not going to work from NJR, and G2 will take Chalet in the end.
I didn't know at any point who was going to take these rounds. I'm thinking 3-3, it's equal numbers, 5-5 equal numbers, but G2, they are so good in the late stages with the player positions. No one's dying to weird angles, no one's really getting caught off guard, and DC not being allowed those openings because G2 refused to move unnecessarily.
All right, well, while we have a break here on the A stream, let's go and have a look and see how the stream B is transpiring.
The bedroom. Additionally, you've got control of library, and you can keep a flank drone over there if you know that there's nobody over there and there's no utility being used over there. So suddenly, you've basically got this entire floor at your disposal, except for bathroom and solarium, which then Blizz used their utility to take engagements on and won that. It was textbook roam clear and textbook map control by Blizz. And honestly, kudos to them for the way that they played that off. Once you've broken the back of D+ Kia upstairs, at that point, whether you're sitting in kitchen or whether you're sitting in dining, you've got to be wary of that kitchen wall getting opened up by a hard breacher. Blizz didn't open up, but that's okay. You've then got to watch the doorway. You've got to be worried about trophy stairs because now you've lost control of solarium. And then things just go very bad for you in a hurry. because unlike a lot of other bomb sites, there's really no way out of that kitchen dining bomb site once you've lost control of above and the peripherals. So Bliss play that very well. They grab the lead, and we'll go back to the very first bomb site we saw, Guz, which is downstairs.
Just didn't quite go the way of Bliss last time around.
No, it certainly didn't. You know,
a little bit.
It was bad. I think it was kind of bad. I don't know if you watched, but the attack that they had was not great.
Not amazing. Well, Soldier attempts the bandit trick on the wall. It does not land, so some good util game there from both Fish and Wet on the Thermite and the Thatcher, respectively. You now see Bliss probably rotate over towards Wine to try and split this push. Coupon approach. I don't know if Bliss are necessarily going to lean into a heavy vert play, and I know it's something that we've been commenting on a little bit throughout the first quarter of this particular match, that they're electing not to play the buck or the sledge. But I'd probably make the argument that it's not particularly necessary, and maybe I'll overcomplicate a push, which for Bliss locally in OS can sometimes be a bit of an issue against weaker opponents where they overcomplicate things and their own demise. Minute 45 though on the clock, a bit of a roam being employed here from D+ Kia at the moment. But the Jackal is in play for Bliss, so they should be able to get a read on this and force them back.
I mean, hey, if you can't get coated from his roam, you might as well bring a Jackal onto the board. Look at the operator bans, the Lion banned out by D+ Kia, so that's one of the globals that Bliss won't have available, but obviously the Dokkaebi is not a terrible decision either. Just as we saw in round number 1, D+ Kia will get the lead off pick. Brendo dies, and it was a hard breach that died early, if you recall, back in round number 1 as well. It's not a good situation when you don't find yourself in a good situation when you lose one of your hard breachers first. You have to wonder why somebody like Brendo or Fisho Guy are even in positions to die first.
Yes, not even my bias can cover that fault from Bliss. A mistake from them here in
Thank you for having some integrity here. I appreciate that.
Integrity.
Integrity.
Are we allowed to talk about that particular show on this broadcast? Probably not.
Probably not.
Well, 30 seconds. Thatcher still in play. Fisher does have an exothermic, so they could route one. The back push here through Wine's cellar. I will say yes, being on top floor could pose a bit of a threat and flank potential. Oda is in position to maybe contest. Instead, though, now over towards the dining hatch, and Bliss will need to Hail Mary this final play.
I don't know what Oda is exactly looking at. There you go. You'll drop. Blue is clear. Down goes Soldier. Wettables, you said, always good for more than one kill. Finds 2 so far. Oda on the board as well, but there's D-Mally to retake from main stairs. Wettables finds 3 kills. So here's your win con if you're Bliss. Wettables gets a 3K. Then you win the round. Very simple stuff.
Yeah, I suppose so. Which is pretty interesting, right? Because you look at Wet obviously joining this roster not all that long ago in replacement of Jigsaw. There was a lot of discussion at the time as to whether or not that would be a worthy replacement, considering that he didn't have a lot of big experience in big teams locally. However, he has clearly shown up. A 0.95 rating at Atlanta. Not horrible for an international debut.
I think
he's striking out nicely at the moment.
I think a 0.95 rating is pretty good for a lot of players in his particular position, especially.
That would have put him second on the team. So.
I mean, like, OS is really hard to quantify, and I mean, obviously you call it OS. A lot of us as casters call it ANZ.
ANZ.
And I'm not American. I don't say Z. I say it like the entire rest of the world.
Wait, you're not American? I thought.
Believe it or not.
North American.
I mean, technically, are Brazilians Americans? Because this is South America. I'd imagine if you were from New Zealand and somebody called you Australian, you would feel the same way that I do when somebody calls me American. You are from the America of APAC. How does that feel? And the UK is America of Europe.
Ooh.
No, the UK doesn't really want to be a part of Europe anymore, but we don't need to get into that, eh? Brexit means Brexit. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oi, bruv. Oi, bruv, we're gonna leave Europe.
I've already had to cast with Des. I don't need to experience that.
I'm very sorry.
Don't need to relive that.
Yeah.
Well then, into round number 5 we go, and it's bar this time round.
Have you noticed that the it's almost like a sage green behind Sage on the backdrop? You know, it's just a small little thing. This is a small little thing. Same lineup, or at least very close to the same lineup that Bliss brought this previous execute when they wanted to pull off a bar gaming take. Looks like the D+ Kia rotations for this map will exclude the upstairs bomb site as they've gone to garage, then bar gaming, then kitchen. Now they've gone to garage, bar gaming. They still have time to make a change for this final round. Wedables only has a single one of those logic bombs remaining. How he will use it is anybody's guess. I think he's probably going to call them, and then everybody's phone is going to make noise.
And then get a multi-kill.
And then get a multi-kill. I think that is absolutely correct. Do you have one? Are you in the fantasy league that Jesse has made?
We don't talk about that.
So you are. You're probably doing very
I
poorly.
wouldn't say I'm competitive. I think I'm third last at the moment. And I don't have any of these players in my team.
I was going to say, Wedables seems like a pretty solid bet so far. Multi-kills. Anyway. Half of the round gone. A very sluggish round so far. Bliss were much better at getting information on the defenders and then using that to their advantage the last time they attacked this bomb site. So D+ Kia obviously finding ways around that drone work and entry to stop Bliss in their tracks.
Again, a lack of explosives here. Brendo does have the 2 Ash charges, but
Welcome back to the A stream, where G2 has just had a great and phenomenal performance against Dark Zero on Dark Zero's map pick. They get that first one in the bag, and so far they're running pretty standard with their 2-0 wins.
Yeah, they've already got the first map under their belt. Now they just need to make sure that they can lock out the second one. But as soon as the game was over, all of DZ instantly grouped up, huddled behind. They didn't even take time to walk outside or side, just took a moment, started talking about the next map. So they're still locked in it.
I mean, I'd imagine so. It was so close to it being overtime, or you know, they were looking pretty dominant. It was pretty solid in the first half of the game. It's just unfortunately when they went over to their attacks that it really didn't go their way. But of course, you know, it being so close, that means there's definitely an opportunity for them to come back on the second map.
Yeah, 7-5, definitely not what we've seen earlier today in some of our games, a closer one. But when we were looking at the start of this game particularly, it was flawless from both of these teams, where neither one really wanted to give up either one of their advantages.
I think specific stat to look at is Bolo hasn't been in the game for, you know, a little bit of time, but he hasn't let that stop him.
Are you flaming already?
No, I'm not flaming.
What?
I'm saying it hasn't let him stop him in the tournament, but I think when you play against a caliber of team like G2, obviously there's going to be a little bit of rust to it. He started working up towards the end. I mean, he only got 3 kills, but if the trend follows going into the next map, he might be the top frag.
I think if you look at the stats on the other side, comparing similar players, maybe someone that was really active in that opening part of the game, in my opinion, has to be Doki. He was getting active, he was making sure there was a bit of that surprise factor. I think this especially was happening on G2's own defenses, where sometimes these players of Dark Zero weren't really ready to be swung yet by a player from G2, but it was happening. They were getting swung. Some massive clutches and personal performance as well, which I'm sure we'll get into later. But yeah, a very close game, which should set us up for a very good second map.
I'm glad you brought that up, because there was so many rounds where the defense, G2 would specifically reinforce their defensive roam, having 3-4 people off the site to cause confusion to Dark Zero's clears, just so that they can take advantage of the roam clear. And there was a lot of times where they were pretty much uncontested. They would miss a potential roamer just because there was so many people off the site.
And the beautiful ace coming through as well from the side of G2, Alamo. But when we're looking at this game, besides the fact that it was flawless at the start, besides the fact that people are screaming a lot, also clutches were a pretty big percentage of this one.
Yeah, we talked about, in front of this game, we talked about the support stuff, especially on the side of Dark Zero, really stepping up. I feel like sometimes it might be a little bit skewed, whereas they're getting really the kills in, the entries in, whereas the entries are falling behind a little bit. But a really good moment to show that was the clutch that NJR had in round 9. That was really impressive, in my opinion. It really looked like they were about to lose that round. That second kill, by the way, absolutely amazing. It takes them a little while to get it from the main stairs here, but it just shows that on the side of Dark Zero, we're definitely seeing players like NJR and Nave step up. But with the operators that are playing, you're not expecting it from them so much.
If you can get them in that position, more often than not, they'll be able to capitalize on it. They obviously, their stats are showing it, their in-game performance are showing it, but it's getting to that performance. Most of the early rounds were very flawless one-sided wins, back and forth, and only came down to the last little bit of rounds where G2 was able to just slide ahead. So Dark Zero needs to try to equalize that just to make sure that they're staying alive, I guess, further into the rounds and putting their supports back into those positions.
Yeah, something else that you touched upon a little bit before we got onto the desk was the fact that on the roams, G2 were not the easiest ones to lock down.
No, they weren't at all. I mean, they were pretty much playing. I don't want to use the word.
The worm. Yo, you're good.
I was thinking of critters. You know, I didn't want to use the word rats, but they are playing so aggressively on the roam. It's very hard to keep track of them, especially on attack too. They're really trying to isolate the different types of roams that DZ are playing because they know that DZ is a lot more of a structured team and they're going to fall back, and that's what puts their support players in those clutch positions. So that's what they tried to focus on.
A really good example of that was that ace that LMAO got, whereas he was standing in office and his teammate got shot in the little closet of master bedroom, and he just did not respond to that at all. Just staying passive, making sure that if nobody hears me, I'm going to be able to stand here for a little while. I'm going to be able to, you know, keep my position unknown. As you mentioned, it's really difficult to keep track of them, and from there on was able to get a nice little 1v3, especially with the information they had as well.
I love how he fell all the way back, fell into office. His teammate reinforced the wall, and I don't know if it was miscommunication, but there wasn't any call on a guy potentially coming master. Whoever died inside of office died, but LMAO was completely hidden right until the end, and he obviously won the 1v3 at the end.
Yeah, and we were looking at LMAO particularly from the side of G2, but even when we're looking at Dark Zero, they have also had their incredible players that were stepping up. We've had Nave that we highlighted at the beginning as well, in terms of what we can be expecting from him, being that support player, being one of the highest rated players on the team. So going on to the second map, which will be Club, G2's map pick. When it comes to Dark Zero and how they're currently performing, what are you expecting moving forward?
I think Club is a map that takes a lot of time early to prep. I'd expect a lot of early aggressive roams by G2, obviously, but on the side of Dark Zero, I think they will try to maybe switch it up a little bit from Chalet, go back into the turtle type playstyle, make G2 focus on executing, focus on finding those kills, not extending too much on the roam and losing people potentially to just, again, the rodent rat scurrying around behavior.
All right, and with that, we're ready to head into Club, our second map of the series. G2-0 has been something that we've been seeing the entirety of the group stage, but will that continue? Let's find out as we head over to their map pick.
I don't know about rats and worms, Fox, but I do know we've got another banging map coming our way. To Clubhouse we go very shortly. G2, of course, 1-0 up in this series, and now one map away from securing the group.
Oh yeah, they're getting close, and you and I are fearing a little bit here for Dark Zero because like G2 been hiding a lot of map pools so far for this tournament, and they pick Clubhouse. This could be the end for DC, at least in terms of getting that first spot.
Could be. Could also be an opportunity for them to bounce back here on Clubhouse. And kind of like Fox was saying outside of the worms, is that they have this opportunity on a very defensive side of the map to maybe play into that kind of turtle gameplay. That might actually benefit them. The other part of the equation is for G2, Clubhouse is not a map we really see them play all that often either. So it really comes down to the level of workshop ability that they've put into it.
Yeah, but that's what G2 they tend to shine. Their support staff, they're great at counter-strateging and kind of tailoring things to how the team likes to operate in terms of operators and playstyle and positions. LMAO with more Cs because DC, despite what their opponent they're playing, what map they're playing, they will tend to ban just the same operators. There's no flexibility here.
Interesting. So Montaigne gets banned out. That does kind of leave like a Ying on the board, for example. Montaigne can be very much influential on a map like Club. And the Castles, so clearly they're cooking. They are cooking something here, Pengu.
He's saying ban Asami, go. And it's like the mental game, right? Taunting, like, we know you're gonna ban Dokkaebi Asami every single game, go do it again, and there it is. This is just G2 showing that Dark Zero are a very predictable team. Okay, But it's true. I mean, at the highest level of play, we do expect teams to tailor their operator bans. But at the same time, if you are a new roster, 2 new players going to the biggest event of the year, I would believe, as a former player myself, that you want to just make sure that you can play a stable game of Siege. And if that means removing the same 2 operators, Dokkaebi and Asami, you can just work with that scenario every single time. And then, of course, whatever the opponent bans, you gotta adapt to, but at least you know from your side what the game will look like.
You guys at home didn't quite get to see it, but Doki said it calls you a bot, fair enough, so you're in border. So maybe not full confidence there for Doki as G2, of course, win this, and we don't get to see it. We head into the first round. Dark Zero will be on the defense first to begin with. Rather conventional looking lineup. Bring the Kaid, obviously electrify those hatches, but Thatcher is available if wanted, if desired, to obviously aid in opening up those hatches. Ying, as I mentioned, did not get banned out, so it means that for LMAO, straight onto it, really good execute heavy operator.
Yeah, and as Fox kind of touched upon it, but Clubhouse is a map, you know, unlike Chalet, where it often will come down to executing, getting down the diffuser and just playing your 1-2-3s. That is pretty much what Clubhouse is summarized as in most competitive games. But given how Chalet played out, I could see a world where both teams just go fight each other on the roam, hunt down those roam players, and maybe even more often than not, the game, or the rounds rather, will be decided by the roam game itself, who can shut down the roaming or who can shut down the entries.
Yeah, very curious to see, because obviously what we were listening to Fox say on the analyst desk earlier was that turtle gameplay that Dark Zero might opt to bring and play here on Clubhouse, especially defense. You think about Church Arsenal, the way teams may look to contest this defensively. Yeah, sometimes they do go for a bit of that roam up above, but other times, and for probably the most part, you will see that large spread of 5-stack on site, holding Turret, holding Blue, holding the site, and all of those rotate entries in. So and I think right now, from what I can see in the top-down view here, it looks like that will be the case.
Definitely. It looked like maybe a bit of an early roam there from DC, but now they're just looking for a drone and maybe trying to give G2 the impression that they might have some presence elsewhere, but they don't. There will be a 5-man turtle, or Mind is coming out, denying those utility pieces, but grenades can't be cooked any longer. You don't have to worry about grenades, but more so the capital fire arrows from Uno, and of course the Candelas from Alamau on the Ying. And G2, they brought a very consistent lineup. They got soft breach, they got hatch breaching and wall breaching. Instead of playing Thatcher and hard breach, just play out the Maverick. They can do it both.
Virtue with the opening kill onto Knave. Nicely done through stock. Interesting that they've used those Kaid claws, not on the hatches, but of course on Triple Church Wall. Makes it more difficult to open up. Secondaries are available. Hello, Doki. That's straight in towards side. Does get one eventually traded by Pampazu, but again, it's that fast-paced G2 execute style gameplay that we're seeing. As soon as they got a bit of that stock control, opened up the hatches, just drop down, everyone push onto the side. Similarities immediately from Chalet here, even onto Clubhouse, and even on a very defensive-sided site of Church Arsenal Club, G2 make it work.
Exactly, that's what I was gonna say, where, yeah, you know, Clubhouse is this really structured, slow, methodical ABC map, but given how Chalet played out, I'm not sure that's gonna happen. But I love this off-pace play from G2. They're really catching Dark Zero by surprise time and time again, because if you're in Dark Zero right now, I'll tell you what happens. The guy in Church will say, oh, the EMP Church Wall. Oh, they're acing the Church Wall. Guys, this is going to be a Church-oriented attack. But as he says that, they're in Morador. They get the opening kill. The blue guy on the fire gets flanked from Blue Staircase and from the hatch itself. Everything falls apart immediately. And if you're Dark Zero with your communication, you have no idea what the actual attack is looking like right now, because everything is on the fire.
I mean, you could just simplify it there with that highlight from Virtue. 3K entry, first one initially, because Knave does swing and check that hatch. He gets that kill, opens up position. He then takes it and just snowballs. And snowballed he went until he found 3, got full blue control, and at that point, all that defense and trying to keep that triple wall closed is irrelevant. Round's over at that point, and Dark Zero succumb immediately, and they go straight away out of basement towards Cash and CCTV here for the second round.
Change it up, and I love the fact here that they're willing to go to CCTV, play more utility, mirror windows, Bandit, Kai Claws, etc. It's all utility players, even NGR on the Maestro, but G2, they're equally good at this. Virtue, probably going to be on Maverick almost every single attacking round, because with Kite available, you just want to bring out a Maverick to guarantee any wall or hatch to get open that you might need. And because Maverick is being actively in play from G2, it means that there's no problem they cannot solve, at least around the hard breaches. And that is the first step on most attack rounds in Clubhouse. And G2, all they need, like in that last round, is the first step. Then they just explode off of that.
It's also a very weakened drafters here. Again, with that Azami ban, but more importantly, there's also no catch either in terms of defense for Dark Zero. So it's kind of a very lonely position to be holding right now. I think it's Bolo on the Kaid. He's just holding that spot by himself. So unfortunately there for Dark Zero, that is definitely a bit of a weak spot, but they've brought it themselves, so they will understand that. G2 though going immediately for a bit of a roam, as they do obviously have Virtue on the Maverick to get through a lot of this electrified wall and deal with Knave, who's playing the Bandit. A little bit slower here from G2, but that's okay, because we've seen already from them, it might be slow for the first 30-40 seconds, but once they go, they don't stop.
Yeah. Also mind that Dark Zero played this map against NIP in the first opening day, and if G2 watched that lot, which they definitely did, they know Clean always flanks in the basement up the blue staircase, the main staircase, and they are ready for this. And again, the perfect catch. This is the prep work coming in from G2. They saw it against NIP, it's happening again here, and they're saying, you are predictable, we will counter.
Canadian gone again early. Just under 90 seconds left. NJ are really hoping he can find something from the vert down below, but no, nothing to be found. I think at this point, Pambas, who's thinking, all right, might have to be just run out time, jump out time. Oh, an opportunity did get spotted, and that now makes it a little bit more difficult to try and catch that player on the rappel outside of Kendall's. Double kill, though, comes the way. Trade, 3 versus 4, still advantage in towards Garage, though. The trade again. Pambazoo expecting the entry. Nicely done. Does now fortify that Garage position and gives DZ the advantage.
Yeah, meet aggression with more aggression, but do better in that case. And Pambazoo knows there's a risk here. Crossing the door and the boiler will make it rotate and go elsewhere. What this means, though, is G2, they have about 20 seconds now of time, or it's a 2v2 instead of a 2v3, but they don't have defuse kit, they're not near the bomb site, so they can't necessarily act upon this, so things will stabilize for DC on the attacking side. They'll get those angles lined up with the crossfires and just play a nice, stable round for this end game.
Doki getting good position. Rafters under 30 seconds left. Alamar will grab that kit. Where does he take it, though? He can't really go up red. Surely still barbed wire. Pambazoo over towards main with a very long rotate. Doki's at least got... He is going up red, Alamar. He's forcing it. He's going to take on the battle with Nate. Even though he's half white, he still wins it anyway. Good position. Place the mirror window in towards Cash. Tries to get the kill onto Con. Could plant towards Reed, but guess what? Pambazoo's outside the building. Gets the kill. Double again. 4 in the round for Pambazoo. Massive individual effort in that round for DZ to get the round win.
There's a reason why the saying is it's Panda party time, because when this man shows up, it is always with a phenomenal look. It is clear play, it is aggression, it is confidence, and it is pretty much flawless in that round. Doki on Chalet was always an enemy's face, but now it's Panda saying enough is enough. I might be playing a slow operator, but I can still go fast.
Yeah, and pretty much had to, and I think did so at the earlier part in that Garage push, understanding that's the weak area. We don't really have a very strong Rafters hold. G2 eventually going to look to overload that position. Look at that early kill from Doki. I mean, what can Canadian really do? There's the push, though, from Pamba. Kit is over on this side. Double kill, gets the entry. They know they lost the Rafters position, so what do? You want to come back, try and fortify. Eventually then plays outside CC window, goes prone. I mean, nothing you can do there. Really solid effort from Pamba. Wins the round for DZ, and they really do need those kind of rounds for the mental.
You do. Sometimes a round might look lost strategically or structurally, but a clutch is always possible. Both of these two rosters are so capable of stepping up in those moments when they present themselves. The Desk spoke about it, we spoke about it. The only thing we haven't seen much is really Bolo. On Chalet, he was like 2 or 3 to like something like 7-9 this, whatever. I want to see a bit more here from him, right? A big pickup from him and Nave. And Nave certainly has proved himself in this series and series past, but Bolo just before this series ends, gotta have his moment as well.
It's interesting you say that, because I think internally Darkseid would probably just say play your role, play within the team anyway. Don't worry. If you go 3-10 and we win the game, it doesn't really matter.
It's true.
And so then it relieves a bit of that pressure. Obviously, there's a lot of eyes on Bolo and what he's going to be able to bring to this roster, but just play within the team. And we heard Canadian back on Chalet. Everyone needs to be on the same page, same pacing, play your role.
Of course, sometimes your role is just a drone, hold angles, and sometimes you end up in a 1v5 saying, guys, I'm not going to get a kill here. Like, you know that, I know that, but it is what it is. And I know some people are going to say, Bolo's going to play Ash, entry, going to get 20 kills a game. Like, no, that's not the case right now. Nobody's doing that. He is playing that flex supportive role.
Not in this meta.
Not this meta. No, not at all. And this might be one of the slowest rounds on Clubhouse so far. It is a basement attack, of course. And we see DC, all 5 members primed and ready downstairs. A lot of plant deny here, both the Echo and the smoke.
Same setup, though, from G2. Bring Virtue on that Maverick, open up stock. This time around, though, surely Nate has learned his lesson. You're playing that Warden, too. You don't really need to peek that down below into the hatch. You want to play on-site anchor, use those glasses late round for the execute, especially against the Candelas of the Ying. So really paramount that Nate stays alive here. He's a big win condition for Dark Zero.
Well, absolutely. And I think Clubhouse all comes down to if you are a good attacking team, you can win the attacking rounds, no matter how favorable the defensive side is. If you can solve the problems in front of you, and there are so many ways to do it on Clubhouse. That's why it's a beautiful map. There's a lot of operations you can flex between, a lot of different ways to approach the map from here. Got 3 different hatches, 2 staircases, garage flank as well. It all comes down to G2's in-game leading skills right now and problem solving. Where do they want to strike and how do they want to do it?
Got a bit of main stairs pressure as well from G2. No real flank options for Dark Zero. It's firmly on-site defense. Can work, especially when you're playing into the Echo ward and mirror combo, as even more so with the smoke. That's the lineup they brought that is going to help them in this situation. Uno now with the incendiaries to open up that generator position inside of blue. That is an angle and a half. Oh, it's not even an angle, it's a pixel from Nave onto Virtue. And then JR as well. Gets rid of Doki coming from main stairs. Alamau can't find anything from this position of triple in towards Church. Drop down from Benja. No real opportunity in the 2 versus 5. Kit is over towards secret side of blue. That is going to be very difficult to retrieve. They've lost Benja. It's only Alamau on a 1 versus 5. And AC's already had in the series, but not from a position such as this. And Dark Zero should be getting their second round here on Clubhouse.
Come on, Carl, do something. Season chat, holding an angle, waiting for DC to approach. There's 10 seconds left. We all know this round is over. This round is done.
He just wants them to rush into him, maybe pad the stats a little bit, time to run out. Talk about the discipline here, though, from Dark Zero. It doesn't seem like much, but the fact that they're not just running at him as 4, as 5. We've all played Siege before. We all know what it's like. We've seen teams throw away good positions because they go chasing for that final kill because you think you've got the numbers. It'll be fine. We'll overload him, but just discipline. Hold your angles. We don't have to go and chase him. This is SI. Who cares? It's 1 kill. He can't win the round.
That's exactly it. Gotta keep it disciplined till the very end. And the opening kills, of course, here very important, either shutting down G2's offense or just getting run over. And this time it was DC with 2 kills before anything really happened here. Nave with a nice pixel to shut down Virtue, who got the 3K last time in his basement attack. And even after that, still swings the hatch with the smart glasses on, knows the smoke won't land.
Yeah, but the difference that time, at least from Nave, whereas last time he kind of pushed under the hatch to check it, this time he's kind of body checking it and then unpeaking, and so it's a little safer, get the information. They never saw him, he then swings back, gets the kill. Really nicely done from Nave, and a big difference in that round from the opening round of basement, and I think a reason why they were able to win that. You saw Virtue again, that lurk through pit in towards blue. Last time he got a 3K. Why? Because Dark Zero were peeking and probably not playing the angles as correctly. Instead, Nave, a little bit more defensive, hold the acute angle, gets a couple kills, and it really then solidifies that position.
I will say that despite G2 losing that round, I actually really liked what they were doing because they're applying all this phantom pressure. What I mean by that is that they're opening up all the hatches, all the lines of sight, Church triple sprees as well. It's very hard as a defender. We all know that if you play Siege and Ranked, etc., when everything's opened up, you don't have like a Valkyrie for intel. Where is the enemy actually at, right? Because there are so many options, so many possibilities. It's hard to make the right assumptions, but Nave really had that locked in, guessing 2 out of 2 correctly and getting 2 out of 2 kills. But now, of course, when you win the bomb site, it's locked. You gotta go elsewhere and find success on a different bomb site. And this time, you will not go to CCTV. They're going to gym defense instead, with an extension towards the cash CC side.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Gym bedroom, certainly a site that many would probably have as second in their rotation. Obviously not the case here for Dark Zero, having already gone to cash and CCTV. Betcha to open up Jacuzzi wall with the exothermic charge, and he's also got Alamau here on the Glaz. Curious to see what this will play like. They've got a couple of smokes. The Glaz himself, and of course the Ying too, has 2 in pocket. Open breach, easily done at Jacuzzi. They haven't gone for the full map wide open where you get Jacuzzi and Kennels, but they have got that single wall opened up over towards Con.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what the angle is here. It's like 1 or 2 people on the roof, just on the office hatch, lurking about. Mostly rotate to a CCTV set. But again, G2 are doing things in like a bit of a different rotation here. You'd think, okay, CC wall goes first, then you go Jacuzzi.
Different order.
Exactly, the order is different here from them. And again, they're keeping Dark Zero guessing as to when are they gonna do it and what are they exactly going to do. We know because we see all the operators that Glass is gonna be the main pushing force on the attacking side, but we don't yet know where they're gonna enter from and where they're gonna try and plant.
The biggest question for me is Pambazu. Has he been droned out? Because guess what? Look at that Pengu top right. There's only 1 drone left, so a lot of those have been denied. Canadian on the solos doing his job. You would imagine Pamba knows there's one on the balcony because noise has been made by Benja. He's basically tried to bait him out. A couple of shots, look towards CC window, anticipating. So whether he actually knows Pamba's there or not, I'm not too sure again because we haven't really got a lot of drones on the field for G2.
Yeah, it's gonna be smoke, seeing Candelas out, execute from G2 with 60 seconds to go. It's gonna be explosive.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. The G2 typically go, they don't stop. There's going to be the drop down into logistics, but Dark Zero are ready and waiting. Good positions again on site, similar to basement. Good win from Uno, coming from logistics drop, and Alamau 1 out on the Glaz with those smokes, and 2 more still available from said Uno with that Ying. Candelas to also go, so good utility from G2 on the push into site, and they've got good positions. Alamau holding main stairs, but Canadians a big win condition on the solos. He can deny plant.
2 below. C4 and Solar Scale, so they get side control now, but DC, they're playing from below. Pampas C4 missed this, and now Plant Deny might not happen from downstairs.
And Doki's watching that hatch. The Canadian knows he has to go back. Why doesn't matter. Pamba clean straight through said wire. Uno to get the player down. Canadian got the kill as well onto Doki, who was watching the hatch. Uno drops down below. That's the only thing he can really do now. And for the 1-on-2 retake in favor of Dark Zero, left side, right side, hard to know. But Uno, no information here. Besides the shots now, he knows there's one to the left. Dark Zero don't have to rush this and talk about the long arm of the law behind the bomb chassis. I don't think Uno's going to be able to get the angle, and Bambazu was sneaking from behind anyway as the secondary, but it did not matter because I honestly think he couldn't get that angle.
Yeah, I mean, that is just a ridiculous retake from DC where they have an immediate response to the problem. They say, okay, let's give them the bomb site. Nave and stuck inside a bathroom. Pamba, come downstairs with me. I'm Solus. I'm going to show you where they plan. You throw a C4, you get the kill. Okay, G2, don't start planning immediately. So Pamba will throw the C4 quicker and run up the staircase. Try up the other staircase and try and retake the site itself, and they win their individual 1v1s. They get back together and they go for that 2v1 swing and they get things done. A good win here from DC.
Yeah, and I did pose that question earlier in the round. Did they know that Pamba was still lurking inside a CCTV? There was only one drone available for G2. Don't know how many of those were at the hands of Canadian, but nevertheless, in the end, Benja was watching, waiting. At some point, though, when you're playing that balcony position and when the push does eventually come through from logistics, from Jacuzzi, you need to be helping out on site. That means he turns his attention away from CC. Easily done from Pamba, free kill, and then he can actually rotate in con side if he wants to. Really solid defensive half here from Dark Zero right now. G2 tried to play that game again where they go fast, they fully commit, and for the most part, it actually wasn't that bad. They were able to get through logistics, got the player down in towards Jim. It just came down to a 1v2 retake.
It really is. Now, if you're getting worried for G2 right now, there are statistics here that say you shouldn't. Clubhouse is a 66% defensive win rate so far in terms of favors, so we can say that this might be statistically the expected outcome. But looking at the rounds, they've been very close, very back and forth. Panda had a big moment where he clutched the round single-handedly. Last round, a 2v2 or 2v3 with DC as well. So, yeah, sure, statistics is one thing, but performance in the server is ultimately the defining factor.
Bolo over towards Rafters. Again, it's not really a Rafters position that's overly defensive, although this time they've got the Wamai through Pambazu, so you can get those Mac kits over to just help. There's Virtue trying to get open this main breach in the old conventional way of the Maverick, open it up and then softball, but it's Doki watching as well on the Brava, has those clutch drones available. Only one left is what I can see. Not sure how he's used those so early on. Regardless though, for G2, primary focus here is to maybe see if they can catch anyone out over towards the red side. Of course, there's no bandit in play, and Doki does get the kill onto Nave. So really nicely executed there from G2. Had a plan. Plan comes to fruition. Still a bit of that red stance control. And the swing in response there from Pambazu. Was that necessary? Uno watching.
What's active? No, I mean, they know Master Bedroom Default hasn't been shot, so they have to assume there's a lot of people outside Garage and CCTV Breach. When your Maverick can open a wall and nothing else is happening, there's no way you think there's no cover, so DC, they're throwing their bodies away this round.
Yeah, they certainly are. Credit, though, to G2. Certainly more of a playstyle-centric round from them rather than that super rush-heavy style. NGR tries to contest. Bolo's up in flames. A round, though, up in flames for Dark Zero. That was exquisite from G2.
It was. I mean, you know, we all have been here where you go CCTV, it's not a great bomb site per se, and if the enemy has the right response, like, for example, like Cameras off a catwalk, and Merrick for the main breach, you're thinking strategically, this round is falling apart. We need to try and go for kills, but I'm not really entirely sure about that circumstance for Dark Zero. They still had 3 Toxic Babes, they had a C4, they had Evil Eyes, and they hadn't lost character control yet. They could have surely sat for a little bit longer there before throwing bodies into a breach that wasn't even open.
I think it's a case in that moment of maybe not trusting the utility that you have, right? Because you're kind of just looking at it as like, oh, we've lost one. Okay, the main breach gets a nice kill, opens it up 5 versus 4. Lovely little play. The response then is to like, okay, can we trade off that? Because they've got extra players there, I'll run out Garage, see if I can get one, run back in. But what that then does is it snowballs in the opposite direction. Suddenly then it's a 5-on-3. Then you've got like NJR at that point inside of CCTV. He's thinking, well, I may as well take the fight and see if I can get a couple of kills here, because otherwise now the utility is not going to be as effective. Big round for G2, probably, I mean, par for the course. You mentioned, what was it, 66% defensive win rate. So I think, you know, 2-4 in favor of Dark Zero, if that does eventuate, as of course Basement has unlocked again, is probably the pass mark for both teams.
Yeah, no, that is really it. Very important round for both teams, of course, to get on the right side of the scoreboard here. And a 3-3 half just means that it's very much a tight game, just like on Chalet. And it will come down to how good are you on the attacking side? How good are you at problem solving these difficult rounds with the current utility meta that we might see with, you know, something like the Fenris, the Asamis, who's currently banned on this map. But for what it's been on Clubhouse so far, it's not been all that much of those power cube operators. Solo's only played 2 rounds from DC so far. It's more been about the Warden, the Mirror, and of course C4 and smokes and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I think also versatility. We've seen a lot of this Capitao in play too, and either can bring the secondary hard breaches or the secondary EMPs. The incendiaries are really good at clearing out positions, the smokes as well. So we're really seeing that be utilized by G2. It's been super successful. The Maverick as well from Virtue, we've seen open up stock hatch and then push down himself, so he's able to then play kind of solo. We do see the Jackal clear as well up above from G2, so definitely just being a bit more checklisty in this particular round, but that's pretty much been the case for them here on Clubhouse so far. They're not really doing anything unconventional. When they go fast, and we've seen that, and that sort of execute heavy play style, but they still do everything else necessary before that.
Yeah, we saw this time that G2 did not get a flying drone inside a master bedroom in the prep phase, and there were jammers denied information. So they're thinking, okay, they might actually go for a roam this time. Let's attack a repeat onto the Jackal so that in case they're roaming, we can find them and get those kills. Well, turns out Darkseer, they played that mind game successfully, because now you force somebody onto an operator solely for the roam clear, but there is no roam clear to be had. So G2 getting less value out of their operator lineup. Or what are they missing now? No Ying in play. It's just the Capitao and regular good old gun operators to secure this round for G2. And it is that 3-3 or 4-2 half. So this is a great mind game play from DC.
Yeah, again, defensively for Darkseer, playing out of dirt, playing deep in the backside of Arsenal, right? So they're not really going for that roam or looking really for any kind of pressure. We're not seeing anyone push main stairs, go for these peaks up above, try and maybe get someone off guard over towards Kitchen. They are very much firmly sitting sight and waiting for G2 to push them. That's fine, but G2 have already shown so much proficiency, not just in this map, but really in this series, in being able to clear out these positions. You want to contest, you want to make it difficult to come down this hatch, but every time you peek, you don't know what you're going to be looking at, and Virtue gets aggressive. Proxy alarm gives, how does he not die to that? Turns around for the proxy, but Pambazu just wasn't ready for it on the backside of the generator, and that's the smoke now gone. 30 seconds opens up a pathway for G2.
Such a great play. Get the mirror in the walk down staircase, get that kill, but also attack Trick at the same time. But G2 are everywhere right now.
Who's watching wall? Who's watching triple here? This is no one. Free push in for Doki. They're so concerned for the blue push, which is what G2 have shown pretty much every other time on this particular site. That Doki's just walked straight in, gets the plant down. They can watch that from main stairs. G2 have just slaughtered Darkseer offensively in this round. Doki with a double. It's only Canadian just left. How has he gone from dirt up towards Kitchen? I got no idea. Nevertheless, though, G2 are about to make it 3-3 as Canadian gets shut down by Uno. What a sensational round from G2.
Do you know what I did? That's such a classic Uno phrase. I used to hear that all the time. He wants to say, I did a good job here, listen to me. But strategically, what G2 did in that final attacking round was basically, that began in the very first opening round where they attacked blue on the very first opening basement attack. 2 rounds later, they attack basement again. They also go for a mostly blue-oriented take. 3rd time comes around, they fake the blue take, but with full commitment, because Virtue, he gets down, he gets the kill, and he stays in that area. But this time around, it's a 3-man church take instead. So they're completely in Darkseer's head. And the thing is, because there's no intel operators this time around, like a Maestro, an Echo, or a Valkyrie, DC have to again make assumptions. Okay, Virtue's down blue, it's gotta be a blue push. JK, it's not, but they don't know any better. They like intel.
Yeah, really, really good split attack there from G2. Pays dividends. They get the round, a third attacking round on Clubhouse. Now really puts them in the driver's seat as they switch over to the defense, and this is where they are now favored. I know the scoreboard says 3-3, Pengu, but realistically and statistically, G2 are very much in front right now.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Getting a 3-3 half with the current defensive side victories on average. This is a massive win for the team that started on the attack. And very different orbital lineup here from G2 compared to Darkseer. First of all, they're roaming top 4 on the basement defense. They're playing Solus, Valkyrie, and Mossy, as well as Fenrir. So basically 5 entirely different operators in that of Darkseer. And DC, they got the same attacking lineup as G2 did. They got, the hard breaching in the Maverick. They got the side executing the Ying. They got, Buck verticality. They got Jackal for their own clear. You need, if you're Darkseer right now, to find opening kills. They don't have as much utility. They don't have a Capitao. They don't have as many ways to problem solve around this. So if you're DC right now, you're looking at going relatively quickly here and ideally getting a kill.
Uno towards Secret. It is Benja that gets that opening kill onto Nave. One of the hard breaches gone. Well, there's the second hard breacher gone. This is a disaster of a start in terms of the second half for Dark Zero. Pampasu maybe just thinking, let's just go fast here. This is not really what we want to play in the roam game. That site should be a little bit more vulnerable. The Fenrir have not mind though how effective is that. The visibility becomes 0. Virtue plays that perfectly on the Fenrir, and they know there's another one coming out of dirt. They're into sight. What is Polo looking at? It's a 4 versus 1. Virtue was just in blue. Just killed your teammate. You're not even looking in that direction. Virtue has just played that perfectly. One of the star players in this series hasn't really made many mistakes.
That was absurd. So the near side from the Fenrir mine basically means that Pampasu can't see the blue rotate, and Virtue is completely blinded by the Candela, so they pass and cross each other, but Virtue, of course, the better positioning for the flank, gets things done. And those Fenrir mines, what a phenomenal operator in that round. They shut down the fast pushes, they give you intel for side entries, and it means that if Dark Zero were like, okay, a lot of roamers hit the side, they have another backup plan like those gadgets.
And it's the right play. I mean, in terms of what Dark Zero did there, when you lose those two and you know it's a heavy roam game, go straight for sight. You've got secret control, go straight down blue, especially on an operator like the Ying, when you can throw those Candelas in. That's a really good way to solo entry. Look at that from Benja. I mean, so clean inside a kitchen, but I think in terms of what Pampazu's done there is the right play. Virtue, though, on the Fenrir with the F-Not mines, just counters it.
I'm more surprised about the fact that Benja was inside of kitchen, basically by the window, and no one droned him or figured out he was there, because if you walk into kitchen with 2 hard breachers, your only hard breachers, and you didn't drone to check it, it's like, what happened there? You know, but he's playing Mossy, so probably the Mossy pistol there to slow things down. Maybe he caught a drone or something. I'm not entirely sure what happened, but the point is, very small gaps here being made from Dark Zero, small mistakes that are occurring in the server, but the impact from those mistakes are absolutely like astronomical, as it means 2 kills for a single player. And now Doki, in the same exact corner side of kitchen, is also looking to get cheeky on this angle.
On the Solus as well, so certainly again, like the Mozzie before, can be annoying in denying drones. Doki here's the repel. Well, the angle was just a little bit off. Bolo ready for it from Doki. He's done that. He's probably seen that play time and time again and deals with it. Finally, it feels like, for the first time on club, an early advantage for Dark Zero. Now it's about capitalizing. You're not going to get many opportunities against a team like G2 where they give you a bit of an in. There's one for free, and it's the Solus. So now the drone game can come into effect. We saw how good it was for Dark Zero back on Chalet, so play into it. You've got lots of time. Get the drones game. You can obviously clear out any kind of roam towards site. This is a really solid opportunity for Dark Zero.
It really is. Now they're gonna show that they got what it takes with the advantage, etc. And that thorn in their side that is Doki and Chalet, that is gone, as you mentioned. But the thing is, the only thing about Dark Zero that I haven't liked in this series is that when they get their early advantages, it's often because G2, they give it to them. They allow them that opening. If Doki doesn't jump out that window, there's no way DC gets to open and kill at least that quickly. But now we see them, they're ready to go, and they're doing it together.
Uno trying to be aggressive towards Bathroom, eventually loses out. NJR with a good angle, and finally something is happening for Dark Zero. 5-on-3, again playing that drone game, getting this information. No misdroning this time, and certainly no pesky Mozzies, as that one gets shot out by Alamau on the dock, falls back to Cash. They've got to make sure though, don't of course now think this is going to be a bit of an easy round. Cash and CCTV certainly can be defended by 3 players. You've still got to really get good information towards site. This is a lovely drone from Pampa, but it does get shot down. Understanding that Alamau very much playing behind the bomb chassis.
Alamau could clutch up here. Soft low to construction, long lines aside, dog stims and pocket, good weapon as well with that zoom scope. So if you can hold on to green box and get some kills here and stop DC's push, that could be a way in for G2. But outside of Alamau's position, I'm not sure what else they have that is of high value. Virtue, bottom mid staircase, not highly impactful. And there we go. Alamau's down for the count, injured and now confirmed.
Yeah, obviously was able to maybe get himself back up, but it did get confirmed, like you said, by Bolo. The Nitrocell onto Nave is successful though in a response. Virtue rotating from rafters all the way to top red, so that offers something a little bit different. NGR droning, he would have anticipated someone to be around rafters, now spots it with the drone, no one there, and he just did he just spot the leg of Virtue? I don't know if he did. Oh, either way, that one confirms it. 25 seconds left. This is a 2 versus 4. You push in too soon, you push in too early. Virtue is very capable from this position. They have to be so clinical here, Dark Zero, to not make mistakes. Flash goes in, Canadian with a little sneak in push. It's a nice little turtle plant from Canadian, and NJR finally clears that top red position. He was droning it out, he was ready for it. Nicely done from Dark Zero at At no point did they overrush the attack there.
No, that's good. That was like Troy said. Let's do it together. Same pace, same time. And you're right. If somebody pushes too early, you start losing those bodies. You give G2 that momentum, that confidence that they thrive on, or thrive off rather. So it's a good look here for Dark Zero. But again, it started off with Doki sending it out a window with a very high risk, medium reward kind of scenario. And of course, Bolo was ready for it. He won the gunfight, but a really risky play from Doki.
Yeah, it certainly was, but those risky plays is what's been so successful for G2.
Exactly.
So you can't really be too critical in that moment, because I think Doki's been so sensational. Back on Chalet, still playing well as well here on Clubhouse, 8 and 5. And the reason for it, not necessarily always those over-aggressive run-outs, but still that kind of similar play style, that confidence that you can feel where you are trying to make those plays happen rather than sitting in a corner.
I mean, strategically, we always used to say that it's like you make it a check, right? Let's do the spawn peek check, right? You have 3 people spawn peek in, and if the enemy like lacks discipline, they don't check those angles, they'll die. Doki's doing a, are you ready for a jump out check? And the thing is, it is so often that Doki gets the kill in that scenario. And when you let him get away with it so often throughout the entire group stage, of course he's gonna think to himself, this is not a 50-50. I win these like 80% of the time, of course I'm gonna go for it. And then when he gets punished, Doki's like, okay, maybe I won't do it for a couple of rounds now. I tried it, they're ready for it, now I know. So you gain a bit of intel strategically from those positions as well.
Over to Gym Bedroom now for the 9th round. There was a thought maybe of bringing the Glass to similar to G2, but no, they opt against it. Once again, the Capital has been very prevalent. And they do bring the double hard breach, the Thermite, and the Ace, anticipating that they will look to open up, obviously, Kennels, then over towards Jacuzzi, maybe the single wall con as well. And then use that Capital and Flores to displace, dislodge, get rid of some utility. Doki towards top red with rotate in towards Cash. A very common setup right now that we're seeing from G2. Not really changing too much up. I mean, Benji over towards Rafters, really doubling down the defense on this Cash and TV side, but that's about it. Everything else looks pretty conventional.
Oh, but there we go. DC with an aggressive play.
Oh, wow.
We don't see this from them so often, right? They just breach the wall, instantly jump in the window. Bolo starts things off. Also on a heater right now, 7 kills to his name. And G2, one of the first times here in Clubhouse, they got caught off by surprise.
Yeah, they certainly did, because that's not the conventional play from Dark Zero. No. They opt to go for the fast pace off of the breach, and Bolo then catches them off guard. Benj, and the fact that, I don't know if they droned him out or not, but again, you don't always see that Rafters being held on this particular side, and he was ready for it. Really well done here from Dark Zero. And not only that, but they're starting to enable Bolo. Doki's just feeling the pressure down below, from above. Nothing he could do. He got stuck over towards top red. He couldn't make that rotate back over towards Cash. Otherwise, he would have died for free. Instead, he has to just hold the angle, hope they push into him, maybe get one and then done. And ultimately now for Dark Zero, they're looking for a second attacking round in a row.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of performance and this kind of playstyle that's off-pace from DC, that's what we saw from them against teams like FearX, NIP, and GK. But they've had a harder time making that a possibility against G2 because of how tight they play as a team and how in their face they are as a team as well. So I'm really proud of them to see them figuring out their problems after a map and a half and say, okay, let's try and make that new system work against a really, really good team. And this has been their cleanest round so far, at least from the attacking side.
And again, it's that set play routine there from Dark Zero that paid dividends. They're again also getting Bolo involved now. You know, it's very easy to look at that last map and be like, oh, he went like 3 and 9 or 3 and 10. He started a bit slow here. Everyone wants to point out the negatives, but now he's starting to get cooking a little bit, now finding that confidence. And it's because DZ put him in that position to do that. It's like, hey, we're going to open main bridge. You're then going to go in. We trust you to get those entry kills. He delivers, gets the double, 35 seconds left. And again, like the round prior, they've slowed it down. They're on the same page, the same pace. They know what the win condition is. Go for default inside a gym. Una can't really do anything from logistics. And Virtue's too slow on the rotate. Yeah, indeed, too slow. The Nitro Cell was the right play. He just didn't get there in the right time.
Oh boy, what now? 5v2 retake here from outside the building, on the rappels, in the hallways, in bathroom. D2 are completely locked out.
Yeah, the fact that Uno and Virtue have both stayed alive throughout that plant really does sort of highlight Dark Zero not really being too worried about the kills, about the players. They probably know one's going to go and try and play Vert down below. They probably know there's one towards logistics watching, but they can't watch Jim. So again, it's just all about understanding what do we need to do. We need to get plant. We don't need to worry too much about clearing out the rest of the site towards the backside of logistics. We just go straight to Jim. We've got balcony control. It's a 5-on-2. We don't have to rush this. Good drone usage. And really right now from Dark Zero, we are seeing two very different gameplay play styles between these two teams.
Oh yeah, and I love to see it because they're playing very differently, but they're both playing at a very high level. And G2 on the back foot right now, so you know, we gotta figure out what is going wrong. Technical timeout time, and we might hear a word or two here for Lucky, depending on the audio levels.
feel like it's getting lower and lower.
I feel like it's getting lower. It's like, don't listen to us.
Yeah, I mean, clearly I think there for G2, it's not panic stations. First and foremost, they've won the first map. So it's not like this is suddenly series on the line territory. But one thing that's quite noticeable is the fact that this is Clubhouse.
Yeah.
You shouldn't probably be losing 2 attacking rounds in a row. There's some concerns here, probably more so in the way that they're playing the defense. And it's like, well, why were they so successful on Chalet? Well, Chalet is a completely different map because Chalet, you can deny those entries, play the windows, get aggressive like that. Clubhouse, maybe not so much. And I think maybe then you kind of look at maybe what Doki's doing in that earlier round, not the last round, but the early round with the jump out. There's nothing necessarily wrong with it, but do you need to do that on club?
Yeah. Also, we saw in the technical timeout there, Romalo, the coach of G2.
So they did have the pings.
Yeah, okay, they did have intel, yeah. So again, it's not like, oh, let's go crazy. Like, no, let's go crazy, but it's structured, right? It makes sense. We have intel. But the coach of G2, Romalo, very, very strategical-oriented coach. And it looked like he was pointing like, you go do that. That's your responsibility. I got the feeling that this is a strategical change-up for G2. Whereas on Dark Zero, you have the most experienced player, in-game leader on your team of Troy. You don't need me to tell you what to do. Troy knows what to do. At least we assume so, right? So this is like a really active, every round-by-round leader in someone like Troy, versus when strat things aren't going the right way, Romalo needs to call a technical timeout and really tell his players, okay, this has to change now, boys. And we see this off the rip. Tubero,
yeah.
Tubero for the first time. Kite, more wall deny-oriented playstyle here from G2 saying, let's go from really fast in your face to make them problem solve against us.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting change-up because I thought maybe there would be a world in which G2 would be like, let's go the opposite direction, let's go super fast, let's go super aggressive. But instead, it's like, actually, let's bring it back a little bit. Dark Zero are good, they're a slow team. Let's let the clock maybe become their enemy. Slow things down, bring that wall denial, try and make sure, can you keep Jacuzzi? Well, I mean, there is a bit of, maybe a bit of both, but still, we'll still go fast. Alamel just goes with the run out and catches Peppers, which is big onto the buck. But ultimately, the game plan here is probably going to try and keep Jacuzzi. I would imagine the wall closed. You've got the electricals, and along with obviously the tuber out. Although, from what I can see right now, I don't know if I can see the electros on Jacuzzi wall. So I'm very curious to see what the game plan is. In fact, they've electrified top red into cash.
Oh yeah, it's all in the extension near the construction wall and cash wall. And then you see like the util operators, Tubero, Kite, and Mute, they're playing passive on side. The less util operators like Valkyrie and Solus, they're very actively roaming on the map first floor and basement. So there's an order here, there's a hierarchy. There's the 3-man and the 2-man.
They've also left Kennel soft as well. So they don't really, and they've opened up a couple of holes. So they make that a little bit annoying. So clearly right now for G2, it's kind of like, let's defend territory more than the site itself. You see some teams, they'll bring this same lineup, but they'll electrify and fortify Jacuzzi. They'll play it the back towards main and logistics. That gives up all of balcony. That gives up all of con. But in this instance, though, you've got all of cash and you've got all of con. You don't have top red, but you don't need it.
Sure that Jonas Cena heard Doki, right? No, they have no idea. It was right next to me the entire time. It's a disaster.
Well, I think in this instance, again, with the way that this round has played out, because it's so difficult for Dark Zero to just kind of get the positions they want, they've gone below. And then G2 understand that, and they're holding these positions off guard. Dark Zero have been really good on the drone game, but there's only 2 drones up. So those have been denied again from Alamel as well, running around on the Solus. And it kind of goes back to what you were saying. It's like, you know your role. You do this, you do that. And I feel like that's what G2 have kind of brought to this 10th round. Really structured gameplay.
I feel the same way. There's a very clear definitive line here. Oh, what a way to go out there from Benjamin. So through the drone hole in such a strong position as well. Alamel 50-50 gunfight. He wins that one. Nave looking up the staircase rather than on the platform, leaving just NJR in a 1v3.
40 seconds to make miracles happen for NJR. Very much a miracle would be required from this position because now everyone else has just floated back towards site for Uno Virtue around that 90 and main stairs position. Alamel as well inside a bathroom. He won't get cleared out initially as NJR makes his way into site. He doesn't even have Kit. Kit is actually in the hands of G2 over towards the main side. Drop down. Nice little kill onto Alamel, but time and Kit, the biggest factor on main stairs, and then has to run back up. There's no time left. He flashes himself. He also flashes the enemy in Uno. Uno gets the kill as soon as he's no longer full white, and G2 went a very comprehensive round with the way that they brought a structured game plan to that one.
And now I'm excited for the future rounds here because G2 can they get to play 3 bombs out of here at least. So we get to see this kind of switch up in their mentality on their player positions based off that tactical timeout. We can see it applied to CCTV, maybe even bar, and of course base and bomb sites. So this will be a big adaptation game now for Dark Zero, where they should realize off that previous round they just lost, hey, something's different here. There's been a switcheroo in the opponent's setup. We gotta change something as well to match it.
The question will be though if it's site specific, and especially considering the way in which they kind of played that particular site clearly had its own structured game plan in place, whereas now we go down towards Church Arsenal, we go to the basement, and there's probably only so much you can really do that changes things up, but they keep very similar operator lineup. They bring the Tuber out, they bring the Kaid. In terms of what you can do with that, you can either go triple, but it looks like they've gone with a 2-1 split. They've left the middle soft for now. We'll see if that changes. And then of course the hatches. The hatches will be the big play in trying to deny that. So far we've seen a lot of play over towards that stock hatch, at least from the side of G2 themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, look at Dark Zero. They are blowing up their attack lineup right now, figuring out, okay, what do we actually want and what do we need? With the multi-ban being in play, I'm not sure the OSA is maybe a reason for that. We often see when OSA is in play that you go kitchen hatch, open up the hatch, drop down with the shield in your hands, put it down, and try and get a plan established. But you're up against 4 C4s.
You can go dirt as well with the shield, and then eventually put that shield down in the entry of dirt once you make your way in. Then you've got a nice little crossfire between Arsenal in towards blue. So that is an option if they want to have that. It's a little bit versatile with that Ulster, but like you said, that drop down in the kitchen hatch is also really solid.
You know the camera is, but you can't quite reach. It feels bad, but at least we know that Bolo is an IQ player who will use the gadget, unlike some IQ players that we've seen. Same with Warden, of course. But you're up against 4 C4s, claws on the hatches, 2 impacts from Doki-san on the Valkyrie. So a lot of different explosive utility here from the defensive lineup that could easily net them 1 or 2 kills.
So 5-5 scoreline. Winner of this round will get themselves match/map point. G2 could very well be series point if they close this one out. The IQ doing its work against the Valkyrie, which is obviously going to deny a lot of information away from G2. Up above, slow and steady wins the race for Dark Zero, has kind of been their mantra. And I think when you look at the lineup that they're bringing here, it will be the case again. Alamau getting a little bit testy here, fakes the C4, maybe thinking someone's going to swing, or he's just having a bit of fun. Either way, he's very much ready to keep that main stairs under control for G2 as hatches start to get worked on.
Once C4 went out there, that was from Alamau, and it does a bit of damage onto NGR, but he stays alive. Very important here on the Thatcher. You don't want to lose that early, especially against like the Tubu, the Kai Claws, etc., which both claws still in Benja's pocket. They'll wait to see where those EMPs are going, count them, how many have been spent, and then utilize those claws. Keep Dark Zero guessing as to, okay, where are they going to deny us? What do they care about the most?
Just over 60 seconds remaining. Dark Zero, can they find a way to get themselves to map point here? Maybe against the odds at this point, because G2's setup has not been breached. And the Nitro Self and Benja will hit the mark. Bolo to fall. The IQ gone. Hatch electrified. And suddenly now for G2, they've got themselves an eye on series point. Can the hatch get opened up?
They mistimed the EMP, so the Kai Claw goes through, denies the hatch, now the 2-pro frees it instead, so all of a sudden, there's no entry for DC. That Osa, not gonna play on kitchen hatch, maybe could do it instead like you brought forward earlier, but there's only 30 seconds to pivot here. Canadians gotta make a quick call.
Stock hatch open, motor hatch open, and there's still main stairs, so there are still options, and finally with 30 seconds left, the kitchen hatch now has also been opened up. Drone goes through, good little red ping onto Benja, over towards the hallway, and a rotate out to safety for G2. This looks like it'll have to just be a kitchen hatch drop. You can see the triple stack. Incendiaries go out and clear the backside of Arsenal. Canadian to drop down with that shield. The Talon shield to go down. Has the kit. Will plant behind it. Is Benja going to be able to get into a position to deny? Not necessarily. Nitro comes through. G2 getting the job done here, though. The attack from Dark Zero largely stalled out because of that Kaid Tuber combination. And G2 showing right now that they've got the chops here at this event to go the whole way, because they're about to 2-0 Dark Zero.
Yeah, their biggest foes so far in this event. DC have looked phenomenal in the group stage thus far, and I love to see tactical timeouts having a massive impact on what the team is doing in the server. A massive change up from G2 rather, saying instead of playing for kills, play for utility, play around the fact that they love to plan. That's exactly what DC they want, and we're gonna try and deny it.
Dark Zero time out needed, required at match point, series point, group point as well for G2. Win this map, win this next round, you will be first in this group, and you go straight to the quarterfinals in the playoffs. For Dark Zero, one last time to talk things over, to discuss what is required for a team that right now just hasn't been able to offset probably the aggression of G2. The rounds that DZ won, it felt like maybe for a moment, a very moment in time, that G2 probably just pulled back a little bit. And then they had that timeout, spoke things over, and bam, we're seeing little runouts again. Alamau with a good pick earlier on out of dirt. And they just look really set as well. And they just kind of also started like, let's just bring Tube and Kaid and just like shut up shop.
I want to emphasize that what I'm about to say is not me giving up on Dark Zero by any means in this series, but losing here up against G2 could in the long run be beneficial because they have not faced a loss as a team yet with this roster. And that can be hard for some teams to deal with. Sure, you got Troy, you got a great coaching staff in Mint, but when you're Nave and Bolo with the roster of Dark Zero, you've only gone through success. They've only gone to overtime a single time. DC loves to go to OT in previous tournaments, not with intent of course, but they tend to. And they lose maps at previous tournaments. They have gone quote-unquote flawless in terms of victories so far. They don't know what losing feels like.
They only dropped the one map to GK, but that was back on day one.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like I think it's hard though because also losing to G2 is probably not the end of the world either. So do you get that full effect? Right? It's still a pretty big loss, but yeah, it's interesting. I think you would always rather win at the end of the day, and, of course, and try and get that top spot. And also, I think you also then gain a lot by beating a team like G2. That confidence can just really overflow. Potential final round though. If G2 close this out, match and series point cash. CCTV, what have Dark Zero cooked up here? From the looks of it initially, nothing too crazy. Understanding though that of course G2 have switched over to that Kaid and Tubrat combination. In response, they've really brought home that Thatcher as well to help out.
The only thing I haven't seen from DC yet, which I was expecting, was the Maverick in action, just like Virtue was saying from G2. Because when you see Tuber and Kaid, Maverick is like your simple, quickest way to deal with that. That only is one operator, whereas now you're playing Thatcher and double hop breach instead, which takes up just more operator slots here. We see it here in action. Tuber will stall things out. Now you gotta sit there and wait. If you had a Maverick, this would have gone a lot quicker because those CMPs do not deal with the canister from Tuber whatsoever. So you're forced to just wait. So again, the Maverick not being in play might cost them some time here. So when the wall gets opened up, they have to speed up elsewhere on the map to make up for lost time.
You do. You could also spend this time as well going around the map and droning and getting information, and while you're waiting for that wall to eventually open up, I mean, we've seen time and time again with this particular site, wall gets opened up, 2 minutes on the clock, and then everyone goes their separate ways. You kind of can still play as if, let's just treat it as if it is open. Oh yeah, you're not going to have the crossfire, you're not going to have the sight lines. 90 seconds left. In terms of the Zoto canisters starting to, of course, run out. They're gone already for Alamau. No longer have the 4, only the 3 canisters. So time to now get to work against that Kaid. And, of course, the EMP from Naif will be successful. Shot initially, followed from that Rafters position. There's a double stack, actually, from G2 on Rafter. This is where the Capital can be successful, though, from Canadian. Lovely incendiary. Virtue somehow alive, eventually, though, flushed out by Bolo. Really solid work from Dark Zero. Great shot from Canadian.
Yeah, and they're so quick to the punch. They recognize time's a little bit lower here, guys. Let's speed things up. Wall gets open. 5 goes out immediately. They had yellow ping information and knew there was 2 players catwalk. Last person here in the way is Uno on the Kaid. So Benjamasta on the Omai, rather. When he's done for, they get catwalk control.
Really good work as well there from Canadian, dealing with the magnet, then throws out the incendiary. 40 seconds left. Still need to clear Benja, though. Good position at Rafters. 1 for 1, though, and the second one to follow from Benja. 2 down below in Garage. Information he can provide over to Uno, but he does lose his life. Uno did eventually make his way over to CCTV to help out, but now in a 1 versus 3. So 30 seconds remaining. Kit with Canadian down to Uno. With a Nitrous Cell, maybe anticipating one to still play off of the breach, the repel. He's got the game sense, but it doesn't hit. It goes over Naif, and that was a big part of maybe Uno being able to win this round.
Would have been a huge D4 for him, and now he's in a tight spot. Flashbang's going up, verticality, up the staircase to go. They're both blinded.
Canadian will get over towards that default behind the bomb chassis, start getting that plant down. Uno, a second one in the 1 versus 1 now with Canadian. He sticks it. Uno should know where he's going to be as well. Uno wins it out in the 1 versus 3. And G2 send Dark Zero packing from this battle for top spot. G2 claim number 1 themselves. Dark Zero will have to settle for second.
And we said that both teams can clutch up when it matters, but Uno with ice in his veins, missed the C4, does not care, was seek the engagement, fully blinded, trading things out. And I will say though, Dark Zero, phenomenal save attempt in the final round there. Despite being locked out for over a full minute, they just acted immediately once they got the wall.
Well, I hope you can convince them that second's not that bad. That first was not the be and all for G2 though. They topped the group for Dark Zero. Second will have to do. They can't take down G2 who 2-0 over Dark Zero. And for Uno, I felt like that Nitrocell was something that was required. Yeah. Evidently not. I loved then the push over to Red Stairs, wins that one. And really in that moment, again, when we look at it as a 1v3, you have to look at it as that player's, can I make 3-1 versus 1s? And he did just that. And you also got to remember, Canadian has to plant. He can't really help out in the gunplay. He has to be behind the bomb chassis. He's not involved. As soon as you get that kill red, it actually then becomes a straight 1v1.
It does. And with that round victory, it means that G2, they are perfect in their groups. They won 2-0 every single matchup. So they cannot really perform any better than what they did. And they themselves are looking like they actually want to defend their title, which I love to see.
Top of the group. Undefeated. Yep. You could not ask for a better start to SI24 for the defending champions. Back over to the desk.
All right, welcome back to the desk, everyone. I'm Ginny, joined this time around once again by Fox, and we have our interviewee for today, Doki. Thank you for joining.
Hello, guys.
Congrats. You're the top of the group.
Of course.
Of course. No, wait. This is a very different attitude, because when I interviewed you day one, I was like, we had a couple of question marks coming into this after that, performance in Southbridge. And you're like, yeah, same. So what's changed between then and now?
We're not playing Southbridge. We're playing Invitational, so it's a bit different.
A little bit,
just a little bit different. No, nothing changed. We're just playing good Siege. Individually, everyone's playing good. We're pulling some rounds out of our back ends that maybe we shouldn't be winning, but that's a tournament, I guess. That's how you win tournaments. People pop off, enemy teams make mistakes, like that's how it is. So I'm confident. I think there's some things we can improve on still, but overall pretty good, I'd say. 16 points.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, can't be better because it's 2-0 for every single one.
Today, based off of your guys' energy in the room, it felt like you guys wanted this win specifically a lot more, obviously. But I'll give you the floor a little bit to kind of gas up the other team. Do you think DZ was the hardest team you played in the group so far?
I'm humble in victory and humble in defeat. I'm not one of them. I think they're the best team in the group, next to us. The way that they play is really good. I think also they're still a new team, with Nathan and Bolo still getting the swing of things. So I think as the more games they play, the more mistakes they make, they'll fix the mistakes. So I'm happy to play them early on, because I think they looked really good against the other teams. They looked pretty good. And I think the map bans maybe threw them off a bit today. We picked some crazy maps, to be honest. I don't know why. But
I looked at that. I was like, these are some crazy bans. One thing that I felt like led you into those bans is I saw you guys ban out Castle on Clubhouse. Was there, Nafe, obviously, that's his most played op in the tournament. What was the walkthrough over banning Castle?
They ban Azami every map, and we know that the gym and CC bomb sites, if you extend Master, can be hard to attack with Castle, and especially with the meta we have now, no Ashe, no Zofia, no Sledge. These are operators that aren't really played so much, so Castle can be a problem sometimes. So, and also it's gives them less stuff to play behind. You know what I mean? They need to hide more and have worse angles that the attack guns can just kill. So I think it was a good ban. Was Romalio's idea? I have no idea. I don't do anything. I just sit and...
You just sit there and play. You played pretty well.
Yeah, I played pretty good. Yeah.
Aw, that's such a nice compliment coming from you. It's the nicest thing you've ever said to him, man. Look at you. Well, congrats again on the win. But I want to touch upon tomorrow with it being an off day, and then you're heading more into the playoffs, and then I'm assuming you're gunning for that live audience final.
Of course.
What's the plan?
I don't know how things work yet, so I don't know when we find our opponent. So whenever we find our opponent, I assume Carl, Alamau, and Ramalho will do some preparation, and then after that they'll tell the team what we want to play, and then we'll just start working on next opponent pretty much. But I don't think any opponent here is looking very good apart from us right now. So yeah, come and get the hammer if you want it, I guess.
All right, defending champs, thank you so much for the interview. We do appreciate it. And for those of you at home, once again, a reminder in terms of how this one went. It was a 2-0. Again, G2-0 is so back, and this time around against an opponent like DZ. I think this is the one that we expected Fox to be the one going actually all the way to that decider map, but that didn't happen to be the case at all.
Not at all, but it doesn't mean that DZ necessarily played bad. I think them being a newer team with the 2 pickups that they got, it took them a little more time to, I guess, feel a little more comfortable and just get comfortable with all of the operators that they had to bring. We saw, a couple rounds where G2 was perfectly countering against them, and it took them a little longer to, I guess, assess what was going on. But that doesn't mean that DZ's down and out, just is a little more practice, another best of 3 to get them into the next playoffs.
I think Pampa started out very strong as well, in my opinion. That was really this as well. He's just outside getting 2 kills. I think we've seen it before. Pemba had a slower start to the game and then eventually really got up to speed. Unfortunately for them, though, this time it wasn't enough. There was some good adaptation, I guess, from Dark Zero on their own attack as well. They struggled a little bit with that Velk, with the information that was being fed to the G2 players constantly. Then switched to the IQ, but just G2 on defense at this moment seems like such a powerhouse. They're really utilizing that slow down meta with the Cade, with the Tubero so very well. It's making it almost impossible to breach for Dark Zero.
Absolutely. Right after they did the tactical timeout, that's when we noticed it mostly. They completely switched on the aggressive play. They were playing out into the bomb site, and they were really relying a lot on the Tuberau K to deny the wall. And DZ, instead of bringing the Mav, which they did do early in the round, but during that time they didn't. They just used their time, I guess, as a form of payment, and it ended up biting them in the behind because they didn't have enough time to execute on the site, and G2 was just sitting there with the C4s ready.
Well, if I had $1 for every time the word behind was mentioned on the desk this week, I would have $2, which technically isn't a lot, but it's kind of weird that it happened within like the span of like 5 minutes. Either way, looking at this matchup, there were a lot of expectations on DZ as well, but it didn't feel like they fell short, so to say, of these expectations. It's rather that G2 showing up after a lot of questions that we had since we had seen them in South Breach, they've just blown our expectations out of the water.
Yeah, it comes down to very small things as well, right? I mean, round 11 was a play where they dropped the kitchen hatch, they went to go for a plant, it was with an Asa, and then the way that G2 collapsed onto that with like having people push from all different sides really onto that main thing that's going on the bomb side, it just shows that it's teamwork, the communication, the fundamentals that we keep on talking about are really up to what we expect from G2.
And for G2 especially, we were expecting individual players to be stepping up, and that's exactly what happened. So the intel play of the game were obviously going to be going to one of the G2 players, specifically to Alamau and his ace. We've seen this in map 1, and honestly, that might have been the nail in the DZ's coffin.
It for sure was on map 1. This is where Alamau was able to get 2 early picks, fall back to play around his teammates, and just because they have so much aggression and so much chaos, they weren't able to pin down Alamau. He actually was left undetected, untouched up top, and then put in the 1v3. Even though he was behind a wall, right next to Nafe, right next to one of the DZ members, he was still able to get isolated 1v1v1s in each situation. And obviously at the end, when they went for the plant, they had the info. And I think that's what sets G2 aside from the rest of the teams in the tournament, why Doki was very confident in saying we're the best looking team at the event, is because the way they're able to manage the information and the information that they give out to other teams.
So often do you have teams where you worry because it's one player constantly standing up and constantly, well, putting in the effort and the rest is maybe falling a little behind? We're seeing it here as well with G2 really having these individual performances, but it's not so much like, oh, we should be worrying because it's only that person doing it. No, when they get put in the situation, like Alamau, like Uno in that second map as well, they will still clutch it. It's just not that they're relying on it so much.
Yeah, and we're hammering this home. The fact that G2 is actually the #1 in their respective group, which happens to be Group A. And with this game done and dusted, it also means that DZ are actually going to be able to confirm themselves in that second slot, NIP third, Fox is fourth, and unfortunately, the game that we saw earlier today, GK, they go home.
Yeah, they go home. And Fox is not only fourth, but he's currently on the desk too.
Get him off the desk, please.
Oh my
ASAP. I want him gone. And expectations, I think for me personally, when I saw this bracket, I was like, okay, G2, NIP, Dark Zero, GK. I expected Fox A to be the one going home.
Close enough, close enough.
I expected them to be the ones going home, but it didn't happen to be the case, and NIP third.
Yeah, no, I think for FearX, a lot of people have been saying like, oh, you know what, they've been to so many of these international events, they just don't always make out a group as a team that's really strong in their individual region, but not so much when it comes to the international play. I do think, we talked about it a lot, their coach coming in, of course, with that Brazilian influence, and it being a thing where, you know, you can't make so much magic happen in a short time, especially if the language barrier is also a thing, but we're seeing really good things with that, and I feel like, especially the more time that FearX are given with this new coach, with this iteration of the roster, it'll definitely lead to some really good things.
All right, well, thank you both so much for your in-depth analysis and your work on the desk here during the group stage. I do appreciate it. It has been fun. We're going to be going over to a break because we're going to be back with the halftime show, and I heard there's going to be some tic-tac-toe, so you might want to stick around for that.
There was a lot more of a roam dedicated by D+ than we saw.
Welcome back to the halftime show. I'm Jeannie, joined with Fox and Iconic. Thank you, Iconic. I know you have a game like literally in a bit, so we really do appreciate it for putting us through here. We're gonna be playing tic-tac-toe while you guys are asking questions in the chat. So, Fox, you can go first. I know you're coached by our producer Mikkel behind the scenes. So if you lose this, it's gonna be a disappointment.
I think I'm gonna try hard for the first game and then see like where Dave goes on.
Can you guys like talk and play at the same time? Oh,
We can talk and play
is
at
he
the
gonna
same time. Okay.
I feel like at this point, no one's actually gonna win. What's more difficult,
Yeah, I mean,
a game of speed or a game of tic-tac-toe?
I think it's a little.
No winners.
No winners here.
Just a stalemate.
Stalemate.
That happens.
He's got you figured out.
It's all
impressive.
good. I thought I had the method.
How are you feeling about the upcoming game, Iconic? You're taking it just game by game?
Yeah, you know, got to get a 2-0, so I just got to go out there and get the job done.
All right.
Nothing
You sound
much than
confident. That's good.
Does it stress you out that it has to be a 2-0? No mistakes?
I mean,
probably not.
It's all in good. It's all in good, you know. It just doesn't really matter to me.
You got the shades on, though. Are you tired or something?
Nah, I just always have the shades on. Night, day, could be sunny out, could be rainy out, could be dark out. Shades are on.
Always handy.
Yeah.
Respect that. I mean, you could, can he start this time?
Yeah,
though?
yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, good start.
Yeah. So first question is actually for Iconic, and it's from how do you keep a PMA during rough times in a LAN? So a positive mental attitude.
I mean, it's all about, I guess, just staying in the moment and, you know, just taking like the losses as lessons and just knowing that like you have opportunity in the next game to always do better. And it's always not the end of the world either, you know. It's just one event this year, so gotta learn from it and be back.
Yeah.
Anything is possible.
Exactly.
Is that how you feel about it as well?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen games where you're up 6-1, 6-0, and people come back and
Oh yeah, I've seen that with W7M Liquid.
I've seen some crazy things happen. All you got to do is just believe.
All right. Do you believe in yourself to be able to close this one out, though? Like, realistically?
You're throwing me off with these ones. You're throwing me off with these ones.
All right. No, this is going to be exactly the same thing. No winners. You're actually throwing the game. Are you match fixing?
Oh my God!
How
No,
much
I
did
didn't
they pay
see.
you? How much
I
did
didn't
they pay you?
see.
Nah.
Oh shit! Oh shoot!
You can't see that. Well, you got one win on the board. Is there any question that you want Fox to answer? Just because you won, you could just like throw him under the bus and ask him something. You don't have to.
He's probably not thinking about me like in the moment, you know. He's probably.
Nah, he thinks about you.
You're my hero. That's it.
Thank
All
you.
right.
That's very nice.
Very nice guy. Okay.
All right.
In terms of like being an IGL, the question here is what's the most important part about being one?
I guess just the calmness and the preparation. You know, you're not always calm in the times, but you kind of have to display that calmness to the teammates. So it's just mainly about kind of putting others before you, and then just kind of always staying minded on the next round and not getting caught in the past.
Is that like a shared philosophy between IGLs, or is it more like every IGL approaches it in a different way?
I think everybody's a little different. Yeah. I agree with that, though. I think you have to be confident. Even if you don't believe, even if you're worried, if your IGL loses his calm, then how is everyone else supposed to be confident in the calls?
Okay, that's fair. In terms of like...
You start. You got it.
Oh, what a gentleman. In terms of MAT and being put in Group C, what were your expectations initially coming into the tournament?
You know, to win, but you know, you always want to get what you want. So we played some good matches, some tough matches, some tight matches. Little things led to the losses, but we're ready here to learn from them. We're ready to go.
Fox, in terms of like your position when you used to be a player, like back in the day.
It wasn't that far back.
That wasn't that bad.
It wasn't that far back.
I know. In terms of like
That
when
was
you used to be a
great.
player and like in terms of your back against the wall with your team, how would you have approached it?
I believe that teams play better when their back's against the wall because you have nothing to lose for. You have nothing to be stressed over. If you lose, you make a mistake, that's it, it's over. And I'm sure nobody wants to feel that flight home, you know, after they fly all the way here to play, especially in front of a crowd, and to just lose it. Nobody wants to feel that. So when everything's on the line, I mean, you tend to play better.
How was your flight actually, Iconic, down here? Was it a good flight? Was it a long flight?
It was rather, I mean,
Long.
it was long, but it was rather uncomfortable. But I just kind of survived.
All
You know,
right.
I made it through.
Have you done anything fun so far in Sao Paulo? You had a chance to explore?
Yeah, like, I mean, we were like 20 minutes
away from here, like up like in like kind of like the hills, but it was cool. You know, we had dinner a few places, went to the malls. We didn't go sightseeing too much, but it was nice city.
Enjoying the weather, I assume as well.
Yeah.
I just want to look at this from the whole holistic view of the competition. Right now, G2 particularly are looking really strong. Coming into this, who do you think, or with the performances you've seen so far, actually, who do you think are the most like top 4 teams?
I have no idea. Like, I feel like it's all about matchups, you know? Like, I feel like groups just like, I mean, it just depends who they play in playoffs, the winner's bracket line, the loser bracket line, and just who plays who. So I feel like anyone could beat anybody on a given day because the siege right now being played is so tight. It comes down to like the minuscule mistakes that you make. So I feel like it just depends on the teams and their weaknesses and their strengths. So.
Would you agree with that?
I'd agree with that. Nobody saw on the stream, but I got him full box 200 right now.
Yeah. He was not paying attention because he was answering questions, man. That's not fair.
Yeah.
Feels bad, man.
Why
are you going 2 turns at the same time?
We kind of, well, I won either way.
That was a check.
That was a,
How does it feel to finally win something?
Okay. Doesn't feel too good when you put it in that context.
Okay, fine. How does it feel to win something?
Well, it's still 1-1, so I mean, we get
you haven't won yet. You guys want to go again?
We can.
Do you guys want to like speed run it?
We can speed run it.
Like,
you go first.
Bam, bam, just bang it out. Oh, he's actually letting you go first. You know, it'd be really lovely to have a caster right now to like narrate over this, and, like give us a breakdown.
Oh.
Never mind.
And we're tied. I feel like we go back and forth all day.
Yeah, this is gonna take a while. Anything so far like ahead of the game iconic that you want to say, whether it's to us or whether it's to the fans watching at home? I think this is a very rare opportunity where we have a player ahead before the game, so we already got your opinion on it, but anything you want to say to those at home?
I mean, just cheer for us, you know? We're going to come in here with our hearts out and we're going to 2-0, so simple as that.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned for that, indeed. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate it. We're going to be coming back, actually, with the matchup, which is your game. So make sure that you guys tune in for that. We'll be heading off to a break, and we'll be back shortly.
Well, we are into the second half of day 5, the last day of group stages. Look how beautiful this city is. I tell you what, it has been picturesque ever since we got here, and so have the games. But 2 more people that are joining me on the desk that I would say are quite picturesque themselves. Look at them. Ollie, Jesse, how are we?
Oh, picturesque desk altogether. The 3 of us, I'd say, Manic.
Sometimes.
Very kind. Very kind indeed of you, I think. I appreciate that. I appreciate that,
right?
the host, right?
That's good. That's a good intro. I like that.
So, have either of you been able to watch the games this morning, or am I going to throw you under the bus completely?
No, we watched a couple of the games in the green room, didn't we? We saw the G2 one. I think that's
Yeah, it was a bit of a rough one. I can't lie. It was
rough
not
one for you, good one for me, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
A little bit of heartbreak, and I think the Bliss game might still be going on. So I'm obviously that's the game I care about.
Yeah.
G2 and Dark Zero, all you want, but yeah, I'll take that Bliss game any day of the week. But the game that we're here to focus on, the most important game actually, M80 taking on Team Liquid. This, and I cannot, there is no way I can understate this. This is an elimination match in the group stages.
Absolutely. M80 have been really struggling so far through these groups. They haven't really been getting off to a great start. That means that they are currently sitting in last place, but they have the opportunity to jump over Liquid today. Their only issue is they need a clean 2-0 to get that jump ahead and force Liquid to be eliminated from this tournament.
That's not something they've been able to do so far. They haven't picked up a 2-0 win. Liquid, they're coming into this with pressure, but it's far less pressure. They only need one map, and that really is the crux of it today.
Look, Team Liquid at the moment, they have looked a little bit shaky in groups. We can all say that. I don't think we need to hide this conversation. It hasn't been the greatest time for them, Jesse.
It certainly hasn't. I mean, the key thing has been their attacks. They are the 3rd worst attacking team when it comes to the 6th Invitational. When it comes to converting on attack, I should be clear. They really haven't been great at taking those opening picks and converting them to wins. They've really been struggling in that aspect. And I think when you take a look at Liquid, I mean, really, their defenses are solid. They're doing a pretty good job on that. And that's been the whole tournament, but in particular when it comes to that offensive half, sometimes their executes are really good, but when it comes to the early game, when it comes to roam clearing, I've seen a lot of problems.
Is it good enough to say that you've got good defenses in a defense-sided meta?
Probably not.
We are in the most defensive-sided SI we've ever seen.
Yeah.
That's what you should do. That is just the expected outcome at this point. It's those attacks, as you've mentioned, trying to single out players. They've almost regressed into that old Liquid of when they used to have Sexy Cake on the roster, and that's not necessarily a good thing because they were trying to get away from those executes. They were trying to get away from that plant-focused siege. They were trying to play more split. They were trying to get themselves in, clear those roamers, deal with the problems.
I want to highlight Lugonis because I think he has been maybe their best player on attack, and you wouldn't notice it statistically, but when you take a look at the pushes that they're going for, the executes, they've been pretty good. When they can get around a bomb site, whether that's late into the round or early, going for a bit of a rush sometimes, Lugonis is very good at finding the right opportunity, droning out the site, beelining it for the plants, and getting it down. He's got a ton of plants so far at this event, but it's again that early round where we're seeing those issues. They're really not finding a good opportunity to get those opening picks and set themselves up for those executes. So while they are good when we see them, they're far too rare right now.
Look, if we're saying that Team Liquid has been struggling throughout group stages, there's a team who unfortunately are copying it even worse. M80 are yet to find a win at all. They've got 1 point. And who did that 1 point come from? Bleed, who everyone kind of were umming and ahhing as the weakest in the group. But this is where we're at now. They are facing straight up stone cold elimination.
That 1 point could be huge though. That 1 point could be all that they need. However, is that going to happen against Liquid? Are they going to get the clean 2-0 win that they need today? It looks like a very tall order for the Siege that we've seen. There was a very emotionally charged game against Bleed yesterday. It went right down to the wire, and I think Bleed probably won a lot of fans during that best of 3.
We've seen some positives and negatives out of M80, of course. I think that we have seen some key players popping off. Spoit's been all right throughout this tournament. He's been positive overall. Gomez as well. I think those have been the 2 players who have looked the strongest and the most consistent throughout their games. The problem for me comes on their entry. 44% opening pick overall for M80 is just not where you need to be in a tournament as competitive as this when you're trying to become the best in the world. And Gomez, although he's got a strong overall rating, a strong overall KD, his entry has really been lacking. 4 and 14 when it comes to the opening picks. That is nowhere near good enough for a top team like M80, who should be competing for playoffs, competing to go deep. Instead, they're trying to stay alive.
Well, we've talked about the head-to-head of the teams. Let's have a look at 2 individual players, Ollie. I know you wanted to talk about Spoit and Volps. How do you feel like both of them have been matching up this tournament?
Well, I mean, to sort of piggyback off the back of your point, Jesse, opening picks has really been something that we wanted to try and focus on. So we've got a graphic that we're going to bring up that just helps to illustrate that a little bit more. You can see there, we're putting Volps against Spoit. Is it the direct comparison that you would usually expect? Potentially not, but just look at the difference in the opening. Volps currently has got a 20 to 15 opening. Spoit, on the other hand, he's sitting there in those negatives. If there's one player that you want to activate, if there's one player you want to give resource to and say, go and do your job, it's got to be Spoit.
Much more consistent, much more well-rounded, I think, in terms of both attack and defense. Again, there have been some issues for both teams on the offense, but I think when you were looking at those entries, you are favoring Team Liquid a little bit more, so that'll be a battle to watch for sure.
Well, if the attacks have been struggling, then it'll be interesting to have a look at the vetoes. Speaking of which, let's dive into the maps now. Bank, Oregon, Cafe, and Border all banned out to kickstart this.
Yeah, so important to note in this best of 3, Liquid really just need to win one game to stave off elimination. So they're really just hunting for one map that they can lock down, and their best bet is gonna be Clubhouse. They played it twice so far at the 6th Invitational, a win over Virtus Pro 7-4, and a loss to W7M 7-3. So not a flawless map for them, not a map that they are expected to completely crush on, but it's what they're going for. And then in return, M80 will go for the Skyscraper. Kind of an even map for them. 2 plays in Stage 2, an 8-6 loss to Wildcard, followed by an 8-6 win over the NAL. They've yet to play it here at SI, so that'll be a map that they're maybe trying to pull up for the first time, surprise Team Liquid with, and get a big win on.
It's a classic best of 3. You just need to win your map. You don't even need to win the decider. It really goes even a little bit more simple than that. Liquid just need to win one map. They just need to take the Clubhouse. The Skyscraper, it's a very middle preference pick for them, so it really could go either way if it gets there, and it puts even more pressure onto M80 for that first map pick.
And I will say quickly as well for Team Liquid, if they do 2-0 this, they do lock in the upper bracket versus lower brackets. So there are still a lot of implications if they can get that second win. It's not like it's completely nullified for them, but the key thing, the most important thing, staying alive, they only need 1 for.
That's it. They're currently sitting on 5 points. 4 points would secure them to 9, which of course just edges out Bleed and Virtus Pro, which we'll be playing later tonight. So this is a really fun game because no matter what happens here, there are implications for every single instance of point distribution. But it is time to talk about the absolute nitty-gritty here. Can M80 do this 2-0?
I'd love to see M80 do it 2-0. I love to see exciting siege. I don't really care who wins. If they can pull it out of the bag here and if they can show us that they deserve to be in that playoffs, they would then go through with their heads held high. They've done the job. It's not been a pretty group, but it's been a group.
Yeah, you know what? I think they got it. I seriously think that M80, after the day they had yesterday, they'll be back in their own headspace. They'll be ready to go. They know how important this is. There are weaknesses on Liquid they can exploit. So yeah, I'm giving it to them. A bit of an upset, but I'm calling it.
Well, it is time to get underway with our first map in this series, Clubhouse. It is huge for M80. They cannot allow Liquid to walk away with this map. We're going across to Fluke and Lynx.
Thank you very much. And it is do or die. He's already done.
I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I'm already in bad spirits. I'm in bad
You're
spirits.
already in bad spirits.
Listen.
We haven't even started.
M80 have to win. What? 2-0? Liquid can't win a single map.
Liquid can't.
I'm North American. Of course, I'm losing my mind.
Not a single map. Shall I make it worse for you?
Why would you do that?
Let's be honest. Liquid are fan favorites. In general of the whole tournament, not to win it, maybe not to beat the live stage though, in front of a Brazilian home crowd. Nesk, Palu, playing in front of a home crowd. Rah, 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 rah. People want that. People want to see that, and M80 is sort of setting themselves up here to, if they do win this, they need it clean 2-0, as you said, as clean as it can go. And they'll know this pressure more than anything. Liquid though, they have the pressure of just taking 1. Sometimes that becomes bad.
That, you know, you might be onto something there.
Sometimes, break it down for me. That becomes bad.
Can we get that as on like a quote? Can we have like just
like
a
gray photo of me?
Can we have that photo of like Shaiko and Palu playing chess from like Yongki Ping, and it's just in black, and like sometimes things become bad.
I want it as a motivational poster.
But
on a wall.
We are getting into it again. As we just said, if Liquid win a single map, whether it be number 1, number 2, or number 3, even if they lose this series in 3 maps, M80 could still very well go home. And right now, M80 have to fight through Liquid's own pick to start the series.
Well, if they need, they can't win map 3. That's not part of it. Because to get to map 3, they have to have won 1 or 2. You can't just. It's like you lose the game, you lose the series 2-0, and you're like, no, we're playing one more.
That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant.
Goal wins.
Why are you interpreting what I said in extreme bad faith?
Next goal wins.
I'm on the floor.
He's fallen.
I've fallen. My shoes are gone.
Hopefully, the dogs are out.
The dogs are out.
The dogs are out. Took a beat Capital. Removed Capital, one of the highest pick operators this tournament, alongside Buck, Fenrir, goodbye. I've seen Liquid play some pretty good Fenrir resets with a bit of a yawn. You're hoping...
Well, he's like, Fenrir ban. I've seen it before. Don't need it. Do not need it whatsoever. Plus, I mean, with the Capital, because of the changes to frag grenades, he was already an operator routinely brought to clear out that CCTV position if maybe nades were an issue or the enemy wasn't running a Wamai. But now that the frag grenades aren't, good anymore to do that sort of thing, having the Capital is the main option and the main substitute for, well, that same effect. Also not shocked by the Tubarão ban to end things out. This is one of his most played maps, and that's just from watching 8 billion clubhouses at this point and seeing him played on half of them or banned on the other ones.
Tubarão, more like Tubarão. Church. Israel will start all the way down on the basement with the lead in just a moment. But, it's sort of that thing, that understatement of this whole game is that you wouldn't have truly expected these two teams to be in this situation on this day. Maybe one of them, but both of them being the two that are fighting to survive in the single shoot series.
Well, I agree with you on one hand, but I do know on the other hand, when I saw this group, I felt 2 things of certainty. I felt W7M would top it, which to be fair is not completely certain now. But I knew Bleed weren't getting last because 3 other teams in this group have disappointed immeasurably this year in multiple areas. M80 basically bombing out of every event. Liquid not even making Atlanta, and VP even doing well in phase 2 despite winning both EUL stages, not making it to main stage in either events. So I don't like that it's here, but unfortunately I was worried this might have been a possibility, and now we are in a position where one of the biggest prospects of North America is going against some of the biggest names in Siege history, and one can only remain.
One can only remain, and we will see, I guess, how the first taste of it goes. Now, if you're new to this tournament, the hot off the presses, newsliners, it is heavily swung into the favor of defenders throughout this current match, throughout the drive. The missing Tubarão, the missing Fenrir is going to make things a little bit trickier, but Capital has been a big bolt and blow towards the approaches here. The hard breach at least won't be the biggest problem, and Club still, I think, has some of that. Traded the drone for the Moz utility. That's a positive spin.
I'll give it a positive spin. Another positive spin for Liquid's attacks is the presence of the Ying, often thought of as an execute operator. You can also use those Candelas to great effect on clearing out roams on Clubhouse or any map for that matter. And Liquid have really struggled to convert a lot of their advantages from successful beginnings to equally successful endings. Even if, as I believe the desk talked about, sometimes the endings are well crafted. It is that middle phase, that transition from beginning to end that often doesn't go Liquid's way. One player spotted, though.
Ooh, held the first fight to pick up the second. Gomez gone the first blow, but a lot of time has been taken out of it, and that is the main role of that. So, as you can see, Palu was trying to get some presence done towards the site before Gomez was removed. They sort of split the push there a little bit, paid some attention towards that Roma, got rid of them, whilst Palu is making sure that some of the immediate groundwork is done. The Kaid Law on the Moto hatch and onto the kitchen hatch will make things a little bit stickier, but both those problems can usually be overcome. However, the one down on Moto is going to be very tricky with the utility that they are missing. EMP's Maverick, both gone.
That's the big concern for Liquid right now, is even though they have the 5v4 and got it relatively uncontested by M80, they have to open up these hatches. And even on the G2 DZ game we just saw in Clubhouse, top teams can still struggle to open this hatch sometimes, to balance and thread the needle between dealing with the impact trick, dealing with the electro claw, and as the X-Kairos fly out, we've still got the kitchen hatch solid, and we've still got it electrified. Moto hatch also solid and electrified too.
30 seconds, Liquid. Tick-tock. Time to try and put the strike on, and the blind goes out, but it's a pretty narrow run straight down the back of Dirt. They're able to take some of that territory. Spoit gets Palu for a piece, but it's going to have to come blow for blow. And this is something that M80 can do. Trade it out with Spoit getting the lock in. The first round is theirs. M80 get the lead in. They can take a bit of a breath.
Let's go, bro.
Holy shit. So I made you excited.
I didn't know we had the players mic'd up.
I didn't either.
No, we don't. They're just that goddamn loud. You are Parker's son.
It is round 1. Wow. That was, like the entire roster was yelling at the same time. And to be fair, understandable. Because of course the pressure's on the line, of course everything matters, but that round, even though Liquid got the opening pick, it was such a layup. It was such a freebie for M80.
Yep.
No hatches acquired, no control in blue, no real control bottom main. I'd be reacting like this too if one of the best teams in Rainbow Six basically gave me a free 4v5.
To be fair, that is your speaking volume.
Come on. Were you cooking that the entire segment? Like the entire time I was talking, you're like, oh, I'm just gonna throw this in right at the end.
No, I mean this is just.
Well, you know, I made a good point, but we'll take it away from him. We'll just take it away from him.
Take it away from you. I'll cut you down to size. M80. First step's yours. As we've said, statistically, it is a defender sort of lent into side here, and the pressure is going to be, looking at that 2 attacks that they might be able to eke out. The first sides are pretty solid. Liquid has sometimes had good responses, but where Liquid have fallen short, and the reason that they are in the situation there is generally a bit of a dip of that power, that energy, that ferociousness. You'll have Palu pop off and then be a little bit quiet the next map. Nesk will have a good map and then a little bit quiet. It's an unfortunate little wobble in the balance of getting that connection. A CC breach comes together. It's pretty easy enough to put together, as Iconic is making sure that things are kept a little bit cool. Just around the bottom of blue, actually goes for the dip and the run away. Who's better at that than a Solace?
Indeed, and the Solos will likely be in that position for the majority of the round, while Liquid will have to focus on clearing out this garage position, unless they want to rotate for a construction push later on, but you have to do that pretty early once you open up the plat wall, so it seems, at least at the moment, they're contemplating a clear from garage, and Iconic has worked his way in oil pit as a result. He's looking to relay to Gomez how many people might be pushing his position. If they go on drones, he can use that and add it to the numbers that might be fighting this Azami all the way on top of rafters, but with these Kibas, he's used, I believe, all of them at this point. Yes, indeed. The Monty's kind of blocked, but with Liquid getting the opening pick, a lot of damage. You're more than happy with this trade.
I mean, look at that, driven straight up. Yoga does get the end of Volps, though, but they've done the work that maybe the IQs needed to, and it's allowed Lagonas to start taking some of the control towards the site itself. Now, Liquid, they have dropped the ball a little bit on the plant attempt here. We talked about it before when we cast them yesterday, how they weren't quite confident enough to go for the plant. Well, that's something that they've been able to talk to each other about and see if they can try and drive themselves. It seems like it. Nesk wanted to start there with Lagonas being the sort of long watch here. It depends on the position he feels confident in, because, well, look at the power. There's Palu.
There we go. Has
the control. The Solace is caught out. There's a trade from Yoga, and now they're going to go towards the default. Put some pressure. Somehow get to the Monty. Don't let him do it. He does it to you. A 2 versus 1, but the player is down. So, resets in a post-plant against Yoga. No smokes in the pocket to cover the motion, and he'll wait for the call. It's the rappel. He just has to bait this perfectly. Yoga has to put the pressure on, but you're looking towards the hook and seeing where the player is at. There's the cut. But unfortunately, as we said, he has to go for this. He's got to take the fight. He's able to get it! No way! Unbelievable tear across the repelled player.
We are so bad.
Palu, you might be afraid, bro. You gotta move, bro.
That's wow.
Them's fighting words.
So, I was preparing, Emmy.
Yep.
I was like, man, Liquid had everything there. They had Nesk in sight with the diffuser, had 2 players around him on CCTV, and Palu down below. And not only did Yaga not deny the plant from below, because it had already kind of gotten out of hand at that point, but Nesk succeeds at plant as well. They had everything. Downstairs control, upstairs control, and Yaga hits the double retake, literally taking down the player from below, and even though he fails to deny the plant from that position, is able to rotate up and clutch the 1v2. That was a Liquid round through and through, from setup to execution. And then sometimes a player just pops off, and there's nothing you can do about it.
5 seconds left.
2 rounds in a row. And it's 2 rounds to defense, obviously. That one felt a lot closer, really, than anything. It should be one apiece, especially as one of the players watching on the rafters was a Monty. Had the full control. They had the Solace that was potentially going to cause some problems behind. They dropped the shield to maybe get the cover and go for the sort of pistol play against the player. But roughly, I think they had about 30 seconds still left inside the site. They could have structured something a bit different, but it's very easy for me to say that from the position that I am in. 30 seconds gone. They know where the Solace is, but they use their gadget. They should be able to find the drone and try and get a way out of there. So that's what Nesk is doing. There is only one way in, and they have that now watched. How long will it take to get the shutdown on the player? That's the problem here, and Nesk wants to try and be the solution. Gonna go for the swing. The ping is there. There's the cap. Very, very well played from the roam clear. And, well, Iconic will be on cams for the rest of the round.
Yep. Always the risk. If you're able to rat inside a strip, you can potentially make a round-changing flank later in the round. Usually, especially because the attack will usually take bar control, try to get some vertical from below, so on and so forth. But in this particular case, if you're found early on and somebody just, you know, goes pool double window, your way back, your egress is very, very much hampered. So now Liquid can just rotate up as if nothing really happened. They just have a 5v4. It can go about with the rest of their attack. There's going to be a heavy focus on Jacuzzi Wall, and Spoid now feels a little bit of pressure. Now that he doesn't have any support from below inside a bar, playing around that hatch is a little riskier. He's also out of Kiba barriers at this point. So Liquid have done a great job on the utility clear and creating angles as well. And now that they're getting intel inside of the site, sure, they might be running a little low on drones, but we have a little under half the round to go, and Yog is hitting impacts on himself.
I mean, he's allowed a little bit of balance. It's the yin and yang from the previous round, but here we might have to smash and grab from the Jacuzzi itself. They're going to work with the blinds right behind the canister. The catch is a little bit late on the wide disc. They haven't moved immediately. That one is caught out. Good play and good shooting there from Yoga, drawing some attention. He's going to swing in and get the take onto Volt.
What are we doing?
The Monty is just watching, blinded, and goes for the hit. He knows there's someone else behind it. Yoga somehow able to find either player either side. Palu goes down outside on the balcony. Finally, he is stopped. But really, he should not have been able to get, I mean, either of them, and he steals the kill. Spoit Gomez, but no longer Spoit. Gomez and Diaz, either side of it. Lagonis, I mean, such a sliver of health. Anything in his foot is going to be the end. There's a C4 that could breathe on him, and it would be that ultimate decider. Less than 20 seconds. Lagonis trying to stick the plant. They have the pings. He pulls off. There's the C4 that gets the down onto the shield. It's a 1 versus 1. No, it isn't. M80. 3 in a row.
All right. I'm going to do it.
You can do it?
I'm breaking glass because it's starting to become an emergency. Liquid weren't cooking that attack. They were not cooking. The streets are saying that despite an opening 5v4, they decided to have all of their attackers on Jacuzzi Wall and Palu on metal balcony window. Now, those are all fine positions. Those are all positions you should be playing.
Yes.
But where's the Logi hack pressure? Where's somebody pushing up main stairs? Because I don't know if you were aware of this, Emmy. The main roamer down below died in the first 45 seconds of the round. And usually when that happens, sure, you can't nade from below, but you can maybe pick up main stairs, go for the backstab while there's chaos over on the Jacuzzi Wall as the Montaigne's pushing in. Yeah, now of course there are other factors. Yaga's huge performance that round, Diaz with 2 kills to end that round. It was another great round of individual performances from M80, and the parts Liquid had were good, but it's another very, very linear execute and not taking advantage of both control they could have acquired with the time they had, or could have made use of for control they had anyway.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Failure to launch, Liquid. At this point, 2 rounds should have been yours.
We built the rocket, but we didn't fuel it up.
You forgot to fuel it, and now you find yourself a little bit rained down on. However, as we've said many, many times, you know, MAD have a strong defense. Their attack is where things go a bit wobbly. So there's still half of this round to play for. There's still half of this. These are conversations where you can learn and you can develop and you can change things up.
And also in that W7M game that went to OT both maps, both teams won 5 defenses.
They
so
did.
MAD have won 5 defenses before and still ended up losing the map in overtime. So just because MAD are having a very strong defensive half doesn't mean that this map will go their way, though really their most dominant performance was Consulate yesterday, where they were able to win on both attack and defense. But beyond that, they've been just like the rest of the tournament, able to get a whole bunch of rounds on defense, but still biffing.
Wait a second, is this defender-sided?
No, I don't
This right here.
No. I mean,
at 6th Invitational 2024, is this here defender-sided?
Ironically,
you know how many defender rounds this can carry?
Ironically, Consulate is not defender-sided this tournament. So.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I know.
It's been played it's been played twice.
I think it's like 53-54.
Yeah, I think it's the data's just not normalized.
That doesn't seem right.
Gomez. He's got a little bit of spoit for protection, but again, this is all wasting time. They can get a player out of it. Great. They're going to go for Yoga, though, and he's caught in a drone. He's still able to slip away, and what was a very, very good roam clear on that individual player in the previous round here has at least gone slower, unfortunately, this time round. They're about 30 seconds behind where they were before, and at this point, they've been able to get a kill. So MAC, they've learned. They've pulled themselves back in. They have another body down, all 5 of them. They're going to hope that it turns into a brawl and a fight here on the site itself. The Blade Claws and the C4 is ready to rock and roll against the Hatches. In fact, there's 3 ready to try and play against these, hoping they can catch some Liquid players a bit by surprise.
That's exactly the thing they need just to make that Liquid attack in round 1 that was already very confined over towards the kitchen hatch and make it even worse. Throw up C4s, try to get a pick or 2 before Liquid even execute onto the site, because again, we're in a position where what's the status of Moto Hatch? What's the status of Kitchen Hatch? Are we still just opening it with 45 or 30 seconds left? Clubhouse Basement is a difficult attack, and if you're limiting your options further, we're in bad shape, fellas.
I mean, it looks like it's just going to be a drive down blue at this point. Everything is still locked. Both Moto and Kitchen is locked. They haven't put any pressure onto Dirt as well. It's just blinds and a take and a sort of raw control down main on this side, but Iconic gets resets. Parlu's going to see if he can step in and gets one, but Nesk also getting a pinch. Iconic does stop Parlu, so now it's Lagonis on the swing on Church Door, and they've got some of the control of blue, but Spoit is the back line, and there's only a pocket full of seconds to get the plant itself. A 3 versus 2 becomes a bit scratchy, but a 3 versus 1, they have Church control, they can go for it. The first is Dice's, but no more. Liquid get around.
Well, glad we got a Nesk 3K to open up that entire round, because we were basically in the same spot as round 1. Church Hatch, not really a factor, or sorry, Kitchen Hatch, not really a factor, Moto Hatch, not really a factor, just flooding in down main stairs, down blue, but Nesk gets 2 kills on the entry, and then the 3rd kill to wrap up the round, as DS Lucas was stuck in a 1v3. I think it was a perfectly fine setup from MAD. Again, it's another very slow Liquid attack with very limited control, and they're forced to basically just go about a normal basement attack, but without any of the hatches to play off of, without any work done actually on the bomb site, just doing your best to inform the peaks you're going to take, but in the end, still dry peaking a lot of those engagements. Liquid have incredibly talented players, so I mean, this is just an average Nesk performance sometimes if he's having a good day. And you got to give credit where credit's due. Sure, I mean, it might not have been the best, but he hit his shots.
It's that sort of idea and understanding of this Liquid roster, though, is the individual talent on some of these players has been world-renowned for the entire world of this game. Since the sort of dawn of Rainbow Six Siege, Milosh would quote however many things. In my day, that's not how Milosh sounds, but you get the idea. But you will get the idea. He has a great big bushy beard and a greater big bushy tail about the history of this game, and they have been players. They have tail with their LE, not I. He doesn't have a tail.
Oh.
I don't think Milosh is a furry. He might be.
You said a great big bushy tail. I was like,
like a squirrel. And he squirrels away stories about the greatness of these players to bring out at the appropriate times, including Nesk, including Parley. Yes, this is the sort of problem that we've had with this roster. Is it doesn't quite have the connection of we need Palu to send it, we need Nest to send it with a consistency that you'll see on other teams. And finding that in this meta has seemed to be a bit trickier for them.
Ironically, though, we are back on the bomb site that had the best Liquid attack so far, and not one that was the best by a slim margin. They actually got all the control they needed. They cleared Garage really quickly, got control of Lounge extremely fast, and took down Iconic as well, or at least deleted him from being able to play that position in general. So they had control down below to stop the Solus from denying the plant. They had Nesk in the bomb site with the diffuser, and M80 only won this round because of a massive individual clutch from Yaga, who almost died. That guy repelled on the balcony, but hit a crazy spray transfer. So if Liquid just replicate that on top of the individual success from Nesk last round, we should honestly be in a good shape for them to threaten a 3-3 half.
Now, the shield breezes right up towards, well, Gomez is doing their best to survive, and no survival. The grenade got down there, and you're pulling a face like, what happened?
I get it's Monty, but like...
Move, bro.
Move.
Iconic is on the move, all the way deep down in blue, and it's the perfect operator. As I said, I love this sort of roam play that you can do. The push to blind anyone that might be trying to stop the Golus if they put the pressure onto it. Remember, this was a round where they had everything in their pockets, and then unfortunately it tumbled like a house of cards. Checkmate. Resets might be the one to find the fight here. Swinging around onto the bottom of pit, it's Spoit. He's actually come to offer some sort of counterplay, and this position that was played and removed by Palu, they don't know. Ooh, now they might know. There's the plant going down. Volps is able to get Yoga. Resets gets the cover. Great take, great cover here. Spoit, fortunately too late to the second store party. And now, well, with a shield, a Monty that has become a door frame, blocking the quick change between the two sites. This is almost even more impossible. There's at least a trade onto the repelling Nesk, but Diaz. Nice shot.
I mean, you know, if we're commending body shots, shout out.
Well, I think they said something to Nesk before. I think this is going to be a heated all chat.
I hope so.
This is going to be an all chat.
I'm here for the content.
The refs are going to be paying a lot of attention to.
But to Liquid's credit, sure, the other sites might not be very, very...
I don't speak Portuguese, my friend.
I don't either.
You
just enough to order food.
Just enough. You're our Portuguese speaker of the talent,
which doesn't mean I
is
speak
like
Portuguese.
A real low bar.
Yeah.
So we will go out to
Give me another year.
Eateries and restaurants, and all the pressure's put on you. You do your best.
I try.
Things go wrong.
I mean, some things go right.
Yeah, some things go right. Most things go wrong. And then Parker gets mad at you.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
Hey, you messed up his chicken nugget.
Anyway, okay, first of all, I got everything right today.
Yeah.
Second off,
you have to go back to squad.
Second off, let me talk about this execute I liked, okay? Because I want to give Liquid some credit. I want to give them some credit.
I'll stop being mean.
Because they lost the first CC attack to something out of their control, and then the second time they reclaimed it, and now we got to see even more of an execute I quite like, because their strategy is just, all right, Capitão's banned. We don't need to clear him. Want to know why? We just bring the Monty, we force him to walk up garage stairs, and Palu is sitting outside the CC window, just tossing a Candela in time with Lagonis' movements. So basically, the only player he has to worry about, or the only positions he has to worry about, theoretically speaking, is the player on rafters and somebody playing stock. And they had resets in that position to watch it. So if those Candelas are timed properly, nobody can actually support Gomez playing that position because they'd be blinded if they look up. So Lagonis can walk up, push a little further, another Candela goes out, pushes a little further, they time it with a grenade to box him in. That was a really well thought out strategy by Liquid, and I'm happy to see it pay off. I want to give credit where credit's due.
M80. Now, as I said it at the 3-0 point, obviously, there's still half a game to play for, and their worried half is the second half of this game. Liquid, if they can get themselves even from any game, is good. From where they were at 0-3 down without a timeout, it's pretty brilliant, let's be honest. They've really been able to get things going. It was failure to launch, but suddenly, oh, look at that. It's up in the sky. Beautiful. Ah, wonderful. A minute 50 as the break comes against the hatches. They've gone back towards paying them some attention, noting that, well, obviously there's no Kaid this time. They're sort of baiting them, potentially M80, to say, okay, look, they won this sort of showdown, gun down. Let's force them into looking at tactics again, and then maybe we can shake the tree and see if we can stop it.
Yeah, no Kaid, DS Lucas, and Gomez. I don't believe either really in a position to impact trick that hatch either. So, kitchen hatch, actually a success, but they're not really playing retake, but they're almost allowing Liquid to take control of those hatches, as you said, and they have different operators and positions to deal with it. One example, Spoit, we just saw, has an angle on the blue hatch, and we didn't see below, but I have to imagine he's playing behind a mirror window, the classic one looking into blue hall. You also have DS Lucas behind those Kiba barriers on AKs, who can watch the kitchen hatch drop and get an angle on somebody before they can fall. Oh, Spoit almost finding someone. The head of a Liquid player peeks out above the blue hatch, but no kill goes their way. The setup from M80 is still very solid though, but it does allow Liquid to start gaining a foothold into the site, and then the players holding these positions, Spoit, DS Lucas, and so on, need to hit their shots and be on the lookout for dirt, I guess.
There's a party, right? Everybody's been invited towards the A case, and Legonis has said, no, I want to take your rotate instead. Spoit gets the first. They're putting pressure towards the plant, and Volps, he gets the bit of the activation here, but does one and pretty much a half towards the single player. However, the plant is prevented. Now there's only 20 seconds. Plan B to the default, which is a plan A, which Gomez goes fishing for and catches himself a kit. So now resets the attempt and goes for the double down on the default, with Palu getting caught by Gomez. Gomez gets his third for the round. And with 5 seconds and Volp stuck in dirt, and the party is over, baby. 4-2, and this is sort of sad. They said, hey, here's a default take. Have a go. Have a go. Oh no, we forgot to electrify the hatch.
It was a trick.
It was a trick.
It was all a ruse.
You've been deceived.
And indeed, deceived they were. I like the setup from M80. Of course, there's an element of risk. If you lose some of those fights on the drop down, then we have some issues, but they put themselves in the best positions possible.
Jesse J Chick is on the line.
My boy, Jesse! If he's talking, I can't.
This is him talking.
I can't hear.
You guys can't hear me, I'm being told.
There we go, there we go.
I can hear you now. Let's go. We are so bad.
Who are your 12 points for?
I'm here to deliver you some fun facts, because we've had both of these teams play Clubhouse already through this tournament. And as M80 move on to the attacker side, they've had some problems with attack on this map. In fact, through 7 attempted attacking rounds, the only bomb site they have won on Clubhouse thus far was CCTV Cache. And it just so happens that after defending CCTV Cache 3 times through 2 separate contests, we've seen Team Liquid defend it 100% of the time successfully. So watch out for the bomb sites that are both CCTV Cache, because that's one that Liquid have been very, very good on, but also the other bomb sites, because M80 haven't been able to successfully attack any of them even once so far through the tournament so far. So keep an eye out for that, and I'll leave the rest of the game to you two.
No, Carter's got a question.
No!
What's your question?
I was going to ask you about my fantasy team, that's all.
Thank you, Jesse J Chick. You might recognize him from being Canadian.
And
he's on Twitter.
Me owning him in fantasy.
And you owning him in fantasy hockey as well.
No, not fantasy hockey. I'm his war consigliere, like in The Godfather. You know, like I advise him.
Yeah.
But in fantasy, I'm a fellow competitor. And with all his spreadsheets, he doesn't hold a candle to me.
Wow. This is twice I've had Jesse do a call, and twice he's been immediately sassed afterwards. Spoit is like, hang on, how did they know I was here? There you go.
There it is.
The camera gets the reveal. I mean, you have a team that's going to play Valkyrie if Valkyrie's on the board. There's got to be the awareness that's paid towards it as well. The strike starts its way now. Liquid, as we said, they'll have some benefits of working on defense. M80 has generally struggled with this half, as pretty much every single team at this event has. If they can maybe get the first here, if they can push it into a 5-2 and keep that energy, well, they're trying to sort of get that momentum going. The gunfight's engaged already down Oil Pit.
Well, M80 had quite a lot of energy on their attacking side against Bleed on console yesterday, so a different map, especially one that is a bit more attacker-sided than Clubhouse that we're playing right now. But M80 can bring that energy if they're being faced with a passive, stagnant defense and they can find gaps or create gaps in particular positions. They've shown that they have the decisiveness and the ability to just make a decision and flood it alongside the rest of the team. We already see a lot of utility being dumped down blue. No follow-up as they're just trying to clear these Kiva barricades that Palu G2 is playing behind. They do so successfully, and now as we move into the final minute, Gomez is thinking about opening up the church wall. We also hope to see some hatch play from M80 as well, but this is a similar spot that Liquid was in, going into often 5v5 or 5v4s where the defense still has a lot of angles. So for M80 to make this a little bit better, hopefully we'll find a kill on maybe somebody in this blue position as Spoit. Looking an oil pit at the moment.
Yeah, but he's been there for about a minute. Volps removes Yoga, so boy, that's the sort of call to action. And the first thing he's going to hit is a procs. The second thing is bullets from Nesk. Great two-piece. Either side as Gomez then gets removed just in the corridor of Long. Iconic, he's trying to replace the space, but really, it's a crossfire, and unfortunately, he is fully in the targeting range of Liquid. We are now 4-3.
4-3 indeed, and man, these frag grenade changes, you can see the effect they're having on some of these attacking strategies because this site is so hard to attack now, it seems, if you aren't able to take down the blue player, who you can't nade anymore.
Nope.
Often is going to have a warden supporting him in that case. Or if you're not able to open the church wall and be able to work a pick on that wall or at the motor door in particular. There's so much defensive utility, and for both Liquid and M80, we can see how difficult it is to cut through it. So, Liquid get their first round, and as Jesse mentioned, CCTV, Emmy, it's a little good for them. It's a little bit of a good one. It's a little bit good. A little bit good.
Oh, you were listening to him? I was just thinking...
He's my best good friend.
He's your best good friend?
He's my best good friend.
I thought it was Parker.
Well, he's my father.
Oh, right. You were actually quoted as father and son on the broadcast.
I know, I saw that. Ferme changed it. Shout out to Ferme.
Shout out Ferme. Woohoo!
He's working the B string. Zay might be on.
Yeah, he might be asleep by now.
That's right.
43. And, well, with an entire swap round, I'm wondering if they were wondering it was a different site. Instead, you've got the most popular operator at the entire event, which is almost a reflection of the nade change. Gomez bringing Buck. It used to be a sort of toss-up with Sledge taking preference because they had nades. Sledge, obviously slower, loses the nades, and now you've got, well, the decision. What do you bring? Buck, he has a bit more pace, and what was the first thing, which used to be played by Golgona in EUs all the time back then, was the ability to change between a skeleton key and get into a gunfight. You can go from one to the other instantly, which in this meta where you really need to take your attacking opportunities to get them. Beautiful, perfect, lovely. Goodbye, CCTV wall.
Nobody's going to complain when you're attacking gym bedroom to have the ability to rip up the entirety of the floorboards inside a master bedroom. Who would complain about that? Especially when you're facing a Mira, and Nesk is the Mira.
Wood enthusiasts would complain.
Who? Wood enthusiasts?
Yeah, people who are like, that's
true.
That's a waste.
I imagine carpenters are very unhappy about this operator.
They hate Rainbow Six Siege.
Listen, the streets are sand.
The streets are sand. The
carpenters are very upset.
Streets. They're saying
the wood-lined streets.
I've been talking to these wood boys down the street. They're saying, oh, they hate to see what happens to the soft walls.
They do.
On this Palu, he's ready to see if he can try and make this hard wall a connection, but they sort of got the breach, then held back, and now they're gonna see if they can cut off the rotate. Palu takes half his damage because he was just on the other side of that Keeper barricade as it got hit by the breaching panel. So he almost had one of the most, well, hilarious, depending how you look at it, downs.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Across it, 1:20. And still, every player still standing. The pressure here is starting to get a little bit hotter for M80, who have otherwise just taken CC and are still, you know, I don't think Jacuzzi's open. I don't know about Logi Hatch. Still closed with a mirror window to bait some impact tricks against it, or, well, a C4. They only really have C4.
Yeah. But you also do have M80. They've acquired control of cash, but it's been 30 seconds since they really cleared out that position, and with Jacuzzi wall not open, we're again running out of time to really have an impact in this round and set yourself up good for an execute. With all 5 Liquid players sitting inside the site, they have Kiba barriers to try and deal with anybody contesting the master window. Iconic also setting up to hop inside a gym window. Without solid plat wall pressure, M80 are betting this almost entirely on gunfights or even oversights from Liquid. DS Lucas can watch and see if anybody rotates up, but aside from that, it's a gamble at this point.
I mean, they're still trying to get themselves set in. Iconic's either side of the gym equipment. Spoit gets one, but now the kit's cold and traded out. Volps and Volps again. 3 versus 2. Yoga finally gets himself towards the door. Almost gets the ponytail shot off of Volps, but they're still surviving, still wiggling, getting themselves some protection onto the window. Diaz doesn't really have the time to get the full smash and grab here as the wall finally pops open. They're playing the barrel position, gets the onto Volps, and Yoga finds the pop-up, but 5 seconds left. It's about to be a 1 versus 1 as the other has to plant, just has to get the cover through the bed. They swing, there it is! Oh, it was sort of a gamble. They thought the player was underneath, so they go on the bed, but all that did was make it a flick of the coin.
And also unfortunate for Yaga too, Emmy. Volps peeks left, or not Volps? Was that Volps?
No, Volps was dead in gym. That was Nesk.
Nesk peeks left, his left. Yaga peeks his left. They
keep going.
I'm
still on this analogy. I'm still with you.
My brain was trying to mix miss and pass.
Right.
Miss each other like ships in the night. Was the analogy I was trying to go for.
Ships in the night, yeah, which cannot see each other because it's dark.
Yes, exactly,
Yeah,
because
true.
it's dark.
Apart from one of them had headlights, and they were pointing at a guy that was planting a diffuser on a bed. I don't get this analogy. Why is there a bed in those seats?
Okay, so I'm gonna ignore you.
Why do they have guns? Why do they have guns?
But either way,
Gunboat.
it was an
we'll do it
okay.
again.
It was an okay start for M80. They're able to clear out cash, but the conversion at that point, specifically opening up the jacuzzi wall, was rough. No.
They might be. A little tech slow down here for a second.
Allegedly. The streets are saying.
Give me Jesse back. Give me Jesse's picture-in-picture. I think one day, and I'm going to just throw this up into the air, and by that I mean say it loud enough that I hope production does it to be a very funny bit, is, because we work in bits here, is we do a picture-in-picture, and then it turns into an argument, and then we get a picture-in-picture-in-picture of someone else smaller in Jesse's picture.
So it's just like...
It's like a Russian doll of
It's
Colin.
kind of like, oh my god, we got him!
Do we actually have Jesse?
I'm back.
How many points, Big Dog, for what country?
I didn't hear the question.
That's a Eurovision joke. You're not going to get
What's
that.
your...
It's too deep.
So Jesse, how's your fantasy team doing today?
Okay, I am in third, you're in second.
Let's
Don't
keep
talk
this-
like you're crashing me in fantasy
It was
right
a
now,
genuine
Carter.
question.
Okay,
How
let's
was
keep
your
this-
fantasy team?
I don't track it live. I'll find out at the end of the day.
All right.
Okay, let's stop this. Let's stop this, beef children. Do you have any siege-related questions for Jesse?
I suppose. I might. Jesse, so let's just say.
Yep.
Let's assume Clubhouse is a defender-sided map and the stats haven't suddenly changed.
Thank you, Kino.
He's giving me the keys.
Oh, what are they?
have
The
you?
keys too.
He didn't say.
I
the
know
keys
what
to
they
the
are.
game, perhaps.
I know, the keys to success, idiot.
On that note, Jesse, I assume you watched the last round.
I did. I was watching.
So that's good. You're doing your job. I appreciate that. So as you saw, M80 were able to clear out the cash position decently quick, but no success on the jacuzzi wall. What's your take on that? What's going on there?
Well, jacuzzi wall was tough. I mean, they wanted to go mostly in from construction side, right? My biggest question with that push was Iconic, I believe, brought the defuse kit into gym when there was a player in gym that was actively fighting. The Azami was there. I think if they initially had defuse kit in construction with the bulk of that push, maybe that goes a little bit better. Maybe they can kind of push more together, because with Iconic jumping in, immediately dropping the defuse kit, I don't know, that was a little bit questionable on my end. But, you know, it's those mistakes. Sometimes the defuse kit doesn't end up where you want it to be. Sometimes you're not able to clear out gym as much as you may have liked to. So, yeah, a bit of an awkward one.
Okay.
And also, I got another question.
Are you get a question or make a joke?
No, this is an actual question.
Okay.
Jesse's on the stand right now.
Jesse is on the stand.
So Jesse, as I'm sure you've been keeping track of, we see a Liquid win on Church. We see a Liquid win on Gym. What site's up next?
I would have to imagine it's CCTV Cash, unless they're maniacs who are going to bar stage.
And I've unfortunately been hit with short-term amnesia. What's so big about that bomb site for this particular matchup?
That is the bomb site that currently Team Liquid have a 100% success rate on defending, but it's also the only bomb site M80 have successfully attacked.
Whoa!
On Clubhouse, all tournaments. This is their
exciting.
second time playing Clubhouse. This is good. They've gone They've gone through 10 attacks now. This will be their 10th attack.
That's a lot
on Clubhouse.
Jesse, on the street, you are a man of the people. The people love you. But I have the sort of question: what's the atmosphere like down there? How tense? Because you're fluent in Portuguese, as everyone should know. If there are any
Jesse, half Brazilian.
Half Brazilian. Any fans that come over to him, please speak fluent Portuguese to him. He'll understand. But I don't know if you've been in the room. The shouting that we got in the first couple of rounds, it feels like it's died down a little. Is that because M80 have started to lose?
I will say I've not been in with the players. I've been out here with kind of the support staff and everybody watching and the production crew and all that. And I will say out here, it's gotten louder as Liquid have started winning rounds because there's a lot of Liquid kind of support people out here, a lot of people around the Team Liquid organization and the team who obviously are very invested in Team Liquid getting this map win. So it's getting a little bit more exciting out here. You know, M80's got a sizable crowd as well. You can see them in the back there.
You can see them.
They're just a little bit quieter.
Do you know what else we can see in the back, Jesse?
What can you see?
You leaving us with back in the game. Bye, Jesse. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you, production, as well, for being... Did they just have it?
I think...
Did they just have him on standby?
And guys, I think the biggest takeaway there, I am still leading Jesse in fantasy at the moment.
I love the idea that they have just a deployable Jesse.
I do too. They have a mobile Jesse.
I'm gonna ask him for the most inopportune times.
They have an all-terrain deployable Jesse J check.
It's like a list of like things we can do. It's like, oh, we can do like Connect 4, we can shave mustaches, Jesse.
Production can deliver you a Jesse J chick in 15 minutes or less.
5 seconds to go.
Taps production. You know how many Jesse J chicks we can fit into this?
I'm sitting there like, Jesse me.
Jesse, four apiece. M80. 2 rounds have now slipped away, and this is the round that's going to be very exciting. A Bandit trickery as a foot, doubled up with the Kai Yi. Now there is a Thatcher on the board, and you've got the Selmas and the Thermite. So really, this breach should get opened pretty cleanly.
And that's the biggest thing at this point for me is that what M80 can really do well with these breaches is open them up quickly and convert and execute immediately afterwards. They don't really have a lot of nades. They have the Ying, which Liquid used a lot to open up the garage position, but they don't have that Monty. The Capitão's banned. Maybe they could use the Grim, but directly speaking, we're in a rough spot, and Reset takes down 1 exothermic immediately. Liquid have the play here.
Okay, that's what is supposed to happen. So you do the exothermic, and then you do the breaching charge. You do it at the same time, and you guarantee it. Luckily, they pulled off the breaching charge, because otherwise it would have been poorly traded sort of tech there, but at the same time...
Oh, their summers are gone.
Yeah, I mean... That wasn't great. Let's be honest, that approach, it's been done a lot in this tournament. These guys have done it a lot. They know they can do better. You pretty much deploy one either side of the wall, roll the catch, and then the Bandit will get one of the 2 electrics, but the other one will guaranteed pop off, and you get your breach, you get your range. We now only have pocket tin openers, which they're going to use on the far wall, and then 1 exothermic, which they might need to use on construction wall to try and get themselves in towards the pressure onto the back end, but either way, not great.
It's a tricky position for M80 now because you feel obligated to rotate to go for a construction push, but if you aren't able to acquire garage control, then you have an entire line from the top of rafters to the construction wall and the construction doorway that Nest can contest alongside Resets playing inside a cache as well. That doesn't even include Lagonas playing top red. There's a perfect crossfire on that position with multiple, at least 3 players who can all deal with that spot. M80 are rotating over. We see the Ying and Spoit all moving into this spot. They need to probe for picks at this point. Use those Candelas to their advantage, but priority number 1 has to be this con wall.
Opening up underneath with only 40 seconds left. They don't have garage. They don't have anything else, and they don't have the ability to get rid of the electrics.
Don't even have EMPs.
It's just going to turn into a run up towards the rafters, up towards the stairs. Nest gets the easy first pick onto Iconic. 20 seconds. They still have Gomez throwing these blinds up with Palu getting Spoit, though, and Nest getting his second inside rafters. It is just Diaz and Yoga trying to smash into what is a fully loaded still site. There is nothing structurally that has been removed here,
10 seconds remaining.
and they're just running through their own bees.
Just running up that hill.
Running up that hill. Been running up that hill.
But if that is not an example of what can happen on a CCTV attack in this meta, I don't know what else is, because you have the Capitão ban.
Yep.
You have the frag grenades that you can't just cook and immediately throw. And then if you don't open that plat wall, all the hard breach, all the EMPs, save for 1 exothermic and some can openers wasted, but because all those EMPs are gone, opening up the con wall, the plat wall, anything electrified is now much, much harder. So they try to rotate to the construction push, realize the wall is electrified, have to pivot again because they know they can't open it, and then they're suddenly just have to cobble together a garage push from complete nothingness because they've now on their third push of the round. And it's all because one successful bandit trick and destroying all or getting rid of all the EMPs from M80 forced their hand on multiple occasions.
I mean, the timeout was obviously called there. That was called by M80 to have the conversation. They've gone from being 4-2 up to now 5-4 down. And we said it was always going to be a problem. It's always going to be tougher on your attack. And they just had no time left for the final engagements. It was pretty simple there, outside of a single battle around maybe arguably the most classic bit of utility exchange we have in the whole game, which is the breach onto that wall. That is, if you open a dictionary and go to Rainbow Six Siege, there's probably a high chance that it's just a picture of the CC wall breach. I don't know why this dictionary has this in print. It doesn't really make sense because it's a thing of words, and that's 3 words and a picture. But
keep going with this.
This is what happens when you buy your dictionaries from Ubisoft.
Keep building the bridge.
When you buy your dictionaries from Ubisoft, comes with a
company manual.
Company manual.
There you go.
I'm sure Hap has it. You know, he had the rulebook ready and saved on his phone for a conversation the other day. Who pulls a rulebook out in a conversation?
It's because Hap's the GOAT.
No, disagree. He used to he used to protest people for their MOS files.
Oh, so he was weird.
Yeah.
He was that guy.
He was that guy.
player. Well, I can say M80, not that team right now, unfortunately, on the attacking side. Then again, as we've said multiple times at this point, who is at this tournament on the attacking side? Won 3 rounds in a row, have Liquid on every bomb site, and now they move back down to Church Arsenal. Don't see a Thatcher, do see a secondary EMP, Iconic, and we're getting a Cade trick inside of dirt. It does not land.
I know, it's always going to be outpaced. You got to have that claw deployed pretty much as they're deploying the tin opener based on how long it takes things to get together. The pocket hard breach is very quick. That's the benefit of it. You can still play against other places, but that means that obviously Kitchen Hatch or Blue will be electrified. Now, those are both breakable, and we do have a Maverick on the board, but that's not the push we're going for. In fact, I'm kind of curious where we'll start to see this. Remember, it turned into a bit of a brawl, and, well, they've got the shield to sort of maybe strong-arm some control, but the impact DMPs, the pocket play, the claw itself is just tucked on the inside. I think they have the reveal on that. There it is.
Go.
No catching, no stopping, no playing against it.
That's good. Moto Hatch opened up. Now we have something much better than we had the previous round, at least. Even if Kitchen Hatch isn't opened up, you can start throwing utility down Moto, have someone push up alongside somebody in blue. It won't be great, but with Kitchen Hatch open, there we go. This is a better position than both teams have been on attacking this bomb site a number of times, but Nesk domes Yaga. I don't even know where that was. And still he's found it.
Neither does Yaga.
Neither does he.
Iconic. He's got himself pressed up against church wall and pipes. Now, you don't really need the mirror window to see the danger that's coming. But now they can't see anything. But Nesk still somehow finds Diaz on the back end. Spoit rolling flashes that nobody's moving behind. It's an isolated shield now. Iconic is alone on the back. Gomez can't get any support there. The blinds are rolling in, but there's been no impact on the back of them. Everybody is sort of stuck. Well, now they're not stuck anymore. Sense the afterlife. Palu with the double, the pistol, Iconic alone, and a flawless defense from Liquid to push themselves to Mappa's point.
What else have they pushed themselves to?
Achievement point. Achievement point. Like it pops up?
Yeah, it does. 30 gamer score.
30 gamer score.
You just qualified to the next phase and knocked M80 out of the 6 Invitational 2024. That's a long achievement name, but it rings true. M80 have also used their tactical timeout at this point.
It's not over yet.
It's not over.
It's only when the map comes out.
Only when the map comes out, but...
They're close. If Liquid win one more round, M80's dream is over. M80 will be a second not qualified team or third?
I believe second.
Second. I'm trying to remember what games we've had today.
Well, we've had the Bliss D+ game, and it might be over, but I don't know.
Yeah, that was on the other stream, so we might have the confirmation at the end of that. We know what happened in the FearX game. We went home between FearX and GK. If Liquid get one more round, M80 will be the team from a very deadly group to suffer the fall of the Blitz.
Yes.
I was longing that out because he was looking at his phone.
Yeah, well, I was longing that
I was trying to make it more dramatic.
Well, no, I was, well, to be fair,
he was
it's
reading.
not like I was like texting or something.
No, he's
I was
a
checking,
slow reader.
I was checking to see the results of the Bliss D Plus game. I was scrolling. Thank you. Bliss did win that game, so this would be our third team to go home.
Third team to go home.
Third team to go home. And if, as you said, if Liquid just win one more round, it is Jover for M80. They have to attack this gym bedroom site. And if you recall, there was no jacuzzi wall opened up for M80, despite clearing out the CCTV and cash room. Iconic just resigned himself to jumping in a gym window with the diffuser and right into the waiting arms of Liquid. They are focusing heavily on the jacuzzi breach to start. Some EMPs going out. The Selma's being used as well. They've realized that nobody's on the wall, and they're able to open it successfully. That's because Resets has a mirror window to play behind and impact grenades to help destroy these Selmas.
2 minutes, M80. That might be all you really have left, and
Is there a line in that breach?
Oh.
There might have been a line in that breach. Oh, can they walk into that?
I think they can. I think that will block, and that's what the ping is. They've been given a bit of a boost here. Liquid. The hands of Brazilian Siege has reached down and offer them the bonus on the home turf. It's starting to come together and starting to fall apart. 1 minute 30, and the breach comes around into the back. Now Volps is in an aggressive position here, and Palu's even more aggressive, distant on the far side. The roaming mute, a classic, obviously. As they found themselves towards the bottom of blue with the slow creep up. The clash getting the focus and attention.
Seeing that Rotero drone, I wonder if DS Lucas realizes it yet, that maybe that breach is walkable. We're not entirely sure yet, but M80 have started rotating around. They got into 5v5. They haven't cleared out anything yet. CCTV cache still in the defense's hands. Palu still in the wind. Gomez might have to do a whole lot of heavy lifting to clear out Logi and the bedroom stairs just by moving up.
The drop comes, and so does the guillotine. The first two are caught in half. Resets in the kit. Now in the room of Logi themselves, Voigt and Nesk are finding bodies apiece. Gomez does get one. There is a triple kill for Nesk. Diaz, all that's left of M80's hopes of not going home. Resets calls the good half. Volp says something in Portuguese, but the only thing I think being understood right now is a little bit of Vamos Liquid. 1, 2, 3, Palu with a C4, a breach he cannot pass through. He's smiling on his face, but we have our team going home. And it has been a frustrating run recently for NA's M80, and unfortunately, they could not quite get it all together here. Liquid, they've still got a map ahead of them, maybe two, but the series itself has already been decided and the fate has been sealed.
And we had a rehost, by the way. Since the rehost, Nesk had 7 kills. 7 kills since the rehost, a dominant defensive half. Now M80 in a difficult position where they have to play out the rest of the series despite their fate being decided.
I mean, I think it's the first map that we're about to have that has no impact at all. We obviously have had teams that are playing to just change places. There's still things to go for there. What we will have next is our first impactless map, and you know, your heart sort of breaks for a roster that has really tried to find itself together in the new meta, cannot quite piece it together. Someone has to go home. Where do we have to go? To find Jesse to talk about hockey, probably. We'll be back after a quick break.
Liquid have sent home an NA team. They have dashed the hopes and dreams in a single map. Clubhouse, Liquid's map pick, goes their way, and pretty convincingly, Jesse.
They absolutely did, and I mean, that first half, it was looking hopeful, a 4-2 split. They started off 3 rounds in a row for M80. There was definitely some momentum that was starting to brew, but by God, did Nesk shut that down. Came on in, defensive half, just completely slammed M80. We saw back-to-back rounds, flawless on the defense. Tough for the North American squad.
2 rounds on attack as well is pretty good in this climate. You know, you could look at that side swap and go 4-2 for M80. Okay, you know, they've done a great job there. They've done a fantastic job on the defense. But realistically, it was the 2 rounds that Liquid were able to get on their attacks. Clubhouse, incredibly defender-sided, something around 70% defender-sided, defender win rate. So Liquid did a good job.
Sure.
Yeah, certainly did. Anything in particular from operator bans? Did you notice anything that kind of started to skew things?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, Manic, because I did. In fact, I talked at the halftime point that M80 had only successfully attacked CCTV Cache the last time they played this map. It was the only bomb site they were able to get a win on, and Team Liquid's Capitao ban, I think, is a direct response to that. They knew M80 were already weak attacking the basement, M80 were already weak attacking gym and bedroom, so take away the best tool you could possibly bring for attacking CCTV Cache, and that meant that M80 couldn't attack any of the 3 bomb sites. Although Liquid started off losing a couple rounds in a row, going down 4-2 on that first half, I think Liquid were plenty confident going into their own defensive half, knowing, listen, we can win all 3 of these sites that we have to, and we can be very confident in that.
Yeah, they knew that, and you know, when you got a day when Nesk gets himself online, it is always going to be a good day. Battle of the entry as well that we highlighted at the top of the show. We had a graphic showing that. Volps versus Spoit. Volps 3-0 on the entry, Spoit 2-0 on the entry. So not a terrible performance in the grand scheme of things, but when there's so much pressure on one single map of Siege, strange things happen.
It certainly does. And, you know, we were saying first half, 2-4 split. That is pretty standard at the moment.
Yeah, that's fine for both teams.
Yeah, it's neither here nor there. However, Liquid, as you said, once they got to their defensive side, that looked infallible.
It was Nesk, you know, and it's been a while since I've stood on a desk and said it was Nesk, and all you can really come up with is, well, yeah, you got a 3K here, you got a couple K there, you got a clutch here. It's so nice to be able to say that because he hasn't had the greatest performance of late. But to see him online, to see him doing the things that he can do, this is a veteran of the game. It's great to see.
Yeah, and he was doing what he does best, right? He was holding down those power positions. Whether that was blue when they were holding down instead of the basement, whether that was rafters when he had to keep a barrier wall set up, it seemed like he was unkillable. And you know, you got to admire M80's attempts. They tried to get in there, especially with blue. I believe they kept trying to go with the Grim. They're trying to go with the Habana, but then, you know, Diaz would get shot and Spoit wouldn't really be able to make his way in through Oil Pit, and it just always seemed to fall apart for them. So yeah, I mean, when you're going up against Nesk, this is a player who has been so consistent through the entirety of Siege, and he's still got it.
Round 9, M80. I know you've got something you want to break down.
Yeah, we've got something. We wanted to talk about, obviously, we talk about how attackers have a really hard time of things now, and you've got to bring a lot of the necessary tools to get the job done. We see an occasion here where we've got double hard breach, we have a Thatcher, so you should really be able to get the wall open because Bandit can only trick one side. A little bit of lazy Thatcher in there, in all honesty, and we can see that Resets has no issue whatsoever getting that trick off. And this is the main focus for M80, right? Look at the lineup that they've brought. They want to try and get this wall open. I would argue this is a fundamental. This is a basic. You need to be able to get the job done. Sure, they're able to open the wall, but it isn't enough. They only get one single ace charge going off. The bandits get reactivated. We got Volps able to throw a nade out and get a trick off. And the culmination of that round was M80 walking up through Garage, and they'd not really been able to take any ground. So back to basics.
Yeah. I think that obviously the positive on that second half was Nesk having a fantastic showing. I think the big negative for M80 was just their problem with walls. Whether it was the cache wall that we saw in that clip or whether it was the jacuzzi wall where they were attacking on Jim, the final round, just a sliver of unbreached wall preventing them from crouching in or walking in. Yeah. That's been a big problem for M80 throughout that matchup, and that's something they're going to look back on and be like, that stings.
Yeah, it certainly does. But look, they've got to dust themselves off as we are headed to Skyscraper next. The matchup, which unfortunately now for M80 doesn't have a lot of stakes to it, but they can still play spoils.
I tell you what, credit for M80 for getting back in the booth. It's not easy when you know you're going home, when you know your fate has been sealed in map number 1, to get back in that chair and to load into map number 2. This is not a game that is going to be pretty. It's probably not one that they're going to want to remember, but let's hope they go in and have a good time.
Yeah, and for Team Liquid, plenty on the line. If they can win this map here, if they get the clean 2-0, they lock themselves into the upper bracket. They will jump ahead of one of, I believe it's FaZe Clan or Bleed.
Yeah.
And one of those teams will be able to pass them up, but we don't know who. That'll depend on the next game. So it's going to be a big map for them. And if you look at the Skyscraper from Team Liquid, this might be a bit of a challenge. I like the map pick from M80 because the last time Team Liquid won Skyscraper was October 2nd, 2022. That's over a year ago at this point. So they've lost it 5 times since then. There's plenty of odds to look back on. Team Liquid, not a comfortable map coming into the second game here.
No, unfortunately not, but it is time to get underway with Skyscraper. We've got Emmy and a very sad boy.
Unfortunately, the boy is very sad. I look like your mother. And
I want to go home.
My boy wants to go home.
I want to go home.
I'm sure M80 also probably wants to go home. But they have a game of Rainbow Six that they need to play, don't they?
This is the saddest game with Diaz, Lucas, and Gomez in it since they lost CL to Parabellum. I'm in shambles right now.
He's in shambles. Physically, emotionally, structurally.
What are my bones liquefy? What do you mean?
The
mean structurally.
The boy's in bits. The boy's in bits. They should have let Kino play.
They should have let Kino play. That'd have been very funny. What if he is playing? You don't know.
That's true. I mean, I can see the lobby.
He's got Willie's luggage. Maybe he's playing for
He
us.
does have Willie's luggage. M80, my heart breaks for you. Liquid, celebration. Obviously, there is still a game of Siege ahead of us. Hey, maybe 2.
Sport's got the hood up.
Sport's got the hood up. To be fair, that was the Pengu buff.
Was it?
Yeah, when
Did he
Pengu
play with this hoodie?
put his head up.
He's playing face, forehead on the desk the whole time. That's what made his career so impressive.
Yeah, and then he heads up.
The heads up and he's dialed in.
And he's dialed in because he's like, oh yeah, I can look at the screen. That's my impression of
that. Genuinely, like, might be one of the worst impressions I've ever heard of. Have you heard my Tim impression?
I want to hear Tim.
Those laser gates.
Wait. Did you say doors laser gates or those laser gates?
Those laser gates. But it's like a very. It's a very hard TH.
I want to close my eyes. Tim, what gadget is that?
Laser gates.
Tim, what round are we going into?
Overtime, Emmy.
Okay,
that was more Shrek.
You lost it on the second one. The first, I'm with you. I've closed my eyes. I see his sheen of his head cresting like the baby from Teletubbies going over the hill.
I didn't watch Teletubbies.
Okay, yeah, well.
I guess
the second sounded like
I'm a Coco Melon.
The second sounded like Shrek.
I did sound like Shrek.
Can you say in Tim's voice, "Get out my swamp"?
Get out, Miss Swamp. Hey, by the way, if you guys are wondering why are these casters so annoying, why are the #1 and #2 yappers in Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege not talking about the game? It's because M80 are going home. By losing one map in this series, they are eliminated from the entirety of the Six Invitational 2024. And we've already, I think, kind of talked about enough how sad that is for the players, North America, for this project in general. We don't need to hammer it home.
I think the split here as well was that so far, every other game we've had, the result comes with the main result of the series, not a per map result. M80 were the first team of the games, I can't remember if the one later on needs it as well, that needed the clean 2-0. They needed all the 4 points to be able to get to the same level as Liquid, or jump them, and then win the head-to-head.
Yeah, the other elimination is going on right now. I think they're knocking scars.
Wow, Yoga is already killed Volt.
Dude, shout out.
Shout out Yoga.
Huge for the program.
I mean, done within the first 5 seconds. That's maybe the
Whoa! He's shooting the corpse. What are we doing?
That's a war crime.
Listen, this is gonna be a litmus test for the game. I'm gonna hear him out. Are we going to get a serious game, or are M80 just going to rush every round? This is what I'm really curious about. I'll be impressed if they actually give it a good old college try, but I also wouldn't be shocked if we just like.
I mean, it's got to be rough, right? Regardless of like, it's multiple games to get you into the position, but then from this point onwards, this is the heartbreak. This is the moment. Then you've got to go back out on stage and perform once again in front of tens of thousands of people. That is so rough. They know already their phones are blowing up with commiseration messages or whatever from friends and loved ones, and they've got to sit it out for another 45, maybe another hour and a half if things go their way, as weird as it is to say. But it's also their swan song, because everybody dreams of playing at 6 Invite. Even people that have never heard of Rainbow Six, they close their eyes. What do they see?
The hammer.
The hammer. Unfortunately, we don't understand why.
We don't.
It's like
it's
like that new Nicolas Cage film where everybody dreams of him.
Is that true?
Yeah, there's a new film. It looks funny.
I dream of Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, holding the hammer.
Well, yeah.
And you will extend your time here in this game, regardless of how rough it is, regardless of knowing you're one of the teams that's going home.
Can I say something out of pocket?
I guess.
This is the best start to an attack an M80 have had this entire series.
Well, it is their map. Palu is going to take some of it back. Iconic swings up the back of the stairs, gets the take onto Palu, resets a player. I've made that joke many times.
You have already.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm old.
How old are you? 25.
Thank you. 3-1. There is a down player. It's technically a 2 versus 1. They have 45 seconds. They're not going to be able to get the player up, though, because of the danger that there is. The pop over the top. Resets, rotates towards the opposite end of gold. Wants to see if he can swing the back of this player as the pickup comes through. Another 3 versus 1. 30 seconds. They don't have the diffuser, but this is probably just going to turn into a brawl. He is sat on it. There's the first.
What if he clutches this?
Bit of a surprise strike. The second, he does a lot of damage to the player. They're breakdancing on the floor. Remember, Iconic's gone down, so he cannot do that again. Resets. He's trying to get himself rotated. 15 seconds. They still don't have the kit. They've got to rotate round. They finally get it. They're going to go for the plant on towards the gold side and the door itself with the cover coming through. They're just tucked on the breach. There it is. A bit of smiles. There is an attack round 1, something that they could not do on the previous one.
Yaga got 2 kills at least.
I was going to say, what? Are you going to say something?
No. Yaga
Okay, that space was for you.
Well, no, I mean, Yaga got 2 kills at least. I appreciate it. We have an overall solid attack. They go for the roam clear. They open up the exit for the office wall, as you can see. Very nice couple shots by Yaga. They then push up, not really into drum, but Iconic goes to try and split the forces in 2. Wins the initial fight, and at that point, M80 have a solid inroad through drum into the bomb site overall. Obviously, they drop some bodies to resets in the clutch, but it was a very on-the-fly attacking strategy, and considering they don't really have anything to play for, I can appreciate making a solid effort and, again, putting something together that was overall quite nice.
Just double checking some stuff. So Liquid, obviously, they've guaranteed at least a point from this, which alongside the setup before, so obviously got 1 point versus Bleed, 1 point versus W7M, and then 2 points, or 3 points versus VP. So if they win this out, Bleed's game to Bleed. So Bleed play VP later on today. Okay, so that's
crunching the numbers, everyone.
Yeah, just crunching the numbers, because obviously Liquid could jump the Bleed, but then Bleed have the opportunity to jump back. So Liquid could get themselves out of the lower bracket, I think. But it depends if, so it's the 3 plus the 2.
It's a 2-0.
That makes 5. If it's 2-0, they'll get themselves up towards 9. And then, whoa, Iconic takes a lot of damage. And then at that point, so there is a lot still to play for us. And then I had done my numbers wrong this morning.
And then at that point, they get all the way into the winner's bracket. They're automatically seeded to the grand finals, and that they just cut through the rest of the opposition.
Okay,
and Liquid are the champions of 6 Invitational 2024.
I had things a little bit wrong. You have things that you have read the rulebook that I printed to you as a joke.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
That wasn't real?
Yeah, we trained Carter wrong.
You wrote real rulebook at the top.
Joke. Volps. I spelled it with 2 E's. Volps. Gets the swing at the bottom of black. Removes Spoit. Gets the earlier take. The dock beat gone. They haven't quite been able to have the impact over these opening 2 rounds as of this point. With Gomez sort of drifting his way with the crossfight. They're trying to get the pinch on Volps, but, I mean, he doesn't have to dabble too much. Remember where the site is and where he is. You could not be further away from it. And he's baiting attention with a shotgun.
This black stairs position is always difficult to clear and usually nets a lot of focus for the attacking side when they're attacking T and Karaoke. But right now, Volps is just, like you said, baiting, trying to get the attention of M80. Gomez buying into it, will attempt to take a fight, but 1 pump from Volps will be the end of him. There was nothing gained from M80 to really clear out this position.
No.
They're just feeding him bodies one by one. Volps doesn't get the 3-piece, unfortunately, so no stat padding right here, but still a lot of damage done to M80 on a wild goose chase to nowhere.
I mean, there's a minute left. They've lost 2.5 players because of that shotgun hit on towards Yoga, and they still have to, I don't know, do the whole utility clear of the map, of Dragon, of Terrace, of pushing up towards the side in the breach itself and playing against these players. Doesn't look good in terms of the trade out of the time itself. Diaz hoping hoping somebody drifts in and then knocks Palu right back out. Great shot there. 3 apiece as they rotate round towards the opposite end. Hitting right onto the bar itself there. Sort of stepping in a little bit cautiously, a little bit coquettishly.
Ooh, that's a nice word. I like that word quite a bit. Do you know what else I think Liquid are big fans of?
What?
The fact that Iconics on low HP, M80 are flooding into the bomb site, right into the crosshairs of all the remaining Liquid players, and this should be a pretty easy cleanup on the second defensive round. Oh, hold on a second. DS Lucas does find one, and at least back in my North American Challenger League days, we referred to this man as the Clutch Minister, but he started the defuse, we've hit 0-0, and he hits the KD, and decides to give Liquid their first.
So I was still doing some maths.
Crunching the numbers,
So,
flipping them over,
obviously,
sending them to me.
Okay, this is, imagine
You're an island owner now.
pointing at a whiteboard, and I've written down crazily, Liquid, question mark, exclamation mark, 4 points, 9 plays.
That's just a heart.
I did just write heart.
That's so nice.
I showed it production, you guys at home can't see. If they get into that situation, Virtus Pro off the top of my head, they're on 8 points, Bleed, 6 or 7. You're supposed to be the stat guy.
I'm not the stat guy.
That's
not my thing.
If I ask this of Hap,
It's almost like we're different people.
Wait, you're not Hap?
I can't do a Hap impression. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm all tangled up.
Can you speak any Dutch?
I can.
Oh, is
you want to hear?
Is it? Can you say it on broadcast? Do you know
yes,
what you're,
you can.
Do you know
yes,
what you're
you
about
can.
to say?
I know exactly what I'm about to
Okay, say it.
We hebben een serieus probleem. That means we have a serious problem.
Well, you know, you just said the English in an accent, surely.
What?
Say it again.
We hebben
Yeah.
een serieus
Yeah.
probleem.
That you just said "and serious problem" at the end there.
Yeah, I know. Just because Dutch is an unserious language doesn't mean it's incorrect. I understand. I understand. It just looks like we have been in serious problem.
Yeah, I didn't know Swedish Chef was speaking Dutch this whole time. 1 apiece. And M80, they'll start towards their approach. Their lineup is one that can sort of get a bit of a lockdown here. Liquid, they'll still be set up in their chairs because the numbers that I'm getting him to double check, if they are where I think they are, this is the problem about leaving my phone in the other room, is you could have them. If Liquid 2-0 this, regardless of the result later, they might guarantee themselves at least third.
Well, so, and again, to actually credit to Hap, he is very more astute on the mini league rules.
Whoop.
But well, hold on, let's watch these Candelas happen.
Okay, well you talk about it then.
Oh, okay, well, all right, whatever, my fault. We saw some Candelas from Spoit, as I just mentioned. He's got 3 remaining. Shout out to me for picking out this key bit of information. But it is a barbecue and kitchen defense from Liquid. M80 right now are just trying to go for a standard top 4 clear, but Spoit all the way over on the exhibition side has used 2 Candelas to really accomplish nothing. Nesk is still chilling in minibar. Palu could easily support him from drum, or Volps could as well from shrine. And Gomez taking so much damage down below. We're a minute and a half in, and there's no progress from M80 on this top 4 clear.
Jesse's sending you messages about the questions that we are asking, and I guess M80 are trying to send themselves in towards the take directly onto the kitchen itself. Yoga gets the opener of Palu, and Legonis gets his Legonis shot off. As Gomez is going to try and drive his way in, they catch the EDs, and Gomez catches the end of Legonis with the grenade. Volps still holding on to the verticality, goes for a rotate right into Yoga. He's able to get the second. Nesk means that it's not going to be a flawless round. Ooh, just misses the take onto DS Lucas. We have another M80 round here.
So anyways, back to the maths.
Back to the math.
Basically, as we can all agree, M80 are playing... Not M80. Whoops. Liquid are playing for potential to go into the upper bracket. Right now, they're in the lower bracket, just in the position on the standings. A win in this game, be it 2-0, 3-0, would very well put them in the upper bracket, depending on how the tiebreakers... I'm about to sneeze. Hold on.
Do I actually have to hold on? Because professionally, I could just keep talking.
You can't keep talking if you want.
I'll just do my
No, okay,
job.
I fought off the sneeze. I fought it off.
You want to finish your point?
My immune system running Hall of Fame defense right now. Actually, your immune system wouldn't fight the sneeze. So the point I was finishing was, obviously they're fighting to try and find a spot in the upper bracket, but there's potential they could they could tie with Bleed and Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
That's basically what the desk said.
Yeah.
And so...
Oh, we listened to those guys.
I did.
I didn't.
You were in the bathroom.
Yeah, and my phone ran out of battery, so I went to put that on charge. I stole Tim. Sorry, wait.
We literally just reinvented the wheel.
I went over to Tim and I said, Tim, I need to plug my phone in.
5 seconds
And he
left
said,
before insertion.
I don't know what he said.
No, this is the time to do your
Oh, this is improv.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is improv.
He said, I don't have a charger.
Okay, that was the worst so far. 2-1, M80. They've doubled their success of the day, since they weren't able to capture any of the attack rounds on the previous map on Club. Let's see how much they can drive. Now, Skyscraper was their map. That was their sort of situation here, and they can make things a little bit easier for the other two teams that are fighting for the second and third place, VP and Bleed, who play later on, because the less points, obviously, Liquid get, even if they win it in 2-1, not a 3-0, as you said, that's impossible. It's not a best of 5. You will still see a little bit of benefit from the side of Bleeds, who could only need to get 1 extra. It means, well, in that case, everybody's sort of got stuff results. There's been a lot of overtimes and a lot of 3 maps in this group.
A lot indeed. In no small part because of the chaos that W7M have thrown this group into by just not being, you know, dominant enough to win 2-0 every series. And of course, dropping that game against Virtus Pro. And because Liquid have also beat VP, Bleed have beat M80, also put up a good showing against Liquid, because everyone has really taken points off each other, it's an extremely close affair that finds Liquid both in potential for elimination before this map happened, and also now in a position to potentially get all the way up to 3rd or 2nd, depending on what happens. But, of course, they have to get there first, and M80 actually have their lead. 2 attacks at the moment. And on T and Karaoke, they were able to find one here as well. But the clear on the Nest was a lot more successful last time, and Yaga hasn't just drive-by taken down 2 players like he did before. It's instead Liquid firmly holding on.
I mean, they just set themselves up. They had the early losses, you said, last time. This time they didn't get caught. They were able to sort of rebuild, restructure. They read where the approach from M80 was. Gomez up the house stairs does get 1, but quickly picked back up as they also find themselves once again in that familiar tale labeled Yoga is alone. Here he is. Not very long though. Sent off Liquid. They stepped up. They've got the heat. Nice shots in the chat. They are more than happy to keep sort of setting them up. And I guess that's the thing about Liquid, is they start maps slow, but they really, I mean, what a time to find a rhythm.
I agree, and of course it's sad for M80, who up until this round have had the lead and now have had Liquid tie it up, but this is their map pick, and to M80's credit, they are playing this out. They are actually trying to go for some attacks. Sure, it's not the craziest things you've ever seen, but they're trying, and in a position like that, I would also be in extremely poor spirits and not really want to play this out. So I gotta give respect where it's due, and M80 are putting up at least some decent attacks. Even if they're leaving some openings, we see Gomez moving up the house stairs to try to get some individual play, and a lot of that was an adaptation from Liquid, holding firmly onto that office and exhibition side with the Azami, stopping the way M80 opened it up previously, just taking gunfights.
2 apiece, and, well, we'll find the rotates on the site, still sort of dancing around the second story, because it has been traded pretty cleanly back and forth. It always seems to be at least the primary or the tertiary option is available to them. They did dabble with kitchen, but I wouldn't really say it's sort of up there along the second story sites to fight. And these two play in similar ways. If you're not entirely sure, you sort of will get that clarity and control across the opposite end. You sort of treat it like you would Villa when that was in the pool.
Rest in peace.
Yep, arrivederci. It's in Italy.
I couldn't think of another Italian word.
Yeah, I'm surprised you don't speak Italian.
I mean, I can, you know, it's a romance language. I learned Spanish. I imagine I could read some Italian.
It's a romance language, and you are so romantic.
Yeah, you know me. John W. Romance over
What
here.
did you do for Valentine's Day this year?
I wrote my partner a poem.
Oh, that's actually really cute.
Yeah, shut up.
I thought you were going to say I was alone casting Rainbow Six Siege.
Well, of course I didn't do it. I gave it to her before Valentine's Day.
Okay.
So not on Valentine's Day.
I guess I don't know
On
how good
Valentine's
the
Day, I was
poem
casting
is.
Rainbow Six Siege. Wait, Valentine's Day was my day off, actually.
Roses are red, violets are blue.
blue.
I'm happy to be here casting Siege with you.
Aww.
1 minute gone. The breach onto the wall outside the site itself has been cleared, but the problems sort of follow on from this. This is always expected at this point. You know, you can get in and put some destruction underneath. There's electricity on the wall. A lot of teams will actually have one solid, one soft, so they can kind of rebuff it and play against it. The danger is actually being able to get in and move the players away from the samurai armor or the positions that are played powerfully on the back end. As I said, it clears like this, though. They start on the opposite end. They'll try and crack their way across towards this line first. Move the players out of drum, out of shrine, across back into the site, get the control here because, well, the wall behind them, you sort of see that runs all the way across, is just as impossible. Iconic finds Palu, and then they find Iconic back pretty quickly.
Iconic taking a big bit of control minibar, but it's kind of like those chess games where you get like, oh, I'm in their back line, I got this great piece. Oh, I just got taken by a bishop because I was on a diagonal. It's like, you immediately get traded.
I don't think you play chess right.
Well, that scenario was using someone who made an incorrect move in chess.
Okay.
They were thinking short when they should have been thinking long.
I don't think I played chess right.
I don't play chess right either. But either way, now I'm here in a very weird position where they just have to flood in through one singular doorway and hope Gomez makes it work on the other side of the map. Resets finds one, not the second. Excellent trade from DS Lucas, who has promoted himself to Finka, as Spoit has instead taken up the Ash. But they're still stuck outside the side, Emmy.
3 against 2, 30 seconds. They got to see if they can try and just piece a tiny bit of a hole, but Liquid, they're not really handing them anything. As I said, it's so, unfortunately, delicate. It's a lot of corners, checking 90s and popping your way in here. Yoga might not know about the player close to his left with a shotgun, but, well, he's about to. The C4 starts to pop. They have the full awareness on the location, and Volps cuts him in half. The shoeboxy design always makes things very, very tricky when you're in the man disadvantage because, well, you're one person, 2 eyes, 4 corners. That's too many to check, Carter.
Do we have anything that's 8 in there? Because you were doubling every number.
8 legs on a spider.
I'll give you 5 seconds to come up with some spider joke.
Reload. 5, okay, say what's in your head. Doesn't have to be good.
Drop the diffuser.
You guys just laugh at yourself.
I don't have a joke. It's just a funny situation.
Wait.
It's just, you know, it's just...
A funny situation involving a spider?
No.
Oh, okay.
There's no spider. Yeah, actually, you know a funny situation? This bomb site has a 100% defensive win rate. I think over like 4 plays. But I was talking to Hap earlier. We're like, every time we talk about this bomb site, we're like, it sucks. It's so bad. It's the worst. 100% defensive win rate.
10 seconds to insertion.
And then, of course, he was like, whoa, there's, you know...
5 seconds left.
Is that your hat? Why is he juggling? You guys can't see this at home. God just started waving his arms around. There was someone making balloon animals in the hotel earlier.
Dude, I saw that.
I was blown away.
I wanted one.
I think they worked for the hotel and they were just making balloon animals. Also, there's one of the elevators in the hotel. I'm obviously not in the dock sus. One of the elevators in the hotel bounces and it terrifies me.
Yeah, that's real identifying info. There's a slightly wobbly elevator. They don't have that anywhere else. Also, I'm laughing too hard. What's the voice that's like? Oh, it's Goofy was the voice I was doing. I started doing it happen. I just was like, this just sounds like Goofy.
Rainbow Six.
I know the tiebreaker rules. Who wants to see the mini league?
Gosh. Liquid 3-2 up. Maybe we're the clowns making the balloon animals.
Maybe.
M80. They've been able to get 2 of their attacks here. They get 3, and they're actually sitting pretty to take this pretty far. Again, they're playing for sort of bleed and Virtus Pro at this point to try and put as much damage dealt into the points of Liquid. They could remove 3 points if they play this very, very well. They could at least remove 1. And I think the other team will be pretty happy about it because, hey, it will still have a seeding match. The implications are always there for the bleed Virtus Pro showdown later on. However, if they can sort of lock out Liquid here and keep them only on 1 point and win the eventual showdown, M80 sort of become the best friends of Bleed and VP.
yes, indeed, if they can just keep Liquid at the bottom and bleed VP, W7M obviously, but if those three get in the upper bracket, they'll be more than happy with that. Because even though Liquid might not be as strong as they used to be, especially missing the Atlanta Major, do you really want to have to face a best-of-3 with Nesk and Palu? No, you particularly don't. Lagonis even as well, able to find Gomez and make things a 4v4. M80 trying to take control of the Office Exhibition, not bomb site, just bit of the map. But they're facing so many problems. Palu, Nesk, the two players I talked about, they're holding on to this position as long as they possibly can because it controls all of the vertical to the bomb site beneath it.
Yeah, Palu played you, and now he's just gonna try and hold on. Diaz Lucas jiggle peeking doorways and does find a take alongside Iconic on the back, but it is 40 seconds, a 3 versus 2, and they just have gotten some control of the verticality. They are missing the hard breach to be able to get the hatch open, so it's going to have to be stairs and a rotate to see if they can try and cause some destruction and devastation on the back line. I mean, at this point, you're just sort of fishing for players. Liquid, they quite enjoy playing this sort of moment, this sort of hold. They're very well documented as being, I think, trained and cautious.
Oh! That's my fantasy team!
That's your fantasy.
Let's go! Vamos!
Why did you say that so uncomfortably? Vamos!
I don't think I said it uncomfortably. Are you making fun of the way I speak?
Yeah.
Fair play. Fair play. Chop busted. Chop busted, my good friend.
Was this what it was like when you cast with Parker? Because obviously we're doing a lot of juggling. I wasn't at Atlanta. I couldn't do this.
I didn't cast with Parker at Atlanta.
Here.
What game did we cast? No, we actually, that game actually, well, you know, meant something. Stop kicking my mic cable.
Did he bully you?
No, I mean, if he did, I think I like memory hold it for traumatic reasons.
It is your father.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly to the point I just made. But I think we generally it was pretty serious. It was a Bliss versus SSG, and it ended up being 7-5 first map, 8-6 the second map.
Yeah, that was a heat.
Bliss also making it in over D plus Kia. Shout out to the Aussies.
Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi. And boy, oh boy. I wonder how this defensive half is going to go for M80 because we've had, of course, defender shot. Let's turn our minus scratch paper. Oh, mama, it's been a lot of defensive wins. But
I am so sad the photographers aren't in here to capture the madness that is ensuing in this room.
The point I was making was I'm interested to see if this ends up being, again, a defender-sided game and M80 might end up taking this in regulation and putting it to a map 3, or if Liquid have a solid attacking side, because we might have two maps that, again, don't really matter at all for M80, but are very important to Liquid depending on if they, you know, enjoy having an extra life in this tournament. So we'll see how M80's defense is faring if Liquid have to really fight for this extra seeding.
M80. Now they are very good on their defense statistically throughout the tournament, even though technically everybody has been better. It's really where they've shined. And they've gotten themselves very deep in a lot of these games in a group that was cited at the very start as being that group of death. Diaz Lucas, first to get a bit scrape from underneath, wants to double dip for the danger, and oh, Nesk! His toesies were almost in a no-nosies there as they got shot on the back, the break of the barbed wire, and the push up towards the top. Volts with the cover of the blinds, and they're just taking the territory. Are they going to actually move all the way into the site? They slink past the Bs, but they haven't been rewarded with the bot D, and that's sort of that moment where they go, oh, okay, well, we need a little bit more support. Volps has to pull back after that utility dump because there was nothing for him to take, and he was entirely alone.
Normally we see the conversion into Karaoke to try to go for a plant, but Lagonis falls back. They aren't able to fully get that pressure, even though there's nobody from M80 actually on backstairs. There's still a whole lot of guns trained on that position, and just walking in, if you're not a Montaigne, is a very difficult feat. So a lot of the time, that very reason is why we see a Monty brought if the attack is trying to go for an execute inside a Karaoke from Black Stairs. You can shield yourself from all those guns, and Liquid do not have that same privilege. So a bit of a rotation. Now instead moving over to Office and Exhibition with only a minute left in the round. Very late rotation, very late in the round, Emmy.
I think that's the thing about Skyscraper is the rotates can take out pretty much all of your time, really. There's not many routes over the top as you have in a lot of maps. There's not many routes underneath you without having to do the clearance. So you're pointing at the screen.
Well, yeah, because then you got to walk through and a zombie sitting in a drum holding the one doorway you can run through.
Yeah, it's not comfortable for anyone. Spoit hops up round to the side, and Gomez hops Palu back down. They're still just trying to push behind Candelas, and, well, that's not going to work, is it? Diaz, Lucas, and Yoga get one apiece. They finally flood in close to the bomb site, but the fact that they got towards the top of Black about a minute ago, nice Lagonis, swings around either side for the double, but he's got 10 seconds to find 3 players. Probably not going to happen when they've rotated underneath as well. Spraying, fighting, and unfortunately fleeing from the round. Point being, the first push almost felt half-cocked. You sort of say, I'm in sight with the Candelas, and the rest of them go, well, we're not.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, that's often why we see the Monty brought there. Even if you have a Ying on the board, which I think can be very useful, the Monty allows himself to both walk all the way up to top Black into the karaoke rotate, but then just sit there if he wants, making sure not to expose himself to any of the angles inside of T, but he can hold that bit of control. But if you don't have that, once the Candelas run out and the attackers, or the defenders, excuse me, regain their vision, they can start firing shots your way. They can start setting up crossfires. So without any work done on the Shrine side particularly, because that's the main spot that you could maybe fight those T players and shoot them in the back. Without that, you're just hoping you can either outgun them or you don't really have a chance.
Just a person with a dream.
A horse with a dream. Because look,
right,
a horse. That's the logo.
That is a horse.
Like the horse with their logo.
Didn't know it was a horse for long. There was someone who didn't know.
Just to be wait, hold on. You're saying somebody looked at that logo.
Yep.
At the top of the number 4.
I'm not just saying somebody looked at that logo. I'm saying a talent member.
Somebody I know.
A professional.
A professional rainbow stick.
I don't know if they weren't at this tournament, or it might have been someone. It happened at a different tournament, but I have a very vivid memory.
They didn't recognize that was a horse. What did they think it was?
I can't remember, but they didn't understand how negative space works, I guess.
I know what negative space is.
Yeah, well, you know it's a horse. A negative space, do you know what a negative space is?
It's a space that's not filled by something.
No, anyone that you are in 4-3, Liquid. They might lose their leading moment here. Carter is decimated. Once again, I've depressed the boy. M80, there's that play against the shield that he sort of asked for. Nesk on the back of it. Suddenly the pistol doesn't quite have the ER effect, but so does Palu. 4 versus 2. Gomez and Yoga. All that's left in the blink of an eye. The rush has come to a very powerful conclusion of a Liquid take that we've not really had much of throughout this tournament at all. It was so fast and succinct. Usually they've sort of been habitually not slow but cautious, I think is the fairest way of putting it. Solid at points, but here, with the play against the Impact, with the plant already in progress, that will not stop it. The 2 remaining M80 players try to buy some space back in. One goes down, and in a post plant in a 1 versus 4, and it's in the middle of the room. This is, I'm gonna say, a bit beyond tricky. Yoga, he's got a close swing on his right-hand side against the half-hearted reset. And now he's just damaged himself. Vamos Liquid.
You know, the ironic thing is, when you made the negative space joke, before you made the joke about me, I was going to make a joke about how I was be like, the green room's a negative space, because all I get is made fun of.
Yeah.
Then I was like, I don't want to do that, because my best good buds are in there. And then I toss it to you, and you know what happens? I didn't toss it to you. I threw the ball right in the air, and you knocked me out of the park. What happened to shame? What happened to shame, Emmy? Huh?
Is this that t-shirt Parker wears?
No, that just is shame.
No. I thought you were just being very attentive to your best bud's clothing.
No, I wasn't. No, I was being attentive to my best bro. It's a white t-shirt.
Yeah, can I write the word shame on it?
Oh, I thought you were gonna said you were gonna shame it.
No, I'm not gonna shame it. It's a very generic t-shirt.
What the?
Winner. Or did that say? What did that say? I was looking at you. I wasn't looking at the screen. I looked back and I thought
they cut to the desktop by accident.
Oh.
As happens sometimes.
10 seconds to go.
And so, I mean, honestly, I'm gonna keep it I'm going to keep it 100% with you.
100%?
I want to see more rushes like that from Liquid.
Oh,
I do.
100%. 110%.
I do. Because it's been a really slow game. I get it, Skyscraper. I get it. It's a slow map. Let's have some fun here. We've been playing... We've been sharing a lot of rounds. We've been throwing a lot of shots back and forth. A lot of jokes potentially at, I don't know, short bail R6 casters expenses. Let's see some more Blitz and Amara play. Let's see some Candelas that aren't just clearing a small amount of space and then backing up. Let's see some good rounds.
5-3. M80. As I said, they're not playing for themselves at this moment in time. They're playing for as long as they're playing for, and then at that point, their season series at SI 2024 is done. However, they're also, as I said, playing against a team that does have some hurdles in front of them, some things to hop, skip, and jump over and through, and that is the 5 players of the M80 defense. Still locked in, set up, and ready to rock and roll. Diaz. Well, I'm assuming that is gone on their side, not on ours. And a visual bug there, so he's happy to... It's the new operator ability, the doc buff.
That's the doc buff?
He's a ghost.
The doc buff is transubstantiation.
Yeah. Palu wants to try and powerfully pop around the corner. Nask, he's under a bit of pressure here as well. Spoit is stacked up on a close corner. I don't think that's gonna make the socials.
He just keeps running back.
I don't think that's gonna make the socials. He can see right through it and the player itself.
My day is ruined because of that.
Imagine if he walks up and just hits it. Oh, there's a fight right on the doorway. They didn't know about Nash, but they do get the catch on the opposite end. Can't see through that, though. That smoke is locked in. A 3 versus 2. They still have a fair little bit of utility. Now they have a little bit less, though. And to be fair, he was the only one with anything left. Volks tears through them. Pepper and Pop with secondary SMG, trying to get the cover of the plant itself. Do they know where Yoga is? He's been able to clutch out some big plays earlier on. He finds the first engagement, but it goes against him. Liquid, they sit on series point.
And you know what? There might not have been a Blitz or an Amaru, but I still appreciate that round. Sure, 2 kills has come from Nesk sitting outside the office balcony, but he's still capitalizing off a very aggressive M80 play. We see some flashy action. I appreciate that. Then all of a sudden, we cut to the overhead. New shot. And then after these plays, of course...
It's gone in the replay. That's
well, because the replays are probably from Nesk's POV, be my guess. It's not on his screen.
I don't know how things work.
Well, listen, you might not know. As a very professional,
as a
professional content creator, I am very familiar with the potential visual glitches that can happen from the observer POV versus the player POVs.
How many subscribers you got?
I haven't posted in a couple months, but I have, I think, 23,000 followers.
It's not very good, is it?
How many do you have?
I was regardless of what number you said.
I know.
I was gonna say that's not very good, is it?
Because, yeah, you know, I don't care. I don't need to prove myself to you.
What was your point
okay?
you're making?
I'm my own man. I can do what I want. What do you mean? What point I was making?
I don't know.
Well, the point I was going to make the point I talked about earlier was I was curious if we were going to see a very defender-sided game. Then M80 might end up pushing us to a map 3. But no, instead Liquid with one quick round, and then one round that saw a lot of Liquid setup, and then a very quick execution into the site. Likely Volp's weaving his way through a gap left by the defense. We saw a very explosive and exciting round, though not a quick one. That's a point I did just make.
I loved listening to it.
What did I say?
I don't know, something about TikTok. I don't know.
That's actually pretty much right.
Volps, half health, swings his way a little bit closer towards the fight potentially with Yoga, and in fact, no, it's Nesk that's come to try to offer the sort of back against it. VIP, and the house stairs gets opened up, and Yoga just slips away, but sort of pre-fires in the hope and the gambit that you get a little bit lucky on the back end of the hard breach popping off. You always have a second to sort of score behind the chaos of the smoke. Now with the swing in, they have 3 opportunities here to lock this out on their attack, lock out the series and get themselves ready to sort of sit pretty and watch the game later on and maybe hope for the best. And well, there is the worst. Gomez is gone. Resets gets the opener.
And also, if they do get this 7-3 victory, this will be a nice little buff to the round differential. Of course, winning the series 2-0, but a 7-4 followed up by a 7-3. This will be a very good victory, of course, specifically for the points and the tiebreakers that they are fighting for to try and make it all the way up as far as they can inside of Group C to save themselves from a lower bracket run on their final life. Dokkaebi call going out. Not sure. Volps actually has, I was about to say, I think he only has one more left of the two, and indeed he does. Falls off the drone, the Candela's flying through, but we saw Liquid get stuck very, very hard at this door to Drum and to Shrine, and now that the reinforcements have come out, M80 are going to make their job even harder. Oh, never mind, they're just inside the bomb site.
They're inside. Now, at least one of them isn't. They've tried to sneak their way in, but the verticality is still dangerous. Iconic! Living up to his namesake and getting 2 dropped. They have this as well, the power play on the verticality. Solis works up and down, and well, now one more player's down. Can he find it in time? It's just a dead body giving the game away. It's a post plant. That's a little bit of an oh-no, and they've snuck in, and Volps gets dropped down. They could try and get the pickup, not if the run out comes from here. Spoit will swing. And he knows he might be being watched. He's going to look for the end of the player. There it is. There's the defuse attempt. The first ping goes halfway through. Iconic's holding on. He can't get the angle. Oh, Palu just finds it. The sliver of the side there resets all that's left to stop this defuse attempt. There's only a little bit of time. He's going to go for the fight. The drop onto the first. They pulled off for the second, but just makes it happen. No! No!
Oh, he got it.
Oh, that was almost very bad. No, 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 says the observer. There is an order that interactions happen, and picking up a player is the highest priority.
It would. That would have been.
It would have been.
That would have been very effed
I'm
up.
glad you can say it.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? They clutch that round, they stop the defuse, and then they go out because Yaka accidentally started picking up Spoit on the ground. Oh, look at it.
The slow-mo. No! Let me die! They stave off death one more time. 6-4. Now they have 2 more rounds to get themselves into OT. And it has been a bit back and forth. Obviously, it was a 4-2 on the opposite end, with 3 of those rounds from Liquid being sort of threaded in a row. They still have that momentum, that gap, and that distance to put as we head over towards karaoke.
I don't think I've told you. I like your shoes.
Thank you.
Nice little baby blue.
Yeah, they're very comfortable.
My baby blue.
Beautiful. Is that the karaoke song you sing?
No, it's the ending to Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I mean, you could sing that. You could go up to the karaoke, look through the book.
Come on. Almost.
You could see he was like, as well.
He was like, if only Carter was singing right now.
I wanted to kill that guy.
If only I had a soundtrack.
I really wanted to kill him.
I would have hit that shot.
Resets, that's the difference. All the teams, you think they're listening to white noise, it's actually just Carter played.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I actually forgot that you could rappel up there. Well, I mean, you don't see anybody do it.
Thank you for not lying. The C4 out the window, goes fishing, doesn't catch anybody. Iconic does find one, and no! Almost got the cheeky double there inside the site, and they get locked down pretty quickly. Nesk watching everybody die around him like the opening of Saving Private Ryan, but at this point, with all the explosions too, he doesn't quite have the benefit of the slow-mo and the super cinematics of Spielberg. Nesk, heavily injured at this point. We get a break and a little bit of second in the action with still, again, a lot of utility. That's the other side of the rush at this point, but how do you piece things together from here? When you've already sort of played your hand, well, Gomez, he's going to rotate around and try and open up the back. Stuffers from the back end. Yoga and Palu find one apiece. It's a 2 versus 3 with Palu eking his way into the site, and Volps in control of top black. Going for the plant. The cover from Diaz Lucas gets one. Palu, a 1 versus nobody. Well, a nobody versus 3. He was the one.
A 0 versus 3.
It's a 0 versus 3. Everybody this tournament has been making fun of how I talk because they sound so common.
I didn't make fun of you.
How dare you?
I didn't make fun of you. What? What did I do?
Do you know what you would voice very well?
What?
Like either an animated character.
Yeah, you compared me to Gilbert Gottfried a few times.
I have compared you. I did compare you to Gilbert.
Oh my God, Spoit going for the peak. That's incredible.
6'5". I think you would do a Muppet very well. Like.
Oh, do you think so?
I'm Kermit.
Hi everybody.
the Frog.
Kermit the Frog here.
I'm Kermit the Frog.
Oh boy, Yaga at 13 kills.
625.
I hope they win. That was another good rush for, I swear, it's like they actually heard my call and they're like, we are just gonna start rushing every round. Because
apparently.
We see the Amaru fly into the karaoke window. Yes, the karaoke window. We also see Nest hop into Geisha, but again, the downside of rush is if you don't win those first initial engagements or have the proper countermeasures set up, you're very susceptible to a couple frag-heavy players, or I suppose fraggingly inclined players.
Yeah.
You know?
Gunners.
Fragadocious.
Fergalicious? Oh, that's a Fergalicious play.
I think Volps is Fergalicious.
Yoga gets it down. Nice shot comes out in chat as two bodies hit the further floor. One of them has hit the temporary floor. It's Volps. They should be able to get them up. Lagonis is watching the cover to make sure nobody swings out. Liquid, they know how close they are. The C4 a little bit too wide, a little bit too late to truly have the impact that it wants. A 5 versus 3. Liquid are in the best position possible to close this out, but they still have to close it out. They have been their worst enemy on some of these attacks before, where they've had themselves in a 5 versus 3 position, and then things have got a little bit awry. The pressure got a little bit too high, and there is a huge amount of experience in this lobby on that team. Oh! Filthy from Iconic. A hell of a twirl and a spin, dropping Volps and knocking him back out of the board. It's the first. They're a little bit closer to having an even hand now.
Yes, indeed. Gomez falls back down into the site as well, maybe trying to channel some of that action Iconic has brought to the party. Got a couple quick peeks, a few shots, and a kill to make it a 3v3. Nesk outside of the bathroom window. Can also try to do that in turn. Really no top floor pressure at the moment from Liquid. All really trying to take gunfights with the M80 players, but the flashbangs go in. Are we just going to have Nesk vault in another window and try and go for kills? Who knows?
Now, obviously, there's a player disconnected on the M80 side here, but they're already one of the ones that had died. So at this point, it's just one less player on cams. Palu does get destroyed with the swing and the take on the single player. There's a bit of a brawl back and forth. They try and bite through, but there it is. Liquid get themselves the 2-0, the 4 points, and the little penciled in second place in the group.
Key modifier there, penciled in, of course, because things could change depending on the results of Virtus Pro Bleed, who they're tied with by the end of the day, how that tiebreaker even shakes out. But what we can say for the moment, as you said, they have jumped all the way up to just beneath W7M in their group, and also created a nice little nest egg round differential. Of course, because they didn't win 7-3, they won 7-5, but still, gained some bonuses on the rounds, gained the head-to-head over M80, a lot of different things that they just won, but most importantly are now almost at the position to crawl out of that lower bracket spot. They would have been seeded 2 had they lost this game. Well, if they lost this game, they would have gone home. But, you know, point being.
Point being. But for everything that was put forward here, that is the end of the road for M80. From this point onwards, their SI experience is going to be watching the teams that progress. Liquid have done everything they could today and had some of the best play that they have done, a full stop. However, we know what they're capable of, they know what they're capable of, and they know that their position isn't locked in yet, so they will be keenly aware of whoever they find in the following games.
And also just that Virtus Pro Bleed game. Who's going to win? Who's going to lose? Who do they need to fear, of course, but also how that result impacts them. But that's for people who are smarter than Emmy and I. Let's throw it to the Eggheads and my good best buddy Manic on the desk to break it all down.
There's the heart. I drew Carter. He's very small.
Well, fair enough. We do have some eggheads here, but I can't believe you called Lagonis an egghead. That's not very nice, Carter. Lagonis, congratulations on the win. I don't want to talk too much about map 2, but I want to talk about map 1 specifically. Obviously, you know that once you win that map, it's all over. What's going on inside the head?
So before, after we winning the first map, like we need to keep like our focus. But in first map, we know the value of that map for them at least. But yeah, it was a great battle. We do like struggle a little bit on attacks. We did too, but was okay. And on defense, like we were so like focused and doing all together. So it was very nice.
Just talking on that map one, obviously that's kind of the map we want to focus on here because that was where everything really mattered. We saw players like Nesk just come alive, you know. He's had his moments, obviously, throughout his career. What's it like now with him, you know, performing? Because in map one, it looked like the old Nesk, right?
Yeah, no, Nesk was insane. Like every round, probably he got like 3 kills in every round.
Yeah.
I think he probably got around 17 kills in total, and we call him Blue in Brazil, like it's generator probably in English, the call on church bomb site. He like kill everyone there, so it was very nice. I was screaming to them like, you did it so well. So yeah, I'm very happy for him and for the team.
Something that we sort of spoke about a little bit on the desk was that you've actually got a lot of plants.
Yep.
You're one of the highest planters inside of the whole tournament at the moment, and one of the problems that we kind of identified was maybe struggling out on the roam clear. That was something that you actually did quite well on Clubhouse. Is that something you've really been working on so that you've got that good roam clear at the start of the round and then can still get the execute down on the attacks?
Yeah, like I agree a little bit. Like I don't think like we are struggling that much on roam clear, more in the execution. Like a lot of times we have 4v2s or 5v3s and we are losing. So I still got some plants, but it's not good enough in the execution. I think in the when we got the lurkers, like it's okay, but execution is the problem for now. And we are talking a lot about this in every day. So I hope that today was a little bit better. Yep.
Well done.
Yeah, I mean, I could sit here all day and talk about this.
That's fine. I want to make sure that you've got your questions out.
I got a couple of questions out. I'm good, yeah.
No, all right, cool. Look, Otis, look, I've got to ask you, obviously, now that you're headed into playoffs, we've seen you in a couple of best of threes now. How's the confidence building?
Yeah, I think like now we got a lot of confidence. Like we got a little bit disappointed because we lose against Bleed. Like we were so close to finish that Oregon and we got that comeback. So yeah, we struggle a little bit, but in my opinion, if you have a tough group stage, you get more mental to the playoffs. So that's my mentality and what I try to bring to the boys too. So yeah, we are much more confident right now, and let's see how we can do.
Yeah, so one big question I have, we asked Paolo, I'm going to ask you as well. What would it mean for you to play in front of the Brazilian crowd?
Well, for me, it would mean probably everything. Like for us, like people that live in Brazil are Brazilians. Like playing in the crowd probably is a dream. Like for everyone, and probably is the moment that we have most joy on stage. For me, like if we qualify for the arena, it's probably the best tournament that we can feel. Like because it's different. Like I played last year the Brasileirão finals, and we have a little bit of the Liquid crowd was amazing, and we know that Liquid crowd is the biggest one in Brazil, so it would be insane. So I hope that we can go there.
Look, honest, I think everyone is hoping that you make it to the main stage. It would be incredible. Would you like to say anything to the viewers at home before we let you go?
Yeah, for everyone that was cheering for us, thanks so much. Like we struggle a little bit in the group stage, but as I said to the boys here, like if we struggle, like we get more with mental strength. So yeah, looking forward to the playoffs. Thanks a lot, guys.
Congratulations, and we'll see you in the playoffs.
See you guys.
All right, moving forward, that is Liquid through. They're currently second place. Now, it can't stay that way. It's not physically possible, but they're in second place, which looks good for a second. But M80, near airport. Ciao.
Yeah, unfortunate for M80 there. They are going to bow out of the competition here inside of the groups. We had to say goodbye to one team, and that is going to be the team out of Group C. Focusing on Liquid, though, and that performance that they had today. What a day for Nest to come online. What a day for resets as well. We got Vault there. A lot of players hitting above that 100 EPS mark where we are expecting these players to perform. They also did pretty handily on that entry. We highlighted Vault in the pre-show. He ended up +4. Alongside of Nest.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, we saw Team Liquid battling it out. There were a couple of, like, rocky rounds here and there coming through from Team Liquid. Rounds where M80 were battling back. But I think it's fair to say that Liquid were in control through the majority of the second game, as we'd expect them to be, given the stakes of this game. So, yeah, impressive stuff all around. I am happy to see Nest continuing to frag out. I think he has been their best player consistently throughout this tournament. So, it's nice to see a little bit of old Nest coming through. It's always good to see him at SI. And I'm excited for Liquid. You know, they have locked down that upper bracket bracket, which gives them a really good opportunity now to actually push forward and make a deep run through SI. Because if you start in the lower bracket, it's very difficult to make your way all the way to the main stage where you're playing in front of a big crowd. Liquid now have a very solid chance of being in that position.
Absolutely, and you know, you touched there on the chance that they've got now with them being potentially inside of that upper bracket. You actually threw a fun stat at me earlier that we haven't had an upper bracket winner that actually goes to the end of SI for quite a while now, though.
Yeah, we haven't had a team finish first in their group and win the Six Invitational before.
Wow. So Liquid could be second, so like it's guaranteed. At this point.
Yeah. I mean, second. The last couple of SIs with this format. I should add that as a caveat. That's important. With the current format, there has never been a team to finish first in their group and make it all the way and win the grand finals. There's also never been a team to start in the lower bracket and make it all the way. All the winners with this format have finished either second or third.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a very cool stat.
There you go.
You're the stat man, aren't you?
That's kind of what I do.
Now, look, the conversation for Liquid, it is a question I want to ask you, Ollie. You've obviously seen a fair bit of Liquid, and especially over this past week. How confident are you going into playoffs with this roster? Do you feel like they've developed enough across this week to head in with potentially a favorite mentality?
I think they've got that opportunity now, right? They've got a day off. They can hit that reset. They can chill out, watch the game that's going to be going on later here on this stream, and just see where it takes them. We know that they're a team that, you know, can get inside their own heads a little bit at times, and they've been on the biggest stages. They've been in an SI Grand Final, and they haven't been able to convert it, albeit different roster, but a very similar core. You're mainly looking at Nesk. You're mainly looking at Palu. So for me, I think that with the added pressure of that Brazilian crowd, we've already called Liquid the sort of hometown sweethearts. They are the sweethearts of Brazil. They are the team that everyone gets behind. You could see there Lagonis, he was excited to get himself in and amongst that.
Yeah, and coming through with the standings now, of course, yet to be played, M80 taking on Bleed taking on Virtus Pro next. Yes. M80 will be going home. For those two teams, this now becomes a battle of who makes it into that upper bracket versus who will be starting down in the lower bracket. And I mean, those are two very tough teams to be going up against.
This is critical. I do feel this is a critical game because the last thing you want to be doing as either Virtus Pro or Bleed is having a group the way that you have and then going straight into the lower bracket to kickstart playoffs. That would be pretty devastating.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much that we could go into and we will end up digging into about this game. But you look at where Liquid have positioned themselves right now, that round differential is going to start to maybe look a little bit important, depending off this next game's a 2-1 or a 2-0. Then you're going to start to look at rounds. Then we maybe sort of criticize that skyscraper a little bit more heavily and go, you know, maybe Liquid could have got the job done a little bit sooner on there.
Yeah, maybe.
Who knows?
Well, it would have been nice too. Who knows? But one person that we were talking about at the very start of the day was actually Gomez. We were talking about it in the green room. He obviously had some pretty decent stats coming in for M80, and he is our Intel play of the game. Cheeky little 4K, in fact. Back on club, if you can throw your mind back there, Jesse.
Yeah, this round is the basement defense coming through from M80. Managed to get a couple of kills there, lock it down. Very important back then. That's when we still didn't know that was going to be a 3-3 split, 4-2. It's been nice to see Gomez have a really strong tournament. He's had some weaker events. I think start of the year, Gomez was not really a player that we talked about as having fantastic performances on M80. But for him to come through now, I think the second half of the year was really strong for Gomez here at SI. He proved himself to be one of the top teams on the, or top players on the team alongside Spoit. So I'm very happy to see that from him.
Yep.
I guess we had to give M80 something, right? Nesk died for that. Like, Nesk played lights out on Clubhouse. I'm very surprised that he didn't get it, but I suppose kudos to Gomez.
Absolutely. Absolutely kudos. It's time for us to move on. It's time for us to have a look at the final match of the day on both streams, of course. Actually, technically, we're still in a game right now. Scars and Falcons go head-to-head. That is also an elimination match. We have had 4 elimination matches today. That is the final one that is going to be played. I actually think that's really cool. We literally had 4 head-to-heads. Whoever won stayed on. So that's a cool little fact for you. So Falcons, just to give a little bit of context, they went 7-5 in the first map. Not sure how they're doing now. Unfortunately, my eyes were firmly on this one. But the final game of the day. This one, not just the day, sorry, but the entire
all the groups.
All the groups, yeah.
God, it's gone so fast.
It's blown by. It's blown by.
Yeah.
So quickly.
Yeah, way too quickly. But speaking on that, Bleed, VP, which way you in?
Oof. I mean, I don't really know. I don't know what to expect from this Bleed roster anymore. Like, they have come out and they've surprised time and time again. I can't wait to get into it.
Well, speaking of getting into it, Jesse, I think it might be time. Let's go to a very short break. On the other side, it is the final matchup for the A stream here. Oh, I can't wait for it. We'll be back after this.
When I was 14, 15, I used to watch the original D2 Dynasty play at the Invitational, and I could always envision myself playing here, but I never thought I would actually make it.
I feel so excited because this is my first SI and I want to improve myself, not just playing good this tournament, I want to win the SI.
It's my first time playing at the Invitational, and there's not really any expectations on us. So we're just going to have fun, play free, and see what happens.
You know, coming to our side personally, it doesn't really feel real. You know, you're playing this game at home, but then you're here competing against the best.
제가 이 인비테이셔널에 처음 오게 돼서 기분은 되게 좋은데 옛날부터 이제 어릴 때부터 이제 게임을 하면서 그 게임의 이제 최고 대회, 이제 최고의 대회를 한번 나가고 싶었는데 그 대회를 나가서 지금 너무 떨리고 기분이 좋고 솔직히 잘할 수 있을지 모르겠지만 되게 굳세게 지금 각오를 하고 대회에 임하려고 하고 있습니다.
The penta with EG in the grand final. Yeah, I think that's my first watching SI. I feel like just wow, you know.
Being in Sao Paulo is really amazing, especially for Rainbow Six. The community here is so supportive.
And I want to see the crowd. I think will be so crazy.
Ça a toujours été iconique d'être au Six Invitational. Mais là, en plus que c'est au Brésil, ben, c'est nouveau, ça donne envie d'aller chercher le trophée, quoi.
Of course, I hope one day I would come and somehow I'm here.
I'm feeling ready to compete and you know, win this thing.
Let's go. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I kill it, I pack up the room. I spend all my time in the lab. Right like I'm getting paid time and a half. Right now. We finally made it. I know that they hate it. We cat is right out of the bag. Right now. The timing is right now. Right now. Right now. Just watch how I move. Right now. Right now. Right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I kill it, I pack up the room. Keep your eyes on the clock. You might miss on your chances to rise if you blink. Got a vision, your way to the top. The chamber alert, attracting the things you deserve. Just know I do this on the regular. The hustle keep calling me up on my cellular. 5 a.m. stuck, hot and the rest of them sleeping. That's why I'm still all the way up. I cannot be top, block, hand on the clock. Marathon running and making no stops. I came from nothing, my days on the block. This just is what I just gotta do. Right now, right now. Just watch how I move. Right now, right now, right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Just watch how I move. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, timing is right now.
Acho que vai ser realmente uma experiência surreal, assim, uma experiência única na minha vida.
I feel really excited to play SI in Brazil because all my family is coming for the final, so it's gonna be really, really crazy.
É algo que sempre faltou na minha carreira, poder ganhar um campeonato aqui no Brasil.
Todo brasileiro quer ganhar o campeonato aqui, até agora não aconteceu isso em nenhum jogo, e eu acho que isso vai ser muito especial se acontecer.
Eu vou ser bem honesto, eu acho que eu sempre sonhei em jogar com uma plateia grande aqui no Brasil.
O brasileiro realmente é único nessa forma de torcer, então acho que vai ser algo insano.
A torcida brasileira tem muita energia, eles gritam a cada kill, você quebra um drone, eles vão gritar, eles estão ali por tudo, vão comemorar, não importa. E é tudo que a gente quer estar naquele palco ali para escutar essa torcida.
Todo mundo tá falando muito da gente, falando que a gente é o favorito pro campeonato. Eu acho que a gente sabe disso, a gente sabe o quão a gente é bom. Realmente, o pensamento de ganhar o Six Invitational e ganhar 3 campeonatos seguidos vem um pouco à mente. E se a gente conseguir fazer isso, realmente a gente vai conseguir entrar para a história do Rainbow Six.
Então vamos para cima, o Brasil vai ganhar com certeza. E é isso, conto com vocês.
Então vamos curtir bastante, torçam aí pros seus players favoritos, que vocês acompanham há anos aí, e vai ser muito divertido.
Think someone's there, you don't follow up on it. So it's like, was it just thrown for the sake of throwing? Not the round, but the flashbang. Or is it like you think someone was there, but you didn't know if you could go for a safe swing because of who was still around inside the workshop? So yeah, you gotta work together there at that point. Sure, great if you can all win your individual ones. However, if it does go wrong, you want someone to be there to clean up the mess for you.
Just do that extra legwork. Just it doesn't require that much. Just a simple drone rolling in there and being like, hey, confirmed he's in here, he's playing this angle. Obviously, he can still move or whatever, but that's the kind of stuff that you need to make sure that you are looking into before making some of these moves. And for Falcons, they definitely did not make sure that they were working down their task list inside of that last round. Let's see if they can get it going, though, for round 6 here. Is so far so good for them, and they're definitely going to be happy about the amount of damage that they just dealt to Wreck.
I think they're already happy with the 3 rounds they have on the attack as well. I think it's great with the current meta that we're in inside of Siege and during the Invitational as well. So if they manage to put this up to a 4th one, they're putting themselves in a really good position for this series, as I believe Rek just fell back towards the bottom floor as well. He's not going to be sticking around much longer. Of course, has an impact that he can still play, but I'm not really sure what he's trying to achieve with that one.
It's a really rough look right now for Scars. Fishlight going to be the lone member on this top floor as of right now to try and hold things down. But on second glance, looked over, Peon actually is going to be up here as well. So going to try and open things up on the back end for him. E1D out, and he's actually going to run across. They should be more than aware there's 2 people over here now. A nice little shot there as Q6 swings in through because of that man running across. But now P9 shooting on the other foot. He'll take out Taiyu. Valentino considering this drop right now. Fishlight still up top, and Scars, there is some potential here, but now J-Lad gonna shut down at least one. There's another one's in the area flirting with it as of right now, but Peon's not going to give him that swing.
Peon was actually the bait there because as you saw Fishlight jump up, he got spotted outside going into CCTV, so they wanted to go and take the fight from break room before he got into a better position. And Sunday managed to get the opening kill out there, so well done by Scars, but they're not able to fully transition it into a round advantage yet. Now, of course, J-Light will go down. Valentino drops as well. This is the moment where Scars need to be able to lock this off, but kills comes through. Manages to find one, knows of one of the positions as his teammate just fell, and that with that, dropped the diffuser. Just needs to find the other 1v1 right now. He just doesn't know exactly where Peon is, and Peon going for the long rotate, going up top as well. So is Washoy, so they're both going to be playing it from this direction. And with that, they're hoping to make sure that he's just not going to be able to recover that diffuser and go for the plant. As soon as he jumps through that window, should be a swing from Washoy to come through. And there you have it indeed.
Very well done from Scars. 3-3 now after that round, and I will say this, Falcons still with some strong considerations there, able to find a lot of ISO'd kills and things along those lines, but Scars making the most of that top floor setup. You know, it really looked really risky once Office was completely in the favor of Falcons, but the one thing is that they got a little bit too focused on these guys over here in CCTV. I know this might be shocking to you, but that's not the bomb site. You don't even honestly need it at all for anything that's going on the other portion of the map. You can simply set somebody on top east, and guess what? They can't rotate into you. They either have to rotate across and try and get all the way over through archives, or they drop down the hatch and try and reassess things in through customs, in through jungle, in through server.
I think what happened there is the fact that, of course, we did see the spot coming through. They didn't know that Toyoi just walked out there, was spotted outside of Armory going into CCTV. They probably would have hoped it was an easy pickup, a free pickup, right? But then there was a second player, and at that moment it's like, okay, there's 2 players in here, we've just lost 1-2, and we kind of need to like put some resources towards it and make sure that we might be able to bring back that number count, but with that you lose a lot of time on the opposite sides of the map, sadly. And as a result, not able to really put the pressure where it was necessary instead. But again, I like the bait we saw from Scars there. Is that must have been like on purpose, because you see him hop up on the desk, And within a second,
yeah.
your teammate gets spotted outside of armory.
Yeah,
like,
no.
there's no way that wasn't intentional.
Yeah, it was a super smart way to build that up. I think he wanted to rotate over there anyways for the rotation, so it wasn't exactly like, hey, you're strictly doing this because of the bait,
yeah, of
right?
course, but it's
to build
also
upon the back
an
of
extra,
it.
yeah.
Exactly.
Like, we'll get you here, and we get a free kill out of it,
Yeah.
potentially.
That's a chess game of Rainbow Six Siege. Just think that one step ahead, and sometimes you can get some pretty cheap kills.
Welcome back from the break. Yes, you were just watching the B stream. It is in fact live. It is 3-3. Falcons are up 1-0 in the series, so that one will turn out to be quite an interesting matchup. But speaking of interesting matchups, it's time for us to dive into our final game here on the A stream. It's Virtus Pro taking on Bleed. The implications for this, Jesse, are actually pretty big.
Oh yeah, both these teams really want a win here because if you lose this game, regardless of who you are, you will be starting your SI run in the lower bracket. That means one life. That means no matter what, if you lose, you are going home. No team has ever won SI starting from the lower bracket. If you win, the implications are slightly different. Bleed will still be in the upper bracket if they get the victory here over Virtus Pro. However, Virtus Pro will lock down first place in their group, taking that spot away from W7M, which will give them an extra round. It'll give them a bye through the first round of the upper bracket.
It's kind of exciting, actually, thinking about the fact that there are so many implications for this. It is a very, very close series. There will be no doubt about it. Let's go ahead and talk about Bleed. A roster really coming into this that many were kind of thinking, hey, was it a fluke? Were they going to be able to back it up? Ollie, I think we've answered it.
I feel like we ask that question of a lot of teams at the moment. We're asking, are they the real deal? Are they going to be able to come in to do this again? Obviously, the big change for Bleed coming into SI was bringing Julio on as the coach, and it seems to be working quite well. They seem to be able to replicate some of that form that they found at previous majors, namely Atlanta, and almost better it in some ways. They've got some good results against some good opponents here. They are in a very tough group. They were able to pick up a map here off W7M. They were able to pick up a result against Liquid. So you start to believe, this team is the real deal.
It is the real McCoy, to be fair. They have really turned up time and time again. Jesse, what have you thought about some of the individual performances? Reaps is a player that in APAC is probably one of the sharpest gunners.
Yeah, I think two players who have really stood out to me and impressed me have been Reaps and Mentalist. These two players have polar opposite playstyles. Reaps is incredibly aggressive. He's this young fragger. He is nutty good with the sensitivity and with his kills. And Mentalist, he's the old guy. He's the hard support. He's not supposed to be getting all those frags, but he has been playing really well. And the thing about these two is they are not just complete opposites, but they also complement each other so well. Reaps wouldn't be able to be the monster on entry that he is, 18 and 12, if it weren't for Mentalist droning in behind him and giving him that support. And Mentalist wouldn't be able to have the second most clutches out of any player at the 6th Invitational if it wasn't for Reaps on the roam, coming back, getting those flanks, causing disruptions in the attack, which will enable Mentalist to go for those clutches. So I've been really impressed with those two, how they help each other out despite playing completely different roles. It's been really impressive to watch.
7 clutches between them as well. That's a lot of power that you've got there. Top through bottom, you've got it at the start, you've got it at the entries, and you've got it at the end, you've got it in those supports. The other thing that is incredibly impressive, you touched on it there, is the sensitivity. We were talking about this in the green room the other day. I think Reaps uses about this much of his mouse mat, and if you watch his hand, it's tiny movements and he's just pinging heads.
It's honestly some of the more wild things I've seen. I saw the
It's
point
the
of
only
view
pro
shot.
that does it. He's
Literally,
the only pro that does it.
Watching him in the scrim in the back room, like from behind him, it is absolutely terrifying to see how good he is. But let's go ahead and start talking about a roster that has certainly earned their stripes here. We were umming and ahhing coming into this tournament, Jesse. We weren't entirely sure what we were going to see, but they've delivered.
Yeah, I was a big VP believer coming into this, especially with the meta changes that we're seeing, things kind of slowing down, Two-Brow coming through. And what was shocking to me, even coming in as a VP believer, is their map pool. Incredibly changed versus what we've seen. VP have been this static team time and time again, banning the same maps over and over again, but we're seeing Border come out for them. We're seeing Skyscraper. We're seeing all these new maps come forward for Virtus Pro, and it's been a breath of fresh air. We've seen a lot of players really start to get into their groove. I think Virtus Pro have gotten better and better and better with every series that they've played, and this could be the moment where they pop off and finally secure that first place in their group.
I think it's a good time to be a VP believer. The stock is surely going to go up. It surely has to. You look at the performance that they're putting in top through bottom, it's a very well-rounded team. For me, VP are one of the best best teams at those fundamentals that we often talk about. Let's get the basics right. Flank drones, opening breaches, getting utility. Like, this is bread and butter for VP. They play in a slow play style, methodical, and it allows them to be able to do a lot of those things and not really miss them. Stuff doesn't tend to slip through the cracks. I hope I'm not setting them up for a big fall here today, but for me, their fundamentals have been spot on.
If Reaps and Mentalist were the players that you were looking out for on Bleed, do you have players to look out for on VP?
Yeah, I think players like Pasha and Dan have been probably the two that I've noticed the most from. I think on defense, they can kind of play different styles, but still have a huge impact on one another. Dan has been a real rock, put him in a tough position, put him in a room that he needs to hold down, and he'll be really, really confident of that. He's also a player that's gotten a lot better throughout the tournament. His last couple of games have been fantastic. And then Pasha, I think he just brings that energy to Virtus Pro that they maybe haven't had in previous years of this roster under different organizations. I think he's added that spice. He'll go for flanks sometimes. He'll do things that you're not expecting, almost like a Philippe Hawks type playstyle, reined in a little bit. But I've really enjoyed him coming through from Virtus Pro. I think just adds that little bit of flavor to what can sometimes be a very rigid team.
That's fair. And to be completely honest, I remember watching the green room for the W7N game, and he was losing his mind. Pasha was absolutely losing it. Every time they won a round, he was up and about for the rest of the team. Now, I think we might actually have time to do this. Generally, we don't. But I want to theory craft the maps really quickly, Jesse.
Ooh, okay.
Where do you think we're going to end up?
Gosh, this is a tough one because for Virtus Pro, they've got such a brand new map pool. I do think, though, for Bleed, it should be very obvious. They've picked the same map in games 1, 2, and 3. They have always gone for Oregon. So I already tweeted it out, actually. I'm expecting a very simple Oregon pickup for Bleed.
Yeah.
Virtus Pro, very unlikely to ban it, in my opinion. Yep. So I expect Bleed's pick should be obvious.
Ooh, that could be really interesting if we do see a ban. Let's go ahead and go to them. And Ollie, maybe you can break them down for us. The map vetoes for this matchup. Cafe Labs, Oregon and Chile.
Jesse, come on. You're better than this, bro.
Okay, you know what? I like this from Bleed. I didn't expect it because they have played it every single game so far, but this is arguably Virtus Pro's best map. So although you're confident on it, you're banning it against your opponent, that's saying that we trust our own map pool. We can play more than just Oregon. That's a confidence ban in my mind.
I like the skyscraper pick as well. I think that Bleed have obviously gone into this with their eyes wide open. Historically, it hasn't been a map that VP have preferred, but they have started playing it. They have started leaving it open as deciders inside a best of 3. So there is certainly some recent footage to go off here for Bleed on that skyscraper pick. The bank is the one that kind of worries me because Bleed have left that open. It is a fantastic map for VP. That much cannot be understated. It is their highest pref. I'm very surprised to see that there.
Certainly. I mean, this is a map that every team in Europe tends to ban against Virtus Pro. It's not one that anybody likes to bring them on. I will say it's been relatively comfortable for Bleed. They did beat M80 on it back in Atlanta, if you'll recall that game. Not a ton of plays here at SI. They've yet to play it, but still, I think it's going to be a map that they can at least contend with, but VP are very scary there.
It's kind of crazy the fact that I saw Bleed ban out Oregon after what we've seen. That is still baffling me. It's actually quite incredible. But you know what? We don't have to theory craft anymore. We don't have to worry about it because we are getting into game number 1. We're headed to Skyscraper.
And yet another duo that has never worked together before. I am with the Aussies. Today, we are former colonists.
Are we?
Yeah, of the UK.
That's true. I forget about the motherland sometimes.
We are the colonies. Except we have shed the Union Jack from our flag.
And we still maintain it. Oh well, it is what it is. Big game though, of course, and for what will be the last game for Stream A, Virtus Pro and Bleed. And a lot on the line, Parker, as well. For Virtus Pro, they can finish anywhere from 1st to 4th.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot for us to go through, and obviously it's difficult for us to say it when there's no graphical asset to help us along the way. So instead, why don't we just wait and then talk about it after map 1, or even have the desk go through it, frankly, because it's more their job. Either way, we'll go to Japan. Skyscraper on the board first. Bleed has been a surprise, and I feel like there's been a lot of oxygen expended talking about this Bleed roster. But on the other side of the screen, I don't necessarily think there's been enough of a conversation about how Virtus Pro has seemingly bounced back. This is a team who's came into this event with expectations quite low. They kind of snuck their way into SI. They haven't looked anything like the way they used to when they played under the Team Empire banner. They've been, in many ways, a shell of their former selves. But Virtus Pro has had flashes of brilliance so far at this event. Some surprising results. They go up against Bleed, and really, it's two teams that I think have surprised a lot of people facing off.
I think especially for Bleed in the group that they've been in when we got the groups initially, W7M, Team Liquid, Virtus Pro, M80. Yeah, admittedly for those a little bit unfamiliar with Bleed, despite the fact they've made a name for themselves back in Atlanta, obviously many would have had them as being the team to get grouped. Well, they have avoided that. Of course, the catastrophe that is M80, the spot fire that they are as a team, they go out in last. So the good news in terms of this particular match, we don't have to worry about will they, won't they go home. It's simply, will they qualify for first if you're Virtus Pro? Will they get a higher seed if you're Bleed? So both teams at least still have something to play for. For Bleed Esports can go as high as second place. In terms of what that means, of course, if you avoid fourth place, you get to go straight towards that top end of the bracket. There's that wonderful, that fish, and of course there's a mannequin now involved as well. Lots happening for Bleed Esports, but nevertheless, for Virtus Pro, they can win, doesn't matter how, 3 maps, 2 maps, doesn't matter, they'll go top of this group.
Yep. Is there a prop department that Bleed employs for these things? I mean, how do you get a mannequin? Like, I understand the fish. You go to Bass Pro Shops, you buy a fish, it was 25 bucks, whatever, you name it Joel. Excellent. How the hell do you get a mannequin? I don't even know where to get
Does that get
one
through
of those.
customs? Probably not.
Surely they must have bought it here, right?
And then if they bought it here, how do you get it home?
10 seconds to go.
Do they bring it home?
I would hope
They drew
so.
a face on it. I mean, I don't know. I will say back in the early days, I remember when people used to get in trouble for having props on the desk. And now every team seems to bring some kind of stuffed animal, good luck charm, etc. It's nice to have that level of personalization. First round, only 15 seconds in, and Hoven goes for a spawn peek. It's answered with an EE1D by Always. Having the Lion burn one of those pieces of the gadget early on, not necessarily great, but if it keeps somebody alive, then it's definitely well.
It was kind of touched a bit on the desk. No Oregon here from Bleed. Clearly a map they've been playing a lot of. Banded out, something that Virtus Pro probably were okay with. But Skyscraper's one that's quite interesting for me, especially for Bleed. They're not the best attacking team and they can get stalled out. In fact, they're second lowest when it comes to planting. Fortunately for them, on the defense right now, and Aspie can get aggressive. Nice little run out from delivery. Catches Dan off guard, and that's first blood from Bleed.
There's a Nitro cell that goes out to slow down Shepard as this Tea and Karaoke bomb site will necessitate some map control on the other side of the top floor, and that's where Hoven is going to play. Over towards Exhibition and Office. Another Nitro cell goes out, another E1D goes out, and the immediate follow-up as Virtus Pro continues to march onward. And obviously Shepard is going to be the focal point for that with the diffuser in hand. He lost half his HP to the explosive, but Virtus Pro are bleed dry of utility at this point, which means that for the remaining half of the round, which we're just about to hit, Bleed is going to have to engage in far drier gunfights.
Yeah, but really good credit here for Bleed is they've played one half of the game so far, the round, in one side of the map. Now they all have moved together, same pace, same unit in terms of the formation, all back towards Tea and Karaoke. So at least they're kind of all singing one tune right now. But Hoven, well, maybe his tune is a little bit off note, losing his life. The Warden, especially someone you want on site, who can stay alive longer, have more of an impact, especially if there's any flashes that come out later.
We saw flashbangs being used early on, all 3 tossed out by Always. Pasha's has 2 remaining, so value for a Warden when that execute comes, huge. Fortunately, he's one of the most integral operators to have during an execute. They won't have that. Another operator whose strength only increases deeper into the round is the Monty. So if Shepard stays on this operator and Bleed continues to lose players, then Monty is gonna get stronger. The advance is met by a Goyo canister, and Turdster will slow them down on the balcony. He always waits out the fire and gets killed for a beautiful shot from Turdster, who has been excellent so far.
Yeah.
Advantage for Bleed right now. 4v3 with 25 seconds left.
Trying to push up Black Stairs. Aspie gets the initial kill again. Joystick trying to also go for a trade. Eventually got one at least onto Reaps. Makes it a 2 versus 3 time. Certainly a factor. Shepard, yeah, doesn't have that gun, but the pistol can try and do its job. And that's something that probably is required now with lesser and lesser amount of teammates available. Really strong defense from Mentalist on site to stop that very final push.
So the 4 final players of Virtus Pro. One was downstairs inside a restaurant, gets killed on the stairs heading up to the top floor. The other on balcony, dies to that shot from Turdsta. Pushing towards gold from Dragon Hallway is the Monty of Shepard. And then Joystick is in Geisha. So you've got 4 players remaining, all effectively scattered throughout this map. That was the run out from Aspie that you talked about early on. Now, if you're going to have a Monty get into the bomb site, get the diffuser down, usually you want a bit of an escort. Shepard was left to his own vices. And as you can see, Mentalist inside of gold gets the isolated pick on a Joystick, who's all on his own in Geisha. I don't know if you had Joystick there solely to cut off a potential rotate from Karaoke into the T component, which is where Shepard was bringing the diffuser. But either way, you lost somebody that could have possibly swept in through that, through the balcony, exactly where Turst is right now, leaving the Monty all on his own. Joystick is not close enough to be able to help. Bleed just picked them off one by one. Excellent defense from Bleed. I gotta say, that first pick probably paid dividends for him.
Yeah, certainly. I think there's also a big amount of respect shown from both teams towards each other in that opening round. You bring the Monty, makes it a bit more comfortable when you want to push in. Means you respect Bleed. You know they're going to get aggressive, get in your face. The Montagne can then help you get entry onto a map that can sometimes be a little bit difficult to gain said entry. And for Bleed as well, when they all kind of fell back to side, it was like, okay, VP are starting to get a bit of map control. Let's just all move back. Let's just take that fight back towards site rather than trying to get over aggressive. So decent start here. The other thing for Bleed, how often have we seen them at a major international event be able to play a best of 3 in a stress-free environment? They don't have a threat of elimination, and they're not playing in an arena or they're not playing in a major playoff game. It's a BO3 against a really good team, some stakes up for grabs, but it's not a do or die.
I will say though, as action breaks out, you see some damage already being done to Pasha. You know this team quite well. Bleed strikes me as a team that thrives under pressure. They like to play that spoiler, and as they get under the skin of these teams, they seem to only improve. So maybe they have a bit of a regression if there's no real stakes and don't have that same motivating factor that they have against quote-unquote better opponents in more quote-unquote important games.
Yeah, it's a really good way to frame it as well. Have to wait and see. So far, they've got themselves again into those kind of aggressive positions 2 rounds in a row. This time, Aspie doesn't find a kill, but he does go for a little peek, a little bit of information gathered. They're on the rappel. He didn't quite catch them in terms of timing. And the time now is 90 seconds left in this round, second round. VP struggling to probably find that early content that they really want to try and get a few kills onto Bleed. We've seen Aspie be able to survive a bit. They've got also still quite a lot of utility remaining in terms of impact grenades and nitro cells.
They droned really early for Virtus Pro, and then after that, they lost a whole whack of their drones. Obviously, with Solus on the board, so it's going to be particularly tricky for them to survive. But since then, Virtus Pro has just been doing things on their own. Again, very isolated, very solo play, and they're undoing at the moment. Pasha and Dan taken out by engagements that they had a semblance of where those players were, but ultimately couldn't do much. And it's only going to worsen as we get deeper into the round, and they're deprived of that information. Reap's taking the fight to always. Now there's only 2 from VP remaining, with just a tiny bit of that clock left. Joystick all alone, as there's a trade, Bleed, and now Joystick. That's the kind of twist in the wind here, Jake.
Yeah, certainly. Really well executed defensively from Bleed over towards Mezzanine and Drums. It's a pretty standard map-wide take from VP to come across from around that Geisha balcony side, make entry, and then eventually go towards site. But clearly well defended from Bleed, all those choke points. And that's probably the biggest highlight of a map like Skyscraper where it comes to these real important choke points. For VP, they probably could have gone for a little bit more of a direct site hit. We've seen a lot of teams do that so far this 6th Invitational, but I think for Bleed, really just kind of reading into the fact that they left certain things open on site, understanding full well that VP were very much going for this side across. Hovin with a nice early kill there, sets the tone, sets the pace, and I think that's been the difference so far. Bleed just look very comfortable on defense. They're happy to swing, they're happy to go for spawn picks, they're happy to take the fights in the contact, and for Virtus Pro right now, it's just a matter of, do they have to think about how they want to really take Skyscraper? Maybe they should go a little bit more direct.
I mean, maybe they should do it together. That's the bigger thing. Again, it was another round of individualism. And if you want to play on your own, that's fine. There are lots of teams that can make it work, but what we have witnessed over the last, say, 2 or 3 major events, the teams that play together and trade out really effectively typically do better. And if Virtus Pro isn't doing that, then there's going to be a problem. Now,
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse
well, your good friend Troy Canadian actually we got to hear in the last match from Dark Zero in that one of the timeouts they called was, hey, we just need to play more together. Let's play as a team. Let's everyone play their role, but we need to do it together because they had a couple of players at times maybe not quite all on the same page. And I think for Virtus Pro, they're certainly a team that's shown throughout this tournament that they've been a little bit up and down at times. They're not always been this super high-end team. 2-1 over W7M, that's great, but they also lost 1-2 to Team Liquid. So at times Virtus Pro probably can't quite reach the super heights of like a G2 in terms of consistency, but their best is as good as anyone else at this tournament.
We talked about how, depending on the results of this particular map, or matchup rather, VP could go anywhere from first to fourth.
Exactly.
This, unlike a lot of the other groups we have, is very up for grabs. The other groups, you tend to see 1 or 2 teams topping the group, and then everybody else kind of fighting down below for survival, etc. Here, it's a group of equals, frankly, and it's been quite an unpredictable set of matches, just as this round has been quite unpredictable. 1 minute in, Reaps is dead, as is Joystick.
Yeah, and I just wonder for Aspie if he's been given a bit of a license to roam a little bit. And he goes down here, Pasha catching him on the buck. That's much better from Virtus Pro. It does kind of seem like they're hunting a little bit better in this third round, so they get a couple of trades. Reaps hasn't had that super mega involvement, but it's Aspie that feels like, to me, at least on the defense so far for Bleed, where it's like he's gone for these spawn picks. He can play the cap cam, set those EDDs, and then he can go off and do his thing. So far, it's working. He's got the 4 kills, but it does now mean Sight is a little bit more vulnerable as they are losing players to Virtus Pro, who are just taking their time, playing a little bit more on the balcony, and trying to pick off these members of Bleed.
Quite surprising that Bleed has only 2 players left on site, which is the downstairs kitchen site, kitchen barbecue. And Virtus Pro has barely made it in the building. I think that's quite a stunner here. And they're still droning out Geisha. 1 minute to go. You're still droning Geisha. Why? I think a big part of it, again, comes down to information. VP have done a much better job of managing their drones. They're actively working to drone themselves in this time. Always was hoping for a draw out onto the Soulless, who they still have on Reed. Oh my.
It's interesting you mentioned that as well, into the Mute and the Soulless. They've only lost 4 drones, and the droning has been successful. Turto pushed in, trade immediately from Pasha, keeps the numbers with Virtus Pro still with time. Down to Mentalist. We already saw what he could do in the opening round on T-Room Karaoke, though, getting a double kill on site. He'll need to go 1 better, though, if Bleed are to win this round. But for Virtus Pro, so far, the job has been done. Now it's all about the final execution.
Yeah, I mean, Mentalist can pull off an unbelievable clutch here, and there's Capcan Trap still to give him a leg up, as Pasha has just found out. But this hatch drop is going to come in, and Mentalist needs to deal with them, but he misses out on a multitude of players who drop. Now with the super shorty in hand, he's just going to be simply outraged. He's inside a pantry, he can't go anywhere whatsoever. Impacts to go out, but they're fruitless, and he shot through the wall. I want to say, excellent patience from Turdsta, and more importantly, really good strategy there. Dan had Turdsta upstairs in karaoke, or in T rather, playing by that gold door on drone for about 45 seconds. And we were trying to figure out, or at least maybe you were, I know I was for sure, trying to figure out why isn't Turdsta swinging? Surely he knows somebody is there in Dragon, so why not swing it? Well, it's because there was one of Fenrir's gadgets, not too far removed. And the moment that the push-up happens, that's really sloppy right there from Aspie, by the way. The moment that happens, Turdsta can capitalize off of that information right there because he gets obscured and nearsighted. So the question is, why is he not pushing? Because you had gadgetry to do half the job for you. Why take a dry engagement 50-50 when you've got something that can help you? Well played by Bleed, good structure, but then you see that Aspie kill was really sloppy.
Yeah.
You see that the kill as well onto the Valkyrie above on cams, really sloppy after the Maverick had opened up the wall. These are kind of rookie mistakes. Like, you shouldn't really be in these positions. Bleed are still a relatively inexperienced team, all things considered. They're going to make those mistakes, and you can't be quite harsh on them when they do make it, compared to some of the other teams like, if say, VP or Liquid was to make that kind of mistake.
Yeah, and for VP, in the flip in terms of that round as well, their drone game clearly improved quite extensively. They were able to also use a lot more of that balcony presence rather than just trying to rush into the map. But we saw in the first couple of rounds, which probably went into the hands of Bleed. So for VP, just slowed it down a little bit. They're not really a team that has like the most ultra fast-paced playstyle that we saw maybe in that G2 game earlier this afternoon. 1:23 typically their time on entry. So on the lower end of the spectrum, certainly in a map like Skyscraper, that might actually pay dividends for them later on. Aspie's going to move around that nice. Was able to get it back?
Yeah, to get it back.
Of which he's struggling. And though, luckily, his teammate gets a kill elsewhere onto Pasha, and that's the buck as well.
Oven likes roaming on this Warden. We were, I don't want to say critical, but we cast a little bit of judgment on how early the Warden died a couple rounds ago when he needed in the cut and thrust of that round. Reaps goes for the run out onto terrace, on a balcony, and actually could have picked off Dan if he was about a second sooner. Aspie was unable to retrieve the Nitro Cell and will now be dead, so he won't be able to use it anyway, even if he'd gotten it, as he's picked off. Virtus Pro, with just a little bit over half of the round to go, have equalized.
I think that just is the playstyle of Bleed, though. The aggression meta for them is very paramount, and it's kind of a matter of if the enemy's in front of you, take that fight, you're not going to be too worried about the operator that you are playing. VP, though, again, 2 rounds in a row, playing this balcony playstyle. Joysticks now only just pushed in over towards Office and making their way across. Still going to deal with Reaps, though, inside of the server. Dan also goes just from drones now also to the Argus launcher as well to obviously get even more information, and it's just this pick-apart playstyle that we're seeing for the 2nd round in a row.
Well, it obviously benefits Virtus Pro. Reaps once more, so he goes for another jump out, but alas, unable to handle the recoil of the SMG-11. Dan had an opportunity to not secure the kill, could have faded it out, but instead does not opt for that. Diffuser goes down, and it's now Mentalist again against the world. He was so successful all the way back in round number 1, holding gold. That's because the rest of his team was able to do their job around the map. Mentalist with 1 kill. It took him about 15 seconds. Not only does he have to deal with the Diffuser, but he also has to deal with the Osa, who's perched up on the window, and Shepard is sitting quite pretty behind that Talon shield. I don't know if Mentalist is going to be able to deal with this, but it's virtually an impossible fight. Even if he gets Shepard, you've only got about 4 seconds left to get in, and always makes it official. Calmness and ice in the veins of Dan. Pasha a little bit more animated as VP have now tied things up.
So 4 rounds in, first 2 rounds Bleed had the ascendancy. They were setting the tone. I thought they were very aggressive. They were kind of denying Virtus Pro a lot of map control. They were really at those entry points, as you can do on Skyscraper. The next 2 rounds, though, in response from Virtus Pro is, let's slow it down a little bit. Let's get a little bit more information through our drone game. Let's play the balconies. Let's play the repels, because we know Bleed like to move around. We know that Bleed like to try and go around the map. They're going to be moving. They're not quite going to be stagnant. In that moment there from Reaps, he wins that. It's a 2-on-3. Suddenly the round is back. That's a desperate play, mainly because of what happened earlier in the round. I don't actually hate that play. In fact, I think that's a power play from Reaps. He hits that, rounds back on. He loses, while they were probably losing the round anyway. But for Virtus Pro, clearly turning things around, and I think we've really got ourselves a series. Early on, I'm going super early, Parker. I don't care. I think I've seen enough. Bleed, if they can get their game going, they can clearly win. Virtus Pro, if they get the game on their terms, they can clearly win. Now it's just about this power struggle.
10 seconds remaining.
If you are just tuning into your very first match here in the Six Invitational, welcome aboard. The defense are very strong. Defenders are by far and away favored on every single map. There isn't a single map at the moment which is attacker favored. The lowest win rate for the defenders is 55%. It's shared across a couple different maps. Looking specifically at Skyscraper, Skyscraper has...
It's not good.
This is unbelievable. It is the most defender-sided map. At the start of the day, it had been played 7 times. Defenders had won 71% of all rounds played on this map. That is unbelievable. Karaoke and T played the most by the defenders, 35 times, only 1 time more than Office side. T Karaoke, 66% of all rounds won by the defenders. Office Exhibition, 76%. So if you play 4 times on Office Exhibition, you expect the defenders to win 3 of those 4 times based on precedent. Now, you go all the way back to round number 2, Bleed won this bomb site. They've already won it once. But they dropped Barbecue Kitchen, which also defender favored. They dropped that Karaoke Tea, also defender favored. So numbers don't exactly always tell the full story here. It comes down to strategy, and VP have been getting better at understanding strategy as they've gone along on attack.
Yeah, stats don't always tell the full picture, but certainly one moment here for VP is the 2 early attacking rounds gives them real good precedent now moving forward. They probably don't need much more. In saying that, I already cast a game this tournament where going into it, Consulate was the most attacker-sided map, and by the end of it, it ended up middle of the pack. It dropped a whopping 8%. Why? Because we had 12 defensive round wins. Things can change, and I think Bleed are more than capable in the attack, but certainly the next 2 rounds are pivotal for them. They cannot allow VP to probably get any more attacking rounds, otherwise it's going to be quite difficult. Pasha with the Skeleton Key thought maybe he could go for a bit of a rush here through the doorway. They have main bridge opened up. Joystick watching this. A little bit more directness from VP as well, not just this round, but also probably the last round when we saw that Ossa play over towards Tea Room Karaoke. This time around, here towards Office and Exhibition, they go direct again. Last time they went for the map sweep, it did not work. Played into the hands of Bleed. So again, VP have switched it up on the fly, but a nice shot from Hoven against the slow crouch moving Pasha. Now they go for the smokes and they go for the entry.
And I was just about to be critical of Hoven's play as well, because if you're a Solus, you should realistically be below this Office bomb site. But he picks up 2 kills from this position. Dan falls to Reaps. Reaps picks up yet another. Shepard getting rid of Hoven, which means that this portion of the bomb site is safe. But you got 3 more players to find. Shepard luckily having the diffuser, but no chance of him getting it down. It's going to come down to Bludge. And Bleed, as their name suggests, loves to do that to their opponents. So Shepard will waste a lot of time, waste a lot of bullets, and ultimately accomplish nothing. 3 kills from Reaps, 2 kills from Hoven. So here's the situation. Why are you not putting Solus underneath the bomb site? Now, you got a couple early picks. You can play pretty much anybody else inside of that Office portion of the map. It doesn't need to be a Solus. You keep the Solus there to give you information as to when that wall is being opened up. And we saw that on the scanner earlier, was able to tell when hard breach was going down on the walls, but you can still accomplish that below. So why are you putting yourself in harm's way? You as an operator are simply far too valuable when it comes down to a plant, and especially in the post plant, to basically gamble on a kill. Now, Hoven's a great player, and he got 2 kills from that position, so you can kind of overlook it. But strategy-wise, I can still dislike something, even if it ultimately ends up being successful. Virtus Pro got bogged down. They lost their duels. They had 1 smoke that they used. Outside of that, they had no real tools to get through that breach, and it was their own game.
I do wonder maybe from Bleed's perspective if they felt like Virtus Pro were going to hit it direct, but also fast, and therefore the extra body up above could be a difference maker. So it's really difficult to probably ascertain as to the reasoning, but you are definitely correct. Solus is one that probably doesn't want to be on that front line of conflict. VP, 1 more opportunity to try and get 3rd round successfully done. They go to Tea Room Karaoke once again here. Bleed, they did give it up last time, and it was that more direct approach from Virtus Pro that saw them be quite successful. We'll see if they play into that again. They do bring double hard breach here for Tea Room Karaoke, so we'll see how they opt to utilize that, especially the Maverick from Dan, but otherwise they got the Flores, they got the Bark, they can open up sightlines and crossfires and all of that. We love to see them over towards typically Geisha Balcony, but for now, right now, it looks as if they're going to open up Office and then into VIP as well, which is where the drone is from Shepard. So this is indicating right now they are going to be pushing from the Office Exhibition side of things, eventually then into that choke point, but they can still go over towards Geisha as well.
Hoven right now is roaming over by Dragon, so removed from the actual bomb site, but not too far off. Turdsta as well was looking towards Terrace on Drum, and will now move over closer towards Hoven. I find this really interesting that you've got 2 incredibly important operators in both the Solus and the Warden being played by, I think you could argue, 2 of the better players on Bleed. Turdsta obviously has looked like, in my opinion, I think Turdsta has been the most valuable player on the team. I think some could argue Reaps, that's fine. But to put these players who like to be engaged in early altercations on operators that you don't necessarily want to gamble in early altercations is certainly a choice. And again, it goes back to what we said earlier. Maybe Bleed are approaching this matchup thinking there's limited stakes. So let's try some things out and see. Maybe save some strats, or they could do the opposite. Let's change things up and try to get under the skin of VP because we know how important it is for them. Whereas if we lose, not all hope is lost. It's whatever, we move on, we made it to playoffs.
The 2 words I dread hearing is saving strats, Parker. We're at 6 invitational time to use said strats. Otherwise, you know, maybe M80 have been saving strats all along. Had to use them. 50 seconds left, 5 versus 5. Flash there from Pasha. Again, a lot of Geisha balcony control established for VP, but this time it's Hoven again and on the Solus. The operator does not matter to these guys for Bleed. Doesn't matter if it's Warden, doesn't matter if it's the Solus, they will get into the conflict whether you like it or not. Haspi does go down 3v3, 30 seconds left, but the longer this goes on, in terms of this scrap, it's going to favor Bleed.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the utility on the side of Virtus Pro, they really don't have much. They have a single flashbang left in the hands of Pasha, 2 flashbangs for Shepard. That's it. Always will now drop. No E1Ds remaining either. You've taken control of Geisha, but now you need to pivot towards the actual T and karaoke part of this map. So if Shepard wants to get that diffuser down, Pasha always need to watch it. They've used another flashbang. There's only one left. This is going to come down to straight gunfights, but obviously it's going to benefit these defenders. Turks is quarterbacking the defense inside of this T site. He takes down Pasha too, and then ultimately, not everybody dies. VP still has 1 player left, but it doesn't matter because the time runs out. And the first half, Bleed chose this map. Bleed seemed very comfortable on it. They take 4 of the 6 rounds on defense, which again matches what we expect from the numbers. It does. Based on this map, based on where we're at in the meta.
Systematically loved that though from Bleed because they had multiple layers, almost like an onion, where you've got that front line, mid line, and then the back line of Mentalist. He might not have the highest amount of kill stats, but he's on site, he's defensive, he's your anchor. Turd was then able to peek these options. Then if he dies, there's the swing immediately. You can see behind the bomb chassis, the name tag of Mentalist. If Turd loses that battle, he's immediately swinging and getting the trade anyway. Well positioned on site. As I said, it's almost like these layers across there from Geisha all the way to Tyrion Karaoke. 4-2, statistically, par. That's a par. It's not a win. No one's really properly winning right now, but it does mean for Blade coming into the attack, I am going to be very, very interested to see how this works. 38% attack win rate for them, much lower than Virtus Pro. So this is where they need to improve. The other factor is planting, Parker. 11%, second lowest at the tournament. They don't get many plants, but Bleed basically just go in and kill everyone.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it kind of ties back to that office exhibition defense that we saw as well. I was critical of the deployment of these operators, as you just were in the previous round, about how they're using the Solus and how they're using the Warden. Well, if you're a team that is so proficient at getting kills and strategy doesn't really matter, then ultimately who cares? You don't need to plant the diffuser if there's nobody alive to deal with on your opponent's side. And unfortunately, I find that a lot of APAC teams tend to fall into this rut where they're excellent at gunplay, but strategy-wise, there's tons of room for improvement. And I think Bleed felt that as well. So what do? You import a world champion in Julio, who's not going to teach you how to shoot, but he's going to teach you how to play.
Here we go, a little fast action here. Reaps up through into makeup on the Amaru, and does he catch off guard always. He wanted to peek, have a look at what was going on in terms of the commotion. And again, this goes with what we've been saying. Fast, gunplay, get the kills. Don't worry too much about the plant. That's a secondary win condition if we need it later on. 2 minutes in, 4v3, but they've already got pressure in towards site. My concern though is now Reaps. Yes, he's deep into Geisha, but where's the trade positions going to come from if he does start to get overpowered?
I like that you talked about Mentalist too. He's obviously playing one of these global ops on the Dokkaebi. Mentalist has probably, I would say, the highest impact kills of anybody on Bleed. He gets the kills that matter the most. Now, another pick goes on in.
Oh no, he can't get away.
Shepard has the read on it. Reaps is able to reposition. They've got control of main stairs as well. Dan's inside of the site. Aspie and Turd are in here. That was dreadfully bad for Virtus Pro.
Now, they had the information there onto Reaps. They go down below. They obviously want to not just clear out his position. They want to kill him at that point, and they certainly needed to. He had already got very deep into Geisha, fast movement. Loved the set play, though, from Bleed. They clearly had a bit of a plan. Probably give the credit to Julio. I'm going to, whether or not it's true. But regardless, they obviously were able to set that in motion, executed it perfectly. I was still a little concerned for Reaps, but Reaps played that well. He didn't overstep. He didn't rush and run away. He just kind of held his position until the threat came. Then the threat came from down below. Then he was able to move off of that, and Bleed were able to respond. So I think the VP, they probably anticipated that normal map-wide sweep across, because they had a lot of those choke points of like drum and mezzanine, what we typically see when teams like to push from office and exhibition, or maybe like a Geisha balcony. But Bleed did something a little bit different with that little vert play up into the hatch and in towards Geisha from makeup. So really well executed from Bleed, catches VP off guard, and it gets them a nice early attacking round. Now it puts them in a really good position moving forward in the second half.
I'm actually a little surprised Virtus Pro didn't call a timeout there, because if you go on a 4-2 half, that's fine. Let's just, for the sake of argument, suggest that attackers are only going to win 2 rounds. Well, Bleed is already 1 for 1 on attack. That means the statistical likelihood of Bleed winning another round beyond just those 2 is very high at the moment, because you've exposed some weaknesses from Virtus Pro. I don't know if VP have enough confidence in themselves to just kind of grin and bear it through the next 1 or 2 rounds. But at the end of the day, You don't call a timeout right now. VP lose this round. Even if those are the only 2 rounds that you think Bleed might win, you have to play the rest of this regulation perfectly. And then you burn the timeout. You have no room for error whatsoever. If I was VP, probably call the timeout after that round, but they didn't. They'll trudge through it. They brought some very interesting tools, some very frustrating ops to deal with, and it's incumbent upon Bleed to deal with those.
Depends on the team's mentality as well. If Virtus Pro, again, aren't really feeling that stress, that pressure, how much value do you put into first, second, third in terms of the group positioning? Hard to say. We're not privy to that information. Obviously, you always want to finish as high as you possibly can, and you get the benefit of going straight to the quarterfinals if you do finish first. They get themselves an opportunity, though, once again, to defend Kieran Karaoke. And I can imagine by the setup that they've got, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Bleed to push in quick. The Fenrir with the F-Not mines, the Legion with the Goo mines. They can't get as much information because of the mute jammers. But regardless, Hoven just keeps finding kills. I don't know how, Parker, but he's up to 8 now.
So, an interesting statistic here. VP has yet to draw first blood all match. It has either been Bleed or a trade every single round. You cannot win a game if you are consistently in a 4v5, especially if you are in a 4v5 on the favorable side. Bleed drawing first blood on both of their attacks so far means that you are losing the plot on what should be the best side that you have possible. Dan down means no magnets, means that operator who generates it won't be able to provide the same level of value. He's also a great gun. Virtus Pro are in serious trouble with a minute to go.
The kit has been handed over, almost like in American football, from the quarterback to the wide receiver, which is the Montaigne now. Picked up beautifully by Asfi. They'll open up that rotate in. He can go and get the plant down eventually. 50 seconds, there's still time. As Asfi makes his way in, he just has to do so successfully. The turnaround, little turtle style shield on the back means he cannot be denied unless there's a nitrous cell or a couple of impacts, neither of which come through. Plant is now successful. That can be watched from Blackstairs, although, of course, you've got the shield that's sitting in front of it.
No, and now in the post plan, you've lost Shepard, Joystick is still up, so is Pasha. There's a lot of threats here for Virtus Pro, but there's a Monty on the board. That's the bigger deal, right? Pasha is now all alone. I don't know if he has time to pick Shepard up. I don't think so. So what do? You ascend those back stairs, but you have to deal with a Monty, and there's going to be 3 sets of guns looking your way. Oh my, that's sloppiness from Aspi, but that's only because they don't know where Pasha is. Time's running out. Final 2 kills come in from Bleed, and oh my, it's already map point. We're speed running Skyscraper. Bleed is up 6-2.
Yeah, really good set play again with the Montang from Bleed, really abusing that Blackstairs position, which was not really defended all that vigorously by Virtus Pro. Again, Virtus Pro, and they're almost like behind the 8 ball. The round prior to that, Bleed went fast. They went in with the Amaro. What do they then bring to try and counter a little bit more of that fast-paced gameplay? They bring the Fenrir, they bring the Legion, they want to kind of slow Bleed down. Bleed are like, we will then slow down, but we're going to do it over here, and we're going to do it our way. We're going to bring in the Montang. We're going to get that plant down. You're not going to be able to stop it because you're more worried about stopping us over towards, again, drum, mezzanine, etc. Really well played, and so far it feels almost like a coach v coach game, because I tell you what, Julio has got them on form in this match. They've clearly workshopped their Skyscraper, they've clearly got plans that they wanted to bring, and this is why, in terms of statistics, it doesn't always tell the full story, because right now Bleed are not playing the way that maybe teams have so far conventionally done on Skyscraper. They've got set plays. They are playing extraordinarily well. That was off of a drone. They are opening information. Really, really well done from Bleed. And so far, they are proving why they're a team that can certainly do some damage at this event. Unfortunately, they cannot top this group because they did drop a map yesterday to M80, which was a desperate M80, obviously trying to fight for their survival. But right now, are very much showing they are a force to be reckoned with.
A lot of ink has been spilt about that M80 roster, and I mean, for good reason. This was a super team that was assembled with players from Brazil, or Brazilian players rather, the specification here should be. Brazilian players, North American players, and European players. The term super team is thrown around, I think, maybe a bit too much in Rainbow Six, because just because you're importing players from another region doesn't necessarily mean it's a super team. It can just be an international team. But the expectations for M80 were enormous. Not only their own expectations and their org's expectations, but also the expectations of their fans and ours. You know, there's a lot of chatter online about how much they're paid and, you know, all the practice they have and how they boot camped for well over a week before they actually started their first match. And ultimately it was all for naught. And to see teams like Bleed, who yeah, they made a terrific run in Atlanta, but very easily could have been a flash in the pan. As you know, Los could be argued they're a flash in the pan after finishing second in Atlanta. The fact that M80 had some struggles there was fascinating. And maybe the narrative shouldn't necessarily be about how M80 underperformed, but how Bleed has been performing properly, because now we are seeing Bleed come into their own. They did well in Atlanta, they're doing well here, and the language that we used to describe this Bleed roster is slowly changing the more game reps they have in.
And I'm glad you said properly, because it's not like some might have said overperforming. I don't think it's been an overperformance so far. All of their matches have gone to 3, so they're not overperforming in the sense that they're beating these juggernaut teams 2-0. They're just at that kind of level where they certainly can go toe-to-toe, and they're doing that again against VP. Joystick and VP clearly trying to maybe get a little bit more early contact in these rounds, because right now, when you think about the last 2 rounds, Bleed have been able to get all of these opening kills, like you said. So for Virtus Pro, it's kind of like, maybe we should get a little bit more aggressive. Maybe we should get in their face, make it more difficult to get map control. But they fall back with 90 seconds to go. They got a lot of dragon control, but that's about it.
To translate that over towards Office, Joystick is looking like a shell of himself in this matchup, sitting on 2 and 8. And it's not like we want to be critical of somebody's performance or lack thereof of performance, but when Joystick, who is supposed to be one of the main points of contact, he plays dangerous minutes, he plays up front on defense, he plays up front on attack, you need him to get kills whether he's supported or not. Now obviously when Virtus Pro was on attack, the argument that I put forward was that, yeah, they were playing like individuals and they weren't joining each other in. Joystick usually can excel in that environment, but now he's running headfirst into this wall and he's not having any success whatsoever. If Joystick can't figure things out, that doesn't bode well for Virtus Pro here or in the next map.
Yeah, Zoto canister was thrown. It was then shot out, and then the wall then opens up. But Oven was standing behind it. Gives Virtus Pro an opportunity. Well taken. And he does remain down, but he should be able to get to a position where safety for the revive, but only 30 seconds left, and so there's more pressing matters here at the moment.
No, and I mean, again, Virtus Pro hasn't got on the board first until this round. Finally, VP are able to get an uncontested first blood. They got the down on Hoven, so now it's up to Mentalist and Reaps to either pick him up or 15 seconds left, fight their way through it, but they're unfortunately doubled up by Virtus Pro, who are going to continue all the killing and are incredibly disciplined. VP are not hunting for this final kill. They're allowing Mentalist to toil and waste time, and they get the picks. After they call the timeout, they immediately translate that into a round victory, and it's one so desperately needed for this European team.
I thought they played that really well, Virtus Pro, so a lot of that drag and control made it difficult to push into that area of the map. They kind of gave Bleed a lot of that office area side, especially if they wanted to open up that main breach. Yes, they still have the Zoto canister. The beauty of it is you can throw it from a distance back all the way over, like 2 bloody rooms over. And they were able to delay that, not for long. It eventually got opened up. But more importantly, they had those sight lines from Dragon side, from Exhibition side, in towards Office. So it's sort of like funneling Bleed in, and Bleed kind of just had to go that way because they didn't really have the time to take those battles towards Dragon. So really nicely done from Virtus Pro in the defense, and again, shows what they can do when they are able to control the round a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the more game reps you get, the better. I'm sure as you are from not necessarily this region, because I know the region is fractured. It's not just APAC anymore. It's all the different sub-regions. But one of the main complaints from Korean teams, Japanese teams, I've heard it a lot from Australian teams, is scrim quality.
Yeah.
If you are playing geographically isolated from other regions, the only real time you can get good quality scrims are at international events.
Yep.
The fact that there are APAC teams with, one could argue, some of the worst scrim quality of any regions in all of Rainbow Six, competing as well as they are, is remarkable. And it really is a testament to these individual player skills. Bleed is not just getting good scrim quality, they're getting in these game day reps. They have a hard group. Even with M80 imploding, this was still a highly vaunted team. You've also got Liquid, who historically, excellent team. You got W7M, back-to-back defending major champions. You've got Virtus Pro, a team who can easily make it to the finals and has done so over the last couple of years. So the fact that Bleed is keeping pace with them and outright beating some of them is excellent. This Bleed team is only going to continue to improve, especially with Julio at the helm as coach now. So the more rounds you get against Virtus Pro, the more you're going to learn, win or lose. Bleed, keeping their mental up, they look happy. And so far, they're very much in the driver's seat. Virtus Pro needs to win the next 3 rounds in a row, or we move on to map number 2 and Bleed up 1-0.
This is Kitchen and Barbecue, by the way, but the Montang has been brought back regardless anyway from Bleed. Pasha gets an opening kill, 2 rounds in a row, but the trade does come through. Guess what? Montang does indeed have a gun. It is a pistol, and it is very much lethal. If not mines, obviously going off, but minute 40, 4 versus 4, but a little bit of that vert control being established for Bleed.
You see all the gadgetry that was up there at that door as well. The Monty was sitting there, 2 ADSs. Those dread mines, as you talked about, the proximity alarms. There's so much investment from Virtus Pro just for a single doorway, and it doesn't even pay off. Now, you've taken Turrets down, which is huge. He's an offensive threat. The Brava is down. And Virtus Pro can sit pretty for the time being. They've still got control over the bomb site, but they need to worry about the Monty as he moves towards Joystick, who seems to be alone inside a geisha.
Don't have the best utility for the Montang either. No nitro cells left, no impacts. So they are going to have to deal with him front on. Hoven has picked up that diffuser. They were obviously on that geisha balcony for some time, wanting to get in control. Castle barricades made it a little bit annoying. Hoven again, another kill. Goes to double-digit kills now, even still with that diffuser. That's a big moment there. He dies, that's Kit down in an unlikely position to be salvaged. 40 seconds left. Aspie inside a geisha.
No.
Oh my goodness, Shepard is just caught napping.
You knew he was up. I'm losing my mind. I'm absolutely losing my mind. How does that even happen? Is controller disconnected? I'm not sure. Joystick gets the pick, immediately traded back. It's all up to Pasha. That is just such a baffling altercation, Jake. I do not get it at all. And you're going to continue to have Aspie here.
Hang on.
15
but
seconds to go.
great kill by Pasha. No way! Excuse me! He puts the shield away, pulls out the pistol, and in the most unlikely of scenarios, it's Aspie to propel his team to second map, up 1-0.
What an incredibly lethal Montang. Like 2 kills with the pistol that round, 1 on the entry up above, 1 to clutch it in the end from Aspie. Hoven's the MVP, but Aspie then in the clutch. Good things from Reaps and Turd. Mental is strong on site. It's a 5-man roster that can do it all, Parker.
Yeah, I mean, a really stunning end to that round, and one where I am so perplexed by how everything happened. But that's it for map number 1. We've got plenty more in our final matchup of the day. Sit tight. We'll be right back.
Bleed continue to impress in Sao Paulo. They have just taken down Virtus Pro on Skyscraper. Granted, their own map pick, they've still done it 7-3. That is a pretty dominant scoreline from a team that we were still unsure whether it was a fluke, whether they were fraudsters.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted this to be a 3-game series. I think we're set up for that now. There was maybe some danger VP with 2-0, but Bleed pulling through a really strong Skyscraper. I liked their defenses to start things off. They were getting mobile. They didn't want to, or they were able to adapt to multiple different styles of pushes. And then their attacks, really, really clean. It's been hammered to death, but this is a very defender-sided map. And for Bleed to win so many attacks time after time, force that attack time up from Virtus Pro, it only was good for one round. And yeah, Bleed taking a clean 7-3.
I think VP looked quite flat today, which is kind of in contrast to the VP that we've been seeing lately, where they have been a little bit more energetic. They have been winning those gunfights. It's not really too usual that we're saying VP needs to start winning more gunfights, but that was one of the big things that stood out to me, at least today. And it just seemed as though Bleed, they'd really found their form.
You said that they've looking very good on their attack. How much do you think Julio might have something to do with this?
I think it's got to be huge, right? I mean, Julio coming in through the coach for Bleed, obviously doesn't play the same region as Virtus Pro, but has been playing against the core of this roster at international events for a very long time now. And I think being able to work in a map like this, I'm sure has helped. I will say Skyscraper is a map that Bleed have played a bit in the past, so it's not like they were brand new and he was creating all these strats for him. But I do think that it's had a big impact, and certainly, I mean, the players showing up today.
Hoven on the opening pick was one that really stood out to me as well. +5 on that entry.
That's insane.
That's insane, you know, especially when you look at a couple of players on the side of VP, you look at Joystick, you look at Dan, players that you may be expecting to get in and around that conversation. They were like -3, -2, so he's really doing a lot of work there to battle that. Bleed certainly coming out dominant in that opening pick stat line, but it was one of the ways that they approached the map as well. You could see from the start, you know, it wasn't looking terrible for Virtus Pro. Like, they got a couple of rounds on their belt, and you kind of look at this thinking, you know, have they got it within them to do it? But as the game wore down, it was all Bleed.
Yeah, I think that after the 4-2 split, you're looking at that from Virtus Pro, and you're like, this isn't too bad. We're going to be okay.
It's doable, right?
Not a problem. Yeah, easily, right? You move to to defense on Skyscraper. But then there were just so many little things that kept going wrong for them. I remember the very first attack that Bleed ran out. You had Reaps going up the Geisha hatch and being a huge distraction. You got one big pick, and then following that, every other player on Virtus Pro was just staring at him the whole round because he was such a nuisance. He was staying alive, and he did a really good job taking that attention away from Virtus Pro, and his teammates then completely capitalized off that, circling the bomb site and closing in and winning that round. Was really, really beautiful stuff.
Well, one thing that we've kind of alluded to coming into this is the individuals on both teams. One individual specifically toward the end.
Yeah.
Surprised.
Yeah, I just talked about Reaps, but Asfi also had an insane round, the final one on the Monty. Usually this is like a team operator, right? Usually this is an operator. You play with your teammates, you drone for them, you're like a living drone, you give them that intel, and then they get the kills. Asfi didn't seem to get that memo. What's crazy about these shots is they're all like so quick. Yeah. He's popping around the corner, boop, like a one tap. He's like coming up from behind the bar, boop, one tap. Like, I don't know what this guy's been eating for breakfast, but clearly it's having a huge impact on him, because Asfi's a player that hasn't always been popping off for Bleed. Today on the Monty of all operators, he's been crazy.
I need a clip or a gif of you doing the boop and the one tap. Boop. It's so true, though. One of the things that I sort of looked at moving into this game was that there were the top 3 performers on the side of Bleed were kind of keeping Asfi afloat because of how badly he was performing overall. He was like -20 or something like that over the course of the series, over the course of the group stage, which is fine in one way if the team is backing it up. But it's a lot of slack for people to keep up and then perform themselves. So the fact that we saw him have a good day today on the Monty, it's great. Do you want to see your Monty de-shielding? Not always. Ideally, if you're in ranking, your Monty's de-shielding, get him off the Monty. But in this circumstance, it worked out great.
Certainly did. And now they're going to have to carry this across to Bank. This is potentially... you know what? I'm not even going to say potential. Does it have the potential to be a 2-0, Jesse?
It's going to be tough on Bank.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough to 2-0 VP. They love Bank. Again, most European teams ban this against them. The second day of SI, they did get to play here against M80. They beat them. It was a close match, to be fair, but it is a map that Virtus Pro are very, very well prepared on. I'll say for Bleed, 4 plays back in Stage 2 with an even record. They also beat M80, funnily enough.
I was going to bring that up in Atlanta. But however, it's M80, so does that hold much weight? I don't know. I don't know how much weight that holds.
Jeez, that's pretty tough. That's pretty tough. Well, what's not tough is you don't have to wait any longer. We don't have to go taking stabs. We are going to go ahead and throw it across to your casters. Unfortunately, the gift of the gab has gone, but Bert and Ernie remain.
What?
Which one is Bert? Which one is Ernie?
I don't think I'm Bert. Wait,
which is the one?
I don't even know right now. I can't even picture them.
Yeah, I'm a little confused as to which one I would be. Who's the tall one with the long nose? Because I mean, like, I don't think
neither of us. I think we're about like the same height as well.
We look relatively similar, just different shades. Like you're dark hair, green eyes, blue shirt. I'm dark eyes, but lighter hair and a pink shirt with two cans on it.
Yeah. Thank you, Rob, for derailing this one. It's a very big and important game, and you try and throw in this joke.
He's been an agent of chaos.
Agent of chaos.
Even in the green room.
Green room probably is more Carter than anyone ever in the history.
Well, I mean, Carter is excellent at producing noise. He is like a sound machine.
So one thing I want to touch on very quickly, bringing it back just a smidge before we get into Bank.
Okay.
Is that, and I said it to you a little bit off air as soon as we kind of threw back. What we saw just then from Bleed, back on Skyscraper, especially more so that second half, attacking-wise, might be systematically the best attacking siege I've seen from an APAC team in a long time. It was calculated, it was coordinated, they all looked like they were on the same page, it looked like it was planned out, and they followed said plan. And so for me, I was just blown away and impressed by Bleed. I've watched these guys for quite some time now, of course, from APAC. I've seen them do some really good things, and I've seen them throw away good chances. Of course, I recall back to the LCQs for Copenhagen, in which they missed out after a 7-0 regular season. They have not put much of a foot wrong since. Again, undefeated in Stage 2, an impressive performance at Atlanta, and now here at Six Invitational, they are really becoming a team that is more than just an APAC team. They are an SI team.
Absolutely. They're an SEAI team, if we want to go deep into that one. I really respect Virtus Pro banning the Monty, by the way. I like that a lot. They obviously assessed that through the 3 rounds that we saw, the 3-round victories, rather, that we saw on Skyscraper, that Monty can really get under their skin. Virtus Pro don't want to deal with the shield operator. Now, Skyscraper is a certain map where shield operators don't always work. Bank is a map that is very favorable to shield operators, especially Monty. There was a period of time back in like 2018 through 2020 where shield operators were so seldom used that the only real time you'd ever see a Monty would be on Bank. And of course, it was up to the teams that employed him. So you got a team like Bleed, who are excellent on shields. You get a map that is paired very well with shield operators, like a nice medium rare steak and a Cabernet Sauvignon, and suddenly you don't want to deal with the shield at all. Good call by Virtus Pro. And honestly, I mean, Virtus Pro has a history of losing the map, which is not theirs, and then doing well on the next 2 maps. Clubhouse is a great map for Virtus Pro historically. Bank is obviously one of their best maps historically. This could still very easily be a 2-1 for Virtus Pro, but it will take some serious work from them. Bleed looked spectacular on Skyscraper, and they're going to start on defense of Bank, which again, sounding like a broken record here. Every single map is defender-sided. Bleed should be able to take 4 rounds. If they don't win 4 rounds on defense, that's when the worrying starts. Obviously, we have to get through at least 4 rounds first to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, not as defender-sided as Skyscraper was, but again, Albite, if you've got the ability to break down the defense and set plays, then you can kind of throw all of those statistics out the window. But we are kind of looking to Virtus Pro now to bounce back. And I gotta say as well, back on Skyscraper, yes, there was a lot of mistakes, yes, there were errors, but I also think you have to put it down to just the way in which Bleed played. They were systematically very impressive, and they were also oppressive against Virtus Pro. It made it very difficult for them to get their game plan going, and I think it means it's very important for me to see VP start well, to get these opening kills. You touched on it back on Skyscraper. It's something they lacked. They weren't able to win a lot of these early engagements and punish Bleed, and therefore made it difficult to then sort of overload certain site positions. This is a good start. Early kill on Turd, who's playing the Solus. They've already got rid of a couple of drones, but it now means they can drone site a little bit more effectively.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big map. Bank is one of the biggest maps in the entire map pool. Obviously, we'd have to go to numbers to see, is it actually the biggest? Doesn't really matter for this argument, but for the sake of the argument, let's just say that it is one of the biggest maps, which it is. you have an operator like Valkyrie, you have an operator like Vigil, you have an operator like even Caveira, which does see some picks here on Bank, and Solus. They all share one thing in common, and it's that they are incredibly versatile at roaming. You can play them on all floors, on all bomb sites, and Bank usually necessitates a two-step period to drone out the entirety of this map. So Turdsta can shoot the drones, go unseen, and manage to rotate effectively while also being one of the best guns on Bleed. Solus is a great operator for him. Early first pick from Virtus Pro is humongous, and they can breathe a sigh of relief knowing that one of the operators that can get under their skin and fly under the radar is gone.
Hoven's one to watch in terms of Bleed, a very impressive player back on that last map of Skyscraper, playing main stairs on the Warden, but probably not the best flanking operator. You want him on site when those flashes do come through. There's a couple from Pasha on that line, so he can't probably go for said flank over towards the hatch, reaps in towards loading dock as well, and always going for the default plant. Should get denied by the gas babes, but it has missed the mark, and that is an error on the side of Bleed that should get punished now by Virtus Pro. They have hatch control with that plant. Very difficult retake scenario now for Bleed, and immediately it's a double stack push up main stairs from Reaps and Hoven.
Very well done watching that diffuser go down, by the way. EMP's thrown out to disable any gadgets from being tossed. Additionally, a nitro cell goes. It's shot away at by Virtus Pro, who are now holding on the stairs. So Hoven's going to go up top and completely retake above. Pasha dies. It leaves just Shepard and Always with the diffuser within reach of Bleed, but they are running out of time. And I don't really know what Hoven is trying to do at this point. He drops. Mentalist is on the diffuser. You got to go. He peels off. Here's the money, and it's gone. Bleed will not be able to get the diffuser in time, whether it's shot away at by Virtus Pro. Ultimately, the timer works against them, and VP starts off with quite a confident, and I would argue a statement round, as they take no prisoners on their entry. The main issue that I saw with Virtus Pro's attacks was they were not working together on Skyscraper. They were droning in, but then not following up immediately on the information. They were working as individuals, not as a team. They've already shown better teamwork on that very first round of Bank than I think you could argue they showed on most of those rounds on Skyscraper. And of course, it's their map. You expect this to happen. That is an unbelievable first kill by them.
Now, of course, big round from VP, but logically, it probably shouldn't have at least played out in that scenario at that time frame. Those gas babes should typically be able to deny a plant such as that. Clearly missed from Mentalist, and he didn't have the visual information, nor do you really get it. And so unfortunately then for Bleed, it allowed that plant to go down, and as we typically see on lockers and CCTV, if that plant is successful on the server side push, most times, statistically, you will then not be able to get the retake unless you can win that battle up above. That battle up above was lost. Lost one on main stairs, and then the hatch drop from Hoven, which I did not mind it, because if you just go through beepers, it's probably being watched. He goes up into stock instead, wants to play the drop, or at least see through the floorboards to get some information. So Bleed, at least on the retake, did everything they needed to do. As we saw in the end, ran out of time.
Time is precious. You and I tend to be some of the oldest talent here on the roster because we're surrounded by youngsters. I'm sure as you get older, you realize how much more precious your time ultimately is. That's a hard lesson to learn if you're Bleed in round number 1. It's only a single round, so. But again, let's go back to these numbers here on Bank. If you can win 2 rounds of your attack on pretty much every single map, you are in excellent position. Now, Skyscraper, at the time of us playing it, previously was the most defender-sided map, and we spoke about that. Bank is middle of the pack in terms of its play rate. It's been played 7 times, which is the same as Skyscraper, but it also ends up being one of the most defender-favored as well. 63% of all rounds won by the defense, so you expect a 4-2 half for the defenders. Anything beyond that is abnormal. Locker CCTV, the downstairs bomb site, is won by the defenders a whopping 70% of the time. Well, Virtus Pro's already bucked that number by winning the very first round. That is an excellent sign for this team, and if they can keep that up and maybe win another round quickly or even 2 in a row, VP are very well situated to carry on the second half of this match.
In response, Bleed go for a little bit more of a set play over towards CEO. Stock standard right now. Mentalist inside of Elevator. Opening kill, but then traded immediately for a couple of moments. Again, 2 rounds in a row where Solus is off the board early for Bleed. An operator that ideally needs to be impactful throughout the entirety of the round. At least, though, drones have already been taken off the board as well. Only 3 now remaining for Virtus Pro, so they are heavily utilizing that to get as much information as possible. Top square, push. But you do need to deal with Hoven eventually over towards that that stock hallway. Not a whole lot of pressure, though, from VP, instead focusing on the repel.
It seems like Turdsda is playing a much more sheltered role on this warden, which I like. We were skeptical of the deployment of Bleed's defensive operators with this skyscraper matchup. But you look at Virtus.pro's lineup, they are bringing Claymores and they are bringing flashbangs galore. The flashbangs in particular will be the bigger issue. And the longer a warden stays alive and the deeper the warden plays away from the actual execute, the more value you're going to get. The way that Turdsda is playing right now, he's playing in that front office, staring all the way through both of the bomb sites. He's going to have the great gun of the MPX in hands, and when the actual rubber hits the road in roughly 25 seconds, there's no operator better suited to stop this VP execute, especially with all the flashbangs they're going to use.
20 seconds. Still keep an eye on Hoven. This one's not over just yet. He's going to be the one to maybe unlock coming in from that stock hallway position, especially past Janitor. On the repel, though, being one. Shepard, good shots. Joystick as well. I mentioned Hoven, unfortunately, a little too late to the party. Those on side as well, defensively for Bleed, losing their ones. The repel players for Virtus.pro hitting some really good shots, and they need to cover always once he gets in towards site. It really is like a protect the president moment there for Virtus.pro.
It's a tough bomb site to roam on successfully, especially if there's lots of tools being brought to hunt down roamers. Now, if you look at the lineup from Virtus.pro for that particular matchup, they brought a Lion, but outside of that, it was an Ace, a Zofia, a Hibana, and an Ashe. You've got lots of destruction and, honestly, an abundance of good guns. You put a lot of good guns in the hands of Virtus.pro, and you have them drone themselves in successfully, good things happen. Another very cohesive round from Virtus.pro. But as we say that, there's the other side of the coin, where Bleed played that defense very safe. They didn't really hold the map control that they needed to. And it gave Virtus.pro ample time to drone things out and set up on square after they were able to pick off the player that had the Nitro cell down playing on blue. Once you've done that, the remainder of Bleed is nestled in relatively safely around the bomb site. Virtus.pro can quickly assess that, get their ducks in a row, and begin to pressure square, which is exactly what happens. You don't have anybody from Bleed that can answer the repel play of Virtus.pro. You're far enough back, as I pointed out, by Banana for Turdsda, who ultimately, despite being on the Warden, was not particularly effective. And then the cross that Virtus.pro held on those windows was enough to shut down Aspie, who rushed up to try and stop that diffuser from being planted. All told, Virtus.pro read into the defense of Bleed, and then was able to make it work quite quickly. Virtus.pro have now won 2 attacks in a row on Bank, which is the magic number. In theory, they shouldn't win anymore, but I have a feeling they just might.
That's a very strong feeling, apt because they've been quite dominant in these opening 2 rounds. They haven't necessarily been scrappy. Maybe the first, you could argue. Good information here from Shepard on the Clutch drone that is now shot out. Don't know how much he was really able to gain from it, but at least in terms of information, got something over towards staff in an open area. The VP, once again, it's going to be over to the same location. CEO on the repel, kind of similar to our last round because Bleed have extended up above and are playing in a pretty similar defensive location, except for the fact they got some down in Archives too. Last time out, I think they were maybe anticipating more of a spiral stairs push, maybe a bit of pressure front desk. It never came through. Kanto never got really opened up. Regardless, for Virtus.pro, they obviously had a set idea. Nice little yellow ping for Shepard. Doesn't want to lose that clutch drone. It's the last one, and it's gone. There's going to be a minute 40 left. Nitrocell ripped Bleed. One thing they did really well back on Skyscraper, they wanted these contact fights. They wanted to try and get in the face of VP. Right now, I think this is the kind of site where you can make that happen.
Love the IQ pick from Pasha as well. We've talked about how good the Commando is. It's pound for pound one of the best weapons in the game at the moment. It's brought by both Grim as well as the IQ. Grim has seen a massive increase in his pick rate. But when you're looking at a big map like this, you've got a Valkyrie on the board, you've got a Solus on the board, you've got a Fenrir on the board, and a Maestro. 4 of those operators, their main gadget is going to be hunted down by IQ. You've got the secondary of Reaps as well, which is the camera. And Joystick's going to walk in and slaughter Mentalist, who's playing a little bit detached from the actual bomb site, which is that open area. Hoven will be the next one, who should be able to catch Dan here, but he lets him go by. That's an opportunity missed by Bleed.
Certainly so. 45 seconds. Mentalist losing out on main stairs, was never in a position to get trade by himself as Reaps was still over towards that elevated position. At least Reaps does, from said position, find a kill. Does mean from Beepers they've got some control. Down over towards E-Box, loses his life to Holfen. This Archives control has proven to be quite strong for Bleed. They've created a little fortress. Shepard wants to get involved now as well towards bot square, but immediately now you got to deal with blue, you got to deal with Archives, you got to deal with sight. The drop down though is successful. All always gets the kill onto Reeves, opens up sight in a 1 versus 2 now for Virtus Pro. All they have to deal with is Turdstar, and they know where he is.
10 seconds left.
You got diffuser in hand, Jake. And unless Turdstar can swing onto this, the coverage from Joystick, always trusting his teammate, and the trust is not misplaced at all. 3 rounds in a row on attack, on bank for Virtus Pro, absolutely destroying the statistics behind this map. One of the most defender-sided maps by numbers, sitting in the top 3. VP have not just won 3 attacking rounds in a row, Jake. They have done so while getting first bloods in 2 of them, trading in 1 of them, getting the diffuser down in all 3 of them, and have confronted 3 different bomb sites in the process. Yep. It's not like Bleed is going to the same bomb site over and over, and Virtus Pro can just make small changes and ultimately win. There really isn't a lot of good things to say about Bleed through these 3 rounds so far, and it surprises me very little that Bleed burns their timeout so soon.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Virtus Pro have looked really good. The bounce back. I mentioned it back on Skyscraper that, you know, the irony in all of this is a team that can finish anywhere from 1st to 4th in this group, but it's also a team that can play really high level and at times really low level. I will say Skyscraper, I felt like it was mainly because Bleed were just really strong, and so Virtus Pro couldn't quite go with them. But what VP are kind of doing now a little bit more on bank, though, is they're getting a lot more map control. They're inside of the map. There's no balcony play, at least in comparison to a site, or sorry, a map like Skyscraper, which you play outside on the balcony, try and get these picks, these look-ins. VP are getting their feet set. They're getting inside of the map, and Bleed are just right now not able to win these gunfights. You go back to Skyscraper, and again, the statistic you brought up was the fact that Bleed were getting the majority of the opening kills. They were oppressive. They were hard to deal with, and especially when then Bleed went on the attack. But right now, VP are doing what Bleed did to them, but here on bank.
Yeah, no, it's exactly the polar opposite, right? Bleed had first bloods in all but 2. That was it. Yeah. All but 2 of the rounds on Skyscraper. Now, obviously, the other caveat to that is that there were 2 trades on top of that, but Bleed was exceptionally good at drawing first blood on both attack and defense. Now the inverse is happening. VP have won 3 rounds in a row on 3 different bomb sites while getting the diffuser down on all 3 and either drawing first blood or trading. Outside of flawless rounds, there really isn't much better ways for Virtus Pro to win those rounds. So it's incumbent upon Bleed to fix this, because you are starting on the supposed favorable side and you are sliding down the mountain. Well, guess what? VP in 3 rounds is going to go on to the quote-unquote better side. You are in serious trouble when that happens.
Yeah, and a not so fun fact as well when it comes to Bleed so far at this tournament is the fact that they've not actually won a single map in which the opposition's map pick was in play. And so right now, this is the case once again. Virtus Pro, of course, picking Bank. And right now, Virtus Pro looking, well, obviously quite strong here on Bank. So this is a bit of a test, a really good litmus test here for Bleed, is that they've not been able to get over this kind of hurdle so far at this event. Now, obviously, the good news for them is they've been able to win the deciding match. But again, VP opening kill. Reeves has just struggled to get involved so far. Just the 2 and 4. For a player with so much capability, he's been kind of shut out of things. Hoven has continued his good work, obviously, from Skyscraper. But it's the same again here from VP. Get in the map, get the opening kill, start to push these positions as Turdstar finally a good regress towards main stairs. That's something we haven't seen from them so far here on Bank. So this is better for Bleed.
Yeah, the roam game has just not really been present. And on a map this big, it's quite surprising because roamers tend to have an absolute ball on Bank. And if teams can't effectively drone and roam clear, they're going to get eaten alive. A team like Bleed, who are really good at making you second guess where they are and second guess whether you want to take an engagement against players who can punish you like Reeds, Hoven, and Turdstar, you want to be able to roam and keep Virtus Pro on their toes. That hasn't been the case so far through these 3 rounds. And in fact, Turdstar in particular has been a non-factor up until this point, which is very unusual given what we've seen of him so far at SI. So there's hope for Bleed, but you just have to wait out the next minute. See what Virtus Pro does.
He has played his role really well this round, though. Yes. On the Solus main stairs, denying that drone play, then gets a kill as well. So above and beyond, at least here in the 4th round, for Turdstar, and now gets to play back of sight towards elevators as well, and eventually can make his presence known. Server side push now for Virtus Pro. So far, every single round, they have been able to get the plant down successfully. Last time out in Locker's CCTV, it was the missed gas babes from Mentalist. He still has 3 with 35 seconds left, which means he can deny for the remainder of this round, as long as he hits these successfully. This means Always needs to push through with that diffuser and go forward from the entry in towards the bomb chassis. Otherwise, these gas plates must hit for Mentalist.
I don't know if Always is going to be able to live here. He's going to get down again. He trusted his team in the first round, and Dan is there to clean up. Now it's off to Turdsta and Hoven, both of whom are so far removed from where the diffuser is.
Why does Hoven still have a Vulcan canister in his back pocket? That's missed utility that is very strong on a site such as this. And again, the gas bombs from Mentalist were ineffectual. This is 2 times in a row we've seen Locker CCTV, Virtus.pro be able to overcome one of the more difficult and oppressive sites that we have in this game, let alone on this map. 13 seconds, Hoven can't do anything, Shepard gets that kill. VP has been ultra clinical here on Bank. Turdsta, nothing he can do. He did everything earlier in the round. He got rid of the drones, he won out main stairs, he made it difficult for VP. Unfortunately, the rest of his team lost out on site. Virtus.pro, even off the back of a tactical timeout from Bleed, now make it 4-0 and a speed running Bank.
Yeah, and I mean, it's again, it's the same thing. They win the round, they get the very first pick, and they get the diffuser down. There really wasn't much weakness in Virtus.pro's execute there. Now, the only thing, Jake, that I can think of in regards to why he kept a Goyo canister in pocket is that there's both a Flores and a Twitch on the board. From all of the Bank games that we've seen so far, the default strategy for either of those two operators is get one of the drones in and clean up those Goyo canisters very early on. It's commonplace to see 2 of the Goyo canisters put on the door leading in and then on the desk as well. You can put one potentially on the drop, on the hatch, but if you worry that maybe Virtus.pro aren't going to attack default, which Virtus.pro did, but let's say you on Bleed think they're not gonna do that, maybe keep one in back pocket to use somewhere else, or maybe try to put one up later in the round, as some teams will do with a black mirror in the pocket of Mira, so that you can maximize its value and also keep it hidden so that it doesn't get destroyed by one of the drones brought by the attackers. That's all I can think of. Beyond that, it is quite indefensible for the diffuser to be planted and to still have one of those Vulcan canisters in your pocket.
Do wonder if maybe the Echo with the Yokai drones also could have been an option in trying to get that denial. The other part of it as well is when you mentioned those drones being able to deal with those Vulcan canisters. Well, there's a reason why Stolas is available and why you're picking it, and that can help
every round
keep that utility. So, 4-0 for Virtus.pro. Now, mind you, Parker, I've already been able to cast 1 6-0 comeback this 6 Invitational. Why not go for seconds? We'll see. For Bleed, it's a very difficult proposition that they find themselves in, but you cannot give up on hope. We've seen crazy things happen already, and let alone this tournament, regardless of the history of this game. VP, though, looking really, really strong, but it goes back again statistically. Bleed have not been able to win the opposition's map pick so far this tournament, and it's proving to be difficult again. Kanto, will it get opened up? There was an electrical that was thrown from a long distance, and it has hit the bullseye.
Perfect. People might be wondering why you said Kanto's name. He's not active in SI. He's not here. It's because those 2 panels are affectionately referred to as Kanto spot because of what he did when he was on G2 playing on Echo. He used to double reinforce those panels, sit behind a deployable shield, and he had his Yokai drones that he could use selfishly to spot for himself. At the time, had a great optic on the MP5 suppressed, and he could do some serious damage there, and that's the spot that's referred to as Kanto. Now, while those EMPs rather might not have worked to start off with, Virtus.pro are able to finally figure it out, but it comes at precious time. Under half the round to go. So you've opened it up, you've got some peak holes, but you've still got Hoven in that position, sitting and waiting. Turdsta has long-range engagement, playing inside a front desk. Hoven now moving over towards stock. I think Mentalist has taken up his position by elevator.
Yeah.
So they're not necessarily roaming, but I like the way that Bleed is spread out.
I like that Mentalist is also the one in elevator because I trust him. He's someone that's a bit of a veteran on this roster, doesn't give up positions easy, but unfortunately, where you maybe would have wanted him on site to defend, these gunfights, well, I mean, look, it's probably round over.
You trust Mentalist?
I do trust Mentalist.
Well, do you trust him to win a 1v5 ace club?
Well, when I started my plaudits for Mentalist, it was a 5v5. When I ended it, it was a 5-1. 30 seconds remaining. Always will get the plant down. It's happened again. And so far, our speedrun on Bank is reaching record territories, flawless, again from Virtus Pro, who have looked sensational here on Bank, and a comeback that has been clearly well worked from the break of the opening map that we had on Skyscraper, now coming over here to Bank.
I believe my headset is dying. So I apologize to people's ears as it continues to pop, but it's it makes it challenging to interject. But the good news is that you can do both. You can play color and...
This is the second time that I've had that particular headset that you are wearing in that particular seat die when I've been here. Maybe it's me. Maybe I am the cause for all of this. What I will say, though, again, going over to Virtus Pro here, 5-0. They have been able to really highlight one thing that is a strength of theirs, which is mental dexterity, mental fortitude. We've seen it throughout this tournament already. Think back to W7M when they're up 2-1. Yes, they lost to Team Liquid as well back on day one. 1-2 loss. That in itself already kind of highlights they were able to bounce back from that big win over M80, then a big win over W7M. So this is a team that, for all intents and purposes, has shown they don't just bow down. They don't just bow out. There's a lot on the line. They need to be able to win this series to get top spot in the group. They can do so even still now by winning the next 2 maps. Unfortunately for Bleed, they are really meeting their maker. And I'm doing as much of a job as I can to fill out while you replace your headset. I think I've timed this just about perfectly, Parker. You look like a mechanic underneath the car that is fixing.
The only downside to this headset, by the way, is now I think I'm unmuted. I think they'd hard muted me. So I said I was a tinkerer. I've been tinkering with this headset. The only downside to this headset is the cord is much shorter, so we're gonna have to get real cozy up in here, which is okay. If this one breaks, you can just put the headset on the table and we can just take turns talking into the stage.
Yes. Yeah, and look, honestly, but a little bit disappointing from Bleed. It's very difficult to find the positives in a 0-5 moment, but it's mainly because Virtus Pro have been able to just turn the ship around. It really does highlight, again, a team that has so much experience, and they've clearly not really let that Skyscraper affect them.
Yeah, no, not at all. And again, it really comes back to this map. I do not like the way that Bleed is playing Bank here. I don't like the way they're holding map control. I don't like how invested, or lack of invested they are on the roam. But I mean, you got the Pulse roaming, you got a Nitro cell, and for the first time, Bleed is going to draw first blood uncontested.
Yeah, and better there as well. I like the Pulse. It's a more of an aggressive defensive operator too, something we haven't seen from Bleed. They've really kind of gone into their shells a little bit, hence why they've found themselves in this position. Nitro from third and a follow-up from Hobbit earlier, but it is unsuccessful. Really trying to play this vert control, especially with the impacts that Asfi has as well on the Solos, who's done an amazing job. Only 3 drones remaining with 1:20 seconds. But Virtus Pro up above, as always, is running around with Kit and Mentalist with a nice little yellow ping.
Lots of information being gained from these Valkyrie cams. You've essentially doubled up on information with the Pulse and the Valkyrie, and then of course you got the Solos there too. No IQ being brought from Virtus Pro is a bit of a misstep. Saw the IQ that was used early on when they had some issues with those Valkyrie cameras. Turdstill's gonna swing, that's an ego peak. That is really a stupid idea from him. I don't know why he's doing that when he had that information. You wait. I mean, you're sitting on ATM, right? And you've got the Valkyrie camera right above you. Why are you swinging it? Just wait for them to peek you.
I think at that moment in time, when you kind of look at Turdstiller individually, it's a moment of, can I get myself into the server? Can I get myself going here? I'm going to seek that contact. I'm going to go out of my way to try and find that kill. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work in this instance, but you think back to Skyscraper, and it was working. So back yourself in. Unfortunately, I think you're right, though, Parker. In that moment, you have the Valcam. You can just allow them to push back in. Reeps is down. So this is actually a 1 versus 4. For all intents and purposes, that start that Bleed had has been evaporated. Virtus Pro once again have been able to get full map control, full site control. Mentalist doesn't even really have the time to go for this revive. Fakes it, maybe expecting the drop, didn't come through. They don't need to. VP's got sight. They're getting plant down. There's 4 people sitting inside a staff room in open area right now, and that is going to be the half. And it's a 6-0 half, Parker, unless Mentalist arguably gets one of the greater clutches that we've seen in some time.
I mean, he's in a 1v5 earlier, now he's in a 1v4. He's got a castle barricade stopping him as well, and I mean, he's still laughing. They're maintaining good spirits, and I think that's very important for Bleed, as even if Mentalist can collect a couple largely impactless kill, hold on a second here. Now he's got Shepard and Dan next to find, but the problem is that they're split up. They're not on the floor, they're above, and the diffuser is without of reach. Only 3 seconds for him to get on it, and there's no way for him to do it. Shepard was perfect above, And that's 5 of 6 rounds where VP was able to get the diffuser down. Yeah, they might have given up first blood in that fateful 6th round, but at the end of the day, I think you walk away from that first half extremely pleased. That is one of the most dominant first halves. One of the most dominant halves, doesn't matter whether it was first or second, that we have seen from any team, period. And yeah, I think you might be spot on with Turdstone. I mean, he's 1-5 right now, which is well below where he should be as a player and well below where he has been all of this group stage. So maybe he's trying to shake himself out of whatever funk he's currently in. I'm not certain, but VP skating through that first half, up 6-0. Clubhouse is all but guaranteed at this point. All VP needs to do is win a single round on the 2nd most defender-favored map. Yeah, and they're on defense, by the way. Just in case anybody doesn't have the visual component, VP is on defense. They just need to win a
defense is
single
good.
round.
Defense is strong. We like defense. And for Virtus Pro, I mean, a sensational half. Really didn't really make that many mistakes, if any, that I could really notice that were probably as bad as some of the ones we saw back with Skyscraper, such as Shepard, when we obviously was just ignorant of the Montank buff. Though that's a good highlight of what we haven't seen from Virtus Pro here on Bank. And really, again, highlighting how good they can be at this tournament is about as good as anyone else. Like, they are at that kind of level when they are on song, when they are playing the way that we are seeing right now. And that's also a credit, because it's not like Bleed are a bad roster. There's probably some people tuning in right now and it's like, oh, 6-0 team against an APAC team. But there's a reason why one of those arrows is lit up in blue next to Bleed. They were so good back on Skyscraper. They were so dominant. They made it so difficult for Virtus Pro. But the same has now been reversed over here on Bank. This is a bit of a throwaway game, clearly, for Bleed. Again, they've not won a single map against the opposition at this tournament. Now, that is a concern for me going into the playoffs. Something that is fixable, though.
I was remarking about this in the green room yesterday, and it's like teams that we have very high expectations of are making very basic mistakes throughout these group stages. And I do wonder if it's just because there's been such a long period of time between Professional Rainbow Six Siege. If scrim quality has declined in a number of regions, you've effectively gone 3.5 months without getting proper reps in. And there's been some huge changes to the game in that time. Number one, the grenade change is massive. That alone can be the culprit as to why we've swung towards such an aggressively defender-sided meta. Then the introduction of another strong defender means that you're going to have trouble on attack. General conventional wisdom is that it's easier to defend than it is to attack across this game.
It is.
So
the other part of it, though, as well, is if you're a team like Bleed, how often do you get to go up against teams like Virtus Pro? How often are you going up against a bit of an onslaught in terms of the attacking nature?
Now, by the way, I highlighted why you might keep a Goyo canister in back pocket, and it's for that exact reason. You just saw all of those canisters that were strewn about the site gone, but it's going to be an interesting one here. Bleed hits the deck, and they'll rush through Vault to equalize. Shepard dies, Reach trades right out. Dan is there, and you cannot shake him from this spot. There's another, though, inside of Vault. Now Mentalist is in the site, but neither him nor Hoven.
Well, there's another one there, Mentalist. Oh,
they don't have access to the diffuser.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a lack of information because of the fast-paced nature of the round, and it's also a fast-paced nature of the map. Virtus Pro leaving no stone unturned in a little bit of a bounce back after a poor Skyscraper. They really flex their muscles. They show the level that they can reach here at Six Invitational.
An impressive showing, but if you anticipate that you win your map and lose your opponents, then Bleed's got them right where they want them. Clubhouse, familiar territory for Virtus Pro, as they might have just seized momentum with a very impressive 7-0. We will have one final map in these group stages. Who will win, Bleed or VP? We'll find out in just a couple minutes.
From the highs of 7 threes to the absolute lows of a 7-0. Doesn't get much worse.
Manic, you asked right before this map started, do we have any hope of Bleed giving it a 2-0 victory here? And, you know, there's a reason why we said probably not. This bank was incredibly one-sided, a 7-0. Felt like we were watching vintage VP.
It really did. It was almost vintage VP 2.0 though, because they were even slower in those approaches, which in this case was a good thing. They were waiting patiently and taking full advantage of Bleed, just getting a little bit antsy.
Yeah, 100%. They were getting those opening picks, mostly thanks to Joystick 3-1. You see him, keep in mind, only 4 entries, but that's over half the rounds. He's at least engaging in that opening pick, and he did very well in that respect. All of Bleed, it felt like they just were getting rolled over. I mean, there were very default pushes, one at a time. We weren't seeing crazy roam clears. We weren't seeing crazy split theory. Nobody was theorizing anything. This was your standard pushes from Virtus Pro. They are on a map where they're extremely comfortable on. They do what they love to do, and Bleed just had no answers.
Yeah, if you look in the middle of that scoreboard column there, it shows you how the rounds panned out. Every round on the attack, Ollie, it finished to time, which is obviously post-plan.
Yeah.
What?
Well, they were farming. The VP were farming today. They were planting some crops. They got the diffuser down every single round. Classic VP. With an execute, you know, there is always a focus to an attacking round. It isn't necessarily about getting all the kills. Even in situations when they were 4 versus 1, 5 versus 1, they're still getting the plant down because that is their win condition, and they don't want to leave anything up to chance here. They played one of the cleanest banks we have seen in recent memory, and they can add another bank onto their tally because that's now 6 map wins on bank in a row.
Yeah, and you know, it's no individual's fault from Bleed. When you lose 7-0, it's never going to be one person. I will say some of those entries really weren't going their way. We saw Reaps getting picked off a lot, trying to roam around the top floor, roam around, kind of have that map presence. Always was just fumbling, caught sprinting sometimes, not really aware of where he was going to get pushed from. That was tough a couple of times from him. But the late rounds also certainly had their struggles.
They absolutely did, and to the point of 6 plants, that's pretty scary, to be fair. Like, I mean, all things go well, some things go wrong. There are 2 rounds in specific that we want to talk about, though.
Yeah, I want to talk about the basement pushes, because this was caught on the cast briefly, and this is supposed to be the bomb site that you win, right? We've got rounds 1 and 4 to show you where they go for these plants, and I just want to focus on Mentalist on the smoke in particular. This first round, I don't think is that bad, right? The C4 is going to deny the default plant. The smoke is supposed to deny behind the bomb chassis. It gets shot out by Dan. I think Dan, despite not getting a single kill, maybe the MVP of that round. But then round 4, it gets a little bit worse. That second smoke from Mentalist literally smokes off his teammate. Asfi, because of that smoke in the hallway, now cannot go for the swing and even challenge Dan until the smokes run out, which gives Always the perfect opportunity to go for this plant. And he'd already used his C4, so that wasn't exactly a factor, but it's still these little mistakes that you're like, oh, if only we had had a better angle on that, if only we had had the ability to shut that down, to just fix that quickly, they could have had a much better round, a much safer round. Again, on a bomb site, which you really should be winning.
And again, you look at the time when that plant's starting to go down, it's in and around that 30-second mark, and they're already baiting out utility. We're already seeing 2 smokes thrown. We're already seeing no one with a C4 in hand. That means that the work has been done prior. So even though we call VP a slow team, it's slow and methodical. They're getting a lot done in the time that they have, and they're experts with the clock.
That they are, and they're going to have to be as we move to our 3rd and final map of this series, Clubhouse. This one is sure to be, I'm just going to say tough for Bleed. There's no 2 ways.
Yeah, I go back to that Oregon ban, and it caught us off guard in the prep phase before the match started. It still comes back to haunt them. They could have banned Bank. They could have even banned the club. I mean, this is a map that Virtus Pro, it's their most commonly played map. Their record has been a little bit rocky. Their last play was a 7-4 loss against Liquid. They lost all 5 attacking rounds in that game, so we have seen weaknesses. But for Bleed, their first Clubhouse game in team history came here at SI against W7M, and they lost because it's W7M.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit concerned.
I mean, we go back and we question the map bans, right? We question why the Oregon was allowed through after we've seen the bank. Now we're looking at this Clubhouse and we're starting to think, well, okay, we know that there's potential from both these sides, but recent history shows that neither team has really got a great handle of this map. And because of that, you've got to then look at what's just happened.
Yes.
You've just seen a 7-0. That's got to count for something.
Now, one thing I actually am going to say to counter that, yes, I'm an analyst now, that's right. If you looked at the faces on Bleed as they were getting slaughtered, like slaughtered in the server, they're smiling, they're laughing, they're fist bumping. They do not seem to be phased whatsoever.
Yeah, complete opposite of the phase of our previous game. The vibes in this room were very different. I think that's something that's always been the case with Bleed, right? They've always been in Atlanta. They were famous for this, always having a smile on their faces. And I think it kind of comes down to the mentality of they're entering this tournament. They're not expecting to win. They're just here to have some fun. And if they win a couple of games, if they beat some of the best teams in the world on the way, then hey, that's just fine by them.
They got Joel the Fish. They got a fish.
Oh, and also, can I welcome you? I'm just going to move across here a little bit. That's Joe.
Joe the mannequin.
Joe the mannequin.
mannequin, yeah.
So Joel the fish and Joe the mannequin. We caught them out the front of their game last night, and we said, "What's the go? What's happening here? Why do we have a mannequin?"
Are they just going to keep acquiring these sort of trophies almost?
That's
what
the
it is.
plan.
That's the idea.
It's the plan is to. I mean, could you imagine if like 2-3 years down the line they make it to every
The
event?
booth is just full.
the players are like this because there's just mannequins and fish.
I mean, Reeps will be
everything.
fine. Reeps doesn't need a lot of space. His mouse pad is like this big, it's tiny. So like, there's a bit of room in there. I think we could fit a lot of mannequins down there.
That has got to throw you off. That has got to throw you off. If you're sitting there and you're watching that, you see mannequins, you see fish, you don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going on. All we know is that we are going to Clubhouse. Now, before I throw, I do want to apologise for the reference I made earlier. I said burnt nerdy. What I really meant to say is a couple of Muppets.
I mean, I'll take that.
I think that's rude. I'm not too happy about that, Rob. But I do want to say very quickly, sensational work to you, Mr. Manic, for your first 6 Invitational hosting, because obviously he's only got one more little death segment after this game. So well done, Rob. Good job, and hopefully we'll see you again in the future. What we've got, though, coming up is a very important game. You win this if you're Virtus Pro, and it's going to be top of the group. You win this if you're Bleed, and it's going to be a far better seeding than what is looking to be 4th place. So there's a lot on the line here for both teams. If you finish 4th right now for Bleed's sake, it means you go and start in the lower side of the bracket. You want to arguably start on the top side.
Usually, you want to be able to pick your opponent, and as far as I'm aware, the way that the seeding works is that the teams that finish first in their groups get to pick their opponents, which is why, as far as I have been told, and I don't know if you've had any conflicting information presented to you, Jake, it's that there will be no seeding show after this broadcast. Now, obviously on the B stream, you got another matchup going on. You've got Fury versus Los at the moment, and it's being cast by Guz and Pengu. We're over here on Bleed Virtus Pro. If you want to watch both of them, go right ahead. But obviously, there's a lot at stake here. As far as I'm aware, Fury is not going home?
No. Scars, unfortunately, from Japan are going to be saying farewell to this competition. Fury and Lost One are basically fighting over 2nd and 3rd place right now because Sonics has topped that group D, and they did so undefeated.
I don't believe I've ever casted Scars. I can't.
Really?
I'm trying to remember if I have. If I've casted Scars, I feel like I've done it maybe one time. But other than that, it's a team that I just have never had an experience being able to cast. Sometimes that happens.
In the APAC North days, they were always great locally, but could never get into APAC North, and therefore could never get to said international event. So I think that would be a good reason why. We head to Clubhouse, by the way, deciding map. The good news for Bleed. Now, the bad news earlier was that they, again, and I repeat it, had never been able to win an opposition's map pick so far at this tournament. Well, it's no longer an opposition's map pick, it's the decider map, and they've had a good record at winning said decider map. So far, they've of course won 2-1 over Team Liquid, and they won 2-1 over M80. So they've been able to win these 3rd and decisive final maps in these series so far throughout the tournament. And I also think, you kind of think back to Skyscraper, so dominant, incredible. VP, they were just like, yeah, let's just wipe this one, blank reset, go into bank. Well, Bleed now need to do the same. We're into a new map. Forget about Bank. It doesn't exist anymore. The 7-0 could have been a 7-5. It doesn't make a difference in the grand scheme of things. We are 0-0. We are map 3. And this is going to be the final map of the day.
I mean, it's a best-of-1 shootout at this point, right? You have effectively one map to seal the deal, and that's all. Now, for Bleed, they have opted to go onto defense of Clubhouse again. History repeats itself in this regard, so I have to say it. This is a very defender-sided Rainbow Six Siege that we are looking at. Every single one of the maps in the map pool favor the defenders. There is nary a single attacker favored map. Clubhouse has been consistently one of the most played maps here at SI, but somehow has managed to become more friendly to the attackers as time has gone on. At one point was the most defender-sided map. Now it sits middle of the pack, but still, you expect the defense to take 4 of those 6 rounds. If Virtus Pro can very quickly win 1 or 2 rounds, then Bleed will be in trouble. We will see what happens for the remainder of this first half.
One good thing about Clubhouse, I think, for Bleed, it can go back a little bit to that skyscraper where I wouldn't be opposed to seeing them, take these little fights towards breaches, towards windows, try and get in the face of Virtus Pro. More importantly, they can also fall back to site. Something they did a really good job of on skyscraper was pushing out, deny entry, and then fall back to site. They couldn't really do that on Bank. They felt very strangulated. It's a very complex map, and they clearly just failed to meet the criteria. Virtus Pro were far too experienced and far too strong, but I do have a sense of feeling that on Clubhouse, this should not be another 7-0. Maybe that's just a bit of hope within me, and Dan does get the opening kill onto an Aspie that was clearly roaming up above. They've dealt with that. Really, for Blade, you probably just have to take this moment to think about, should we go back to site, or do we want to counter-aggress?
I think Aspie was trying to ego challenge that window upstairs in weight room. It doesn't work out. And very quickly, you see that Virtus Pro assess that they have more of the map than they probably bargained for. Now, there's another roamer of the Capkin down below, so you need to take care of Hoven at some point, who gets droned out, and will luckily have Aspie to sit on cams and watch to make sure that he is not being pressured. Still on the run as VP cannot get bogged down with this roamer, though. You've still got to get to the bomb site down below, so take care of Hoven. There you go. Shepard has done just that. Excellent start to this reverse pro.
I think that's an overcommit a little bit from Hoven. Does a really good job of denying time and taking the approach from VP away from site and more so into the roam clear, but he does eventually lose his life after having already lost Aspie earlier. Now puts them at a big disadvantage where they can get overloaded on site. Church Arsenal, very good to defend here in Clubhouse. You do not want to be losing these kind of rounds. So a really big moment here for Bleed to be able to just dig deep, scrap something together. Don't bring that kind of bank mentality here to the close here. Mentalist, Turd, Reefs. Basically, your 3 big star players still alive.
Now, the big thing, of course, is that you've got a numbers advantage, but you don't have a time advantage. Only 20 seconds left for Virtus Pro to hit the site. So these final 2 players from Bleed, as they've just lost Turd stuff, can easily hold the angles where you know these players on VP need to drop from. Reaps walking up as the bees go around him, the fire will burn. Mentalist trying to stop the diffuser from being planted, it won't work. And a statement round from Virtus Pro as they win the first round, and more importantly, the first attacking round flawlessly.
Yeah, and really, really solid from Virtus Pro, because it's very easy to be critical of Bleed, but in that moment, VP have been able to roam clear a very aggressive Bleed roster that did such a good job of that kind of similar playstyle back on Skyscraper. So VP have clearly done a good job, mainly because they over-droned it. They had like 3 drones left with 90 seconds in the round, Parker. That means that they are extensively trying to find these Bleed members and flush them out. Even if it does mean they're going to hit site late, at least they know they're going to be able to hit site with a numbers advantage, and they were able to do just that in that basic order as well. Really well done from VP as well. Joystick at no point probably had much of intention to drop the stock hatch. They had information. He was able to just basically sit there on the Grim and just keep sending out those hive launches, those bees that just clear out so much of that side of the map towards Arsenal, especially with the incendiaries from the Kappa Tower as well. Really well played from Virtus Pro. Bleed, if you're going to play that roam game, you're going to have to be more concise in terms of what you want to do. If you want to deny time, that's great, but Hoven at some point needed to get back to site.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a huge part of that round falling for Bleed was Hoven, right? It's not uncommon to see a roam on Clubhouse, and then at about the 2-minute mark, so a minute off of the clock, your roamers go back to the site and then hold your default angles. You stack somebody up in blue, you maybe put somebody over towards dirt, one by guns or case or dummies. You keep somebody inside a church. Maybe you have one person playing over by dummies and then another playing underneath the hatch by kitchen. But when you have 2 players roaming, and they're unsupported as they were for Bleed, you need to manage the clock better. Bleed did not do that. Virtus Pro were able to get the picks and then move forward, knowing that they had time working against them. So hats off to Virtus Pro for being quick to get to the site. a wag of the finger to Bleed for being a little bit too slow to get back. And Virtus.pro very narrowly missed out on getting the diffuser planted as well, which would have been their 6th time planting the diffuser in the last 7 rounds on attack.
Now, mind you, already lesson learned here for Bleed, not over contesting, say, main breach and CCTV. They fall back as well, triple stack towards the main stairs side of thing. It's same site, same setup, and the same kind of similar playstyle from Bleed, but they're doing it more so as a coordinated unit. Sure, Reaps has taken some damage, but they're also getting rid of drones because, again, as I mentioned in that opening round, Virtus.pro, they over-droned. They want to clear the roam, so they're going to drone it out. But they still find double kill because Dan on the balcony window basically just looks into bedroom and says, oh, that's where you guys are hiding. Well, here you go. Bullet for you, and there's one for you. 3 dead. Again, a very concise roam clear for Virtus.pro. Why? Look at the drone game. They are over-droning these positions of Bleed to hunt them down, find them out, and shut them outside of the server. Mentalist and Hoven now left, and obviously at this point, you have to go for something.
Yeah, I mean, you might look at it and might be a little bit confused as to why Hoven is walking up the stairs to engage inside a barn. It's because if Mentalist and Hoven just sit in the site for the next minute and 20 seconds, they're going to die. You've got so much utility still from Virtus.pro. Capitao still has full utility. Joystick still has the Jackal Inox to be able to just see wherever with the smokes as well. Flashbangs galore. You've got 8 flashbangs. So a minute to go. You cannot sit and wait. Bleed respond to that. Hoven wants to challenge. He takes a bunch of damage, immediately peels off, and now they have to do the bad task of just sitting and waiting. He might be able to pick up a kill or two, but hard-pressed to imagine Virtus.pro walking away with a loss in this round.
I'm going to say it now. I think they need to call a tactical timeout immediately. Even if they somehow win the round, Mentalist and Hoven, very unlikely as it is, I think a TT is required at this moment for a couple of reasons. One, just what we're seeing so far through their 52 rounds. VP have got so much control, but it's a lot of similarities to Bank, and they've obviously had already a tiny little break, talk things over, come into club. Whatever they talked about clearly hasn't worked straight away. This site in particular, Church Arsenal, is the site defensively for Clubhouse. You need to be winning these rounds. You've now already given over 2 attacking rounds to Virtus.pro. It's the same storylining that we had play out back on Bank. Hoven doing a decent job here to try and at least do something into disrupting Virtus.pro, but the damage has been done. About a minute and a half ago into the round when Dan got a double kill up on that balcony looking into bedroom, that really just overloaded that position because they had lost 2 players and then the round was done.
The only kill so far for Bleed as well came from the EDD, so it wasn't a player actively engaging in the fight, right? It was Hoven's gadget. Now, hey, he's bucked the trend, takes Pasha out, and pre-fires through the floor, but will ultimately run through the fire and then die to Shepard at the hands of the Para. 2-0 for VP right away. I know you're gesturing for the timeout, and you're trying to manifest one from Bleed, but as of right now, they have not called it, and they will continue onwards. A couple things about Bleed. Oh, you got it the final second they were able to call in the timeouts. And you're right, settle them down right away because the only kills through those 2 rounds came in the previous round with Hoven picking up 1 from his EDD and then 1 in the post plant, which was relatively ineffective. So Julio is going to talk through the team, but look at this. When they were on attack, on Bank, 5 rounds where VP drew blood first. They traded out 1 of those rounds. Technically,
when they were on defense.
Sorry?
Oh, VP, so yeah, VP on
When
attack.
VP were on attack. They got the diffuser down in 5 of the 6 rounds on Bank. They won all 6 of the rounds. They drew first blood in 5 of the 6. One of those rounds, of course, was traded out. Now, here on Clubhouse, VP almost got the diffuser down in round number 1. They were a nanosecond away. The only reason why they didn't was because they got the kill before the diffuser could be planted, but it was a formality at that point. Second round, VP gets diffuser down, and what a surprise, they got first blood in both rounds 1 and 2. Virtus.pro's attacks over these 2 maps have been so formidable, and a big part of it is Bleed's ineffective defense. However, you cannot allow a team in this meta to win 8 attacking rounds in a row the way Virtus.pro has done across 2 maps. They are barely breaking a sweat here, and Bleed is honestly showing that they have issues with their map pool and they have issues with their strategy. I don't know how much Julio is going to be able to fix in a single timeout, but the hope is that you at least make it a little bit closer than it's been. Bleed opt not to go down to church for a 3rd time. Instead, they will go upstairs to cache and CCTV, which necessitates a complete change to the way that you play this match.
Yeah, and I think for Bleed, it's a case of just dealing with the pressure from Virtus Pro, and that pressure is also not necessarily just from the players, but the drone. That when you're getting over-droned like that, you can't feel comfortable inside of the map. In that last round as well, they did have a very early extension towards Cash and CCTV. They gave it up. They elected to push back over towards main. And they, at some point, needed to hold that, because you still want to contest. You want to bleed a bit of that time. But as soon as Dan just goes over the balcony, opens up the window, gets 2 kills, I mean, those are the little things where it's like, did we do much wrong there? We obviously want to be able to contest up above, make sure they can't get free position. We want to obviously bleed that clock, but if Dan's going to hit just a sicko double kill, there's not much more we can really do to that. So credit obviously for Virtus Pro, but I'm really looking to some kind of response from Bleed. That is now the onus is on them. From Bank, now into Club. Like you said, 8 attacking rounds, but more importantly, just 9 rounds overall. Like, that is the streak we find ourselves in, which is super surprising after what we saw from Skyscraper, where Bleed were exceptionally good. Right now, though, Virtus Pro have flipped that script entirely, and they are aiming for that top spot in the group and doing so really well. Main breach opened up, timely manner, no real contest from Bleed, but this might be the site that could help them out. Why? It's a little bit more set in their approach of holding just key positions. It's no roam clear, which is what Virtus Pro have done a good job in dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, on this, you're going to play what we used to refer to as aggressive sight, which is that you won't play on the site itself, but you'll be aggressively within striking distance of that. When you look at Cash CCTV, aggressive sight means holding top of red, which isn't an actual component of the bomb site. It also means holding garage and or rafters. Now, most teams are going to control rafters. We saw 2 players actually in that position right now for Bleed. Both Aspie and Hoven are in this spot. They do not have the advantage of an Azami, and I think this is worth noting because part of what makes holding garage rafters so strong is Azami. Add a Wamai, and you've suddenly got a huge beachhead that the defense can use to their advantage. Now, Aspie dies, so clearly Virtus Pro are not struggling with said beachhead. It's also necessitated Hoven to drop off of rafters and play the bottom of garage. So now Bleed have completely conceded the top of garage, and that's excellent for Virtus Pro. Not so great they've lost Pasha. Turtsta gets on the board. They need a big game from Turtsta if Bleed wants to stay in this. 45 seconds, always has taken a lot of damage. He's got the diffuser in hand. You have to juggle that diffuser if you want to get the plant down, because always will die to a ton of different things that Bleed has at their disposal.
Bleed need to be wary of the fact they don't have any kind of garage control, be it rafters or down below, as Shepard gets a kill onto Reeves. 0-3 for the young superstar, as Hoven is just left up in flames, drops in towards bot red stairs and makes his way back up. Triple stack breach, though, does give Bleed an option, a chance to hit some good shots. Turtsa finds a second in the round, as always, has made his way in towards the corner, right side of the bridge. An unconventional planting spot, but a successful one, especially when he's got the numbers to cover him, and they've done a really good job of that. Response here surely needs to come apt and swift from Bleed if they're going to find a win in this round. Lovely headshot from Always, and Virtus Pro have been able to just go to another level, and as of right now, and back on Bank, Bleed can't match them.
Well, the lack of rafters control is really going to hurt them here, because Turtsta will find his fate at the hands of Joystick on that position. When you plant on the breach, as we saw Virtus Pro do, the best way to deny that is on rafters. If you lose control of rafters, it means that there are only 2 ways, barring a C4 from below or a Solus from below, to punish you. A, you have to pressure from red. That's what we saw. Joystick covered it, got the kill, always got the diffuser down. The only other way is that cash door. He didn't have anybody there because the mural was too focused on top of red, and rightfully so. Surrendering control of garage and rafters as early as Bleed did, and part of that is because they can't hold it with the same success due to the lack of Azami, you're gonna be in a lot of trouble. Now, Bleed could have attempted a rafters hold stronger with a Wamai, but instead they opt out of it. And I don't disagree with that take. If you can't go all in on holding rafters, then you need to spread your defenders out elsewhere. So hold rafters for a bit, fall back, coalesce around the site, very similar to what we see when teams defend church down below. Hold top floor, hold bedroom, hold weight room, scamper back to the site. That's perfect. Don't over-invest in a particular part of the map that you don't intend to hang on to. However, don't be surprised when that loss of map control, as we saw, is the direct result of you not investing in it, and more importantly, directly leads to your opponent's planting where you are most vulnerable. Virtus Pro does that. There's no answer back from Bleed. They were trapped in the site. They all get picked off. They die.
The ramifications right now with the way that things are playing out. BP currently on their way to top of this group, which means for W7M, they drop down a spot. They will drop down to second. For Bleed, it also means they drop down to the lower bracket in the playoffs as they would be finishing in fourth. So for Bleed, if they want to go at least to that upper bracket, if they want to give a helping hand to W7M, they need to bring this game back. Very difficult now statistically as they've already given up more than you typically should when it comes to Clubhouse. Breach opened up towards Jacuzzi, courtesy of those Salmas of the 8. No massive defense immediately there. You do have Mentalist on the mirror on the bathroom position.
That's a big waste of a mirror window. Let's be completely honest. I mean, the reason why you're going to put a mirror window on Jacuzzi wall is so that you can hold inside a bathroom, eject the mirror window, and impact any explosives or hard breach that gets put on that panel. Instead, all you do is set the black mirror up, back off, and then they just throw those Selmas on the wall for free after the EMPs have gone off. A very puzzling decision from Bleed, especially when you could have just not put a black mirror on that wall, kept one in pocket, maybe one over towards Logi or Construction, and then one inside a bathroom. Mentalist doesn't even keep one in pocket. Bleed are not hanging on to the bathroom at all. They've completely forfeited any part of the map that can watch Jacuzzi breach, and I don't like that very much.
Again, no Kaid, as it has been banned out, makes defending these kind of reinforced walls a little bit more difficult. Pasha over towards Rafters, looking in, joystick down below, inside a lounge. Good map control here so far for Virtus.pro, but time, yeah, not the greatest. 60 seconds left, but time's no factor when you're just finding kills. As easily as they have been able to do so, it's another opening kill for Virtus.pro. Bleed have just not really been able to offer much in terms of a response. No trades even coming through. How many times have we seen the same round play out so far throughout Bank and also Clubhouse? It is slaughter after slaughter. It is so clinical from Virtus.pro, and they are setting themselves up to top this group and take an immense amount of form going into the playoffs if they continue in this path. Mentalist by himself again. It's not the first time I have said that in this series. This time he finds a kill onto Shepard. 30 seconds left. It'll take something crazy, a miracle. But miracles do happen time to time as he gets 3 to make it a 1 versus 2. Suddenly the round becomes extraordinarily winnable. Always has to plant. That means there's 2 1v1s available for Mentalist.
He's got a Nitro cell as well, but luck runs out right as you toss over to me. I can't tell if Dan is showing some frustration with the way that pulled out. It certainly looks like it. I don't speak Russian. I can't understand what he's saying. But I will say this much. Prior to Mentalist's 3K, which ultimately did nothing to change the tide of that round, Virtus.pro had 4 kills in 4 rounds. 4 kills. Reaps, Aspie, and Mentalist were all without a kill. Now, Reaps and Aspie are still without a kill. But Mentalist obviously put 3 up on the board before losing. And he came very close to beating Dan for what it's worth. But still, this is not sustainable whatsoever for Bleed. They are getting brought back down to earth. 4 rounds in a row for Virtus.pro here on Clubhouse, which means that
located by attackers.
It has been almost an hour and 45 minutes since Bleed won a round.
I'm bewildered, Parker. I really am. I need to just say it because this is a very good roster. Bleed are no pushovers, and yet it's happening. And so that's the disappointing factor. It's one thing for a team that, say, had already been grouped, for instance, and it's just the scheduling meant that that's a bit of a dead rubber. Sure. But this is a team that's going to go play playoffs. This is a team that has already had a really good couple of results at this tournament. 2-1 over Liquid, 2-1 over M80. They took a map on day 1 against W7M, 2-time defending champions. This is not a team that is here for fun. They are here to compete and contend. And right now, as you mentioned, it's been close to 2 hours since they've won a round. I'm bewildered again as to how this is happening, but it's so much credit to Virtus.pro.
It was about 5:30, give or take, when that matchup ended. It is now 7 o'clock. So that's how long it's been since Bleed has been able to win a round. Now, obviously, there's been breaks in between then, and there was an entire other map played, but it's worth noting that they didn't win a single round on that map. And now the same thing is happening here, but this I could excuse if Virtus.pro was on defense. If Virtus.pro started off Clubhouse on defense 4-0, I really wouldn't be thinking much of it. Yeah, obviously would not be good for Bleed, but then you have the second half to overcome that deficit. The problem is that Bleed is starting on the better side. There is no way around it. I'm not going to mince words. They are losing the plot on the better half of this map. That is the most worrying prospect for them. So their roam right now is nowhere near as pronounced. It looks like almost all of these players are within the site. Mentalist, Aspie, Turdster, Reeves, and Hoven are actually all in the bomb site right now. So with 1.5 minutes to go, there's greater restraint from Bleed. We were critical of that earlier on with the fact that they played too loose with map control and time. So Bleed has made an improvement on that front.
Yeah, but the problem is that you're going up against the Capital and a Grim that do a really good job of displacing you when you are on site. So you're also then giving Virtus Pro full map control, full clearance. They can open floorboards. They can also now go for many different entry opportunities. You've got Kitchen, you've got Motor, you've got Stock. You can go Dirt. And I actually see 2 outlines heading towards the Dirt location. They have Secret, they've got Main, they've got 1 Oil Pit. Parker, they have everything. Virtus Pro are understanding. These guys are scared. They are sitting on site. So we are going to take every kind of opportunity in terms of a pathway to make sure they have to watch every single angle.
Well, over an Oil Pit, that's where Dan will make his approach with 35 seconds left, but we'll have to wait out the flames in front of him. Always on the other side of the map, going through Dirt, escorting Pasha on in as the flash goes, and there's the Alda. Pasha with the very first kill, Mentalist being softened up as well. There go the bees as Dan long range gets another for Virtus Pro with Joystick a third. So close to flawless rounds for VP. They might be eluding them this time around, but Hoven's single kill is rewarded with a death. Reap searching for kill number 1. Aspie dies without 1. Pasha getting the diffuser down, and it's a single kill in that round for Bleed. 5 in a row for VP, and 4 of those rounds, Jake, 4 of those rounds were either flawless or were about to be flawless until the final moment for Virtus Pro. Dreadful is not a strong enough word to describe how this map and the previous map have been going for Bleed.
Well, the good thing for me is that no one can see me right now. But if you do want to know what I look like, it's Turdster, which is just hands back on the chair, slouch back, blowing. What is going on? Again, for Virtus Pro, they are doing everything perfectly. They're not doing any, they're not making any mistakes. They're not giving Bleed any kind of options. In terms of what those options could be. Yeah, that's me right now.
That's you right now.
That is me right now. I'm not as handsome, but that is me right now.
That's a lie. I think you're more handsome.
And so for Virtus Pro, they have no contest. You could see it in that round. They were able to go for a late rotate Dirt and have a Dirt and Blue push, and that was able to then pinch those on site. They had 1 in the hatch. They were obviously utilizing the Capital Grim combo, which is becoming a bit of a staple here on Clubhouse to displace those that opt to go for that site hold defense. Years gone by, that's very strong, but right now that doesn't work. There was no main stairs, late flank from Bleed. There was no kind of roam game. They were offering no kind of offensive defense, which is something that was so strong back on Skyscraper. And it's why I'm a little bit perplexed, because what made them so good on Skyscraper was they were setting the tone. The pacing of it was based off of their actions. Their actions right now, though, have been ultra defensive. They've gone into their shells, and VP are too good, Parker. They are way too good. Maybe back in APAC, it could work to slow the game down, get it back on your terms, but VP are just abusing you.
The desk talked about this. Both Jesse and Ollie were weighing in on the map pool when the map vetoes came in all the way back at the start of this series, and they said, you know, Virtus Pro have not the strongest map pool, but they're very good on the maps that they're good on, and it's hard to overcome that, right? 5 rounds in a row on attack on Clubhouse is unheard of right now. Same with Bank, 7 in a row. It's 12 rounds in a row now for Virtus Pro, and yes, I will argue that this matchup is far heavier for VP than it is for Bleed. Do I think Bleed care if they win this matchup? Yes, because every team does. But do you think Bleed is sweating it as much as a match where they could be competing for first in the group? No, I don't think so. And I know you said you don't like the phrase saving strats, but if Bleed don't really need to show anything and they think the outcome won't change that much, then why play that hard to reveal yourself on maps that now your opponents might think you are weak on? Because what you've just done on Bank and you are now doing on Clubhouse is essentially deceiving your opponents into thinking you are worse than you are.
I love you, Parker, but I think what we saw on Skyscraper probably says no to that idea, because I actually thought they showed really good strats and showed really good play, and it means that if teams do their homework come playoff time, you do not give Bleed Skyscraper. You give them Bank, you give them Clubhouse.
But that could be what they want.
Maybe.
Of course, that is obviously a tinfoil hat here.
That is like 5D chess on a checkers board playing Monopoly.
I mean, was it G2 who, oh my, was it G2 who looked dreadful on a map and then turned around and just smoked a team the next day and said, yeah, we deliberately played poorly so that they would take us to that. I think it was Fabian who said that. It was all the way back, and I believe it was like the Paris Major. Obviously, this is just idle speculation because Bleed are not this bad of a team.
No, they're not.
Bleed are not a team that loses 12 rounds in a row, yet they have. And this, what could be a 13th round in a row against them, starts off with them losing Asfi, who is yet to get a kill and is also the Echo. You have no Yokai drones for the final 30 seconds.
Such an amazing amount of confidence from Virtus.pro right now, but that confidence is going to be decimated by the time. 20 seconds means they have to go a little bit quicker in their approach, which means they're not going to be able to clear the angles, which means finally Bleed are able to win some of these gunfights, and so therefore Bleed are going to get a round. Finally, it feels like it has been about an hour and a half because, well, it has been an hour and a half. 4 versus 1, no chance for Shepard. They were never able to actually get Jacuzzi Wall opened up. And for a round that probably doesn't have too much meaning, barring some kind of miraculous comeback from Bleed, again, wasn't that long ago that I got to cast a 6-0 comeback. It is possible. It will be incredibly difficult, though, with Bleed now going over to the attack. You mentioned it before. If this was like Bleed attacking, struggling, but now get to go on the defense, it would be an entirely different storyline that we present. But in this moment for Virtus.pro, what a sensational hour and a half of Siege that we saw from them, to the point that it might be the best hour and a half of Siege that we've seen from a team this Six Invitational. They didn't make any mistakes. They were very oppressive. They basically strangulated Bleed throughout those rounds. They made them look second rate, and that is on VP. Obviously, they're having a little bit of fun with it, and you mentioned it's not do or die. But you have now given up a top spot in the upper bracket final.
Absolutely. I don't think Bleed are coming into this matchup saying, hey, let's completely toss these two rounds in a row. But I think there might come a time where on a map like Bank, when you are so far behind, you realize that why don't we just get through this? It's not going to favor us. We'll reset for Clubhouse. And then you get to Clubhouse and you think, okay, well, things are very bad here. I think Mentalist shouted, chat, we got around. That's what it sounded like to me. I mean, congratulations. I think that is cause for celebration. But Reaps, 1 kill. This is a player who is so much better than 1 kill across 6 rounds of action. Asfi, still 0 kills. Mentalist, 3 kills. Only came on that attempted clutch.
But you know what's interesting? I used the term for Bleed back on Skyscraper as almost like an onion, in the fact that they played like a layered system. And so when you kind of play that kind of system, it means that everyone has an equal part. As great as Reaps is individually, you could say the same for Turd, Mentalist, etc., they have to play as a unified team. And the unified teams means that you're either going to play well together or you're going to have, well, some bad moments together. And I think that's probably been the case for Bleed, where it's like, oh, we're struggling, but we're struggling as a team. So at least they're all falling apart together. That's something.
You win as a team, and you certainly lose.
You lose as a team.
You certainly lose as a team right now. But I mean, it's also a bit of a humbling for Bleed. This is a team that has been talking an unbelievable amount of trash. I don't know if you saw all the posts that poured out like water through a sieve against M80 yesterday. The tweets were incredible from them. And I think in a way they can have the community behind them in Atlanta. They were fan favorites. People even bought the damn fish to show up at the event to show their support for this team. But at the same time, that cockiness and that arrogance will eventually start to alienate people who might otherwise cheer for you, and it's going to make enemies. So at some point, Bleed are going to go from fan favorites who trash talk to potentially in the middle to even villains. W7M are becoming villains. We see that turn in front of our eyes. G2 love being villains. It's possible that Bleed could get there as well. So a humbling will slow that process
down.
Well,
it's one thing I like about Virtus.pro. They just go about their business. They just get the job done. And the job done so far gets them now top spot in a very dominant group. Maybe the most stacked group that we anticipated when we saw the groups. And so for them to be able to top it, especially with W7M in it, really does speak volumes to what this team might just be able to achieve at this tournament. I don't think anyone's going to walk away and be like, oh, nah, VP can't actually win it all. I legitimately think they can. I think they've shown more than enough. We saw that against W7M, probably one of the best matches that we've had at Six Invitational so far in the strength v strength component. Sure, Bleed have been a little bit disappointed in this match, but it really does highlight how good Virtus.pro can be, and they can make good teams look a little second rate. Now, this is a play I've already seen from a couple of teams so far. The little sneak in main stairs, they go for the plant. It's a little bit more difficult to stop than the conventional kitchen drop, but so far, as has been the case in this series, Virtus.pro have done a good job of finding these kills anyway. Mentalist is going to try and get this plant behind the Talon shield. Reaps gets the kill onto Always, and this suddenly becomes very winnable now for Bleed, and Reaps again has now activated 3 in quick succession. Mentalist goes for the reposition so that Joystick can't kill him from behind, which is what he tried to do from that Moto push, and now he can go for the plant.
Joystick is always a threat, but that's Reaps finally waking up. And honestly, that hatch control was humongous for this team. Sitting on top of the hatch and catching all of these players from Virtus Pro as they attempt to stop the plant behind the Talon shield. I like that you point out that it's happened before. It's not particularly innovative from the side of Bleed because we've seen it before, but it is successful, and especially if you don't relinquish control of the top floor, which, as you saw from Reaps, he did not. He and Mentalist played that perfectly. Reaps governing over the bomb site, Mentalist working around the shield, and then when they assessed that it's just Pasha and Joystick left, reposition over towards Dummies, over towards Case, and get that plant down. And that's exactly what you need to do, because if you don't, you can get pushed through the soft walls or shot. Should there be an explosive on the board, which you're not necessarily sure if there is an impact grenade, you can be down. Mentalist moving over to link up with Reaps after he gets those picks and drops down to engage head on is perfect for Bleed. So 2 rounds in a row now where Bleed has found some momentum seemingly here. And we have a very rare attacker-sided clubhouse with only a single round won by the defenders up to this point.
And the good thing I like about that round is it kind of highlights again why we were a little bit bewildered as to the performance from Bleed so far back on Bank, and then obviously the start on Clubhouse, because that round in which they played, the way it was formulated reminded me again of what we saw from them on Skyscraper and how good they were. They had a plan of attack, they executed it. Obviously some really good individual play from Reaps, holding the hatch, had to hit some good shots, and he did. But clearly they had a plan in place, and they were able to execute it against what has become a very formidable Virtus Pro in this series. So really well done from them to fight. This game's certainly not over, and look, I've seen funnier things happen. An attacker-sided clubhouse would not be one of them. It wouldn't be the most shocking thing in the world. Now Shepard goes for the mirror window on Kennels. That gets broken, and then he pops it. Now that's going to make it a little bit more annoying to open up the wall.
No, absolutely. And we're also overlooking the fact that things went really badly for Bleed at the beginning of that round, right? They dropped 2 players. Virtus Pro was in a 5v3. Mentalist had to abort the plant. And they trusted Reaps, and the trust ultimately paid off. So Virtus Pro still have access to their timeout. As you said, Bleed had to burn theirs relatively early on the previous map. So if you're worried about Bleed, worry not. The attackers are doing well. The attackers are doing fine. Garage opened up. Raptors control was so important for Bleed when they were on defense. They surrendered it early. Virtus Pro took it in the first half, obviously, and VP excelled because of that. If VP relinquished control above, there could be a huge problem. Joystick dies inside of Lounge to Hoven, as Reaps now sets up down below the site as Buck.
Yeah, this is an interesting little proposition now for Virtus Pro. What do you do? Because you've got a 4-man stack on site. You lost your 1 player that was kind of down below in Lounge, playing a bit of that vert and could deny those looking to push in from below. Now, Bleed with 1 minute and 10 seconds have actually got a lot of this map control down below. They've got full garage if they want to go. Always is still on the rafters, but not playing deep rafters. More so just holding in towards that CCTV window of rafters. Means he does have a bit of an in to get back to site. Under 60 seconds. Pressure still needs to come, though, from Bleed now. Certainly from that con position, which is where Mentalist is going to attack from. Selma from Aspie. They've got one on the balcony, of course, in Aspie, watching that CC window, especially if anyone wants to get aggressive from VP. But they are all now like double stacked red. Shepard's down, of course, onto site, always in rafters. So they're really just hemmed in, being pushed back by Bleed.
40 seconds left, with Hoven still having full utility on this Capital. Mentalist's torch has not been much of a factor. He's got flashbangs, though, as well. As here comes the fire, and here comes the smoke. Shepard managing to avoid it for right now. He pops up, missing a golden opportunity on the Turnsta, and it looks like Bleed might answer back with their own flawless round. And we've got ourselves a ball game.
Yeah, loved that from Bleed. Incendiaries over towards the red side so they couldn't rush back in, and they were able to then get Turd, obviously, on that rappel. Really excellent work. Shepard had a little moment, and I think he actually didn't quite spot that helmet over to the right side of that mirror window that was opened up. Otherwise, he would have been able to react a little quicker. Instead, then he stands up, and he is a sitting duck in the middle of sight, and he could get no help at all. That's exactly what those incendiaries were able to do from Hoven, is to deny any kind of swing potential from that red position. That kept VP at bay. Really well executed again from Bleed, and they've shown now, at least on Skyscraper, and their attack here on Clubhouse, not on bank though, unfortunately, but they've got the ability to attack these rounds. And again, they didn't need the plant. It goes with basically what we've seen from them statistically, only an 11% plant rate. I think Falcons is like the only other team that is below them, which was like a 3% Parker. So the fact is for Bleed, they're so strong on the gunplay, they don't need these plants, but clearly they set themselves up in that round. Virtus.pro couldn't really do much because they lost that player in Lounge too early on in the round.
10 seconds remaining.
We're not going to be seeing flawless rounds every single time, but the ebb and flow, as we want to call it, of these teams, Virtus.pro getting a flawless round back in round number 1, and then being tantalizingly close to pulling it off again 3 separate other times on their attack. Ultimately falling short. Bleed get it done in round number 8 with their own flawless round, so just going to show. You talked about this group being competitive. I would argue that from what we've seen so far, this is the toughest group.
I agree.
So far here. Obviously, people had their speculation as to which group would end up being the toughest before we actually got into the series. And before we got into SI, obviously, a team with defending major winners is going to be a tough group, but I don't think people saw VP, Bleed, and Liquid all living up to the expectations. I also don't think people saw M80 blowing up as spectacularly as they did.
I'm going to make a little statement here as we get a rush. Never mind, I'll postpone that, especially if this is a win. The rush so far a little unsuccessful because Pasha was watching that front door vigorously as Turd goes down as well. The Adrenal Surge is not going to be all that effective from Hover. 2 versus 3 though. And now for Asphy and Mentalist, they get to reset. It's not ideal. They would have liked to have the numbers advantage. They would have liked to have been, say, a 3v2 themselves. Unfortunately, the rush didn't quite go the way they would have liked. The good news is, because it was so fast, they can kind of now play the round again, but at a disadvantage.
A huge disadvantage, especially given the fact that Asphy has not been a huge factor in terms of kills, but it's like you get cast or cursed.
Cast a blessing?
I guess in that case, yeah. So, hey, he gets a kill, his second kill so far through 9 rounds. And now you get a 2v2. You have a Nitro Cell in the hands of Dan.
3 drones. And because there's only 2 defenders, they're kind of sitting a little bit more enclosed on site, so they're not going to be able to deny those drones either. And they're still over 60 seconds. This is very good from Bleed, and I like that they mixed it up a little bit too over that dirt rush that was a little bit unanticipated. Now, speaking of dirt, you can see the outline. Asphy with the kit. The most conventional play would have been to maybe drop Hatch Kitchen and go for a default plan, but they go over towards dirt to maybe catch VP off guard.
It'll be a standoff for the final 50 seconds now. Flash goes out.
Everything about that flash says we are dropping Hatch. Everything about that flash says I'm coming from Kitchen. Asphy then catches him off with a nice angle from dirt, but a lovely shot from Shepard suddenly changes the course of this round. F not mine, annoying, has to be shot out. Asphy not sure if he's safe for the initial plant, gets off and then back on. Shepard from Church can't deny from this position and will allow the plant to go down. Asphy now in a 1 versus 1, doesn't quite have the information he would like, and so therefore doesn't move.
He has to wait for the fire to go if he wants to emerge from blue, and there he goes! Asphy! What a huge round from Bleed! Oh my God! 1 round away from tying it up. The defense still only winning a single round. Bleed is awake.
Oh my goodness, what a shot! And a timeout immediately off the back of it as well from Virtus.pro, understanding that there are some issues here developing on Clubhouse. 4 rounds in a row from Bleed after they had succumbed to losing 12 rounds in a row, Parker. The statement that I wanted to make going into that round was going to be, if Bleed make this comeback, it might very well be the best at the tournament, even though we've seen a 6-0 comeback. What's better than a 6-0 comeback is a 12-0 comeback. They had lost 12 rounds prior to these last 4 rounds, which means mentally that is quite exhausting. That is a very difficult proposition to think, hey, these guys have our number. But credit to Bleed, they've not given up, they've not given in, even despite the fact that they were only able to get 1 defensive round, and the task at hand is to now go and win 5 attacking rounds. Well, that task so far is being met.
Yeah. Oh boy. Virtus.pro needs to get their head in this game, as they've had a couple moments where things looked a lot closer than they would be, but boy, oh boy. I don't even know if you can look at the operator bans as being the culprit for this, right? VP knows that Bleed likes their shields, so they remove the Monty. Zami is also banned out. Kaid, as an operator, makes defending this entire map a lot easier. but there's a Tubaru that can be used as well. And we haven't really seen much, if at all, of this operator who is exceptional at keeping walls closed.
Look at Reach. Mentalist. Well, they're feeling confident. They're feeling confident. And look, at this point as well, I'm going to say, even if they lose, the respect has been regained. After losing 12 rounds in a row, there would have been many people being like, oh, these guys, how are they going to playoffs? Apex stack, oh my god, M80, how did they not make it out of the group? Well, clearly what we've seen from Bleed on the attack of Clubhouse against Virtus Pro has been exceptional. So these guys are a very good team, and that's what we were saying, obviously, throughout that little run that VP had. Now it's up to Virtus Pro. Okay, now we flip it back to them. The onus is now on them to offset this little charge that Bleed have made. So far, VP have done enough in this series to, of course, garner so much hype and plaudits. But suddenly they've got a little task at hand here, which is to stop this little Bleed comeback.
Last time we saw an execute on the top floor from Bleed, they didn't really need the Maverick whatsoever. It was only a tiny bit of that fuel tank used by Mentalist, so instead it's more about a gun and the flashbangs and having the Maverick just in case. This is going to be the first time that we see a gym bedroom defense upstairs for VP. How do they play this out? Do they give up Logi and construction? Do they even opt to hold it? Now, a mirror on the board suggests that they're going to want to hold that jacuzzi wall and extend into bathroom. It's something that we saw from Bleed do half of, but then give up jacuzzi wall pretty quickly on.
Yeah, because they didn't bring the Bandit. That's the difference here. So Shepard on the Bandit with the Shockwave batteries over towards that jacuzzi wall. But of course, the Maverick's in play, so you can deal with that. They don't opt to bring the Thatcher. It is available, but it hasn't been brought, and no secondary EMPs.
So double mirror window. So what we saw from Bleed when they defended this was they put the mirror window on the jacuzzi wall, but then they didn't have anybody actively inside a bathroom holding it the way that Virtus Pro is. Virtus Pro also has another black mirror inside a bathroom, so essentially 2 layers of defense at this point. They know where those shock wires are, especially with the IQ on the board on the side of Bleed, but
Mentalist is making his way over. You've just seen that he's been able to drop down towards that jacuzzi side alongside the Flores of Hoven. Now, there's only 60 seconds left, Parker, so this is a little bit late in the round to be able to now turn your attention towards jacuzzi, but they do have presence, which is Turdstar on the balcony looking in towards gym and bedroom.
I really like Bleed's chances when things get ugly, though, because this is a team that can take over games in terms of gun skill. And Virtus Pro...
Oh, he drops.
Virtus Pro knows how to get in the thick of it. Let's be frank. And they've got, I would say, better gunners on the side of Virtus Pro. However, Bleed knows how to get scrappy, and it's gonna get scrappy. All 10 players are still alive with 30 seconds to go, Jake.
The huddle that we've seen from VP is towards logistics and along with top main stairs. That means they can play off of each other. Default plant coming through from Aspie on the overhead that we see here isn't going to be denied initially, and the Nitrocell has gone over the mark. Plant is successful. Aspie does lose his life. Job done, though. Round is done. That is as scrappy as it gets, but it's also clean somehow. Dirty but clean. I don't know how it works, Parker. It's almost magic. The magic of the Bleed comeback. And suddenly now the scoreline is tied 5-5 in the most attacker-sided clubhouse that I have seen in 2024. Across all regions and every game I've ever heard.
I'll go so far as to say this is one of the most attacker-sided clubhouses I've ever seen. Only a single round for the defenders so far. That is not usual. That is very abnormal. And in the post plant, Bleed scrambles so well. Look at Turdstar getting down below, and on IQ, you can pull out that scanner, see gadgetry if somebody's on the kit. Excellently done by Bleed, and we had some questions when there's 30 seconds left as to how they're gonna pull this off, and they do it.
Well, to be fair, there was a little moment from VP as well where I thought, oh, okay, missed the mark, and that was the Nitrocell thrown over from jacuzzi wall in towards default in gym. It went over that default plant towards more so the hatch, and that was an opportunity that then probably meant for VP the round was going to be lost. As soon as that plant does go down successfully, you've got balcony hold. It makes it really hard for the retake, but more importantly, really good call from Bleed to send Turd from the balc watching into its gym bedroom down below, because any kind of plant on a gym bedroom site is going to typically see one defender, especially with main stairs control, go for that bot hatch hold and go for the denial. Turd is then just waiting. He is able to deny, and of course then Bleed are able to win the round. 5-5 scoreline for what is now turning into one of the craziest series matches that we've had at the tournament. After 12 rounds in a row, For those that have maybe only just tuned in for whatever reason, you've missed a bit of a banger. First map was all Bleed, second map was quite literally all VP. 7-0, and which they then started 5-0 here on Clubhouse, 5 attacking rounds, which has now been met and matched by Bleed. 5-5 scoreline, we go to Church Arsenal. I don't know what's going to happen anymore, Parker.
No, I'm stunned with this matchup so far. I mean, I would have told you that this one was over. We're going to dinner. We're going to have a great time. Virtus Pro's going to win like 7-1 or 7-2 or something. Then we have, you know, literally do anything else with our lives. But now here we are, and Virtus Pro,
thank goodness for that too.
Bleed have tightened things up. And, I mean, all we can really do is speculate, right? We don't know what's going on. When they say something like, oh, maybe, you know, Bleed realizing this match isn't super high stakes, who really cares? Like, let's get on with it. Maybe that is possible. And then maybe they start winning. Maybe I'm completely wrong. It's hard to say. Should Bleed prevail? I would love to hear what their thought process was between that previous map and this one as to how things changed and how they were able to work what should be an unfavorable side to their advantage.
Minute 20, and so now VP, kind of like Bleed in the first half, Turtle on site, no real roam from them, not contesting up above. They're also starting to feel the pressure and the pinch, and they're not winning the opening kills, and they're not winning the engagements. So what do you naturally feel like you need to do? Sit site on Church Arsenal. It's a very normal thing to do. But, of course, in this meta, you have Grim, you have Capital, you have ways to dislodge those that are on site and put pressure on them. 60 seconds remaining. This needs to stay kind of 5v5 territory for as long as possible for VP. If Bleed find a pick or two, they are going to have the numbers and makes it even more difficult. Shepard with the first gas babe over towards Dirt, but here comes Mentalist. We've seen this play before. Surely it can't work again.
No, I mean, but the key part was keeping Reaps alive above. The big difference was that Virtus Pro had got the pick or two, but Turds is there looking to break double digits. Pasha rushes up. I like this change! And suddenly Virtus Pro has blunted the momentum of Bleed, but there's another body in sight. And Aspie can retrieve that diffuser and do something that Mentalist had attempted, but ultimately was cut short on. It all falls onto the shoulders of Reaps at this point. He was sensational before, but he doesn't see Joystick through the wall, and now he's upstairs, completely ineffective. He can't get to the diffuser in time. He's searching for picks, but will come up empty-handed. Whether he secures the pick or not, it doesn't matter. It's series point for VP.
And it's top spot in the group point as well for Virtus Pro, fighting for that numero uno position. And a really, really solid round, probably from both teams. Again, Bleed opting to go for that Ossa play through the little rotate hole in towards that position of Arsenal, go for the plant down. And look, that time though, again, VP had already seen this play. Pasha got aggressive. He may not have got that particular kill, but then he was able to then rotate in towards Mentalist. Unfortunately for Bleed in that moment, it was just the movement from VP that was a lot better than last time out. Last time out, when we saw that play, they were a little bit more stagnant, more so towards the back of Arsenal. That time they started moving around, even despite the hatch play. Match point, Virtus Pro. But the balls on Bleed, Parker, to go for the same play inside of the same map, incredible. And it almost worked. If Mentalist gets that plant, and he was just mere seconds away from doing it, they probably win that round.
It really does come down to a coin toss. And again, I go back to how dominant these rounds have been. So you look at the scoreline and you have some questions as to whether or not these were close rounds. For the most part, they were not. Most of these rounds have been very one-sided. And the scoreline literally shows you how this matchup has gone. The attackers are having a great time at the moment. Virtus Pro won a single round on defense so far. That is it. Bleed won a single round on defense so far. We're looking at dueling 5-1 halves at the moment. Unless Virtus Pro can do something that we thought was easy, which is win more than one round on defense. VP's lineup is chock full of frustration. You're going to have to deal with the Fenrir, who's been in near constant. You've got the Soulless to deal with as well, but that is sloppiness. You don't drone out the Bandit, who Bandit tricks away the exothermic charge. Not only does Mentalist take some damage, but that's also cost you one of these two hard breaches that you have on him. Now you've got backup, you got 2 can openers for the Grim, you've also got the Ace with 3 Selmas. So not all hope is lost, but that's a mistake that Bleed can't afford to make, because if they make a couple of them, VP ultimately ends up winning. But what's going on? Excuse me! Mentalist is in the sight. Hello? 3 kills! You cannot teach that level of expertise. And Bleed pushes us to overtime with a flawless round.
I need a replay, instant replay, like right now. Stat, what the hell has just gone on? In that moment, in that round, it's a real hold towards more that cash on CCT. Con tight, really from versus Virtus Pro. So what ends up happening is they go, okay, we've thrown this out. We know that no one's really watching the bridge. There's no bandit here. He's not tricking. If there's no bandit here, no one's really watching it either. They had the hype launcher be able go into effect as well, and Mentalist just sends it in. What an incredible round. When you consider the stakes, it's match point, Parker. Like, you make a mistake, you go for that kind of play, and it doesn't work. It is game over. We are done. The ball's on Bleed in the last 2 rounds. One, to repeat a play they've already done, but then to also go for that rush play on match point for VP. VP showed a lot of presence towards Con with that electrified wall, and they also electrified CCTV. So off the back of that information from Bleed, they felt like Jacuzzi was vulnerable, and it was.
Attackers have discovered the location.
This is certainly not the clubhouse I was expecting, Jake, and after seeing that second map, this certainly was not the outcome that I expected in the slightest. I think I speak for most people when I say that. Usually, I would look at the fact that Virtus Pro is going to spend 2 of these 3 overtime rounds on defense and say, that's excellent. But now I am saying, that's because so far, of these 12 rounds, 2 rounds broken in favor of the defenders. That is it. Abnormal, to say the least. Lineup being rocked by Bleed is very similar to what they like to bring every single time they execute on Church. And I gotta say, they're quickening the pace right now. 20 seconds in, they're already opening up Blue. A lot of confidence here from Bleed, which was absent from those first 6 rounds. I like it. But Virtus Pro have tools to slow you down. They've got the Evil Eye cams, they've got the smoke, they've got bandit batteries to keep the church wall safe so that you have to do extra legwork. And if you look on the side of Bleed, they have no EMPs. No real way to shake those bandit batteries off the wall.
Very quickly, as we are indeed the last couple of rounds for the group stage. Spoiler alert in terms of what happened on Stream B. 3-2-1. Fury 2-0 over Lost 1. An incredible result for APAC, for SEA, and looking to do so once again here in terms of Bleed versus Virtus Pro. If Virtus Pro lose these next couple of rounds, Parker, W7M will top the group. W7M are Bleed fans. They're Joel fans. They like the fish. And they want to see Bleed win this. If Bleed do win this, then they avoid the lower bracket. And we will be seeing Bleed into the top portion of the playoffs. A lot at stake here in this overtime for what will be the final rounds of the group stage of 6 Invitational 2024. And what a match that has developed. 90 seconds remaining. Now they get to work on the kitchen hatch.
It wasn't long ago that Reaps and Asfi through 6 rounds amounted for a single kill. Now they're up to 15. How things change. And since then, Virtus Pro have been the ones getting smoked across the board. Supporting cast of both of these teams showing up when needed. Mentalist gets 2-3 Ks. That amounts for 6 of his 8 kills. And one of those rounds, it made all the difference. The other, it almost did. This time, he's going to be playing that same Osa, who's been so pivotal at making sure the diffuser gets planted on the B-bomb site.
And I think this time it might be more conventional in terms of what you can do with this Osa, which is the drop down with the hatch. You're far more likely to survive any initial fire towards your location as you are dropping the hatch when you have that shield in play, providing a little bit of cover here for Hoven as well. Incendiary is to go out. Hello, it's Reaps. Mentalist though, never mind. That shield could not stop the bullets apparently, and he does go down. The next option is for Asfi to follow suit into the default position, which is where he is currently located, but more pressure comes his way. So far, Virtus Pro doing a good job of stopping what is a really routine default push from Bleed, but they've got Turds that are now dropping Moto. He gets involved. There's still 20 seconds. There is still time, and they can find the kills because Reaps is just that guy. He is him in the moment in a 2 versus 2 though, always in joystick in good spots, and Turdstar didn't quite watch his right when he did want to cross the road. He needed to check both sides before making it to see if it was safe, and Virtus Pro now get their spot for the top spot with these overtime match points.
What a mess of a round as it finally comes down. You hot drop the hatch, and kudos to Virtus Pro. They have joystick position inside a church with the wall shot open so that you can see from Blue as well. And they read into this. Ultimately, there's not a lot of adaptation that comes in from Bleed, so Virtus Pro are ready for it. They expect the drop, and they have cut open that entirety of the wall so that when this comes in, a very one-note song that is sung by Bleed, it is answered by Virtus Pro. Win or lose, there's frustration. for VP. And Bleed have mounted an unbelievable comeback. For it to fall apart at the final moment would be devastating for them, devastating for their fans.
But the respect is there, Parker. That's the main thing. Because it was looking a little shaky in that moment when they had lost 12 rounds in a row through 2 maps, and that respect has been regained, rightfully so, and restated going into the playoffs. But this one's not over yet. They go on to the defense now. Interestingly enough, of course, Church Arsenal was not a safe haven for them. They struggled on that in the first half. They go to Jim and Bedroom for this overtime match point that Virtus.pro now have. They are 1 round away from securing top spot in this group, the group of death with so many talented teams. They want to be atop that pile, which would dislodge W7M from the #1 spot into 2nd. For Bleed, you lose this round or the next, and you are 4th in your group.
My. Never did I expect this result on this map. I don't know if you saw it going the same way. I doubt it, given the things that we've talked about so far, but what could have been a relatively quick affair between these teams has now gone down to the wire, but not the absolute wire. That would be if Bleed prevails on this round. Bleed on defense. Statistically, I want to say this is terrible. Virtus.pro should, in this instance, lose, but that's not the case. Attacking teams have been doing very well on Clubhouse. I really am at a loss for words.
Well, one of the successful takes here from Virtus.pro back in the first half on Jim Bedroom was because they overloaded that cash and CCTV position, especially from top red. This time around, Bleed aren't putting all of their eggs in that one basket. In fact, they've actually given up that position relatively early in the round. 1:45 seconds remaining, and they have gotten off of Cash and top red. Pasha live droning that one. So having now taken that lesson from earlier in the first half, they are now playing sight. That puts them in a good position to be able to defend the more fast-paced attack from Virtus.pro later in the round. Joystick getting a live drone down in basement from Always, and he's going towards main stairs, maybe thinking better of it. Time will become a factor though if Virtus.pro don't start to make their way over towards Con.
Joystick. Hunting down below, you'd be...
A lot of roof play still.
Yeah, you'd be inclined to think that it would be a Church defense, right? Because that tends to be the bomb site the teams go to right off the rip, but that's not the case. This has been anything but a conventional set of rounds on defense. So not a surprise to see Bleed go to what should be the tertiary bomb site upstairs, but maybe for them.
3 nitro cells for what it's worth. Really good on this site as well in stopping that default plant behind Jim, both either from over the top or from down below from the hatch.
Joystick now inside of construction. They will coalesce around this position. And, oh my, no way Pasha's able to creep up like this. A pre-fire and he gets the down, but the guns for Bleed are simply better. A 3v2. Virtus.pro are actually in the lead right now when it comes to kills. And it's up to Always to get the job done with the diffuser. Mentalist will retake from the site. He had a 3K here on Jim previously. He starts by picking off Joystick. Could we see the makings of a 15th round? Mentalist and Hoven just need to wait. 20 seconds left, and there goes Always. Shepard, the only one to watch. He's isolated a player over towards bathroom. Nitro cell goes off. It necessitates him getting off. Mentalist with 2. Shepard being softened up in this position. They have all the information as to where he is in a vault in. It's Hoven to send us to a 15th round.
And a seriously earned 15th round as well for both teams. 7-3 on Skyscraper. At the hands of Bleed, 7-0 on Bank. Virtus.pro clean. Did not put a foot wrong. Both teams winning their respective map picks. And so Clubhouse becomes the eternal power struggle between 2 teams that have shown so much at this tournament thus far. One fighting for top spot, the other fighting for so much respect for them and for APAC. And for, of course, better placing inside of the group. And it's Mentalist. No surprises there. One of the veterans on this roster. And once again, calm when it comes to the defense late into the round. Where one mistake can change it. Win and lose the round based off of your decision-making. Well earned, well played. And Turd cannot believe what is taking place for the very final game of the 6th Invitational group stage, Parker. It comes down to the very final round.
Literal final round. The Fury and Los match is over. It's just you and I here, baby.
Everyone's gone home.
Everyone's gone home. We are in the building all alone except for production, who works infinitely harder than us and much longer hours, tirelessly, and we are so close to a conclusion. 3 minutes to see if VP or Bleed take what has been an unbelievable matchup. And I mean it. Unbelievable. I could not believe that this matchup would happen. I know that it seems like an absurd word to use, but it's true.
Yeah. And one thing very quickly as well is everyone has pulled their weight. You might look at Aspie as well, 6 and 11, but playing a bit more of a supportive role here on Clubhouse is a big reason for that. No one else has really gone super crazy mode either. Yeah, Reap's on 12, but everyone else is around that 8 to 10 or 11 kills, Parker. So it's a real even spread performance for both teams. As we go into the final round, Reaps makes his way in through stock, and we go to Gym Bedroom defensively for Virtus Pro. Mentalist will look to try and open up this CCTV wall. And we go into the final moment as Dan is on the roam on the Solus, very much down below in Church Arsenal.
I don't know if I expect a quick round here. I'm relatively certain that both teams will take this very slow and come to blows relatively early. Oh my, Reap surviving a scare. The wall blows up, courtesy of Dan. Reap scattered away.
Joystick. I mean, sometimes it comes down to these little timing moments, doesn't it? Always. Joystick with the reload, holding this angle, one down below in Lounge, which is Reap, so his position is known. Now, the opening kill onto Aspie, not ideal for Bleed. You lose those Selmas, can be very important, especially against that mirror later on. And a good start, at least for Virtus Pro. They're making contact. They've got good position in terms of map control, top red. And more importantly for Bleed, they don't know really what to do at this point. 90 seconds left. Do you go for the clear cache red, or do you go for sight?
It's a great question. You've got time at your disposal, but Always will get quite active and catch Turnstile looking the wrong way and manage to get away from the breach as well. As the bullets come on in, Mentalist now in pursuit with Reaps, using what little remains of his HP. Mentalist is choking. He wins the duel, though, or Hoven does, rather. And suddenly, it's a 3v3 with just a little over a minute to go. Still, the remaining players from Virtus Pro, all nestled close enough into the bomb site, holding these positions. With a mirror window at their disposal, Bleed have to start to pick away at this defense.
No Nitro cells, one impact at the hands of Dan on the Solus. 4 drones remaining, all up and all available here for Bleed, or at least a couple, 3 indeed now remain. This is a big moment. 45 seconds left. They can go for the conventional approach if they want over towards Jim, but the way that Mentalist is lined up, I'm not sure if that's going to be the play. Flashes from Hoven to maybe try and draw out some of these defenders. Double push in logistics. Pasha, he is the man to maybe break the hearts of Bleed here, or can they double swing clear him out and have the advantage? Where's the trade? It has to come immediately, and it doesn't. Really smart for Pasha as well to break that window on the way back in towards site. 20 seconds left, but it is indeed Hoven that gets that kill onto Pasha because he had to rotate, and Mentalist can now go for this plan. There shouldn't be too much in terms of denial from the below position of Dan. He's only got 1 impact, but with that Solus, he can spot where that diffuser goes down. Mentalist needs to get this kill and get on the plan, but he can't find it. Virtus Pro, though, they find top spot of this group, a group that has so many juggernauts. They dislodge W7M from that top spot, forcing them into second. They are the best of the best right now. Virtus Pro have been able to win out an absolute classic.
Are you upset or are you astonished at that result? If you're Bleed, Mentalist immediately shaking off the headset. His face says, wow. And we got treated to a matchup that was far more competitive and far more exciting, that at points it looked like it deserved and it looked like was even possible. But that machine, it does not break. Virtus Pro shows why they have for so long been consistently a top-tier team. And despite the scare, and despite a team that is on the ascendancy as Bleed continues to improve, it's the old stalwarts of Virtus Pro who win it out today.
And it really does highlight how far Bleed can go in this competition, mixing it with the very best once again for every single match in their group. Bleed, win or lose, they went to all 3 maps, Parker. They were constantly a threat in a group with so much power. The juggernauts right now are Virtus Pro as they top the best of the best. And for the final time of the group stage, we go back to the desk.
Well, that one was a lot closer than anyone could have anticipated. After 12 rounds straight from Virtus Pro from map 2, went all the way down to the wire on Clubhouse. A very scary game, no doubt.
Yeah, I completely agree. We played great on attack. We thought, okay, the game is done. Defense, 90% win rate. Let's just enjoy the last rounds.
Oh yeah, about that.
And then something happened. We were reading absolutely everything what they were doing. We said like, on one attack when they pushed the Gym from the Jacuzzi Breach, we said they will push Gym from Jacuzzi Breach. And I don't know why we didn't watch that.
Right.
So I'm kind of mad right now because we were reading everything, but not doing the right things. So we need to work on that. But of course, respect to the Bleed guys. Even before the tournament, I knew that will be a hard game against them. Julio is a genius. Other guys, like the players, are crazy, insane aim. It was a nice game, and a lot of respect to them.
Yeah, well, this was a tough series overall to begin with. I mean, obviously ended on a crazy note, but I want to talk broadly about the tournament first. It seems like you guys have been working in a lot of new maps to your pool. We're seeing some stuff that we hadn't seen from Virtus Pro. You're playing Skyscraper, which was the first game of this series. You're playing a lot of Border nowadays. Why now for the deliberate choice to start working some of these maps in, especially for something like Border, which you guys have avoided for a very long time?
I think we were working on them like during the whole period. We just were working harder on them before the Invitational because we knew that it's going to be BO3 in the group stage. So we will not play our comfortable maps, of course, just people will ban Clubhouse Bank and we will play something else.
Yeah.
So we just had to do it. Like if we didn't practice bad maps for us, we were not able to go through this crazy group.
Well, you said people, they will be banning Clubhouse Bank. Today they didn't. Today you got to play both Clubhouse and Bank, and I think your attacks, I mean, they speak for themselves. 11 attacking rounds in a row across those two maps. It felt like a back-to-basics type moment for you. Was there anything like special that you were bringing to this game, or was it just classic VP clean attacks?
No, we were not like preparing. We were preparing, of course, some like exact rounds that they want to play, but after the Skyscraper, we understood that we need to just focus on our game because we are thinking too much about how enemy will play, how we will do the round, and things like that, and attacks going wrong. So we just decided to do our default attacks that will work 100% and stay focused, listen more to the sound because we were talking a lot during Skyscraper and didn't hear some pushes that enemy team did, and it was like all the mistakes we noticed from Skyscraper and decided to just play Bank, like the fresh list. It's a new map, new game, just focus, forget about the Skyscraper, let's just do our best.
Yeah, and one last question for me. With this win, you guys secure upper bracket, start to the playoffs. You'll even get that bye. I believe you're getting first place in the group now. How important was that for you guys to have that safety net now? If you lose even one series in the playoffs, you will get to go down to the lower bracket.
I mean, for me to get out of this crazy group is already insane because during the majors we got grouped both times. Even though we played some hard opponents and lost to them, I thought maybe we can't win anymore on LAN against strong teams, but I guess we can. So I'm just happy anyway that we qualified through this group. I don't care first place or third place, this group was crazy. Everyone deserved to be here and to win, but only the better team wins on the day.
Fantastic.
They do, and you have consistently won on the day. Dan, congratulations on yet another victory. Was there anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
I want to thank all of our fans. We read everything you comment. We appreciate your support. We try our best for you, and we will just keep improving and hope we will go far this tournament.
Dan, thank you very much for that, and congratulations on topping your group.
Thank you.
All right, now we get to start to break this one down a little bit with our two analysts here. What a series that was. We were okay, Jesse, can we speak candidly here?
We can.
We were almost asleep by Clubhouse. that was going to be a snooze fest. And then until it wasn't.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw 7 in a row through Bank. We came into Clubhouse and we got 5 in a row back to back to back. We surely thought this was done. I mean, we came down here.
Yeah.
Half an hour ago now.
Yes.
We were ready to get into this desk segment.
To which we got abused, by the way.
We did. The Bleed players were not so happy about that. They won their first round on Clubhouse, round number 6, and they said, why'd the desk come back? We're pulling this back. And they were right. They did pull this back. 1 round short. They couldn't bring it all the way. 15 it took to get through Clubhouse. In the end, Virtus Pro were the better team, but man, Bleed put up a fight.
An attacker-sided club, not something that we've been used to seeing so far in the current climate. Bleed, what a fantastic performance there. They are never out. You just cannot count this team out until all is said and done. They did a fantastic job of resetting that mental. As you mentioned, Jesse, they lost 11 rounds in a row inside of the series. And I was thinking, boy, this is going to be a quick best of 3 at this point because we are not seeing a lot of rounds. But slowly and surely, they managed to drag it back. Mentalist for me, life game.
Yeah, I mean, Mentalist played out of his mind, and one of the benefits about coming back so early as us as analysts is we were here and we got to listen to the players as they were playing, and I will say, Mentalist in the server, great, also in the comms.
Insane.
Fantastic, like a general on some of those rounds, directing the players where they were going to go. He really took charge on some rounds, but he also wasn't the only one. There were other players. There was one round in particular where Reaps really took charge and started commanding the team on what to do in that 2v2, 2v3 clutch, actually, with Aspie and Mentalist down on the basement. He had so much calming going on in that, and I think that just speaks to like how much goes on behind the scenes, even in a round. If you see people clutching, there's so much more going on behind it.
100%. The comms were actually immaculate. You were saying there, you know, resetting the mental. I don't even think there was a point they had to reset. That's where their mentality is at, which is kind of terrifying to think. But it is time for us to have a look at the groups and how they've all panned out. Again, of Group C, my apologies. Reminder that going into this, they did have the head-to-head against W7M, so it is 100% confirmed that Virtus Pro top their group.
Fantastic showing. 11 points coming through. This was an extremely difficult group too. Everybody called this the group of death, and I think it clearly was. We saw so much carnage. Those top 4 spots so close, 11, 11, 9, 8, and M80, the group of death, they're the ones that died.
If we look at the top of the day to what that actually looks like at the start, and to now know where we are, and just understand that over the course of the last 5 or 6 hours, we've literally decided who's going home, who's top, and we've put every single team in that place. This group has been tight, and I think that last map certainly showed it.
Yeah, honestly, that's the thing I think that ties this group together the most, is just watching that series right then. It is time to have a look at the intel play of the game, and I think that it's one that we're quite familiar with.
God, Aspie all the way back on map number 1, Skyscraper. Again, the crazy clicks with the Montaigne 3K coming through. This last one as well, in the 1v1 against Pasha, who had already dropped the triple kill this round, right? Pasha is hot, but unfortunately he does not have the cover that, of course, Aspie has with both the shield and the bar covering him there. Great performance.
I'm not sure that we should be endorsing Monty's dropping the shield.
This is bad for our ranked.
I don't want to get home, load into ranked, and just see Monty's dropping the shield thinking that they're him.
Yeah.
That is not what I want to see. But certainly hats off to Aspie for today.
They are he, to be fair. And I just want to also very quickly comment on your earlier comments about Mentalist. The reminder that he is probably one of the longest standing members in APAC that we have. That right there, that goes to show what happens when you come to events consistently, when you continue to put in the work, and when you build a strong team around a strong leader. It is time to have a look at the groups now. That is correct. Not just Group C, but all of the groups. Quick reminder, we don't have the points here, but we do have the rankings.
And this is finalized, correct? We've had all the games complete now, including on the B stream, so we have the standings locked down. Keep in mind, first place will go into the upper bracket. They'll get a bye through the first round. Second and third, they'll be playing the first round of the upper bracket. Fourth place, start in the loser's bracket. Very difficult spot. If you lose even one time, you are gone. And fifth place, unfortunately, they're going home.
Oh my word, there's something I've just seen here that I never thought I would ever see in a million years. Fury have ended second in their groups, Group D. I'm proud of the boys.
Yeah, I think the Fury lost game was certainly one to go back and watch. Obviously, we were covering different things at the time, but very close indeed. These are the teams that we are going to be saying goodbye to, though, and I think there's maybe a couple of predictable ones in there, but there's maybe a surprise or two as well.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, 4 different regions sending a representative home. It's particularly rough for the Japanese fans. Scar's their only representative here at the Six Invitational. They will be going out very, very early. And, you know, there were some strong performances from the teams that were eliminated anyways. Certainly things to work on as well for a lot of them. But just coming to SI, being able to come to Sao Paulo and experience this, I'm sure are going to be experiences that they will never forget.
Yeah, well, especially, you know, there's 2 APAC teams in there, and I can just speak on behalf of watching APAC for the last 5 years. It is crazy what these events do to the teams and players that go to them. They have a newfound respect for the game. They have a newfound respect for the understanding of what it means to be a professional player in Rainbow Six. So, you know, a shout out to the teams that unfortunately will not be partaking in the playoffs. GKM80 D+, and of course Scars. But that's okay. Sometimes it happens, Ollie.
We got to go from 20 to 16. We got to find out who's going to win the whole thing and who's going to lift the hammer. You know, we got to say bye to the teams on the way. Thanks for coming. Thanks for playing. But ultimately, we're trying to send everyone home apart from one.
Yeah, at the end of the day,
well, 2 would be good. Then we can have a grand finals. But you know what I mean. You get the sentiment.
let's play with 2 teams.
Yeah, at the end of the day, for somebody to win, somebody's got to lose. Yeah. Winning would mean nothing if there weren't teams that tried to do what you did and failed. So it's just the nature of sports, unfortunately.
That's a nice little quote.
I've made it myself.
Yeah, did you?
Yeah.
All yours?
All me?
This is unbelievable. All right, well, the group stages are now pretty much done and dusted. By pretty much, it's only one more thing to do. Final thoughts, gentlemen, on how things have gone. Ollie, you first.
Yeah, I'll kick things off. I think it's been a pleasure to come on and to participate inside of the group stage. It's been some fantastic siege. I think we've seen a little bit of everything. We've had some thrills, we've had some spills, we've had some upsets. We had a 7-0 today that we got to watch. Can you ask for much more out of a group stage for SI? I don't think so.
No, I would agree 100%. I think the games have been absolutely fantastic in Sao Paulo. For the first tournament in quite a while to come back to Brazil, the games have absolutely delivered, and it's been a blast, of course, working the desk with you both as well through the group stage. It's been an absolute pleasure, and yeah, just very excited for playoffs. Looking forward to it.
That's it. We'll keep it short and sweet here. Thank you very much for joining us for the group stages. That is done and dusted. We have our 16 teams for playoffs. They start on Monday, and you will not want to miss out on the following week of Siege. So clear that schedule. Make sure you've got time for yourself to watch these matches because they are going to be barn burners. Anyway, thank you very much for joining us. Please take care, stay safe, and good night.